Chapter 141 Explanation. However, Grush also reacted quickly, and said to Godin with a sincere face, "Great and kind master, Grush does not need to repay. As long as I can admire your glory under your wings, it is my lifelong wish. Well, in this case, there is something you need to do now." Godin's vertical pupils flashed a trace of satisfaction, looking at his servants with a little regret. How could such a good goblin be buried in the sewer? "Just give me your orders, my master." Grush almost didn't think much, and replied, "You go back to the original nest now. I need something. It hasn't been discovered yet." "Right," Godin added. "No, master. Before I left, there were no creatures there except dog-headed men and goblins," Grush answered quickly, although it was more puzzled about what Godin asked it to bring back. But it still agreed to it first. "That's good." Gordon heard the answer he wanted to hear, and felt relieved. It seemed that the efficiency of those humans was lower than he thought. "Then go now. Remember to bring Stio and the others with you. I have something to discuss with you too." The black-scaled dragon said a word to his followers, and then told Grush what he wanted to take, then turned around and returned to the platform with his thick and long tail. Grush also hurriedly accepted the order, and crawled out of the bonfire hall. On the other side, in the southeastern waters of the dock area, ships came and went on the sea. From time to time, people dived and surfaced, breathing heavily, and some used the flying technique in the sky. The spellcasters patrolled the sky again, trying to find clues. But in the end, they did not find even a single scale of the red dragon that had just been rampant in the dock area. Nor did they find a temporary cave. Instead, they attracted the attention of the lord of this sea area, the guardian of Kalandu, the bronze dragon Stagan. It was not alone. It was now followed by a bronze dragon in adolescence that was more than half its size. It was its nephew Jelen. The two were just chatting about Kalandu's cult in the nest. After they were hungry, they planned to hunt sharks. They were a little surprised to find so many ships in the sea. As the two dragons came out of the water and floated to the surface of the sea, the busy sailors on the ship were frightened and stunned on the spot. They breathed heavily after seeing that it was a bronze dragon. Then, after understanding the purpose of the bronze dragon, someone began to explain to the bronze dragon respectfully. When Stargan heard the purpose of the searcher in charge of this sea area, he showed a look of surprise. Just now, a red dragon actually attacked the port of Kalandu, and finally disappeared in this sea area. It sounds a bit strange. It doesn't remember that there are red dragons in the area around it. And it doesn't make sense that this is a good place for red dragons to build nests. You know, there are very few islands nearby, and there are only a few places for red dragons to live and build nests. It is impossible for a red dragon to hide here without being discovered. So it subconsciously thinks it is impossible. After all, everyone knows the nature of red dragons. They like fresh and tender meat. As long as it is there, nearby creatures will definitely be in trouble. Even if a real dragon can survive by eating soil, the pride of a red dragon can make them so conceited that they would rather starve than take a bite of ore, which is completely different from their metal dragons. So the appearance of a red dragon will inevitably bring damage to the local ecosystem. But strangely, its ecosystem is fine, with no signs of being destroyed at all. And its detection thinking tells the human in front of it that everything is true. That is, a red dragon really appeared in its territory? Stajan thought. This is not okay. As a bronze dragon, Stajan does not allow five-colored dragons to approach his territory. If a dragon invades, then there is no other choice between them except the death of one side or escape. But it still asked with some suspicion, "Sergeant, are you saying that the red dragon disappeared in this sea area?" The bronze dragon, whose upper body rose from the sea, stared at Sergeant Kalandu, who was looking at it in awe on the side of the ship, waiting for him to give a satisfactory answer. "Yes, sir. It fell in this sea area. But we searched many places and found nothing." Sergeant Kalandu reported truthfully that this sea area was too huge to search thoroughly. Even if the city guard sent 3 ships with nearly 100 people, it would still be a drop in the bucket in such a vast sea area. In addition, the seabed terrain is complex. If you really want to explore it clearly, it will take at least 10 days or half a month. Then let me take care of this sea area. You can search other places. If you see the red dragon in other places, you can notify me. I can give you a discount price for killing the dragon. Stajan thought for a moment and said to the sergeant in front of him, As a bronze dragon, it cannot allow a savage and violent red dragon to be in or near its territory. It needs to drive it away or kill it. You know, red dragons are natural robbers, and are likely to be eyeing its treasure house. It needs to nip the source in the bud before it can rest assured. Then I leave it to you, Lord Stygian. Sergeant Calando naturally did not dare to show any intention of disobeying. And since Stygian had spoken, he was naturally relieved. The efficiency of bronze dragons was obviously much higher than his own. As for the last sentence, he naturally skipped it. You know, there was no family that had asked it to take action without more than half of its assets being emptied. And if this red dragon that seemed to be a teenager was not in this sea area, even if it was found, it would not bother to take action. As the fleet in the sea area quickly moved away, leaving only 2 dragons, Stygian's expression began to slowly become solemn. The news of the red dragon reminded it of the goblin that appeared here in the morning. Could it be hiding somewhere in the sea area? Just as it was thinking carefully about the possible hiding place of the red dragon, and wanted to ask its nephew beside it. Jaren, what do you think about this? Jaren took the lead. Uncle, let me investigate the trace of this red dragon. I will definitely find it. Young bronze dragon, Jaren said seriously. It was eager to try. After destroying a cult plan, it was already impatient to challenge a young-sounding red dragon. After all, it had just handed in what it thought was a perfect answer in front of Stargorn, hindering a sacrifice, although it did not destroy the cult. After seeing the strength of the Ouroboros leader, Jelen knew that this was not realistic. It could not defeat the 4th-level strength and a bunch of subordinates, unless it called for external aid. But the proud Jelen disdained to do so. It was more inclined to let these cultists give up this sacrifice. After all, as long as it was secretly making trouble, they would not be able to perform slave blood sacrifice in Kalandu. But Stargorn did not comment, looking at the young bronze dragon in front of him and persuading him. If it is really a red dragon, you can't beat it. At the same age, only gold dragons and silver dragons can match them. And we bronze dragons have no chance of winning. But, Uncle, I have wisdom. There are many ways to win. And force is not absolute. Jelen was a little anxious. Perhaps it was Stargorn's implicit rejection, or the pride of the real dragon, that made it unwilling to bow its head. Seeing Jelen eager to show himself, Stargin couldn't help but think of his brother's words. Finally, he thought about it. Okay, I leave it to you. But, Jelen, you have to promise me one thing. Before Stargin finished speaking, Jelen shouted happily. Okay, Uncle, I promise. Then Jelen quickly dived under the waves, and his light bronze figure quickly merged into the seawater. Chapter 142 Change Nanhai Town. It is the nearest town to Kalandu. About half an hour's walk away. People basically rely on Kalandu for survival. After all, in the wilderness where monsters are everywhere, in the absence of professionals, being close to the metropolis is their survival reliance. The Adventurer's House is a very popular hotel in Nanhai Town. After all, many adventurers from Kalandu will also pass through this town on the way to rest and sort out their carriages and horses. Look! Just now, 2 young girls got off a carriage from Kalandu City, attracting the attention of many people in the town. After all, the white pointed chin exposed under the gray robe hood makes people want to see the face of the gray robe girl clearly. But when they saw the other girl half leaning in the air in a strange posture, they retracted their gazes and no longer explored the face under the hood. There is no doubt that the gray robe girl is a spellcaster, and mysterious spellcasters are characterized by mood swings. If you provoke them, you will die. And the gray robe girl did not even look at the eyes of those people, and directly took the girl beside her and walked into the hotel with the name of Adventurer's Home. After paying the room fee, the gray robe girl used the hand of a magician to help the girl beside her upstairs. After entering the room and placing the paralyzed girl on the bed, the gray robe girl took off her hood. Exquisite facial features, soft gray hair and gray eyes. Naturally, it was Celia who came out of Kalandu. She began to look at the state of Nina on the bed. When Nina was in the carriage, she took off all her disguises and restored her original beautiful and lovely appearance. Nina? How is it? Are you okay? Celia looked at Nina lying weakly on the bed and asked with concern. Obviously, Nina was the weakest she had ever seen. She was half asleep and half awake all the way. The nightmare sequelae brought by the mark were obviously more serious than she thought, even though the mark had disappeared without a trace. The mental fatigue still affected Nina irreversibly. Nina half opened her eyes and looked around the room, searching for something with a searching gaze. After searching in vain, she looked at Celia with an expectant look and whispered, "Sister, where is Mr. Gordon? Didn't it follow?" In Nina half-awake memory, she had long forgotten when Gordon left, and how much time had passed. Anyway, she felt very uncomfortable. But even so, she did not forget to ask about Gordon whereabouts. And Celia could only say helplessly, "Master, it's fine. Just now, the Ouroboros mark on your chest has faded, and mine has also disappeared. I think the master must have succeeded. I have just sent Liz to send a message. It will probably not be long before the master sends a notice. Nina, you don't have to worry. You just need to rest well now." Celia looked at Nina, who was so pale that she had no blood. She felt very distressed. But now she was just a warlock and didn't know how to help Nina recover. "That's good. In fact, Mr. Gordon, it doesn't need to take risks. I feel okay. I just wasn't in good condition just now. The cult is very scary." Nina was still a little confused about Gordon's risky departure, but she didn't know the seriousness of the mark. She just thought that Gordon's behavior was dangerous, and she didn't want Gordon to fall into danger because of it. Celia didn't explain much about this, and comforted him gently. After all, Nina knew too much, which was useless except for adding troubles. After the two chatted for a while, Nina couldn't hold on any longer, and sleepiness and fatigue came up again. Celia waited until Nina fell asleep completely, tucked her in, and then she got up from the bed and walked to the second-floor window of the hotel. She looked at the outline of the white giant city in the sunset in the distance through the wooden window frame with flower pots. She couldn't help but sigh, and the taste in her heart was hard to describe. After all, watching Gordon leave alone, let the two of them leave. Celia couldn't help but think of those teammates who had been behind her, who were also noble and great. At this point, she had no grudges against Gordon in her heart, and even felt that wearing this collar seemed to be good. At least, in this way, she would not miss some people and some things. Thinking of this, Celia felt that she should do something. At least it should not be a meaningless wait. So, she placed a small wooden table in front of the window and took out some sacrificial items from the dimension bag, including a silver emblem, 2 precious incense sticks, an incense burner with cloud patterns carved on it, and a prayer for sacrifice. After making preparations, Celia gently grasped the irregular silver emblem. This emblem is made of blue sky and white clouds. The blue sky is paved with fine sapphires, and the white clouds are the original silver color. Then she opened the lid of the cloud-patterned incense burner and put in the precious incense after burning. When the lingering white smoke and intoxicating aroma diffused from the incense burner, Celia knelt down silently, facing the golden clouds in the sky, closed her eyes, held the divine emblem tightly, listened to the gentle sea breeze in her ears, and took a deep breath. She began to pray, whispering, "Lady of the Wind, the master of transcendence and time, the guide of travelers under the sky, may you guide me in the direction of progress, so that my master and my friends and I can meet in the gentle breeze. All those who want to make our journey after reunion difficult will be baptized by the wind. Great and wise Arcadia, your believers are calling you." But as Celia prayed, word by word, her face filled with white smoke became more and more pious. However, even so, the divine emblem in her hand did not respond at all. And Celia knew it well. The goddess of wind elemental doesn't pay much attention to her believers. It is extremely difficult to get a response. But if she gets a response, then the Lady of Wind will give her believers the greatest kindness. So Celia did not remain indifferent because of the ineffectiveness of one prayer, but continued to use the last 2 pieces of incense, trying to see if she could get a response from the gods before they burned out, over and over again. Soon, in a window on the second floor of the adventurer's house, the white smoke had not yet dissipated, and the fragrance of new life was rekindled. A breeze blew past the window, blowing the neatly trimmed flowers and plants, and also took the sincere prayer away from the window, and walked with it in the blue sky. Chapter 143. Sudden noise. The pseudo-dragon Liz was flying at the top of the sewer in the black street of Kalandu. Dark vision allowed it to easily avoid obstacles in front of it. The dimness was useless to it. However, on its way to the bonfire hall, it actually saw a group of people it was familiar with. No, it should be described as monsters. They were Gordon's subordinates, Scale and Grush. They were both there, heading in the opposite direction of the bonfire hall. There were not many people. Only about 20 in total. What attracted it more was the objects they were carrying. It was a statue of a human wizard. The statue with a strange luster was still stained with water. Obviously, it was not an easy thing to dry it quickly in the cold and humid sewer. However, they didn't need to do that. This matter was just a small episode. It didn't choose to go down to say hello. Although it was Celia Magic Pet, it didn't mean that it was at the same level as these Gordon followers. In its eyes, if it hadn't been for Gordon taking them in, it wouldn't even look at these dirty and stupid monsters. Moreover, its current mission is to inform Gordon of the disappearance of Celia and Nina Marks, and then bring Gordon's message back to Celia. This is its most important mission. As for the statues and these monsters, they couldn't cause Liz any fluctuations. Thinking of this, it left this group of monsters that were running in the opposite direction far behind and headed towards the place where Celia and Gordon had agreed. After a while, Liz saw Gordon squatting on the ground with his eyes sparkling. The black dragon in front of him seemed to be thinking about something, scratching the stone floor with its claws from time to time. The symbols were something Liz had never seen before. In its memory, this language was neither like the abyss language nor the dragon language. And it was square. It was not until Liz was hovering in the air, and the sound of flapping wings was close to his ears, that Gordon slightly came back to his senses from the complicated plan. Seeing this silver pseudo-dragon, Gordon also nodded slightly, without any surprise. After all, as long as Celia was not stupid, she would send Liz to the agreed place to find it as soon as she found that the Ouroboros mark disappeared. Originally, it planned to get rid of Vermeer and leave. But now the plan could not keep up with the changes. Gordon felt that it would be easy to get into trouble if it just left. After all, the cult was like a dogskin plaster, which was very annoying. Since he had provoked it, Gordon could only take heavy measures and try to wipe out the group of people on the altar, and then talk about other things. Therefore, the first thing Gordon said when he saw the pseudo-dragon Liz was a serious one. Tell Celia that I won't leave Kalandu for the time being. Let them wait for me outside the town. Don't go into the city. Just take care of yourself. Don't worry about Nina. After Gordon simply emphasized these words to Liz. Although Liz wanted to say something, she saw Gordon's turn vertical pupils, and knew that she should not be able to change its will. So she nodded and said to Gordon, I know. Lord Gordon, I will take your words to you. After saying that, it left the bonfire hall directly through the crack in the passage, and ran towards the nearest sewer entrance. Gordon watched it leave, and then thought silently in his heart. If nothing unexpected happens, Grush and Schio should have arrived. Stop, you green dwarf. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Get lost. You lizard head. You should go back to the mine to dig. This is mine. You are not allowed to rob it. I saw it first. It took me a long time to transport it here. No matter. I saw it, and it's mine. The stuttering common language, accompanied by the gloomy wind of the sewer, reached the Ouroboros guard, who was on guard duty at the door of the altar. But it was not the one that Gordon passed by before, but two other young faces. It was obviously a handover. After all, humans need sleep. And these two young thugs from Ouroboros were obviously curious about the sudden fight and noise in the sewer. They looked at each other and immediately decided to go back to report first, and then go to find out what was going on not far away. Soon, a group of Ouroboros thugs who received the order headed towards the source of the sound with weapons in their hands. After passing through several sewer pipes and a corridor, they finally arrived at the bend of the passage that was less than 50 meters away from the entrance of the altar, but more than hundreds of meters long. Ouroboros scouts looked out and saw what was making a big noise not far from the altar door. There were no more than 20 monsters in the two gangs. The most common monsters in the sewers. A group of kobolds holding spears, and a group of goblins holding bone clubs were fighting. They were fighting fiercely, and the clanging of bone clubs and spears could be heard. The scout also saw that behind the dog-headed man, there was a human as tall as a person, standing motionless. But just as the scout was about to be surprised, he found something wrong. After careful observation, he recognized that it was not a human, but a statue. Two groups of monsters fought over a statue. This matter was a bit ridiculous for the Ouroboros scout. He retracted his head and told the team members behind him about the movement behind the corner. He also planned to persuade everyone to leave. It was just a group of ordinary goblins and dog-headed men. There was no need to get involved. But the captain of the Ouroboros team, Lu Fulin, who was always smart and claimed to be half a wizard, only brain, raised objections after he saw the farce behind the corner. I think we should kill these monsters. This way we won't annoy those adults. Maybe we can take their heads back to collect the reward. When he mentioned the snake people who were born spellcasters, he unconsciously showed a trace of admiration and fear on his face. After all, becoming a mage was his dream since childhood. But unfortunately, due to the pressure of life, financial pressure, and the high cost of mage tuition, he had no choice but to become a golden finger in the chaotic area. Therefore, he admired spellcasters, especially this race that was born to be spellcasters. The reason why he chose to join the Ouroboros gang was that he could get enough money to buy spell books here. After hearing this, everyone did not object. After all, it would not take much time to kill a group of monsters. But what they did not expect was that the first time they appeared, the goblins and the ogres fled in panic as if they had made an appointment. Some climbed into the pipes, some jumped into the water, and some turned back to run. None of them resisted, so they suddenly rushed out and killed less than 3 or 4. It was Lu Fulin who was quick and used the dagger to injure a few of them. Puff! The dagger easily cut the throat of the running goblin. The smelly blood flowed from under the green skin. But this knife meant that he could no longer chase those monsters that had disappeared without a trace. Lu Fulin kicked the dying goblin away casually, then looked back at the confused expressions of his teammates behind him. And he himself was very depressed. These monsters don't play by the rules. Didn't they say that they wouldn't run away if there were fewer people? Why were 4 people afraid? He spit, then looked at the scattered monster corpses at the bottom, and suddenly felt annoyed. There were only less than 5 heads, so there was no point in taking them, and it would only make him look incompetent. However, just as Lu Fulin turned around and was about to ask his men to go back, his eyes unconsciously fell on the human statue abandoned here. Judging from the attire, it was a statue of a mage. But in the dark, he couldn't see clearly, so he could only take the torch and walk to the statue to see the blurry face of the statue completely, and the inscription engraved under the broken stone base. A true mage always has the heart of an apprentice. Galmadon. Lu Fulin looked at the inscription below, then looked at the slightly familiar figure, and then thought of the items with historical value or related to mages that the snake people required. He unconsciously licked the corners of his dry mouth. He looked at the statue with burning eyes, as if looking at a mountain of gold. And he knew, if nothing unexpected happened, he would not be far away from embarking on the road to becoming a mage. So close. On the other side, Grush and Stio were in a shadow that was hidden enough, secretly watching the bandits who had suddenly attacked them, until they carefully carried the statue of the same height and left towards the altar. Stio and Grush looked at each other, their eyes full of admiration and worship for Gordon. As expected by the master, this statue can actually attract them. Chapter 144 Action begins. Cave secret, sir. Priest. We found this outside. Luflin walked diligently to a snakeman priest who was casting a spell with a magical artifact made from the heart of a stone giant, and respectfully presented the statue to him. The snakeman priest frowned slightly at first, somewhat dissatisfied with the Ouroboros' interruption of their spell casting. But after seeing the mage statue they were carefully carrying behind them, his eyes softened slightly. With his eyes, he could naturally see that the statue was perfectly carved, with spirit and energy everywhere. It was obvious that it was made by the skilled Medusa. They are the best stonemasons, no doubt about it. And the stone statues they carved are also the most collectible. It's just that the snakeman didn't fancy this. But what Luflin said later. This is a statue of our legendary wizard Galmadon. I can even recite his life story. Legendary wizard. These 4 words, plus the historical value of the statue itself, are enough to be one of the gifts to please the twin snake gods. After all, although he loves fear, he also loves to taste works of art with historical value. What's more, it is related to wizards. Therefore, the snakeman priest agreed without hesitation to include the statue in the offerings to the great snake god. Similarly, he did not forget to reward this guy who knew how to have high respect for the twin snake gods. So, he took out a few gold coins with snakes engraved on both sides and threw them to the human in front of him casually. He said in a relatively stiff common language, "This is my reward to you. When Vimiel comes, you can also get a reward from her. The twin snake god will not treat anyone who is willing to sacrifice unfairly." His snake-like green vertical pupils were indifferent, and not mixed with a trace of strange colors. He looked coldly at the human who belonged to the Ouroboros in front of him. How could Lu Fulin dare to question it? He quickly took the golden snake coin from his hand, and said respectfully, with a hint of flattery, "My lord, this is what we should do. If possible, I am willing to devote my whole body and soul to the great twin snake god." When the snake man priest heard this, he did not show any joy or satisfaction, but uttered words that made Lu Fulin's back a little cold. "There will be a chance." Luflin was speechless for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself and said quickly, "Then, Master Priest, I will leave first." "Well, go ahead. If Eimer comes back, tell her to come see me soon." The snakeman priest turned his head, and his face covered with fine scales under the bonfire looked particularly focused. "Got it, Master," Lu Fulin simply responded, then bowed and left, not daring to look at the huge black snake altar that was about to be formed in the altar hall. The snakeman priest continued to concentrate on carving the remaining snake body that had not yet been built. There were many others who did the same thing. For a while, the altar returned to its original appearance, with only the sound of stones knocking and scales rubbing against the ground. When Grush's message was delivered to Gotan in time by a goblin scout, the black Real dragon moved slightly and listened to the report of the goblin below in a more comfortable posture. At this time, its mind was also working quickly, since the first step was successful. The key is whether the next plan is wrong or not. In this case, it can't be careless. However, since the things have been robbed, it should also be appropriate to send this news to the mage Joey, who is tirelessly looking for the relics of the Planeswalker. Gordon thinks that he should not miss this good thing. However, how to pass this news to him without making him suspicious is a more tedious task. Although Gordon has a plan in mind, he is not in a hurry to achieve it now. He needs to think carefully before considering the next plan. Of course, it is mainly because Nina matter has come to an end for the time being, so it seems to have more time. So, it seems to be neither hurried nor slow. Looking at the goblin scout and asking leisurely, "Have the people sent out found the human man I told you about?" "Master, we haven't found him yet. But Lord Grush has taken members of the Blackfire clan to search the southeast area you mentioned. Once the location is determined, he will report it to you as soon as possible." The goblin scout sent back by Grush immediately replied, and Gordon nodded slightly, indicating that he knew that the sewers in the Black Street were not small, and the goblin's previous activity area was not in the southeast area. It was normal that they could not find him for a while. This often takes a lot of time, but Gordon can still wait. But this long time? In fact, less than 2 hours. The goblin scout came to the campfire hall again and told it the latest situation. That is, Joey has been discovered by their goblins in a corner of the southeast area. After hearing this, the black Real dragon nodded slightly and said to the goblin scout, "Tell Grush to keep watching, as long as he can grasp the direction at any time. Be careful not to get too close. Also, let's Geo assist." Gordon ordered this, and the goblin scout left quickly after listening to what Gordon wanted to relay and confirming that there was no follow-up. Gordon was thinking that if he wanted to lead the hunters into the trap perfectly, he had to wait for a while. It had to ensure that it was stable enough before leading them into the urn. For example, when the altar ceremony just started, the timing seemed particularly good. This wait lasted for 2 days. Gordon sat in the campfire hall, enjoying the information brought back by the goblins and the kobolds. After confirming that a large number of people entered the entrance of the altar, it keenly felt that its time should have come. So, it decisively gave orders, asking Geo and Grush to start their clumsy performance in front of Joey. Then, it dived into the sewer, left the bonfire hall where it had lived for 2 days, and headed for the southeast area against the river. It wanted to make Joey not suspicious at all, and seize the fleeting opportunity. This required its personal action. Otherwise it would easily fail to impress Joey, causing him to doubt and wait and see, and not take action. And not long after Gordon left the bonfire hall, a thief-like bronze dragon with green seaweed hanging on its head also rose from the bottom of the water in the original underground cave. It looked at the entrance of the cave curiously, which it had spent 2 days searching almost every inch of the land to discover. Its uncle Stargan also came, and was underwater, when it asked its uncle suspiciously whether it was the lair of the red dragon. After all, it didn't look like it at all. But its uncle gave it an unexpected answer. "No, This was once a bronze dragon lair. Staggern also floated to the surface of the sea and looked at this somewhat unfamiliar cave. It was the first time it knew that there was a cave under its territory. But it was well informed and soon remembered the cursed story in its tribe. The love story of the bronze dragon and the wizard. The story of the teacher and the apprentice. The story of him and her. Chapter 145. What is justice? The combination of humans and metal dragons is unanimously considered a curse by the metal dragon clan. So most true dragons will not choose a human as their partner, but other dragons. After all, the life of a dragon is so long that it can easily kill its partner in just a nap. In the underground cave, Jelen looked at Stangen in surprise. It seemed to remember something and said hurriedly, "Uncle, are you talking about her? The Queen of the Sword Coast. Salesa?" The Sword Coast was the name of the Sword Bay of Kalandu. Only the first humans knew what it was called. But this did not include bronze dragons. Stangen nodded slightly, then shook his head. The bronze dragon prominent emerald-like pupils expanded slightly, as if recalling the past. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. At that time, she was indeed the Queen of Sword Bay. But after she met that human, she disguised herself as a tower wizard and accepted the human as an apprentice. And she was no longer that. At that time, she transformed into a human creature for more time than the bronze dragon state. But I remember that human didn't seem to meet the standards of our bronze dragons. According to the records, he was a robber and a thief. Shouldn't such a person be punished? Jaren interrupted. Stangen shook his head and looked at the young bronze dragon in front of him. He seemed to remember something and asked a question. Jaren, do you know what justice is? Of course. Justice is to eliminate all those evil, chaotic, and corrupt creatures, restore the world to order, and let good people get the rewards they deserve and evil people get the punishment they deserve. This is justice. Uncle, Jelen replied firmly. Stangen smiled when he heard Jelen's words, looking at the bronze dragon whose horns on his tender jaw had not yet opened. But Jelen, you have to know that there is no absolute goodness or evil in the world. It sighed, propped up its body with its forelimbs, dragged its long dragon tail, came ashore from the sea, walked to the high platform, and looked around at the underground caves emitting bright spots. Sigh. When you reach my age, you will know that goodness and evil are vague, and there is not much real kindness and simplicity in the world. Or perhaps none at all. The little girl you rescued from the pirates may become a mean old woman in the future. She will curse the nuns who gave alms loudly, just because she was missing half a loaf of wheat bread. The distressed merchant rescued from the sea is actually a liar. He abandoned a dozen illegitimate children in various parts of other countries. Those who steal and rob also have a side that is difficult to describe. Perhaps he has a wife or child who is seriously ill and needs treatment. He prays to the gods, but the gods do not respond. He begs the nobles, but the nobles just kick him. In the end, he can only take up sharp knives and blades to keep himself alive. Jaren, do you think they are evil or kind? Stangen rubbed the dust on the ground with his tail, then sat down. He looked at the bronze dragon that was still half soaked in the seawater and asked. Stangen has lived long enough, and he has passed the time when he was passionate about justice and reckless. Now, unless it endangers a country or a city, it generally will not take action. When it has time to take action, it prefers to bask in the sea on the waves. It was the first time that Jelen heard Stangen say this. He was stunned for a moment and muttered something. Seeing him like this, Stangen just smiled. Of course, Jelen, I know that my words may have a great impact on you, but I am not asking you to show mercy to those villains, nor am I asking you to stop watching people die. It is that evil and kindness are themselves ambiguous. You have to remember this. Sometimes, kind people are not absolutely kind, and evil people are not absolutely evil. Jelen could not digest this, and could only look at the bronze dragon opposite. Speechless. In its world, it is more inclined to the stories that its parents once told it. How the bronze dragon bravely stood up for justice. How it punished evil and promoted good. And how it left behind a noble reputation. But at the end of the story, they never said whether the people saved by the bronze dragon in the story would be good or bad in the future. And how many families were destroyed because of the aftermath of the villains killed by the bronze dragon. Jelen thought about it and seemed to understand a little bit. In the story, good people are definitely good, and evil people are definitely evil. But reality is not a story. No matter what kind of intelligent creatures they are, They are all changeable. Before Jelen could figure it out, Stangen continued. So, Jelen, we must learn to be tolerant, so that we can continue to fight against evil. It looked at Jelen, who seemed to be an idealist like other young bronze dragons, and broke its fantasy with cruel and indifferent words. After hearing that Jelen came alone to destroy the cultists' warehouse, it wanted to have a good talk with it. After all, for other older bronze dragons, they can accept evil dragons building nests nearby, and they can also accept who knows what evil plans. Of course, the premise is that they don't invade their territory. But there is a group of bronze dragons. They are like holy warriors. They can't accept any evil creatures appearing near their territory. If there are any, they will go to the door and fight the evil to the end. Although it sounds good, the disadvantage that this often brings is that it is easy to die in the middle of the life, like Goliath, and often die in the middle of the growth. Uncle, I know. Jelen was silent for a while, and under the empty cave, feeling the bone-chilling cold of the seawater, it spoke. That's why Selesa accepted the human as her apprentice. She wanted to change him, lead him to the right path, just like those crystal dragons. Seeing that Jelen seemed to have listened, Stangen nodded with satisfaction and continued to tell the story that he had not finished just now. However, at that time, the relationship between them was only between master and apprentice. Selesa was only thinking about how to pull back the human boy who was about to fall into darkness. After a while, Jelen asked a question. But why did Selesa fall in love with a human? In theory, accepting a human as an apprentice does not mean that she likes him. What did he do to move a bronze dragon? Or did he become an upright paladin? Jelen was a little curious, and Stangen was a little embarrassed. But seeing Jelen's eager eyes, he knew that even if he didn't say it, it would ask its parents. So it could only say it. No. He became a mage. And Selesa was with him, because the human apprentice once picked up a bottle containing a wind giant in the valley, which could fulfill his 3 wishes. His first 2 wishes were to get a smart head, just like those great arcanists. And the second was to let him get a mage inheritance that would allow him to take revenge. What does that have to do with Selesa? Jelen asked again. His lifelong wish was fulfilled in the first 2 wishes. So he suddenly had an idea to try to make his cold-looking mentor fall in love with him. In the end, he succeeded. The wind giant's wish gave him a bronze dragon wife. Chapter 146 Performance. Begin. Selesa, who has just reached adulthood, was captured by that damned human with such a despicable means. Stangen's gnashing voice echoed in the lonely underground cave. But this is too fake. Doesn't Selesa know that this sudden love came so hastily? And, Uncle, does the prayer technique really have such great power that it can control an adult dragon? Jaren asked Stangen, while silently clamping his slender dragon tail with his powerful lower limbs. This made him feel a little relieved. Facing Jaren's question, Stangen was a little sad, as if he remembered the sad past. But this expression was also fleeting, so fast that Jaren even thought it just accidentally bit its tongue while talking. Yes, it is indeed very fake, and I would rather it be fake. After all, Selesa is not alone. She has a childhood sweetheart, so it is reasonable that she would not fall in love with a human. The only explanation is those artifacts and spells that can bewitch people. Stangen sighed dejectedly. Uncle, how did you know? Jaren asked. Stangen said without hesitation. Of course, I commissioned the local druids to help communicate with the trees present at the time, so that the truth of the matter could be restored. At that time, I knew why Selesa ignored. Uncle? You? Jaren suddenly grasped the key point of the words of the old bronze dragon in front of him, and was stunned for a moment. Then he connected the childhood sweetheart that Stangen just mentioned. And Stangen had been close to the Sword Coast. That is, Kalandu. For all these years. It suddenly felt as if it had discovered something incredible. Faced with Jelen's sudden questioning, Stangen also discovered the mistakes in his words, and hurriedly denied it. I'm not. I didn't. You heard it wrong. Behind the dark brown, bronze-textured cheeks of Stangen, the curved horns almost left dozens of afterimages. Just like a windmill. To remedy the situation, Stangen quickly changed the subject and said to Jelen, Jaren, we must not forget the purpose of coming here. We are here to pursue the red dragon. Now that we have found it, we can leave here and notify the city guards. As he said that, he walked towards Jelen's direction, wanting to go underwater, and Jelen knew that he seemed to have asked something wrong. His expression was slightly stunned, and he quickly shook his head. Uncle, we haven't found the red dragon yet. We should at least take a look. Otherwise, just an abandoned nest is not enough to convince them. And they may think that we bronze dragons are untrustworthy. No. No. We have done what we should do. And now it's time for them to clean up the mess. Stangen refused. Jaren was anxious. He didn't want to spend 2 days without even seeing a dragon scale. So he said quickly, "Then uncle, I go ask my father about Selesa now. I think he will be happy to tell me. You? This is for justice." "Uncle." Jaren looked at Stangen and said uprightly. Then he changed his tone to a pleading tone. "Please, uncle, I swear, I will come back when I find it. And I will never conflict with that red dragon. It can't find me when I transform." "Okay then." Finally, Stangen could only reluctantly agree to Jelen's request. The young dragon must swim freely, and it can't protect it for a lifetime. When it reaches adolescence, it should build its own nest alone, just like Selesa and him before. Thinking of this, Stangen felt his intestines turn green. If he had known, he would not have clamored to get so many evil dragon skulls to propose to Selesa. So that after collecting them, he found that his wife was gone, and he was so uncomfortable. And Jel saw that Stangen agreed, and he gurgled happily. Then, the bronze dragon with half of its body drooping in the sea was shrouded in magical light. And the body disappeared in the blink of an eye. And a blue short-haired cat appeared on the platform where the upper body of the bronze dragon had been. Its green cat pupils were like mountain elves, and it jumped off the platform nimbly and ran towards the direction of the passage below. It didn't say hello, as if it was afraid that Stangen would regret calling it, and disappeared in a flash, leaving only a few cat paw prints on the dusty ground. And Stangen just took a look and retracted his gaze, and it scanned the surroundings more. Here, she used to live. Stangen stood up and began to wander around in this place where Selasa once lived, in the underground cave. Only its footsteps echoed in the silence. Da-da-da. The orderly footsteps echoed in the empty underground corridor, where only the cold wind swept. Rosen was at the end of the team, looking at Joey not far ahead, with fear in his eyes. Master Joey was getting more and more irritated. As time went on, they found nothing. If this continued, he, as the leader of the team, would definitely bear the brunt. He needed to find a way. But during this period, in addition to digging the hall and looking for passages, he also had to keep an eye on the team. He had no time to think about how to get out of the current predicament. Damn it! If this continues, I will definitely be punished. Although Rosen was a rude berserker, it did not mean that he would not be able to read people's expressions. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by Joey to be his mage guard. But some things, anxiety can only make you hotter, which is useless. But this also led to Rosen beating and scolding several of his slow-moving subordinates when he was searching in the next hall. So much so that almost everyone knew that a dark cloud was hanging over their heads, and a catastrophe could befall at any time. However, in such an environment, a ranger named Tanis appeared from a remote corner of the hall and reported a strange thing to Rosen. "Sir, there is something unusual behind the hall. I heard it." He pointed to his sharp ears like an elf. But unfortunately, he is not an elf, but a half-elf. But this does not affect his ability to hear. After all, this is one of the necessary conditions to become a ranger. But even so, Tanis still did not dare to disturb Joey, who might explode at any time, because of such a small matter. After thinking about it, he could only tell Rosen. After all, he and he were on the same boat. If they didn't find the Planeswalker relics, they would be in trouble. Is it an underground passage? If it's not an underground passage, forget it. Rosen waved his hand, indicating that such a trivial matter should not be disturbed. The sewer was quiet, and a little movement would not attract his attention. And Tanis saw that Rosen was not sad, and he was anxious and said hurriedly, "My lord, it's different. It's different." He waved his hands hurriedly. "What's different? Goblin? Or dog-headed man? Or those damn rat people?" Tanis was speechless and sighed. "It's dog-headed man. But my lord, you really should go and see. I think they are very problematic. It seems that they are holding some kind of ceremony." "Really? My lord Rosen? You will know if you go and see it. I heard that it is not far from here." Tanis pointed to the back corridor behind the hall not far away. Rosen nodded doubtfully, and decided to trust the young man for once. He did not report to Joey outside. After all, searching the underground passages in the hall was his job. So he followed Tanis, following the remote corner, and walked through the short but winding corridor. At the end, he saw the origin of the strange things Tanis heard. The fire behind the corridor illuminated a group of kobolds kneeling on the ground. They were muttering something in their mouths. Rosen, who vaguely understood some of the knowledge of kobolds, could only pick out a few words from the short sentences. Great Dragon Master, what is this? Just like Tanis said. Is this a ritual? What ritual? Rosen looked at the dog-headed men in the distance, puzzled, but he was not afraid of being discovered, because they were right in front of the dog-headed men, who were kneeling and prostrating. Their figures were blocked by the huge shadow in front of them, so that the dog-headed men could not find them at all. As Rosen slowly approached and pressed close to the shadow, he found that the shadow in front of him was actually a curled-up stone dragon statue that was more than 5 meters high. The corridor limited Rosen's vision. When he reached the end, he found that the open shadow was its broad dragon wings. It was at this time that Rosen finally heard. What are these dog-headed men doing? They are praying to the dragon statue to give them food. How stupid! Just when Rosen was silently laughing at the stupidity of the dog-headed men, Gordon also felt someone approaching from behind at the first time. The giant dragon in stone slowly opened its eyes and exhaled slowly. Finally, my wings are sore. It looked at Skeo, who was looking over here with encouraging eyes, and signaled him. The show begins. Chapter 147 finally got the News 3 updates completed. Hurry! It's time to work. Offer a sacrifice to the great God-favored dragon. The God-favored dragon is watching us. Don't let him down. Skyo has been staring at Gordon's movements, and almost as soon as Gordon opened his eyes and signaled to it, it entered the state very naturally, as if it didn't need time to adapt at all. A fanatical believer who worships the dragon god was performed vividly by it. Of course, this could also be a true expression of feelings. But Gordon didn't think about these things. It was now watching the performance of Skyo and others with suspense, fearing that it would mess up if it was not careful. At that time, it would be more troublesome for it to lure these mages, who wanted to seize its treasures, to work for it. At least, it would not be as simple as it is now. But fortunately, what made Gordon feel at ease was that the acting skills of the dragon-veined dog-headed man Skyo have always been online. There is no big problem. Just a little bit too much effort. But even if he used too much force, it was not that important to the two people behind him, because they could not see. They could only rely on listening and observing the kobolds next to them through the gaps in the corners. As for Skyo in front of Gordon, they could only hear the fanatical voice, which was not a big deal. And Skyo, the dragon-veined kobold in a tattered robe, stepped forward step by step, approaching Gordon, who had transformed into a stone dragon. At this time, Gordon Blind Sense also clearly felt the strangeness of the two people behind him. They held their breath and concentrated, and were obviously frightened by the sound of Skyo's footsteps. Shigeo was serious, bringing the collected glass fragments, pearls, and some low-purity ores. He knelt down at the feet of the stone dragon, and then licked the ground in front of the stone dragon with his slender snake-like forked tongue. After licking the thick layer of dust on the ground clean, he respectfully placed the offerings on the extremely clean and wet ground. He crawled on all fours, prostrated himself, and then his voice slowly rang out in this corridor. Great Dragon God Io's favored dragon, you have an indomitable will, a promise to keep your word, and a mercy for the Dragonborn. Please listen to the call of your most devout believers. We, the Red Scale Clan, only want to survive. Please show your miracles and give us life. Great Io's favored dragon. Great the dragon-veined kobold prayed 3 times in a row, and the other kobolds followed it and murmured, trying to pray for the help of the god-favored dragon. This prayer atmosphere made the atmosphere outside the corridor solemn. But Rosen and Tanis behind the stone dragon could not help laughing silently. From their mocking eyes, it can be seen that this is a mockery of the kobolds. If they could speak, Rosen would definitely be the first to laugh loudly. These stupid dog-headed people. Even the dumbest barbarians are not as stupid as them. They want to perform miracles by worshipping a stone statue. It's ridiculous. You know, there is not even a shrine here, and there is no incense for worshipping gods. It is impossible to communicate with the gods in the sky. Not to mention that now even the temple cannot call on the gods. let alone these cowardly dog-headed people. Rosen had followed Joey for a long time, under the influence of his ears and eyes. He had naturally seen Joey's appearance when he was offering sacrifices to the great wizard god Azus. And it was never like this. Bathing, burning incense, praying devoutly, everything that should be there. Not as rough as this. However, what Rosen never expected was, the stone statue in front of him actually responded. And the response was very fast, almost in less than half a moment. However, the voice was without any emotion, and it was a very mechanical answer. But what was even more terrifying was that the stone statue in front of him suddenly came alive, and the gray-white stone skin suddenly disappeared, replaced by a bright black color. This change shocked Rosen and Tanis, and the buzzing of the voice kept echoing in their ears. 20 feet northwest. Food. 20 feet northwest. Food. Northwest. It stopped after 3 consecutive times. As the sound disappeared, the stone dragon that seemed to have come alive also fell silent. Rosen saw it clearly. A layer of gray gas enveloped its body again, and the surface of the stone statue turned back to gray-white rock. It's amazing. He couldn't help but sigh. And those dog-headed people, under the order of the dragon-veined dog-headed people, excitedly took a fishing net and went to the direction indicated by the stone dragon and cast it down. Then, Rosen heard the sound of fish jumping from the left. Although Rosen didn't stick his head out to sea, he heard the loud sound of the fish bouncing in the net, as well as the cheers of those dog-headed people, and knew that this net must have a great harvest. How could it be? Tanis and Rosen looked at each other, their eyes full of silent surprise. They were extremely surprised, and doubts arose in their hearts. This stone statue is actually useful? So, they continued to watch with this doubt. After all, a net of fish does not represent anything. Soon, another ceremony came. Then the dragon-veined dog-head man in front of them continued to pray, using the previous prayers, singing the greatness of the dragon of God favor. Then, another round of sacrifices. Then the dragon-veined dog-head man continued to say, Great dragon of God favor, I want the magic that can protect our tribe, so that those humans dare not invade us again. Another round of prayers. And this time, the stone dragon statue returned to life again, and it still spoke indifferently as before. The third pipe on the east side. Magic. The third pipe on the east side. Magic. The dog-head man was overjoyed when he heard this, and hurriedly ordered people to take it according to the direction. Sure enough, after a while, the barking of the dog-headed man was heard in the sewer pipe. 2 dog-headed men carried a human skeleton to the presiding officer. Scale. When passing by, Rosen could see the skeleton clearly. The skeleton seemed to be burned by fire, and the whole body was charred black. However, what Rosen was more concerned about was the dimensional bag hanging on the side of the black skeleton and the magic ring on the hand bone, which made his eyes light up. Following Joey, he could naturally distinguish that these were all magical objects, especially the ring. The sapphire pattern was clearly a very rare magic storage ring. So effective? Last time, Rosen and Tanis were at most amazed, and maybe a little skeptical. But this time, after they intuitively felt the charm of the stone statue again, they had already believed in it. But Rosen still wanted to keep his troops in place. He mainly wanted to know what wishes these dog-headed people could pray for, and whether there would be any sequelae after the ceremony. He wanted these dog-headed people to step on the landmine first. But Rosen didn't expect that what the dog-headed people said next almost made him feel scared. I only heard the dragon-veined dog-headed people say this to his men. Hurry up and prepare the next sacrifice. There is only one last chance. We must grasp the gift of the God-favored dragon to us. At this time, a dog-headed person asked Shigeo innocently, Patriarch, why is it the last time? Does the God-favored dragon only give its believers 3 chances? It was a very silly and naive statement, and Rosen also felt a little naive. But it didn't stop him from wanting to know. His breathing was a little rapid now, but fortunately, his years of patience allowed him to perfectly control his rhythm, so that the dog-headed people did not find him hiding behind the stone statue. It's not that the God-favored dragon only gives its believers 3 wishes, but the statue of the God-favored dragon will disappear on the spot after 3 wishes are made, and then teleport to any underground world on the continent. It will not be so easy to meet it again in the future. Is that so? Then I know. Patriarch. The childish voice was full of gratitude. Hurry up and prepare for the 3rd sacrificial ceremony. We must hurry up and not let the god-favored dragon wait for too long. Hearing this, Rosen couldn't hold back any longer. He originally wanted to inform Joey, but the quick end of the previous 2 ceremonies made him feel that if he returned the same way, the ceremony might end before he saw Joey. So, he could only force himself out to interrupt the ceremony of these dog-headed men. His sudden appearance scared the dog-headed men outside. But what puzzled Rosen was that, from the reactions of these dog-headed men, he actually felt that they didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Although there was surprise on their faces, there was no fear in their eyes, as if they were looking at a corpse. But Rosen didn't have time to think about these things. He pulled out the 2 short axes behind him and looked at the group of dog-headed men fearlessly. Roared, "Get out! Get out of here! Stupid big lizards! Otherwise, I will use your tongue to drink rum tonight." Although Rosen was a 3rd-level warrior, he still had a chance to deal with a group of dog-headed men, plus a dragon-veined dog-headed man. So he thought he could avoid fighting if he could. But he did not skimp on his skills. When he appeared, the berserker built-in blood rage was already activated, and the muscles all over his body became hard as if they were cast from blood-red steel. The redness of his eyes, and the 2 axes dancing in his hands were also intimidating. "Who are you? How dare you disturb the ceremony of the great dragon of the gods?" The dog-headed man Shigeo tried to make an angry expression. And then the flames in his hands also emerged just right, making Rosen a little afraid. "Get out! I don't want to say it for the 3rd time. You freak!" Rosen's momentum rose again, and he looked at these dog-headed men without fear. The hand axe in his hand also chopped down the wall of the corridor next to him fiercely, cutting a gap nearly 30 centimeters deep. He knew the psychology of dog-headed men well, and he knew that when facing dog-headed men, you should be more arrogant and unscrupulous than them, so that they can have awe in their hearts. So much so that Rosen directly scolded Shigeo and ridiculed him with his dragon wings. Of course, this premise is that Rosen felt that he could control the siege of these dog-headed men. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by angry dog-headed men. But the worst situation did not happen. What Rosen was very satisfied with happened. That is, the dog-headed men retreated, including the dragon-veined dog-headed man, whose eyes were full of unwillingness and hesitation. And he slowly left from another corridor. He spat secretly. These dog-headed men were indeed as cowardly as mice. They retreated just like that in front of the force he displayed. After all, the dog-headed men retreated in disgrace. For a moment, in the rectangular open space of the entire corridor, there were only him, Tanis, and the statue. "My lord, your bravery is comparable to that of the god of war." From behind the stone dragon, Tanis, who had put away his crossbow, came up and flattered him at the right time. He waved his hand. "The distance between me and the Lord of War is as big as the gap between sand and desert. It's not worth mentioning." However, judging from the smile on Rosen's face, this flattery made Rosen quite useful. But even in the flattery, he still did not forget the main business. "Quick, Tanis, take out the valuable things, and we will also perform the sacrifice." Lord Rosen, won't you notify Lord Joey?" Tanis hesitated and looked at the passage from which he came. "What do you know? If we ask Master Joey to come, we will be in big trouble if it fails. But if it succeeds, our credit may only be 20% of the total. The risk is huge. It's better not to take it." When Rosen heard Tanis's words, he began to analyze the pros and cons for Tanis like a mentor who was patient and persuading him. Although he was a berserker, he was not brainless, and he could still do this math. And the half-elf Tanis nodded as if he understood what Rosen said. Then he said to Rosen, "Then, sir, what should we do now?" "Sacrifices. You take a little. I take a little. When the time comes, I will say good things about you in front of Master Joey." Okay. Since it had come to this, Tanis naturally had no reason to refuse. He took out all the coins he carried with him. And Rosen also took out a small piece of natural diamond. He walked forward carefully and placed it at the feet of the stone dragon. He began to do as the man said before. "Great dragon of God favor, I want you to guide me to find what my master dreams of." A pocket watch for a planeswalker. Gordon heard the words of the berserker kneeling at his feet, and he did not reveal the truth. However, Gordon originally wanted to tell the berserker in front of him to go to the north to find it. But he changed his mind and thought that if it came too easily, he might not be able to make the big man in front of him believe it. So, it pretended to respond, trembling all over. and the lime fell from its body. When Rosen saw the stone dragon in front of him respond, he was overjoyed. Then, he heard the stone dragon in front of him utter an extremely cold mechanical sound. Not enough. This sentence made Rosen, who was looking forward to it, suddenly dumbfounded. But thinking about it, he felt that he was cleaning up. After all, what he needed was not a simple net of fish and a magic ring, but a legendary item left by a legendary planeswalker. If they could get it with just these gold coins and gems, wouldn't their efforts these days be the biggest joke? So, Rosen generously added weight to it. He took off the leather armor made of white dragon, which was close to his body. Although he was reluctant, he thought of the beautiful scenery later. So he didn't hesitate and put it directly at the feet of the stone dragon. Moreover, these were not enough. Berserker, in order to solve the problem once and for all, Rosen directly put all the valuable things on his body, including the heavy strike axe, which was a magic weapon, on it. He also asked Tanis to put in the valuables on his body before he continued to recite the previous prayer. This time, the stone dragon spoke the message he had dreamed of. As he expected, 5,700 meters to the north. Cave. Altar. Under the statue. 5,700 meters to the north. Cave. Altar. Under the statue. After 3 times in a row, the stone dragon leaned over and swallowed the thing into its mouth as before. Then, as the dog-headed man said, as the spell sounded, the huge stone dragon suddenly disappeared from the spot, without a trace. Outside the huge corridor, there were only 2 people. Rosen, who was dressed in full clothes and equipped better than the novice adventurers, and Tanis, the half-elf, 2 senior professionals. However, there was no sadness on their faces for losing weapons and precious items. Instead, their faces were full of undisguised ecstasy and excitement when they looked at each other. Galmardin's pocket watch. They found it. Chapter 148. Gordon Plan A in the sewer. Gordon, who came here by teleportation, exhaled slowly. A string of gurgling bubbles also floated from the corner of its mouth. Although his whole body was suddenly in the cold water, he felt a little uncomfortable. But Gordon still felt that underwater was the safest place. At least after teleporting. In the dark environment, no one would care what was in the water, so it was difficult for people to find its traces. After all, underwater has its own natural cover and concealment effect. As for the result of this bluffing operation, Gordon can only say that he has tried his best. Whether it is letting the goblins act as tools to send fish into the fishing net underwater, or the skeletons placed in the sewer pipes in advance as relics, there are no omissions. Although I don't know how much this bluffing trick can make them believe. But this is all Gordon can do. No matter how difficult it is, it can't do it, and it will be easy to be exposed if it does too much. So, in the end, it could only do its best and leave it to fate. It didn't stay under the water for too long. Soon, it moved its body and floated upwards. After identifying the direction, it headed towards the north sewer. As for the dog-headed people and goblins, they had already completed their mission. If they participated in the follow-up, it would be meaningless except for making things worse. However, Gordon still asked them to hide near the cult altar in the north and wait for orders. Don't expose them in case of emergency. On the other side, Rosen had already reported the news to Joey happily. Master, I know where the relics of Galmadin might be hidden. What? Have you found the underground passage? Joey, who was waiting for the result in the hall with an indifferent expression, was suddenly surprised and looked at the guard Rosen, who was running towards him from afar with an extremely shocked expression. At this time, Rosen's appearance was very different from when he entered just now. The precious dragon skin armor and magic weapons had disappeared. The same was true for another ranger beside him, Tanis, who followed Rosen in thin clothes. But after hearing this, Joey was in no mood to wonder where Rosen's equipment had gone. He was too happy to be happy. After all, Rosen didn't dare to lie to him. That is this true? Or, did he find it? Whether it is true or not, this is good news. It's better than looking around like a headless fly. And Rosen, who ran to Joey quickly, was still out of breath. And quickly, he shook his head quickly and replied, No, Master. This news is what I got from the great god-favored dragon. He said that the pocket watch is hidden in the statue of Galmadin, and the statue is in the north, in the altar a few thousand meters away. Rosen's tone was very sincere. Without any lies. God-favored dragon. Altar? Statue? After listening to Rosen's words, Joey was full of doubts. What are these? But in Rosen's popular science, Joey knew that the incarnation of the God-favored dragon, the stone dragon, existed. He also knew the 3 wishes brought by the sacrifice. He also understood why Rosen and Tanis behind him were now naked. But after listening to what Rosen said, Joey was still confused. After all, the name of God-favored dragon did not exist in the dragon history he had learned. Whether it is the platinum dragon god, Bahamut, or the mother of evil dragons, Tiamat, or the 9-faced dragon god Io, he has a certain understanding. After all, they are not small in reputation in the main material plane. And metal dragons and evil dragons will promote their reputation as much as possible. But Joey can guarantee that he has never heard of the name of the God-favored dragon. However, there are not only these 3 true dragon gods, but also a lot of them. Therefore, Joey did not dare to conclude that the God-favored dragon must be fake. It is possible that Rosen's description was wrong. After all, even he did not dare to guarantee that he knew all the gods that appeared on the continent. But even Rosen, how magical the God-favored dragon he said was. Joey, he only believed it 50% and did not believe it 50%, and was skeptical about Rosen's words. After all, the profession of a mage will accept everything. But this does not mean full belief. If necessary, they will question the gods. It is even said that there are some powerful wizards and sorcerers in remote planes where the light of the gods' faith cannot spread. They even study the evil gods and the divine creatures naturally produced in the local area, put them in the laboratory, and say that the so-called gods are just specimens dissected in the laboratory. Of course, this is difficult to do in the Io continent, the main material plane. After all, this is not like other planes. Hundreds of gods' faiths are interspersed in it. Their divine power is vast and infinite. Only gods can hurt gods. But then again, since there is no clue at the moment, Joey also thinks it's okay. Why not give it a try? As long as those monsters with divinity don't come, his safety can be guaranteed. After all, he has more than 1 or 2 life-saving items on him. It is no exaggeration to say that the magic items Joey is wearing now, if converted into gold coins, can buy a small kingdom. Whether it is the dragon brooch that can make his surface have scales comparable to those of a young dragon, or the archmage robe that contains 10 charges of various energy-shaping spells, or the regeneration ring worn on his hand for healing, the fire ring that summons the fire element elder, or the semi-legendary staff withering staff that can release 7 times, the 7-ring spell finger of death in his hand. Even if he encounters a monster that he cannot defeat, there is a teleportation scroll bound to the constant trigger spell in his storage belt. As long as Joey encounters a death threat, he will be automatically teleported back to the scroll bound to the safest mage tower in the mage family of the Western Kingdom, the White Tower where a legendary mage sits. It is no exaggeration to say that in the Western continent, as long as you don't go to the Drow base camp like the Underdark to commit suicide, Joey is the kind of person who will never get into trouble no matter how he wanders around. This means that most of the territory on the surface is open to him. Even those evil adult real dragons have to consider whether they can withstand the wrath of a legendary wizard when they see him. In that case, let's go! Rosen, you lead the way. Let's go to the altar in the north you mentioned. I want to see if this dragon favored by God is as effective as you said. Joey, who had figured it out, ordered Rosen, since the so-called dragon favored by God has pointed out the direction they are going. Rosen and Tanis' eyes were full of brilliance. They didn't even have time to put on their clothes. They hurriedly gathered the search team members in the hall, and set off to move towards the place indicated by the god dragon. During this time, Gordon had already reached the north side of the sewer, still some distance away from the cave entrance, but not far. However, for the sake of caution, Gordon still gently recited the spell of the shadow ring. The shadow will devour everything. Then, the void, which was thicker than black, flowed out from the obsidian gem of the shadow ring, and directly dragged Gordon's body into another plane. This is the shadow plane that only high-level wanderers and spellcasters who are proficient in shadow spells can enter. However, this effect does not last long, and Gordon's time is tight. Before the spell disappears, it must complete its purpose in the altar. So, it quickly ran directly to the previous cave and entered the interior in front of the human guards. Then it walked through the corridor, went down the steps, and walked to the previous door curtain, and successfully sneaked into the altar hall that it had not entered last time and only glanced at, which was also its destination this time. This place is no longer the same as what Gordon saw at the beginning, and everything has changed dramatically. The black snake sculpture that was first seen last time has been completed after several days of hard work by the snake man. The huge body firmly occupies this underground cave that is several football fields in size and dozens of meters high. It splits this sacrificial site and also firmly protects the black altar under the snake head and on the chest. And on the black altar, there is an object that Gordon is very familiar with. It was the sculpture of Gomadin that was robbed. It was placed intact on the black altar, together with other artworks and history books covered with animal fur. Moreover, on the black altar, there was something that Gordon had seen last time. A snake-like eye floating on it. He looked around vigilantly. It was obviously similar to the third-level spell Mystic Eye of the caster. The effect was probably that it could transmit the same image synchronously with the caster, similar to the high-definition camera in the previous life. However, Gordon only took a quick look and began to patrol the surroundings for a suitable place for it to hide and petrify. It would take some time for Gordon to disappear the spell. That is, to escape from the shadow plane. He could take his time and not rush. Anyway, those snake people, the Mystic Eye, and the Ouroboros members in the hall could not see it in the shadow plane at all. However, it didn't take long. Gordon found a place that was extremely suitable for him to hide. It was in a huge black snake statue. After Gordon's careful observation, the black snake mouth was open enough for it to crawl in. As for whether the statue was safe, Gordon was relatively relieved. After all, the snake head was more than 10 meters above the ground, almost reaching the top of the cave. However, in the dragon heritage, this kind of large sculpture has no use except to please the gods. It is perfect for hiding its body. After careful consideration, Gordon flew into the mouth of the black snake that was tens of meters high without hesitation. He hovered under the tip of the black snake tongue and in front of its throat, because Gordon found that in this position, its vision can easily see the whole situation without being seen by others. Unless it flies parallel to Gordon and observes very carefully, it can see the stone dragon with the same color as the one in the mouth of the black snake. Not long after confirming, Gordon returned from the shadow plane, entered the mouth of the black snake. It was lying down at this time, and its two claws were scratching the rock under the tip of its tongue to prevent it from falling. Then it naturally transformed into a stone statue state after getting a comfortable posture that could overlook the whole situation. Now, all he had to do was to quietly observe the situation of the altar below. By the way, wait for a destined person. But if it didn't wait, then it could only see if it had the opportunity to act as that destined person. After all, it didn't have only one plan. This was just its plan A. But it was also the most labor-saving and safe plan. Plan B. But there was a risk of exposing itself. And it didn't take long. From the north of the sewer, a group of human adventurers arrived. The leader was a warrior wearing ill-fitting chainmail. Behind him, there was a young wizard wearing a gorgeous purple gold wizard robe and holding a pale wooden staff. Behind them, there was a solemn, well-equipped warrior, ranger, and mixed adventurer team. It was Joey and his group who came from the south of the sewer. They all looked a little hurried. But when they heard the returning scouts talking about the eye-catching underground cave entrance not far away, they stopped. Rosen, is this it? Joey walked forward a few steps, stopped at the corner where he could see the entrance of the cave, and asked Rosen behind him. He didn't look afraid, but more curious. When Rosen saw the entrance of the cave, he said very confidently, "Yes, Master. That's right. It's here. The relics of Gomadin are in it. I can get it for you now." As he said that, Rosen took a giant axe from his subordinates and wore a chain mail that didn't fit him well, and wanted to step forward to show his loyalty. However, Joey reached out to stop him. He shook his hand at him and whispered, "There may be someone in that cave. Let's try another way and go in this way. It can avoid conflict." He didn't want to be used by others for no reason. As he said that, the semi-legendary staff of withering in Joey's hand, the pale gem on the staff that looked like a tree root, was gently waved by Joey. The gem cast an invisible magic aura that directly enveloped the entire team. Their figures also became invisible, and only the barely visible pressure of the moss under their feet could reveal that there was originally an adventure team of more than 10 people here. Group invisibility. In this way, Joey and his team, blessed by the group invisibility, slowly approached the cave. However, when they were still a few steps away from the entrance of the cave, there was a clattering sound of footsteps in the corridor opposite, which was scattered but loud. It was obviously a group of disorderly people approaching this side. Those noisy words also echoed in the sewer. Hey, how long will it take to get there? Can you really give us money when we get there? Don't worry. The dragon hunters are such a big gang. How could they possibly need your money? Right. Right. Boss Finch always keeps his word. After this voice sounded, people holding torches came out of the cave entrance, a few steps ahead of Joey to greet them. We're here. There's a fire ahead. We're finally here. The voice sounded when the fire lit up. A long line of people appeared in the invisible Joey field of vision. Ragged beggars, rundown mercenaries, many women in revealing clothes, and those strong thugs. It can be said that all the people seen on the black street were brought to the sewer. Joey was speechless. But thinking of the things in the altar, he decided, just bear with it. As the crowds of people rushed in, Joey waved and followed them into the cave. And those people didn't notice that there was an invisible team following them, until they walked to the altar hall. Other people who came from the black street were madly making noises, and struggling for the appearance of the snake man in the hall. Joey's subordinates hid aside, and watched coldly. Most of them were surprised by the huge size of the black snake statue. Joey found the statue on the altar that he had seen countless times in the Planeswalker notebook in the past few months. This is the sculpture of Galmadon. Gods. It's really here. Thinking that the sculpture in front of him was exactly the same as the one described in the Planeswalker notebook, Joey looked relieved. He believed 8 out of 5 in his heart. And he exhaled slowly, thinking to himself, finally found it. But just when Joey wanted to move forward to observe the snake man eye floating on the black altar, a light shone slightly, directly reflecting the invisible Joey and other team members. And Gordon, who was observing the farce below, also saw Joey and his party suddenly appearing in the sacrificial hall, looking at them with confused faces. It exhaled slowly and let go of its hanging heart. Finally they are here. It missed them very much. After all, the suspected sacrifices were all prepared in the sacrificial hall below. If Joey and his party didn't come again, Gordon would have planned to start Plan B. Fortunately, they are here. Chapter 149 Fire Element Elder in the Sacrificial Hall. Joey and his party suddenly appeared under the snake pupil, which made the originally crying and shouting situation stagnate, and the air seemed to freeze. There was only a slight sound of friction on the ground. However, those refugees in the Black Street were also firmly controlled by the Ouroboros and the thugs of the dragon hunting gang. Apart from making sounds, they could not make any resistance. Joey was surprised to see the apple-sized snake man vertical pupil hanging above the altar. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Originally, Joey thought it was an ordinary secret eye, but he didn't expect it to be an improved version that could detect invisible creatures. But no matter how interesting it was, he didn't insist on his own way. After being discovered by the snake pupil, his first reaction was to retreat to his guard team and let the guards led by Rosen protect him firmly. This is the first principle of being a mage. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you must never take risks yourself. On the other side, a questioning voice also followed. Who are you? Finch, who was knocking a stray mercenary unconscious and seemed a little out of breath, looked at Joey with a look of astonishment on his face. I have no ill intentions. Joey, hiding among the guards, waved his hands quickly and smiled harmlessly. If he could trade, he would still be willing. But his good intentions were doomed to go to waste, because before the Snakeman priest had already issued an order to them before the ceremony was prepared. Don't let go. Everyone who enters the altar hall, they have no other way to go except to become a sacrifice and die. So, although Finch was questioning, his hands behind his back had already gestured to his trusted subordinates behind him. Let them slowly surround it. And don't let anyone go. And there was a snake man spellcaster who was a few steps faster than Finch and his men. Almost before Joey could finish his words, it had already activated the guard mechanism prepared in the cave where the altar was located. And with the crisp click of the gate switch, the cave trap was activated. At the top of the cave, the black snake statues that stood like stalagmites suddenly lit up with scarlet eyes. And at the entrance of the cave, a heavyweight rock also fell down. What was more noticeable was the originally 4 smooth walls with Ouroboros patterns. The black snakes on it seemed to come alive and swam out from the wall and instantly changed from flat, like being inflated, to 4 huge black snakes tens of meters long. 3-ring monster summoning. Alien creature black water python. As soon as the black water python appeared, its distinctive core, which was as thick and black as black, hissed. Its eyes that were ready to devour people scared many homeless people on the black street nearby. However, Joey was still calm, although he didn't expect to meet a snake man with a long history of spell casting in the sewer. And it was the kind of snake man who had not degenerated and was born to be a spellcaster. But this did not prevent him from looking at them with a sizing look. Joey looked at the 4 huge black water pythons ready to go, just like looking at a house cat, and even sighed at the scene when he summoned the black water python before. This kind of engraving, this kind of switch-type summoning spell painted on the wall, seems to be different from the rune seal. It's really interesting. It seems to be a brand new spell system, Joey muttered as he thought, with a desire in his eyes. He has always had a heart to explore the unknown, which is why Joey has a special liking for the profession of planeswalker. But no matter how much he thought, the speed of waving the staff of withering in Joey's hand was not slow, and layers of colorful magic auras with faint light overlapped with his body. Although the 4 black water pythons in front of him were only level 3, he also didn't know what other tricks these snake men had. So, for the sake of safety, he first protected the crowd and brushed himself flexible armor safely, and then mirror image. The former increased defense, and the latter increased confusion. However, just when he was about to give the team and himself a war surge that could boost morale, the 4 giant black water pythons, more than 10 meters long, had already launched a swift and fierce attack on them under the command of a snake man spellcaster. The members of Joey Guard team also raised their weapons and attacked the attacking black water pythons, and did not lose their fighting spirit because of the monster strength. After all, although they are now trapped, they still have hope. That is Master Joey, who is casting a spell behind them. After Joey hurriedly released Fighting Will Surge, he began to recite the spell, intending to cast the spell stored in the robe first, and get rid of a black water python first. However, as soon as the spell was recited, it was turned invisible by an invisible spiritual light, and the flame of fireball in the air was just ignited, and it was blown out directly by the nameless wind. 3-ring spell. Dispel magic. It was not pleasant to have a carefully prepared spell cancelled by someone, so no matter how well-mannered Joey was, he could not help but glare at the Snakeman spellcaster who was preparing a spell in the distance. The Snakeman spellcaster did not comment and gave Joey a cold look. Seeing this mocking look, Joey could not sit still immediately. He was proud and could not tolerate the ridicule from the spellcaster. So, he turned the ruby ring on his hand. He used his left middle finger to cover and rubbed the side ring of the ruby ring twice, and then gently recited the command that he had memorized. Come out! The flame that devours everything. As the spell and the spell were cast at the same time, a wisp of orange flame ignited in the center of the ruby embedded in the ruby ring. That is, the Ring of Fire. A summoning array with densely packed magic patterns also appeared above the ring. Then, the flame absorbed the nutrients in the ruby and grew rapidly until it came into contact with the summoning array. It was as if some kind of chemical reaction had occurred. Black smoke and flames poured out from the summoning array as if they were free. After about 2 or 3 seconds, a burly, minotaur-like flame monster made of flames and smoke appeared in the sacrificial cave. Exactly. Summoned from the fire element plane. The fire element elder. Comparable to a 5th-level monster. The 3-meter-tall fire element elder had already received the order from the ring bearer Joey the moment he appeared. Kill all the black water pythons in front of you, as well as the snake casters in the distance. The fire element elder naturally followed the order, speaking the fire language that others could not understand. He roared loudly, "Tremble under the flames!" After roaring, the body of the fire element swelled in the wind, and instantly changed from the original 3 meters high to a flame monster standing at 5 meters. The hands that were originally empty also had a 2-handed flaming giant sword as big as it was. The fire element holding the flaming giant sword with both hands. He stepped directly on the wind step and rushed towards the black water python that was closest to it and was biting a member of Joey Guard team. The knife fell with his hand. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing. The onlookers only heard the sound of the flames whirring. When they looked again, they saw that there was a headless snake corpse with flames burning all over its body in the cave, which was constantly twisting. The fire burning on the snake body also illuminated the distorted and pale faces of the onlookers. Chapter 150 Legend. The roasted giant snake on the scene was fragrant. But the aroma and heat could not cover up the fact of this battle. That is, it was a one-shot kill without any suspense. It was also a shocking one-shot kill. The first move of the Fire Element Elder made the Ouroboros, the Dragon Hunters, and the thugs who were originally noisy and wanted to surround Joey and his party retreat. Everyone looked at the young man in the robe with horror. There is no doubt that he is a powerful, mysterious spellcaster. It has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. And a large enough open space was cleared near Joey in an instant. The other 3 black water pythons also saw the death of their companions and let out a mournful cry. The snake cores as big as an adult's arm trembled a little. Curled up, they looked at the flame monster in the center with a giant sword in fear. And this Fire Element Elder continued to meticulously complete the orders given to it by Joey. Soon, 3 more burning giant snake corpses appeared one after another in the open space of the cave. Even though the black water pythons fled and hid in various corners of the cave, they were still caught by the Fire Element Elders, and their heads were cut off. Moreover, the aftermath of this time caused bad luck to many people who could not escape. They were either hit by the heat wave aftermath when the fire element attacked, or directly entangled by the twisting long snakes and danced together in the flames. For a while, in the cave, the sad wailing, flickering flames, noisy crying, and the rumbling sound of burning flames, plus the charred pieces of meat wriggling in the flames, formed a scene like the abyss of purgatory. And the birth and completion of this scene. It took just over a minute. The destructive power of the 5th level monster is obvious. Joey looked at the destructive power of the Fire Element Elder and showed a hint of satisfaction. This is an absolute killer in his hand. Even better than the semi-legendary staff in his hand. There is no more useful solution than summoning a Fire Element Elder to deal with a group of enemies. What's more, the casting materials of the Death Finger are very valuable. And the price of using it once is equivalent to summoning the Fire Element Elder 10 times. He still knows how to calculate this number. But what makes Joey a little puzzled is that he is wreaking havoc in the cave like this. The leader of the snake people, or the owner of this altar, is actually indifferent, and has not shown up yet. Just let his Fire Element Elder wreak havoc in it. Could it be that he ran away? Joey couldn't help but guess. But it doesn't matter if he ran away. Anyway, his target was not this altar, but the statue of Gormadon on the altar. Thinking of this, Joey smiled and rubbed his hands. He was a little impatient, but for the sake of safety, he still sent his guards to take down the stone statue of Gormadon from the altar in front of those people, and moved it in front of him. Looking at the familiar face and familiar attire of the sculpture, they all corresponded to what was written in the Planeswalker notebook. If nothing unexpected happened, the medium, that is, the pocket watch, should be hidden under the base of this statue. So, when Joey squatted down and tried to find a gap, he found that there was a hole at the bottom of the statue. And there was nothing in the hole. Where's the pocket watch? Where's the pocket watch? Joey's originally happy face froze, and his expression became a little gloomy. After a while, he raised his head, stood up, and looked at the person who was looking at him in fear not far away. The voice was as calm as the calm before the storm. Where did you find this statue? Although he asked this question, everyone knew that there was a turbulent wave under this tone. That was that he was unhappy. So, before Joey could wait for them to answer, the withering staff in his hand shot out a decay ray, and randomly picked a lucky person. He had to listen to the lucky person's wailing before he could calm down. Joey's actions and the magician's mood swings also made the onlookers tremble with fear, and they retreated one after another. But when they took a step back, the Fire Element Elder with flaming tongues took a step forward. They had no way to retreat. Finally, under this kind of pressure, someone couldn't hold on any longer and trembled and said, "Sir, I snatched this statue when a dog-headed man was fighting a goblin. Damn it!" After hearing this, and thinking about what Rosen said before, Joey knew that he was tricked here. Instantly, Joey got lucky again in anger. After hearing the wail of the new student, Joey calmed down and began to think carefully. Although it was likely that someone tricked him behind the scenes. But Joey wouldn't believe everything the person in front of him said. So he was still skeptical. After all, even if he used human charm to ask again, he couldn't guarantee whether the caster was behind it. In the fight between spellcasters, if one step is missed, the whole game will be lost. What's more, It is not difficult for spellcasters to tamper with memories. So, in the end, Joey did not let these people go, and directly ordered the Fire Element Elder to burn them one by one. He didn't believe that the mastermind behind the scenes would not show up after such destruction. Joey's view on the mastermind behind the scenes is that it is better to kill 10 by mistake than to let one go. On the other side, in the secret room behind the altar, except for a snakeman spellcaster who presided over the sacrificial hall, all other snakemen were here, including the 4th level snakeman priest. They all sat on the ground in a circle, and the ground was engraved with a magic circle with complex patterns. And above the magic circle, the scene in the altar cave was being projected. All the surrounding snakemen could see it, but no matter it was the snakeman priest who was calm and closed his eyes to rest, or the snakeman spellcaster in gorgeous robes, they all looked indifferent, as if the killing in the cave had nothing to do with them. Until in the scene, Joey sent his fire element to strike a devastating blow to the gang of black street thugs. The snakeman priest, who had closed his eyes for a long time, slowly opened his vertical pupils. He looked at the cave in the projection above, where the fire element was setting fire to everything that could be ignited, including those who were originally prepared to be sacrificed to the snake god. He said indifferently to the air without hesitation, "Begin the ceremony." The other snakeman spellcasters also said in unison at the same time, "Begin the ceremony." They seemed to be one. Outside the cave, Gordon, lying in the mouth of the black snake, looked at the sea of fire below, and then looked at Joey, who was using torture to try to get more information from the living. It suddenly felt that it might be the right choice to throw away the pocket watch. Although the pocket watch might be a legendary item, it was useless to it at present, and it didn't need to risk its life and provoke a strong enemy for a useless pocket watch. It was right to stay as far away from this kind of mage, who was more powerful than it. But just when Gordon was planning to stay until the end of the altar, thinking about waiting for the shadow ring to turn, and then leaving the cave from the shadow plane. Below, in the cave, there was a sudden change. First, the snake head sculpture on the top of the cave fell from the sky like rain. And then the huge black snake statue under Gordon's feet began to tremble. Earthquake? But soon, it found that it was not. Because, on the ground of the cave that Gordon could see, countless lines that had been drawn before began to appear as the ground trembled. And Joey below seemed to be alarmed by this abnormality. He wanted to send the Fire Element Elder to obstruct. But no matter how the flames burned, or how the giant sword struck, the lines did not change at all, until it was completely revealed. At this time, Gordon saw clearly what it was. An altar as big as the cave. Countless snake shadows interspersed in the lines. And in the afterglow of the flames, they flashed a black and red light brighter than the fire. At the same time as the altar was built, a vast and indifferent voice came from all directions. Legend has it that the twin snake gods were born from the ashes of the mortal python after it shed its skin. Chapter 151 Summon. Lord of the Abyss. The cave was silent, with only wisps of black oil falling from the top after the black snake head statue fell, raising the flames below by several feet. The indifferent voice continued, and did not give Joey, Gordon and others time to react. A series of fable-like stories came from all directions and filled their ears. Legend has it that in the Doomsday War, the earthly serpent fell with a thunderbolt. Ragnarok ended, and his will and authority also disappeared from the earth, until the god of fire giants sent his subordinates to wreak havoc in the places where he had been. In order to avenge what he had done, the dancing flames burned the entire land, not only burning his altar, but also burning his guards to death, and looting the treasures in the temple. At that moment, the wailing and shouting of thousands of snakes penetrated the heaven and earth and resounded under the starry sky. It was under this circumstance that the shouting and calling successfully summoned Amgardo. It was born from the embers, descended in the dancing flames, and regained his will and authority, allowing the shadow of death to cover this post-war world again. The voice became more and more urgent. Until the end, it was already very difficult to understand, like a prayer. But it came from all directions, as if loudspeakers were placed everywhere, and the echoes were buzzing, making people unable to refuse to listen even if they covered their ears. Gordon in the black snake mouth and Joey, and his group below were all stunned by the sudden sound and the story contained in the sound, especially the sudden change in the topography of the cave, which gave people a bad premonition. But the voice did not stop. It was still reciting the ancient, poetic story. Now, the fire giant's flames are burning on the earth. The fire element elder's flames were burning in the cave, igniting everything that could be ignited in the cave, illuminating the dark cave as if it were daytime. The snake god guard died, and the altar offerings fell into the hands of the enemy. The 4 huge black water pythons, their scorched and twisted bodies lay on the flat ground, motionless, and the sculpture of Galmadon stood quietly beside Joey. 10,000 snakes are crying, whether it was the black water python head cut off by the fire element elder, the snake head sculpture that fell from the top, or the snake-shaped pattern in the altar. Their snake heads were all in the same direction, all worshipping the huge black snake surrounding the altar. And the silent crying enveloped the cave. And the sacrifices and omens before his coming are the fragrance of death and soul. In the cave, the smell of meat filled the air, and the bodies buried in the flames were all cooked to the point of being overcooked. The earth is wailing because of his coming. Boom boom. The earth is shaking, and the flames are roaring. Not to mention the sewers. Even the pedestrians in Kalanda felt the violent vibration. And Gordon clearly felt the vibration from the black snake statue below, which was even greater than the reaction of the altar before. If it weren't for its claws firmly grasping, it might have fallen down the black snake throat. Joey guards below were also a little swaying because of the sudden vibration, standing unsteadily, all showing confusion and a hint of fear. The only legendary spells that can rival the natural disaster are the legendary spells. This made many of them a little crazy. Some even said nonsense, such as, "Who is it? Come out and talk. Don't hide your head and tail," or screaming and shouting in fear, mixed with the roar of flames. Joey's reaction was very quick, and he recovered as soon as he could. He endured the shaking feeling caused by the unstable center of gravity, and said to the fire elemental lord, who was not affected at all, and was still arsonist, "Find the bugs talking behind you. Kill them. Don't let them continue to recite." He also felt a fear of this invisible and unpredictable source in his heart. Although he did not admit it, he was really afraid. So much so that he cast a few more defensive spells on himself. Anti-death barrier. Order shield. The light blue and white magic auras surrounded his body. The invisible tower shield of shield spell was placed above him, firmly blocking his sky. After casting these spells, Joey breathed a sigh of relief. And the voice was still speaking indifferently, ignoring the actions of Joey and others. It was like a machine, without any emotion. So far, the conditions are met, and the ceremony is established. The twin serpent gods, Omgardo. He will be born under the embers, and descend in the flames. Regain power, and let the shadow of death return to the world. In the secret room, the snakeman priest had a fanatical look on his face. But after telling all this in an extremely calm manner, the miniature altar under him burst into a bloody light, tightly wrapping it, and the bodies of dozens of other snakeman spellcasters. In less than a second, the flesh and blood under their hard scales began to melt like snow under the scorching sun. And the power gained from the flesh and blood was like all irrigated into this miniature altar. As the body melted, the patterns on the altar also twisted and changed, until the head of the snakeman sacrifice finally disintegrated. The patterns were completely formed. A lifelike, scaled and clearly defined double-headed giant snake pattern was formed on the altar. What was shocking was that one of its heads had no flesh and blood, only pale bones and a blue fire burning in its pupils, while the other snake head was the same as the Ouroboros symbol, a black snake with red pupils. But from the tyrannical and crazy eyes of the black snake head, one could see its strong desire for destruction, death and destruction. Omgardo. And this is exactly what the twin snake gods worshipped by Ouroboros really look like. At the same time, in the bottomless abyss of the multiverse, a plane where corpses and war bones can be seen everywhere, a two-headed giant snake that was hundreds of feet tall, and whose length was unknown, was sleeping soundly in a white bone nest composed of the corpses of several legendary demons and purgatory red dragons. It was the lord of this abyssal plane. I don't remember the number of layers, but there is no doubt that there is no living creature here. All invaders who dared to enter were killed by it one by one. Suddenly, in the eye sockets of one of its white bone snake skulls, the soul fire that had been extinguished for who knows how many years suddenly lit up. And the violent vertical pupils of the other head also suddenly opened. It looked at the endless white bone wilderness and felt a call from the dark. Omgardo. This was the name it once left in the main material plane. But the time was too long, and it had forgotten why it left this name. Was it the soft snake body that was being ravaged at that time? Or the sweet soul? Or perhaps both? It only vaguely remembered that it had given its blood a golden plaster and borrowed the name of the earthly python. Otherwise, how could it trick the queen of the snake empire into bed? But it hadn't been out for a long time, since it returned to the abyss. After a few years of bloody battles, it was firmly confined here and could not move. In countless years, there have also been such mysterious calls. At first, he wanted to respond, but as soon as he moved a little, he felt a white light coming from the dark, which was full of malice, making him feel disgusted and disgusted. Over the years, it had not responded to those calls once, but this time was different. This time the white light was very weak, so weak that it could easily resist and be immune. So it responded, but just when it wanted to use it to enter, it found that the altar was too small and the amount of sacrifice was too small. It could not enter in its body, but could only use its clone. It frowned slightly, and the soul fire of the white snake's skull flickered. Forget it. Just take it as a break. I've had enough of this place. It looked at the wilderness outside the nest again and closed its eyes. Then, an invisible pulling force attracted a black scale and a white snake bone on its snake body to the sky. As the space door opened, the black scales and bones disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the fire element elder finally relied on the giant sword in his hand to split open the secret room behind the cave. But as soon as it broke open, it found that the secret room was empty. There was only a pattern with a two-headed giant snake pattern printed on the ground, and the black scales and white snake bone remnants that were melting on the pattern were shining on the ground. As the last scale melted away, the ground seemed to be boiling, with illusory bubbles. In the bubbles, a two-headed giant snake, almost the same size as the fire element elder, struggled to get up from the ground pattern. At the first sight of the fire element elder, its head, which had been burned by the flames and only white bones were left, frowned and said in the language of the abyss with disgust, "I hate fire." In the cave, Joey found that the ring of fire he was wearing suddenly broke after the fire element elder entered the secret room. Under normal circumstances, rubies will only break when the energy is exhausted. But Joey, who has summoned the fire element elder many times, naturally knows how long a ruby can last, and it is still a long way from exhausting its energy. Therefore, another situation can't help but echo in his mind. That is, the fire element elder has been killed and sent back to the fire element plane. At this time, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the entrance of the secret room destroyed by the fire element elder. Chapter 152 Breath of Decay. When life and death gather in one body, it will bring great shock and deterrence to people. This two-headed giant snake with half of its body made of bones. When it appeared, the two pairs of cold and cruel eyes swept around, and Joey guards were stunned on the spot, including the third-level Rosen, who was stared at by that gaze and could not move. His hands and feet were stiff, and cold sweat flowed down his back, soaking the clothes made of linen. Some people were even unable to resist and were directly scared to shit and urinate. It was a negative effect produced by the fear aura of the twin snakes, a state of stiffness. It can make all creatures who look directly at it subject to a round of will judgment. Those who cannot pass it will be subject to various negative debuffs. For a while, the surroundings were filled with strange smells, but no one laughed, including Joey. Cold sweat also flowed down his forehead, and his back was a little cold. He recognized where the species in front of him came from. This chaotic and crazy breath was undoubtedly from the abyss. He didn't know which layer the Lord was. There are too many planes in the abyss. After so many years of exploration by adventurers and those astral travelers, they have only explored a few hundred layers. They are particularly familiar with the lords of several planes that produce important resources. For example, the demon lord Zugmoy, who lives on the 222nd layer of the abyss and is known as the Queen of Fungi and the Lady of Decay. Her plane, Sindakra, is a place that many legendary wizards particularly like to go, because Sindakra was corrupted by the Lady of Fungi. Plants and fungi grew rapidly, and they also contained various rare and precious spell materials. Joey originally thought that the previous chanting was just a useless sacrifice. After all, this sacrificial platform was so small, and the sacrifices were so careless. It was a foolish dream to want to summon any powerful monster. So he was not panicked at all, and always looked at it with a calm heart. But he never thought that these snake people would actually summon the demon lord from the bottomless abyss. How is it possible? This is not magic. In theory, At least 1,000 people should be sacrificed to try to summon the supreme existence from the abyss. At most, this scale can summon a berserker or a seducer. It is impossible to summon a Baylor flame demon, let alone the Abyss Lord. But the facts are in front of him, and Joey can't help but believe it. So, he has been a little annoyed and regretful to come here. Even though he has various amulets, he is still a low-level wizard. He is not strong enough to deal with a demon lord. Even in the main material plane, the demon lord is just a clone, and he is not strong enough unless he is released. Thinking of this, Joey couldn't help but glance at his waist, and his hand couldn't help but touch the storage belt, as if that would make him feel at ease. However, the two-headed giant snake didn't seem to be very interested in him, but was particularly interested in the corpses on the ground. One of its heads was devouring and chewing the cooked meat frantically, while the other head was absorbing the soul breath filled with flames. An invisible cold wind blew through the cave, and the blue flames in the eyes of the white-boned snake head grew stronger. The body, which was originally 17 or 18 meters long, slowly grew to more than 30 meters long under the devouring of the black snake. This is the maximum length that an adult red dragon can reach. Although the cave is not small, it still brings enough pressure to people, if we measure it by strength. Then this demon lord, the twin snake Ongardo, has reached the 6th level in the main material plane, infinitely close to the 7th level supernatural, and this is still under the suppression of the plane power. If it is given enough time, it will naturally reach the 8th level, or even the 9th level legend. It is not a problem if it can stay so long. Joey also took this opportunity to leave quietly, but just as he was about to move, he found that he could not move, and his feet were stuck to the ground. His face suddenly became ugly. It seems that the two-headed giant snake has already set its sights on him. It's just the difference between a dessert before a meal and a meal. When he was looking for the root cause of his inability to move, he found his feet all the way and looked along the shadow of his feet. Only then did he realize that his shadow, including the shadows of his guards, had been entangled by countless shadow-like black snakes on the ground, which were tightly biting their shadows. Even if they recovered from the negative state of fear aura, they could not move. This was another kind of human biological immobilization spell. In response, Joey quickly relied on the spell stored in Withering Staff Remove Magic. Let the black snakes on the ground retreat and regain freedom. But this also alarmed Ongardo, who was eating over there. At this time, one of its heads was chewing food, with the remains of the lower body still left at the corner of its mouth, and the other white-boned skull was raised high, looking at the group of legged creatures who tried to open its snake shadow spell over there with its dark blue soul eyes. Although it knew that the scientific name of these people was human, it had always called them creatures with legs. After all, the only ones that it could truly recognize and call out their full names were the high elves with pointed ears. Once upon a time, the magic attainments of the elves were not inferior to those of the snake men. It was at that time that its head was seriously injured and turned into bones. If it did not have two heads, I am afraid that its bones would have turned into fertilizer under the soil. Respected Lord of the Abyss, I have no intention of disturbing your meal. I am willing to offer a generous amount of purgatory gems as compensation from the Sventus family to you. Joey put forward the conditions in silence and coldly. He stared at the clone of the demon lord and waited for its answer. The servants behind him also held their breath. If possible, they did not want to fight with the monster that seemed to be an undead creature in front of them. That was not much different from Sun Si, and it seemed to be more serious than death. It is well known that undead creatures are best at playing with the souls of mortals. Ongardo's head was still swallowing food, and the snake head like a skeleton stared at them, as if he didn't hear anything. Joey's face froze immediately. This was the first time he was humiliated like this. But thinking of the high price, he felt that it didn't matter if he endured it once. After all, this kind of clone, even if he could kill it, in the end, he got nothing except the hatred of the demon lord. So, in order to show his sincerity, he repeated it again. But this time, he also brought the name of his legendary mage grandfather Dexus Fentus as the key point. At this time, the giant snake from the abyss stopped eating, and the two heads looked at the thin human wizard. The black snake head with violent vertical pupils asked, "Legendary wizard? Dexa? Your grandfather?" "Yes." Joey thought there was a turnaround, and nodded hurriedly. At this time, the other snake head once again cut off his thoughts. "But your grandfather is not here. Bug, you are doomed to die." As he said, the pale snakehead opened its empty upper and lower jaws, and the bone teeth in the mouth were clearly visible. But, the next moment, an endless storm of withering gathered from its mouth. It spit mercilessly at the unprepared Joey and his guards. It was the breath ability possessed by its death snake head. Withering breath. Chapter 153 Legendary Spells, and the desperate situation of death. As soon as the roaring sound of the wind of withering breath reached their ears, the Joey guards led by Rosen felt a violent tearing in their bodies. The pain was so heart-wrenching that they wailed, and tried to reach out to ask their master Joey for help. But Joey was also unable to take care of himself. The aura of the shield in front of him kept flashing. Both the anti-death barrier and the order shield were useless in front of this breath. The only thing that allowed him to be safe and sound in this withering breath was the third ring on his hand. High-level protection ring can create a defense against negative energy erosion around the ring holder, and the time it takes for the shield to disappear depends on the size of the defense area and the enemy's damage. Joey can create a shield that is enough to protect his subordinates, but he is cold-hearted by nature and does not care about the lives of these subordinates. So in order to make the shield last longer, he only hangs it to protect himself. No matter how those people struggled and wailed in the withering wind of negative energy, he remained indifferent until the withering wind completely disappeared in the cave. He slowly removed the high protection ring, but at this time, his guards had already turned into a lifeless corpse, like a mummy. But he did not even look at the curled up bones on the ground, but continued to speak to the demon lord with a solemn expression. Respected Lord of the Abyss, the souls of these mortals also belong to you. How about letting me go? I am no different from your enemy. The Spinster family will never forget your kindness, Joey emphasized. But Amgardo, who was chaotic and evil by nature, ignored the admonition of the spellcaster in front of him. After a round of exhalation, only one person was left. The pale snake skull took a deep breath leisurely, although it could only be judged from the opening and closing of its bony mouth and the contraction of its abdominal bones that it was breathing. But the guard mummy on the ground also followed its breathing, and a group of illusory mist with human features floated out from the mummy's face and was then sucked out by it. The soul mist turned into a wisp of cold white smoke and flew into its mouth. After the death snake head chewed the joy of the strong soul of the veteran warrior, its eyes, which were more vigorous, said to Joey, who was quietly watching it devour the soul not far away. I can let you go, it said word by word. That's more. Joey's expression eased a little, and just when he wanted to retreat away, then the other destruction snake head showed a meaningless smile. The gap of the smile stretched to the back of its mouth. It looked cruel and greedy, and it added with a grin. But I will leave your soul as a gift when I leave. I haven't tasted the soul of a human mage for a long time. Their souls are always in short supply in the abyss. Destruction Snake Head smiled coldly and watched Joey's reaction. Seeing this, Joey did not say anything and directly took out the teleportation scroll bound to the territory of the Stanstead family from his storage belt, intending to leave directly. Without a soul, how can he live? He doesn't even have the chance to be resurrected by the perfect resurrection technique. Agreeing to it is no different from seeking death. Although this long-distance directional teleportation scroll is expensive. But when he can't escape later, the trigger spell attached to it will trigger the teleportation scroll actively. So it's better to leave quickly now. What he is thinking about now is how to go back and explain this matter to his grandfather. He exhausted his mind to inherit the plain mage, but he only got a note describing the plain knowledge. Although it is somewhat useful, he has no job transfer items. So everything is in vain. Damn it. It's all the fault of the so-called God-favored dragon. Otherwise how could he come here and meet these cultists? It's also the fault of that damn Gormadon, who hid a job transfer inheritance item. Even in Joey's mind, he blamed the two women of the adventure team who escaped a few months ago. If it weren't for them, maybe the situation would be different now. As the teleportation scroll was torn open by Joey, his mind was like a revolving lantern, recalling many things in the past few months, and emotions of annoyance, regret, and unwillingness emerged one after another. Logically speaking, a real mage should not have these emotions, but Joey was unwilling to give up. After all, it had only been a few months since he set out from Stanstead Castle with full confidence and now escaped back like a stray dog using the scroll. No matter who was in his position, he could not accept this gap. After all, he was still too young. Moreover, he gained nothing except the Planeswalker Codex, and lost a group of servants and a lot of magic items. This adventure was a total loss. Forget it. He sighed softly and looked at the mirror-sized teleportation light gate that had been erected in front of him. Without any hesitation, he raised his foot to step in. His last glance was to stare fiercely at the two-headed giant snake from the abyss. Sooner or later, he will make it pay the price. Joey, who was vindictive, thought with resentment. But before his left foot stepped into the light gate in front of him disappeared instantly. And the surrounding cave environment disappeared with the light gate. It was like being teleported directly. But this place was definitely not where he wanted to go. Because the two-headed giant snake from the abyss was also here. In this vast and boundless environment, with only the black of destruction and the white of death. Joey looked at the approaching giant snake. He gritted his teeth, knowing that this was not the time to save the scroll. So, he took out the magic scroll made of the softest skin of the red dragon, which was placed on the top layer of the scroll cabinet, from the deepest part of the storage scroll. When he took out this scroll, even he felt the pain he had never experienced before. It was nothing special. This was a special spell scroll inscribed with legendary spell. It was special because it did not require a ritual to prepare, a spellcasting level, or other materials. The only thing it needed was the blood of someone from the Spinster family to activate it. The more blood contributed, the more powerful the spell in this scroll would be. And his blood was the most authentic bloodline of his lineage. So, he watched the chatterbox explain to him how it had gained the ability Death Despair that could pull an area into its own dimensional space when its head was injured. Which was a gifted realization. He actually wanted to laugh. Death is imminent. But it is still uncertain. This may be a common problem for creatures in the abyss. Go back to the abyss. Damn reptile. Joey opened the spell scroll engraved with a legendary rune without hesitation. Cut his arm with a knife. And let the red blood drip on the leather scroll. Wisps of magic mist floated from the surface. And then boiled violently. The two-headed giant snake seemed to feel something was wrong. And the two angry heads wanted to attack immediately. But its attack, whether it was breath or bite, or spell, under the protection of the high protection ring. The energy in the ring could support Joey to use this legendary scroll completely. Legendary spell, Spinster Sunburn Falls. A scorching sunbeam column constructed by magic descended on the enemy's head. The light column was a spell damage mixed with elemental and primordial magic. Even an adult red dragon with fire immunity and the magic resistance scales that it was proud of would be washed away by this violent spell. Then, Omgardo discovered with horror. In this pale and black dimension, a blazing sun-like light column rose slowly above its head. Finally, the sun-like light column was like a waterfall after time stopped. Without any stagnation. It fell with a bang. Then countless blazing sunlights bloomed on the surface of his skin and bones, washing his whole body. It made his body and mind suffer double torture. His originally slender torso slowly shrank, and his flesh and blood were no longer full. The other half of the white bones that were as white as jade also showed cracks. The overwhelmed snake screamed in this place. A space that only a winner could leave. It resounded. Chapter 154 Curtain Call on the other side. On the black snake statue in the cave. The stone dragon Goton was lying down, looking at the bottom of the cave, a little confused. It just saw with its own eyes that a snake and a man suddenly disappeared in the cave, leaving only corpses. The portal with the light still on, and the blazing flames. It must be said that it feels good to look down at the battlefield, which allows it to have an overview and obtain all the ground information. Now, the disappearance of the wizard and the giant snake seems to be a good time to leave. Goton looked at the cave illuminated by the firelight and had an idea in his mind. But soon, it was rejected by it, because it thinks it is better to wait until the shadow ring is turned. Only in this way can it give it a sense of security. It dare not let it go down and pass through the battlefield where the giant snake disappeared. If the giant snake called Twin Serpent God suddenly appears when it is about to leave, where will it run? It is not sure whether it can hide under his nose. You know, the giant snake comes from the abyss, and is likely to be the incarnation of the Lord of the Abyss. It is not easy to hide it. So Gordon thinks that he should wait until the shadow ring is restored before leaving. This is the safest plan. And it is difficult to describe its mood now, although it has succeeded in making them fight each other. But it does not have the ability to be the mantis catching the cicada, and the oriole behind. Nor does it have the idea of being the fisherman who benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. To be honest, All of this seems to run counter to its original intention. Originally, he just wanted to use this wizard hand to stop this evil cult sacrificial ceremony. After the conflict, it is best to seriously injure their leader, so that it is reasonable for it to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to pick up a loophole. But the current situation is terrible, and it no longer hopes to fight with two tigers. One of them must be injured. It is enough to withdraw safely. This is obviously not an event that a child who was only born a few months ago can participate in. As for other things, it has not thought about it. After all, it has never thought that these cultists are so fierce that they can summon the Lord of the Abyss at once. However, Gordon did not doubt it, because this kind of sacrifice ceremony is also well known in the dragon heritage. That is, the famous blood sacrifice magic. If the quality is not enough, the quantity is used. And if the quantity is not enough, the body's flesh and blood is used. When the High Elves were in chaos during the Civil War, most of their high-level spellcasters burned their lives and sacrificed their bodies in order to cast legendary spells that could not match their level. Often, if legendary spells are used forcibly, several lives will be sacrificed. And the price is the tragic result of being unable to be resurrected and the soul being burned out. So much so that the High Elves banned this blood sacrifice method. But what was unexpected was that the descendants of the witches, one of the 5 ancestral races from the chaos of the world, the snake people, actually knew this kind of spell. And the means and tricks of sacrifice were not much worse than those of the elves. Just as Gordon was waiting patiently, there was movement below. However, it was not the giant snake and the wizard that Gordon thought suddenly disappeared, but a cat with blue fur that came in from nowhere. Its vertical pupils were solemnly scanning the cave, and with its round cat face, it looked cute. But Gordon didn't laugh, because this round-faced blue cat soon turned into a dragon. A real bronze dragon. Or rather, it turned back into a bronze dragon. This is a bronze dragon of almost the same size as it. It is not very old, and the green-copper color on its scales has not completely faded. It is obviously a real dragon in adolescence. When Gordon saw it, he thought of the kind-hearted person Nina mentioned, who was also the bronze dragon it suspected to be a bronze dragon. Although it is not 100% sure, it is still 80% sure, unless Kalando has 3 bronze dragons. But these are none of Gordon's business. How did it find this place? Could it be that the passage in the underground cave has been discovered? Gordon looked at the bronze dragon below, sniffing among the human corpses, not only extinguishing the fire in the cave, but also exploring the secret room, and began to think. But to be honest, it has been several days since the incident at the dock, so it is normal to be discovered. It's just that Gordon was a little regretful that he could no longer go to that underground cave. Just when Gordon was lying down with his little head, looking at the bronze dragon below looting the artworks placed on the altar, the place where the giant snake and the mage disappeared, suddenly, a 2-headed giant snake lying on its side with no breath appeared, lying on its belly, motionless. The soul fire of the head of death was completely extinguished, and the mage Joey, who was holding the half-folded staff of withering from death despair, and whose originally gorgeous robes were already tattered, looked at the 2-headed giant snake in front of him with no breath and its skin burned into charcoal. And he breathed a sigh of relief on his pale face with sweat dripping. It almost exhausted everything and killed the 2-headed giant snake from the abyss. It was an acceptable ending. At least he was still alive. But when he found the bronze dragon in the cave, looting the items on the altar, his face changed again. And soon, he became extremely angry again, because he saw this real dragon that looked like a sculpture. His heart subconsciously thought of that dragon. That is, the dragon favored by God who deceived Rosen. Is it pretending to be it? Is everything planned by it? Although the one in front of him was a bronze dragon. Joey, who was familiar with dragon knowledge, knew that metal dragons were not immutable. There were also villains among them. Anger had burned out Joey's few rationalities. Anyway, it must not be a good thing to be able to sneak here quietly. With this thought, Joey raised the staff of withering high, and he was about to aim at the bronze dragon without hesitation, using his most powerful spell against life. On the staff of withering, the 7-ring spell Finger of Death came with it, because Finger of Death could not be cast on undead creatures. He did not cast this spell on the 2-headed giant snake because it was useless. As the light gathered by the gem on the top of the dead wood-like staff of withering became brighter and brighter, it also illuminated the wings and scales of the bronze dragon facing away from Joey. and the faint chanting of the spell also sounded in the empty cave. The casting action was so fast that before the bronze dragon could react, a beam of negative energy light in the form of a beam directly hit the dragon wing that it had barely protected. But the negative energy did not penetrate, but eroded. The sudden heart-wrenching pain brought by the finger of death made the bronze dragon, which had never suffered such an injury, howl in pain. The dragon roared throughout the cave. Soon it returned to silence, with only the ho-ho sound of the dragon breathing. The bronze dragon, which was still alive and kicking just now, was lingering on, like the two-headed giant snake, half lying on the ground, powerless. It must be said that it was lucky. The super-high physique of the dragon allowed it to be exempted from the instant death effect brought by the finger of death. But the erosion of negative energy made it unable to move, and it could only watch the wizard in tattered robes, leaning on the staff. It limped to the place where the bronze dragon was. That is, the altar. Looking at the seriously injured bronze dragon, Joey grinned and laughed hoarsely. He asked the bronze dragon, "Tell me, where did you hide the pocket watch?" He had now identified the bronze dragon as the dragon favored by God, who had deceived him. The bronze dragon was still suffering from the negative energy, so painful that it could not speak a complete sentence. Just as it tilted its head and tried to organize its words to defend itself, it found that it was in the sky above the altar. A dragon shadow suddenly appeared in the mouth of the black giant snake. When it saw it clearly, it found that this burly real dragon with a black body and 4 huge horns did not belong to the 5-color dragon, but to the dragon clan created by the 9-faced dragon god Io, one of the 5 original dragons. Lava Dragon. It was Gotan in the mouth of the black snake sculpture. As a natural hunter, it would never miss this perfect opportunity. So, it decisively opened the ring of silence and climbed out of the black snake mouth carefully, trying not to drop any debris. Then, it folded its wings and jumped down from the sky like a hunting osprey. And the human mage Joey below, when he felt the wind above but no sound, looked up curiously. Then he saw the terrifying dark golden vertical pupils, and the shadow that was enough to cover his vision. He raised his staff and tried to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. The high-level protection ring in his hand, which was almost exhausted of energy and could only emit a thin light curtain, collapsed at the touch of a huge force. He was thrown down, crushed, and bitten. The dark golden vertical pupil monster attacked decisively and fiercely, with a unique beauty of brutality in the brutality. While struggling, the semi-legendary staff of withering in his hand fell down the steps of the altar. Soon, the blood flowing in his body turned into a pool of blood and flowed down the altar steps. Before he died, Joey's eyes were tired and desperate, and filled with unbelievable shock. Why are there 2 dragons in the sewer? But he could never say the sentence, and could only drift away with his soul. But for Jelen, the real dragon in front of him, it was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. 158, Chapter 155 Poor Acting Chapter 155 Poor Acting in the cave. The black-scaled dragon fell from the sky and crushed and tore the mage apart. The only witness was a bronze dragon that was dying under the finger of death. Its emerald vertical pupils were wide open, and its needle-like pupils shrank. It wanted to expand its vision to see something, but the pain all over its body made it unable to raise its head to witness the scene. All it could see was the black snake jaws, and the thick black dragon tail that occasionally passed through its field of vision. Only the faint smell of blood in the air told what had just happened. Of course, it couldn't see the lava dragon that it thought was justice from heaven. When its vertical pupils looked at it, they were extremely complicated and seemed to be a little hesitant. What the 2 dragons didn't realize was that the newly dead soul seemed to have awakened the death snake head of the 2-headed giant snake lying on its side, and blue flames ignited in the eye sockets as deep as the abyss. Gordon felt the soft flesh, with a bit of bone spurs touching its cushion under his claws. He pressed hard again, and a twisting and snapping sound came, and the previous week's struggle and twitching all disappeared. It did not choose to collect the spoils first, letting the rolling staff and its dead-wood-like body sink into the pool of blood, but cast its eyes on the bronze dragon that had fallen behind it. For this young bronze dragon, perhaps because it reminded Nina and the others of their departure, it was difficult for Gordon to have a bad impression of it. Or perhaps it was because he felt the pressure of the old bronze dragon cruising over his head at the bottom of the sea, making it difficult for him to kill this bronze dragon like he killed other adventurers. However, Gordon did not hesitate for long, and a discontinuous voice came from his mind. like an electric current, with a bad signal. Bronze Dragon telepathic communication. Gordon accepted the communication. And then a young boy voice sounded in his mind. Thank you, sir. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my life would be lost here. Before Gordon wanted to ask for anything back, the Bronze Dragon continued. My name is Jellin. I belong to the Bronze Dragon clan of the Endless Sea. I have informed my uncle that it is on the way. I will definitely thank you very much. Okay. Hearing this, Gordon no longer hesitated whether to kill or let it go. It did not forget that this was still a sewer, and its shadow ring had not yet turned well. If it really wanted to hide, it might not be good enough under the full search of an angry old Bronze Dragon. So, it replied with a slightly mellow voice. You can call me Gordon. It's okay, Jellin. I am also looking for the thief who stole items from my treasure house. God knows how much effort I have spent to find him. Gordon casually made an excuse for himself, muttering. And then when the Bronze Dragon reluctantly raised its head to look at it, he took the semi-legendary staff in the pool of blood, and then the valuable equipment that could be identified on the corpse. In order to make it seem real, Gordon deliberately emphasized his tone when picking up other equipment. These and your life. Just consider them as compensation for delaying my time. The Bronze Dragon did not say anything, but nodded in understanding. After all, the time of a real dragon is very precious. However, it could not see the back of the Gaduin, and a trace of surprise flashed in its vertical pupils when it saw the dead mage's body. A golden glow, like a small sun. A golden ball suspended on the body. Just now, it let go of the light ball when it found it coming out. And then it was disturbed by the Bronze Dragon communication, so that it did not find such a large golden light ball. If its guess is correct, this is a 5th level talent. But this mage is obviously very weak. Apart from those powerful magic items, according to Gaduin's judgment, his real level should not exceed the 3rd level. How could there be a 5th level? However, there is no reason for it to reject this kind of talent light ball that is delivered to the door. The light ball sank into its chest like a meteor, and the personal panel began to pass the information flow of loading. Analysis. At this time, Gaduin did not care, and planned to deal with the Bronze Dragon here first. After all, there was an old Bronze Dragon rushing at full speed. Although it felt that it had done nothing bad, it still had a natural aversion to the fact that life and death were not under its control. This heavy pressure made Gordon a little irritated, but he tried to keep his tone light, and took the initiative to attack the Bronze Dragon to open the topic. By the way, what are you doing in the sewer? Why are you here? To destroy these cultists? Gordon turned around and looked at the Bronze Dragon with a curious look and asked. No. I'm here to find an evil red dragon. It attacked the port of Kalandu. But I was on the road and felt the gathering of fire elements here. So I came here. Bronze Dragon Jellin said to Gordon calmly. Oh, the red dragon. It's really too much. In my heart, it's more hateful than human thieves. Gordon nodded in agreement, and explained to the Bronze Dragon the various hateful things about the red dragon without changing his expression. And Bronze Dragon Jellin didn't doubt him, because the molten dragon in front of him was black, which was completely different from the red dragon with bright red scales. What's more, it saved itself, so it didn't doubt the lies of Gordon's words at all. What's more, in the dragon heritage, red dragons and molten dragons both like volcanoes and mountains, and it is normal to fight for territory. So, it comforted Gordon in return. It's okay. Its size. Well, I heard from those humans that it's the same size as us. Although the red dragon is very strong, we two can definitely beat it together, even if it comes now. Don't be afraid. When Jellin said this, he didn't think about his half-crippled state at all. So he thought of the scene after the two of them defeated the red dragon together, and couldn't help waving his claws. But the severe pain made him scream again. Gordon was a little embarrassed to see that he was so honest, but he had to lie. So Gordon could only agree with his idea. That's right. Even if it comes, don't be afraid. Not to mention that your uncle is still on the way. So if it comes, don't be afraid. Well, that's right. But be careful. The Bronze Dragon Jellin was about to nod, indicating that his uncle came, and he really didn't need to care about a small red dragon. But he found that behind Gordon, under the altar, the two-headed giant snake that had already cooled down, the rotten bones, moved again, and his childish voice was a little distorted. After absorbing the fragrance of high-quality souls, The two-headed giant snake in pseudo-death came back to life. However, the moment it struggled to get up, it was discovered by the bronze dragon. After all, its every move was so eye-catching in the cave. After hearing the prompt, Gordon turned back in time and also saw the movement of the huge monster. Without thinking, Gordon flew up first, leaned against the altar statue, and then sprayed the lava breath brewing in his chest. Omgardo, who had just woken up and opened his eyes, found a lump of hot and sticky liquid sprayed on his face. Hiss! The roar of the Lord of the Abyss echoed in the cave, shaking the broken mountain rock fragments and falling down. Chapter 156 Perfect Body. Under the heavy sound waves of the giant snake roar, Gordon was frightened and vomited even more, almost vomiting all the food in his body at once. After all, he didn't dare to go up and fight with this monster. Maybe he would be dead if he got entangled. The most correct way is to stand on the commanding heights and attack from a distance. But what Gordon didn't expect was that from its dragon head, a cone-shaped sticky hot slurry was sprayed, covering half of the body area of the two-headed giant snake. The giant snake, which had some strength left and roared fiercely just now, actually withered like this. Under the baptism of magma, it fell down in a winding manner, motionless, as if it was dead. Let the boiling magma flow and drip on the half-skeletal body. But Gordon will not take it lightly before the ball of light on the giant snake body emerges. So, it forced itself to swallow its empty stomach and squeezed out a little more food from its body. And with the energy from its talent recovery by breathing, it sprayed the giant snake body once more. The heat from lava breath touched the giant snake body without reservation. And this time, the magma completely covered the other half of it. The smell of burnt meat filled the air, and it was already very strong. But this was not enough. And after it awakened, it also used spells such as secondary fire arrow and magic missile that it had learned from the warlock profession. With a whoosh and a bang, a small explosion occurred on the two-headed giant snake. After a series of attacks, the two-headed, huge abyss giant snake still did not move, as if it was really dead. But Gordon would not believe it. Still not approaching, it hid at a safe distance, waiting for the next lava breath to resume. Anyway, it would not approach no matter what. If it was not afraid of ridicule, the giant snake would definitely speak up. Say, stop pretending. In my eyes, your tricks are as ridiculous as a thief who wants to steal the treasure house under the nose of a real dragon. Or, haha, you are as stupid as a dwarf. Just wait there slowly. Anyway, I won't approach. Or use the Zahn quotes from the previous life. With your acting skills, no one wants you to be a supporting role, because they think you are unlucky. And other mocking sentences. It will definitely make the giant snake feel like it is having a cerebral hemorrhage. But it is unnecessary. Anyway, it is now a young dragon. And its breath is no longer once a day like before. At worst, it will wait until the old bronze dragon comes. Gordon would rather lose this ball of light than approach. Safety first. Life is only once. However, Gordon could wait. But Omgardo, covered by the scorching lava, could not. It had suffered a round of legendary spell Sphinster's Scorching Falls before, and was washed by the manic magic light column. It was lucky to be alive. If it were not for the fragrance of the soul, which allowed it to rekindle the soul fire, its consciousness might have returned to the abyss before waking up from the suspended animation. The shackles attached to the main material plane were too heavy for it. Under the severe injury, it could clearly feel the malice of this world towards the powerful abyss creatures. The excellent recovery ability brought by legendary body was completely invalid here. A minor wound, under the blessing of the world's will, can only rot and deteriorate, and cannot be restored. Therefore, Omgardo, which originally had little life left, could not hold on after these rounds of magma baptism and the passage of time. Even if it wanted to pretend to be dead at the beginning and sneak attack the real dragon. But as time passed, it was powerless and could not even fight to the death. Moreover, it found that the behavior of this molten dragon seemed to be 10 times more cunning than those hateful green dragons. And it knew how to deceive people's hearts better than those demons. So much so that it was so weak that it could not even make the last cry of its life. Just like that, it died in confusion. However, its mind still cannot understand why a molten dragon known for its brutality and recklessness would be so cautious and unwilling to get close to it. In the end, its consciousness left its body, left the main material plane, and returned to the abyss. In a trance, I saw the molten dragon hiding behind the black snake sculpture, with a glow in its vertical pupils. Greed and excitement. Does it know my death? With this thought, Amgardo's eyes went dark, and he completely lost his vision. This means that his short journey to the plane is over. But when Amgardo opened his eyes again and returned to his abyss territory, he looked at the desolate and familiar expanse of white bones. It immediately realized that something was wrong with itself. It was empty, as if a piece was missing. And soon, Amgardo found the reason for his own abnormality. My divinity. Damn it! My divinity. Ah! The roar of the snakes and Amgardo's anger made it violently destroy everything in front of it. And its carefully maintained once glorious trophy nest collapsed. The noise was so loud that it even reached the next level of the abyss. Because Amgardo discovered that part of the divinity that had been nurtured by its believers for thousands of years had been left in the main material plane along with the dead clone. I remember you. The sphinster family. And that molten dragon cub. After venting to no avail, Amgardo's snake-like triangular eyes were full of resentment. And it could only remember the culprit viciously. And the two snake heads gnashed their teeth and said, it had blamed the loss of its divinity on the wizard that it particularly hated. If it wasn't for him, how could it be toyed with by a dragon cub that was born not long ago? But the wizard was dead, and his soul was swallowed by it. So it could only vent its anger on the wizard family and the molten dragon. The former has a higher proportion. But this does not mean that Amgardo will forget Godin. If Godin was brought to it, it would not show mercy. It has now begun to immerse itself in trying to communicate with other believers on the Io continent. It will not do nothing after suffering such a big loss. On the main material plane, on Gordon's side, it looked at the body of the two-headed giant snake. First it was excited, then it was confused and puzzled. Because after the first platinum-colored light ball emerged from the body of the two-headed giant snake, another 7-colored light ball that was several times smaller also emerged from the body with difficulty. What is this? But Gordon still absorbed it at the first time. And the two light balls quickly sank into its chest. It didn't feel anything unusual. But Gordon found that the progress of the system analysis of the 7-colored light ball was much slower than that of the other platinum light ball. The platinum light ball was 3%. But it was still stuck at 0%. In this regard, Gordon had no choice but to turn his attention to the talent information that had been analyzed and belonged to the mage. Detection successful. Detected as 5th level talent perfect body max. Do you want to activate the talent? The information about the 5th level talent perfect body was also printed in his eyes. After reading it, Gordon clicked yes without hesitation. The talent fragments completely exploded in his body, flowing into his limbs and bones, and began to transform his body. In order to change his job as soon as possible, Joey had simulated training in various environments, and the experience he gained also flowed into Gordon memory. Chapter 157 Plane Scale. Gordon felt the changes that the perfect body talent fragment brought to his body. The gradual changes made him hum. This feeling was warm, just like taking a hot spring bath in the cold winter. The fatigue caused by the dragon breath just now was swept away. Gordon guessed that perhaps perfect body had enhanced all the organs in his body to a certain extent. At least he felt that his dragon breath seemed to recover faster. It was indeed a 5th level talent. Even if it was only used to improve the plane's adaptability, it had gained a considerable physical fitness gain. Although it was invisible, it was very useful. It was just a little strange that on a piece of gray-white hard scale on its chest, unexpectedly, a 6-pointed star tattoo was branded on it at some point. It was a little faint and hard to find without careful observation, just like a natural pattern. If it weren't for Gordon's control over his body, he wouldn't have been able to feel the signs of this mark. It looked at the tattoo on its chest, feeling a little doubtful, but it had no clue for a moment. So it shook its head, stopped thinking about it, and continued to feel the comfortable bathing feeling. But Gordon didn't immerse himself for long, and he didn't forget this comfort. This place is not safe. And if the old bronze dragon is right, it should be here soon. It's time to make some preparations. You know, this place is not far from the southwest of the sewer. If you go at full speed, you can get here in dozens of minutes. And for an old bronze dragon, this speed can be even faster. Sure enough, after Gordon and the bronze dragon, Jelen, who was still in his teens, chatted for a few words. The huge rock blocking the entrance and exit outside collapsed with a bang. Thick smoke and dust surged up, and only the crackling lightning and the huge black shadow could be vaguely seen from the dust. It was not until the dust settled and dispersed that Gordon saw what the black shadow was just now. It was a ferocious dragon head with obvious bronze dragon characteristics. The last time he saw it was at the bottom of the sea. It was the old bronze dragon. At this time, its head poked out of the cave, and lightning was coming out from between its mouth and nose. The mood of this giant dragon was obviously not very good. However, after seeing that Jelen was safe and sound, the old bronze dragon, whose scales were dark copper, and whose vertical pupils in his dragon eyes had completely dissipated and turned into an emerald ball, breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing the lifeless and chaotic corpses lying on the ground, and the huge two-headed giant snake with the characteristics of the abyss, the lightning overflowing from the nose and mouth dissipated slightly, and returned to normal. The cold eyes narrowed slightly. But when he saw the black real dragon accompanying Jelen, he couldn't help shrinking and began to look at this real dragon, the Molten Dragon clan, which he had basically never seen in the main material plane. After all, this is normal. It is difficult for the bronze dragon territory to border the red dragon that likes high mountains and volcanoes. In addition, the molten dragon species mostly lives in the fire element plane or the volcanic islands. It is very difficult to meet a bronze dragon. The impression of each other is limited to the knowledge given in the dragon heritage. For the bronze dragon, the molten dragon is engraved with the following characteristics: tyrannical, cruel, unreasonable, like a madman. Although it is neutral, it is much more difficult to deal with than those evil creatures, because most dragons can't guess what it will do next. It is like the weather in the endless sea, unpredictable, and you never know whether you will encounter a storm that is enough to sink a ship or warm sunshine in the next sea. Therefore, when the old bronze dragon Staggern saw the molten dragon getting along well with Jelen, he always felt a little unrealistic. But he was well informed and quickly suppressed his surprise. In hundreds of years, he had seen everything. When he was an adult, he looked for a place to build a nest everywhere, and he had already seen all kinds of customs on the sea. He had heard countless anecdotes about the trivial things in the bordering territories. Take the ordinary real dragons of various colors. There are also brass dragons among the metal dragons that killed their mothers for treasures. And there are also white dragons among the five-color dragons that are loyal and righteous, waiting for the master body and refusing to leave. The differences between individual true dragons are simply worlds apart. Moreover, even among the losers that true dragons despise the most, there are precedents of dragon beasts gaining wisdom, ruling a place, and founding a country to become emperors. So with these precedents, when Staggern saw the molten dragon that could get along well with the bronze dragon, he could still accept it. And Jelen naturally saw the movement here. His eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help calling out to Staggern's face in the clear smoke and dust, "Uncle! Come on! It hurts!" Jelen was so happy that he didn't even need to send a telepathic message, and shouted loudly. But because his throat was a little pulled out, the negative energy that had been stable in his body began to move again, gnawing at Jelen's nerves like ants. In this regard, Stagnun could only use shrinkage helplessly to squeeze in, and then walk quickly to Jelen. After finding that his life was not in danger, he frowned and said with a slightly scolding tone, "Jelen, you are not only irresponsible to yourself, but also to your parents and me. What did you promise me before? I know I was wrong. Uncle, I won't do it again next time." Jelen lowered his head and finally said the three words he had been mumbling. After all, if it weren't for this good friend of Godin, it might have gone to see the great behemoth before finding the hateful red dragon. After seeing Jelen apologize, Stagnun also slightly restrained his scolding and began to ask about Jelen's injuries. After knowing that it was hit by the 7th level spell Finger of Death, Stangen was a little scared. If it had worse luck or was younger, Jelen might have died on the spot without even a chance to struggle. It knew that it was useless to scold it, so it sighed and could only hope that it would remember the lesson this time. However, Jelen obviously did not have the awareness of escaping death, and the period of lingering fear had passed. It was now excitedly introducing the kind dragon Goton to Stangen. When it said that the molten dragon named Goton was its savior, Stangen's dragon pupils wrinkled again. But after hearing Goton's explanation to Jelen, they relaxed again. It looked at Goton and asked, "What do you mean? Are you here to chase the thief who stole your treasure house?" Gordon nodded, not making any comment. He already had a plan in mind. "Does your treasure house have a semi-legendary staff that can cast Finger of Death?" Stangen's main doubt was this. After all, it was unrealistic for a dragon under the age of youth to have such a high-level magic item, except to inherit the legacy. But the legacy of the Molten Dragon does not include such magic items. Most of them live in the plane of the fire element. Even if there are magic items, they are magic items made by the fire element. This kind of magic item filled with death and negative energy is difficult to collect. Gordon naturally has a response plan for this, especially after it has acquired Joey talent. The original flawed statement is more convincing. It raised its head slightly, and said with a look of loss, "This is indeed not something I can collect. But my mentor can." "Who is your mentor?" Stangen decided to explore and ask. "Alas, my mentor has been gone for a long time. He was a great wizard. But I believe you must have heard of him. He is the legendary Archmage Lockrude, who personally mourned, and was known as the greatest pioneer. Legendary planeswalker Galmadin." Gordon revised this speech several times in a rhythmic manner. After speaking without any mistakes, he nodded slightly, obviously very satisfied with his speech. However, when it saw the faint lightning sparks coming out of the nose and mouth of the old bronze dragon in front of it, it found that there seemed to be something wrong with its speech. But where was the problem? Could it be that just when Gordon was regretting his words, Stangen, who was under the influence of adrenaline and cerebral hemorrhage, had calmed down his anger? Looking at the man who claimed to be the descendant of Galmadin, he closed his eyes, but still couldn't hide the complexity in his eyes. With his lawful and kind nature and the passage of time, it is difficult for his camp to be affected or shifted by this shock. "Then, what evidence do you have to prove that you are his student?" "He has been dead for many years." Stangen felt very uncomfortable now. Galmadin once robbed his fiancée in a not-so-glorious way, and he was very angry when he thought about it. But he had no way to do anything. Now, his disciple, by chance, saved his nephew whom he regarded as his own son. This contradictory psychology made his words extremely awkward. Gordon took out the Planeswalker notebook that he got from Joey, although he didn't look at it for many times. But he still had a big killer, so he was very confident. After seeing the notebook, Stangen saw the six-pointed star on Gordon's chest with his sharp eyes, and he waved his hand in dismay and turned his head. "It means that it doesn't want to see that person's things again." After Gordon looked at it with a strange look and put away the notebook, he turned back silently and said nonchalantly, "How long have you been here?" "Not long." Gordon decided to be vague. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. Besides, it was normal for a real dragon to have no concept of time. Next, Stangen asked a few more irrelevant questions, such as whether he had seen a red dragon. Gordon immediately shook his head, indicating that he had not seen it. If there was, it would definitely be incompatible with it. After all, the sewer cannot accommodate two dragons, even if they are of the same type. And it said with certainty that a red dragon with such bright scales would definitely not stay in the sewer for a long time. Then it is possible that it has escaped from Kalanda long ago by transforming. "Right, Gordon." Stangen's emerald eyes showed no emotion, and he said with a hint of meaning, "Of course. Also, where did it enter Kalandu from? Is there a secret passage leading to the outside in the sewer?" Gordon nodded to show his agreement with Stangen's idea, and asked back pretending to be confused, "You really don't know?" Stangen's eyes were deep. It made Gordon mind waver. But with lion heart and iron will it blurted out in less than a second. "I don't know." The tone was affirmative and sure, and Gordon cursed the bronze dragon in his heart for being shameless. He waited until it slowed down before using this trick. If it didn't have two talents, it might have been defeated. Detect lies, no response. Stangen's questioning expression slowly disappeared, and he exhaled deeply, saying awkwardly, "Thank you, young true dragon. You will gain the friendship of the bronze dragon in the endless sea." Its eyes and tone were sincere without a trace of pretense. But the inner thought was, leave Kalandu immediately, and take Jelen away from here. It doesn't want to see anyone who makes it upset again. As for friendship, it is good enough to untie the knot in its heart, and not attack this disciple, who claims to be Galmadin. And Gordon just grinned and waved his paws. It means it doesn't matter. It just did what a dragon should do. Then he hid his merits and fame, silently pretending to be generous. He has already received enough rewards, and doesn't expect to make any more money from the bronze dragon. Stangen did not say much about this. It turned around, and used some of the strange objects it carried with it to simply treat Jel's physical injuries. And Gordon could not leave for a while. so he could only lie on the altar with nothing to do, carrying Stangen on his back. He flipped through the notebook with his claws and looked at Galmadin's notes. He originally just wanted to take a quick look, but unexpectedly, after reading the first page, he immersed himself in it, just like reading a novel for the first time without ever touching it. So much so that when it saw the instructions for using the pocket watch in the notebook, it hurriedly turned to that page. Then, he secretly took out the pocket watch and began to use this legendary pocket watch called Plane Scale in the Planeswalker notebook according to the description in the notebook. Then, Stangen and the injured bronze dragon Gelon found that the molten dragon that was here just now suddenly disappeared, leaving only the cave filled with the smell of barbecue in them. The two dragons looked at each other, both confused and shocked, and Gordon had already arrived at a white place. Above the universe was the starry sky, and in front of him was only a white tower. Gordon, who was suddenly teleported, was still a little at a loss. At this time, it was lying on the ground, one paw pressing the pocket watch, and the other paw pressing the notebook. When it saw the ground suddenly turned into snow-white marble, which formed a sharp contrast with its black paws, it instantly raised its head, and then looked around very alertly, and saw the strange scene around it as if it was in the starry sky. It was confused. Then a mechanical voice, which could not be distinguished as male or female, suddenly sounded in its ears. Six-pointed star. Moment of plane. How could it be? How could it be? Master, you deceived me. I curse you. Ah! The noise of machinery. Short circuit. An electric crackling sound came one after another. Then there was a bang. Then a wisp of black smoke ignited at the top of the 300 or 400 meter high tower, which was very eye-catching. At this time, Gordon saw clearly what the creature that made the sound was. At the top of the tower, a humanoid structure was standing on the high platform that looked like a castle watchtower. But its current appearance was bleak. The originally smooth and delicate mechanical structure was rusting rapidly on the surface. The pipes inside were emitting black smoke. The upper and lower jaws of the machine were talking in a gurgling voice. And then it fell down, and Gordon could not see it. All he could see was the black smoke that was still rising. Gordon was very strange. But from what it said just now, it could be roughly understood that it seemed that this machine was tricked by Galmadin. In other words, this place is related to Galmadin? But it just turned the pocket watch casually just now. How come it suddenly came here? However, not long after, on the tower, the place where the mechanical structure originally fell, a ball of silver metal liquid flew out, and at the same time said to Gordon in a mechanical voice, Master, welcome to the demiplane of the Planeswalker Galmadin, the Blue City. I am your servant, Tower Spirit. Now, you can use me as you like. Just when Gordon was in the Blue City that Celia had been to before, a tree-lined path, a long team of carriages was driving on a slightly flat road. From the high and wide leaves of the forest, the outline of a huge white city lying on the plain not far ahead can be seen. And as their convoy moves forward, it is getting closer and closer. What is surprising is that all the people in the convoy are not as dusty as other travelers and adventurer teams. Instead, they are brand new. Whether it is the carriage or the personnel, their spirits are all brand new, and they have never been troubled by monster attacks in the wilderness. However, from the luxurious carriage patterns and marks, it can be understood. If you are a person who is proficient in noble knowledge, you can find that these are all emblems from various nobles in the AM Empire. And in the front of the convoy, the leaders are several of the most famous AM Empire, the Royal Knights of AM. No wonder they don't have to worry. After all, the Royal Knights are all as powerful as the city lords of a place. That is, the 5th level, plus some magical artifacts. If a real dragon comes to rob, they can make them suffer. Moreover, the Royal Knights of AM, as the name suggests, this means that a member of the AM Empire's royal family is in this carriage team. At this time, an east wind from the sea blew through the forest, bringing with it the rustling sound of leaves. The curtains of the carriage with the AM royal emblem swayed in the wind as the carriage moved. It was also at this time that the curtains were lifted up by a white hand under the lush and fragmented golden sunlight in the forest, as if to get some fresh air, or to see the scenery, from the exposed interior of the carriage. The interior decoration was very luxurious, and one could vaguely see the graceful figure in a white cord dress, as well as the blue-gold eyes unique to the AM royal family. The owner of the eyes seemed to be very entangled. when Hevalua rolled up the curtains and looked outside. The knight who was on standby beside him had already taken the initiative to walk to the lower half of the window and asked respectfully, "Your Highness, what do you want?" The wind blew up Hevalua's light golden hair. She listened to the clear bird calls and wind outside the window. The scene of the fragmented golden light in front of her eyes scattering into the broadleaf forest made her a little dazed. After hearing the words of the knight, she hurriedly lowered the curtains and said silently, "How long will it take to get to Kalandu?" "Your Highness, it's about half a day's journey. We can get there before dusk." She hummed in a muffled voice and said no more, only chewing those words in her mouth. Free city. Freedom. In her mind, she thought of a curly-tailed squirrel happily holding pine nuts in its two front paws and chewing them under a big tree in the broadleaf forest full of sunshine cracks. The carriage space fell into silence again. The only sounds outside were the collision of horse hooves and the armor of soldiers as they advanced, and the occasional frivolous laughter from other carriages. Hevalua pursed his thin lips, and his hesitant expression slowly became firm. Freedom. It's great. Chapter 158 Planeswalker Demiplane. The Blue City. Gordon was stunned as he looked at the magnificent mage tower that was hundreds of meters high. Even though the dragon heritage had explained the origin of the demiplane, it still made him feel trembling. The kind of trembling that made all the scales on his body open. In the vast universe, under the sea of stars, it was a young dragon. So small. But this kind of daze came and went quickly. It quickly pointed at itself with its claws and asked curiously to the metal ball beside it that was calling its master. In other words, this demiplane is mine now, if nothing goes wrong. Yes, master. The metal liquid ball was reborn. Tower Spirit said truthfully, "What do you mean by no accidents?" "Master, if you want to completely control this demiplane, you need to absorb the core. But with your current mental power, I'm afraid you can't control such a huge magic core. Its violent magic energy may turn you into an idiot," the Tower Spirit said tactfully, and Gordon nodded with understanding, looked at the tall tower not far away, and sighed. "It seems that I am still too weak. But what real dragons lack the least is time. Although their career growth rate is far inferior to that of other humanoid mages, as long as it studies hard, it can still reach the requirements in a few decades. So, the duck is in the pot, and Gordon is not afraid that it will fly away. Take it slowly." "So," it asked again, "then when can I absorb the core?" "You can try to absorb it when you reach the 5th level of the Planeswalker. At that time, even if the absorption fails, the damage to your spirit will only be fatigue." "Then how do I leave?" Gordon did not forget to leave. It seemed to remember that the Planeswalker notebook did not explain how to leave. It must have scared the 2 bronze dragons by leaving so suddenly. "Anytime, my master. I can teleport you to the nearby hills where the demiplane is located now. But master, I advise you not to leave in a hurry." "Why? And can't I go back with the pocket watch?" Gordon stroked the golden pocket watch on the pad of his meat. For this, the mechanical voice of the Tower Spirit still explained to it unchanged. "Because the purpose of your coming here has not been completed. If you leave now, you can't perform the real Planeswalker job transfer ceremony. As for the plane scale that brought you here, it is just a one-time one-way ticket. Its role is more to help you, the master, become a Planeswalker, rather than a teleportation tool. Is that so?" Gordon suddenly realized that the golden pocket watch was used to complete the inauguration ceremony. There is no written in the Planeswalker notebook. It just simply says how to use it, the spell, and the effect. "Yes, master. Now I will prepare the inauguration ceremony for you." "Yes," Gordon nodded. It would not miss the Planeswalker job change, if it is based on the sample given to it in the Dragon Legacy. Every Planeswalker can freely travel through other planes, just like those gem dragons. No, more free than gem dragons. The plane travel of gem dragons can only be limited to the main material plane and the inner planes. That is, those elemental planes. They cannot travel freely. That is to say, they are bound. But the Planeswalkers can go wherever they want. With the help of the astral world, they can reach any place they want to go. Soon, a small black box with silver edges was brought over by the Tower Spirit with anthropomorphic hands. Gordon took the box, opened it, and then took out the so-called ritual materials for job transfer. It began to make rough painting patterns according to the description in the Planeswalker notebook. Not long after, A six-pointed star altar composed of hundreds of black unknown stones was roughly completed. Gordon was located in the center of the six-pointed star altar. As the black unknown power surged, the breath of iron and fire burned on the white marble square. It immediately began to close its eyes and meditate. According to the description in the notebook, through the ritual altar, it began to sense the spark that existed in the universe. Only when the spark was ignited can it be called a true planeswalker. After an unknown amount of time, with the help of the altar, Gordon keenly caught a trail like a meteor. It was a spark. A fleeting spark. The ritual allowed it to easily catch this special spark and keep it in its heart. Then, there was a mysterious message telling it that it had become a great planeswalker. And at the same time, the body also felt a change like a fragment of talent. Both the mind and the body were affected by this change. It opened the talent panel. And in the profession column, next to the warlock profession, the information of the first level of planeswalker had appeared. In the talent column, there are also talents and specialties unique to the planeswalker. First level talent explorer, 110. First level talent language mastery, max. More striking is the skill column below, which also has skills that made Gordon stunned. The skill plane gate, which is no different from the fifth ring spell alternate world teleport, allows the planeswalker to enter other planes randomly. The location is uncertain. It may be a deep sea or the center of a bloody battle. However, the medium can be used to make the planeswalker more accurate and safer to teleport. In addition to the above 2 talents and 1 skill, Gordon did not get any offensive skills. But this is normal. The planeswalker notes have emphasized that the early planeswalker has no combat skills. But this does not affect the power of the planeswalker, because he can have a multi-class job without penalty. That is, he has 2 professions at the same time, and will not be affected in any way. Just as Gordon was savoring the complete physical changes brought to him by the planeswalker, the unique mechanical sound of the tower spirit also sounded. Congratulations, Master! You have become a new planeswalker. Gordon showed no joy on his face, and nodded slightly as if it was nothing special. This kind of planeswalker is at most icing on the cake for it. What it can really rely on is its own excellent, innate power. Master, since you have successfully become a planeswalker, this can also be handed over to you according to the procedure. As he said this, the tower spirit got a small box from somewhere and handed it to Gordon. Gordon opened it and took a look, and his pupils immediately lit up. These were 7 or 8 transparent stones that reflected the starlight of the sky. Gordon recognized them at a glance as unique products of the dark region, and the rare metal mithril stone that only occurs in mithril veins. In addition, there were 3 things in the box that Gordon couldn't understand. A branch, a piece of ordinary ore, and a piece of fish bone. These were not valuable, but there must be a reason for putting them together and giving them to him. You know, the smallest piece of these mithril stones is worth no less than 1,000 gold coins, and the largest one is worth as much as 2,000 gold coins. It is one of the gems that Molten Dragon likes to collect the most. Of course, it is not that simple. Just an ordinary decoration. However, what made Gordon pay special attention was the mithril stone. After all, its price was here. Gordon picked up a relatively large mithril stone, put it on the mat, and rubbed it carefully. The pleasure of the stone rubbing against the scales made it feel a little comfortable. It squinted its pupils and looked at the tower spirit, asking again with doubt, "Are these all for me?" "Yes, Master. These are for you to travel through the plains." "Oh!" Gordon was surprised. "This thing is used for traveling through the plains?" "Yes, Master. It is used to be placed on the plane gate and is used in conjunction with the plane scale." The tower spirit still mechanically answered Gordon's call. "What about the last 3? "It's a medium, Master. The mediums left for you. Branches, stones, and fish bones correspond to the 3 places he has been to: Fairy Forest, Roaring Sand, and Sea of Clouds. If you, Master, don't find the mediums of other worlds, going to these 3 worlds may be a good choice." "Okay." Gordon nodded to indicate that he understood, and put the mithril stone in his hand back into the box. After putting the box away, it then said to the tower spirit again, "Is there anything else you want to give me?" "Take it out together." "No more, Master. That's all." The tower spirit spread its hands anthropomorphically. "Then I go in and sit down." Gordon pointed to the wizard tower in the distance. thinking that the things that the tower spirit had taken several times before were all taken from there. If it could go in and search the wizard tower of the legendary wizard, with its identification skills, would definitely not disappoint it. However, the tower spirit blocked it in front of it and asked it to stop. What's wrong? Gordon looked at the tower spirit with a questioning look. However, the tower spirit still replied rigidly, "Sorry, Master. The alert level of the mage tower is red now. It's okay for you to approach. But if you want to enter, the mage tower's own obsidian golem and other defenses will attack you. And I won't be able to stop them at that time. With a master current strength, the survival rate is no more than 1%. How can I enter?" Gordon looked at the mage tower in the distance and asked speechlessly. "Insufficient authority. The master needs to increase authority." The tower spirit only had one line to say. "How can I increase authority?" "When you reach the next level of Planeswalker, your authority will be increased. And then the first floor of the mage tower will be open to you." "Okay then." Gordon could only look at the tower spirit in front of him and nodded helplessly. However, this mode of upgrading and removing authority looks familiar to him. "Then send me back." Gordon chewed and sharpened his upper and lower sharp fangs. Since this demi-plane cannot be explored for the time being, there is no point for it to stay here. Although it is safe here, the demi-plane is the same as the astral plane. True dragons cannot grow here. Time will stagnate here, even if it stays here for hundreds of years. If it continues to stay here, it will gain nothing except wasting hundreds of years of life. "Okay, Master. If you have any questions, you can call me in your heart. I can also hear your voice in the demi-plane." "Yes." Gordon nodded to show that he understood. Then, with the flickering of the transmission light, the huge black dragon disappeared in the white marble square. On the other side, the cult sacrifice in the sewer has spread in Kalandu. Chapter 159. Female. The hustle and bustle of Nehai town was as prosperous as before, and the children of the residents were playing in the fountain pool in the center of the town. The window of the adventurer's house where Nina and Celia lived could see the prosperity in the distance. However, after reading the spell knowledge, Nina, who was standing at the window, did not look at the group of children of her age playing and trying to relax. Instead, she looked at the sky in the distance with worry, hoping for something. Finally, she waited for what she wanted to see. A figure reflecting silver light in the sun, like a soaring silver eagle, flew over. Nina hurriedly opened the wooden fence window and welcomed the afternoon breeze and a small dragon-shaped creature as big as her little head. It was Liz who came back from Kalandu. At this time, Liz looked quite serious, not as chic as before leaving, which made Nina's heart skip a beat. Liz flew into the window and landed on the table with ink bottles, quill pens, and spell books on the window. She didn't even have time to drink the juice Nina handed over, and raised her left wing and pointed at the outline of the huge city in the distance. She sent a telepathic message in Nina's heart. "Nina, Lord Gordon is missing. What happened? Tell me slowly," Nina asked hurriedly, regardless of the heaviness in her heart. Having experienced Gordon's sudden disappearance, she has become immune to the news of Gordon's disappearance. As long as she doesn't hear the exact news, she can accept it. "When I was waiting for news on the sewer, I found that people from the Kalanda temple and the city guards came and entered the sewer. Many charred bodies were carried out from below. The black streets were under martial law. It is said that the bodies were all from the black streets. It is said that the cultists did it, investigating every household." "And then?" Nina asked, and Liz took advantage of this gap to quickly drink a mouthful of juice. Gulp, gulp, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It just flew back in one breath, and then spoke a long paragraph in a row, and it was already thirsty. After drinking, it continued to talk to Nina, who frowned. "When I heard this, I hurried to the sewer, but found that the altar had been under martial law, and I couldn't get in. I waited for a long time, but didn't see Lord Gordon. But I asked about the smell of burning lava, which proved that Lord Gordon did breathe there. Then I didn't wait there, but went to look for several other places. Underground caves, bonfire halls, and several places I often go to, but still couldn't find it. I also asked Scale and Grush, but they didn't know where Lord Gordon went. It's like it suddenly disappeared." As soon as Liz finished speaking, there was a creaking sound at the door, and Liz looked up quickly. Then she found that it was Celia in a gray robe, who was coming up from the downstairs of the hotel. She was holding a box of food in her hand, which was the signature dish of the tavern next door, called 3 silver fish fried whitebait and lamb stew soup plus 2 soft breads. A very hearty lunch. These days, Celia and Nina food was bought from that pub. Delicious and not expensive. After Celia opened the door, she saw Liz coming back, and then looked at Nina's melancholy face, and knew that the news about Liz's return might not be good this time. She quickly put down the food in her hand, took a few steps forward, put her arm around Nina's shoulder, patted her, gave her some comfort, and gave her a look that told her not to worry. Then she began to communicate with Liz, and after understanding what happened, Celia said to Nina, "Don't worry, Nina. If the master was caught, I would definitely not be like this. Master, it may be forced to hide somewhere, just like last time." Celia's comfort and analysis did make Nina, who was uneasy at the beginning, feel a little safe. Indeed, if Mr. Gordon was in trouble, then Celia, who was bound to the slave ring, would definitely be affected by it. Disappearing now is just a daily trick of Gordon. Not to mention that Mr. Gordon can turn into stone. And there is a magic storage ring engraved with invisibility orb given to it by Sister Celia. Thinking of this, Nina breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Celia with hope in her eyes. Then Sister Celia, when will Mr. Gordon come to find us? Probably soon? I asked Liz to check again. Maybe you've missed it. Really? Liz? Celia turned her head and looked at the silver pseudo-dragon, who was drinking juice, and asked. The silver pseudo-dragon swallowed the juice in his mouth and shook his head hurriedly. Celia, I looked for it very seriously. I really didn't find it. Besides, Celia, it's lunchtime now. You see? It was a little reluctant to hear Celia ask it to continue looking. It looked at the food box on the wooden stool and hinted wildly. Celia and Nina were amused by Liz's hint, and Celia said speechlessly, Liz, we didn't ask you not to eat. Here, your silverfish. As she said that, Celia bent over and put the food box on the table that Nina had just cleaned. Opened the food box, picked up a piece of fried silverfish meat with a fork, and put it to Liz's mouth. Liz shook her head and refused like a lady. Let Celia put it in the bowl, and then began to eat slowly. This piece of silverfish meat that was not much bigger than its head. Celia and Nina also sat down one after another and began to taste lunch. But Nina's eyes looked at the blue sky outside the window from time to time. After being in a daze for a while, she continued to eat lunch. Calando, the noble district. George Norton looked at the dragon man in the glass box in front of him, who failed to merge with dragon blood and was covered in blood. His face looked a little strange. He just wanted to exhale, and an itch came from his chest again, making him cough a few times. He covered his mouth with his hand, and there was another pool of black blood, which he wiped casually. He knew that this body could not hold out for much longer. Maybe just in the next few days. This failure frustrated George Norton a little. He looked at the dragon-born man who was out of breath in front of him and murmured, How could it be? How could it be like this? Are the gods destined not to be over me? Impossible. This is impossible. In the silent basement, bottles and jars, dead bodies, and the call of the weak dragonling after bleeding. George Norton's call seemed particularly strange. He wandered around like this for several times, so that when the wounds of the bloodletting dragonling healed automatically and stopped crying, he never figured out where he failed. Everything was clearly calculated. How could it be? He opened the glass cabinet reinforced with magic with some disbelief, took out the bloody dragonborn corpse, and began to dissect it carefully. One failure can be considered an accident, but 2 or 3 consecutive failures, and the cause of death is the same, are not accidents. He must seize the time and conduct the experiment he is best at. Under the constant light spell of the crystal ball in the basement, on the experimental table, George Norton looked at the dragon body, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. With his trembling hands, he raised them. The sound of skin and flesh being separated sounded in the basement. I don't know how long it took. In the basement, there was finally a hearty laugh. I understand. I understand. It's a female. It's a female. Not long after, the sun set in the west, and it was evening. In the cemetery of the noble district, old George, who rarely went out during this time, locked the cemetery. He left the cemetery openly. The cemetery is usually only busy during the day. At night, except for those necromancers who steal corpses or drunkards, No one likes to come here. In addition, his basement is extremely hidden when he is not there, and it is basically impossible for problems to occur. So, George was relieved. Now, his clothes were no different from other old men, so he could easily blend into the crowd without attracting anyone's attention. After finding the direction of the Thieves' Guild, George Norton prepared to ask his old friend for help. After all, there is strength in numbers. It would take him a long time to find the place by himself. Moreover, only the Thieves' Guild would be interested in some children in the city. You know, it is best to train the wanderer profession from an early age. Often, when they reach adulthood, they are already good fighters. After all, in the law of Kalandu, if a theft is caught, unless the owner does not care, one hand will be cut off. This often kills children who are caught stealing. Without money for treatment, it is difficult for them to survive the first winter without any help. But at this time, a team of carriages and horses came towards the noble district, attracting the attention of George Norton and the pedestrians around. It was a noble carriage with a dazzling emblem, and some people who were knowledgeable and knew the noble emblems had already shouted, "Oh my God! It's the imperial family coming! Which prince is this? The family emblem of the Grand Duke of Bowl. This is Earl Stephen and Sir Rilta. So many, all from the capital of AM. Quick! Salute!" Everyone stopped silently, and other carriages and pedestrians automatically gave way, allowing these carriages to enter the noble district at a leisurely speed. George Norton understood from the discussions of the people around him that it was the eldest princess of the empire, Hevalu, who came here to meet her fiancé. Her fiancé is none other than the son of the famous Sword of Karland, Wade Ramerfan, known as Little Wade by the name of Hughes Ramerfan. He is extremely handsome, unlike an ordinary man, and once made the daughter of the Duke completely fascinated. So much so that when the two pieces of news came out, the streets and alleys were full of stories about the two of them. And of course, there were also insults against the nobles, who chased them from the capital of AM. They had made Karland a mess since they entered the city. It made the residents of Karland believe that with so many dudes, it was no wonder that the princess had to look for a husband in Karland. However, none of this had anything to do with George Norton, who was now in a hidden house in the civilian area. He knocked on the door 3 times. Then he exchanged the secret code as usual and was invited in. And under this house was Karland, the headquarters of the Thieves' Guild. Black Knight's Dagger. Chapter 160 Green-Footed Dragon Snake. Hint, starting from the first 2 chapters Planeswalker. There have been minor changes. You need to read it again. Sorry. This paragraph is stuck in the word count. No extra charges will be made. In the southern hills, a certain underground cave. The cave is full of bones. Judging from the color of the bones, the owner of this cave has been here for a long time. Whether it is fresh, full of maggots, mosquitoes and ants, or pale without any flesh, you can find them in this nest of bones. And with the roar from above, it sounds like a bear or a tiger. But this roar is extremely miserable, like a whimper, very desolate. Soon, as the sound became louder and louder, the owner of the sound got closer and closer to this underground cave. Not long after, at the entrance of the cave, which was more than 10 meters high, a huge, irregular, and huge black shadow with more than 10 legs scurried down nimbly. The source of the sound was in front of the shadow. But after seeing it clearly, I realized that it was not the shadow that made the sound, but the food it was holding. This was a cave bear with black and gray fur. Somehow, it was caught by the shadow and seemed to be treated as food. Then, it was dragged back by the neck. If you look closely, you will find that the shadow has a huge and curved horn on its head. It looks like a snake covered with scales, and then a scaly creature with more than 10 legs. If you often adventure in deserts or hilly areas, you will recognize that this shadow is a powerful magical creature. 4th level creature. Green-Footed Dragon Snake. The green-footed dragon snake was dragging its newly caught prey in the rugged underground cave. Strolling leisurely, its dark vision allowed it to see the scene in the underground cave very clearly. The simple and ancient altar, the piles of corpses, and the nest it had just cleaned up were all unchanged. Nothing unusual. The green-footed dragon snake nodded with satisfaction. But this was normal. After all, this inspection trick was just a little hobby it had for many years. It knew that this was the cave it had just occupied. The predecessor seemed to be a dragon lion, but that dragon lion seemed to be dead. It had been a long time since other creatures came here except it. After all, they were still afraid of the remaining momentum of this dragon lion. And it was not afraid. So now, this was its territory. But even if the dragon lion was not dead, it was not afraid. Ordinary dragon lions were not difficult creatures for it to deal with. God knows how far it ran to avoid the blue dragon disaster in the Sural Desert. And finally avoided those rampant blue dragons. From the desert to the hills. Its legs were almost broken. But it was all worth it. It looked at everything in the underground cave, and nodded with satisfaction. However, just as the green-footed dragon snake dragged the powerless cave bear back to the nest made of bones, the six-pointed star altar not far away suddenly reacted. So that the green-footed dragon snake did not have time to hold down the cave bear with its claws, and let it escape from its claws. What is this? However, when the green-footed dragon snake saw the creature that appeared after the altar was lit, its snake-like green vertical pupils stared at the creature in the distance that was much smaller than it. Because, right on the altar, a monster covered with black scales suddenly appeared in the underground cave. From the characteristics of the black monster, whether it is the rugged horns on the ferocious head, or the extremely sharp fangs, or the pair of prominent dark golden vertical pupils, and the huge wings that can cover the entrance of the cave, all prove what the monster in front of it is. A dragon. Although the green-footed dragon snake is not sure what kind of dragon it is. After all, with its wisdom, it can only tell that the dragon in front of it is not a blue dragon. It has only seen this one. But this does not prevent the green-footed dragon snake from driving away the dragons in front of it. What it hates most is all kinds of dragons. No matter what kind of dragon, it hates them. In the desert, it can't beat those adult and gathered blue dragons. But here, it can't beat a black dragon that is not as long as it. But the smart green-footed dragon snake will avoid fighting. And will not fight if it can avoid fighting. If the black dragon in front of him could be scared away from the cave, it would be a good choice. It hissed. It didn't know dragon language, so it could only shout at the black dragon in common language. Get out. Get out of my lair. Damn black dragon. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. If you break into the territory of the great Duose, you will die if you fight. Its curved hard horn circled on both sides, and it trembled when it spoke, like a belligerent bull. However, faster than its voice was the sound of bang. The cave bear it caught was whipped by the dragon tail and rushed towards it, interrupting the green-footed dragon snake endless roar. Then, the green-footed dragon snake threw the half-crippled cave bear aside, and found that the black dragon in front of it could not hide the red light on its chest, which made the green-footed dragon snake smell something wrong. Just as it was about to rush to the black dragon, using its 16-meter-long body and 6 pairs of powerful hind legs with claws to perform its best grab, a bright red dot appeared on the black dragon chest with burning red scales. That was its mouth. The green-footed dragon snake wisdom was not enough for it to understand what was in front of it. It had never seen a black creature that could spit fire. However, this did not prevent it from fighting back. The ferocious snake, like a giant horned python, opened its mouth, and the elemental power in its body gathered in its mouth, and the sizzling electric light emerged between the flesh wall and throat. The next moment, a crackling bright flash of electric light also occupied a place in the dark cave. White lightning and the fiery red light ball complement each other. Lightning breath. It is another specialty of the green-footed dragon snake. The cave bear just now was paralyzed by it with just the right amount of lightning breath and brought back. And this time, the lightning breath is much more powerful than when it paralyzed the cave bear. It must be no less powerful than the blue dragon in its youth. Boom boom. This linear lightning directly hit the black dragon in front of it. The speed of the dazzling lightning is beyond the reach of the black dragon. After all, the speed of lightning breath is the same as that of real lightning. It flashes and disappears. But what it didn't expect was that even though its lightning hit the black dragon in front of it intact, it still didn't affect the black dragon in front of it. As if it was not affected at all. If you watch it in slow motion, you will find that the white lightning was first blocked by a thin layer of shield, and then poured onto the dragon. The effect has been reduced a lot. But even so, the power is still there. Therefore, the black dragon in front of him was not affected by the lightning at all, which was puzzling to the green-footed dragon snake. However, Gordon under Iron Will would not give the green-footed dragon snake in front of him a chance to continue talking. It endured the numbness of the muscles under the scales, and then the elemental magma that had been boiling in the base blood vessels for a long time. In an instant, like a flood bursting through the dam, spewed out from its mouth. The cone-shaped, red magma instantly covered the rushing green-footed dragon snake, just like a fishing net, and it was sprinkled on it all at once. Moreover, the red magma did not slide on the dark green scales of the green-footed dragon snake, but stuck to it tightly. This is a little trick that Gordon learned after the battle. After the previous battle with the two-headed giant snake, it wanted to try it, because the longer it tried to accumulate its breath, the denser the magma it spewed out would be, and it could hang on the enemy like bubble gum, causing continuous damage. Unfortunately, its durability was not strong enough. Gordon looked at the green-footed dragon snake in the distance, which was constantly wailing and trying hard to shake off the falling magma, and sighed in silence. Of course, its footwork was not slow either. There was information about the green-footed dragon snake in the Dragon Heritage, which was why Gordon used the shield technique in advance. Naturally, it was to prevent the lightning breath, although the information about other weaknesses and key points was not clear. After all, for a real dragon, this green-footed dragon snake was at best only 4th level, and at most bullied the bronze dragon and blue dragon that left the nest in their youth. There is no need to record weaknesses in the Dragon Heritage. After all, would a lion care about the hedgehog that bullied it when it was a child? So, when the green-footed dragon snake was shrouded in magma and wanted to escape from the place surrounded by magma in a panic, Gordon rushed up without hesitation and pressed its tail with his claws. The green-footed giant python, which was more than 10 meters long, would naturally not let Gordon succeed easily. After feeling the huge force from its tail, the green-footed dragon snake immediately turned back to attack Gordon. It raised its head high and attacked Gordon behind it like a back-carrying spear, and Gordon showed a cruel and playful smile. Its claws and teeth were all ignited with flames, and then it moved sideways and left the original place, leaving the green-footed dragon snake, who predicted that Gordon would retreat and move backwards, empty. The green-footed dragon snake, with its large vertical pupils full of confusion. How could it move horizontally? How could a giant dragon avoid its attack in this posture? You know, this kind of attack from behind basically covers all blind spots. It has been successful in many previous battles with blue dragons, brass dragons and copper dragons that invaded its territory. But it couldn't react to this kind of evasion without warning, because it had never encountered such a creature that could move sideways. If it was a bronze dragon, it might be more adaptable. After all, they eat a lot of crabs. Just when the green-footed dragon snake was stunned, Gordon, who had the burning special effect on his hand, had already left a scratch on the back of the green-footed dragon snake. The force was merciless, leaving 4 1-foot-deep wounds on the scales of the green-footed dragon snake. For the huge green-footed dragon snake, it was naturally not worth mentioning, but the flames attached to the wounds could make it feel miserable. Roar! The injured green-footed dragon snake felt angry, opened its mouth, and roared at Goton fiercely. And Goton also fought back. It also opened its mouth and spit out the dragon roar that had been brewing for a long time. The sound was louder and louder than that of the green-footed dragon snake, and the cave was constantly echoing. Several flames on the ground burning due to magma were swaying in the sound. The green-footed dragon snake, which was almost deafened by Goton's roar, shook its ears with curved horns. Then it continued to rush towards Goton at a high speed, and it endured the burning pain in its abdomen. It knew that today, only it and this black dragon could survive. Therefore, it needed to take advantage of its good condition to entangle this black dragon and strangle it with its best attack, strangling its neck, suffocating it to death, just like when it strangled a young copper dragon who was provoking and seeking death at its door before. It was very skilled, although the green-footed dragon snake was not very intelligent. It knew where its strengths lay, which was its superb endurance and unparalleled strength. Whether it was its breath or its 6 pairs of powerful claws, it could easily kill those true dragons that were smaller than itself. And Gordon would naturally not let his plan succeed. Being caught by such a creature that was good at grappling would naturally have more serious consequences than others. So, no matter how the green-footed dragon snake attacked, Gordon also avoided its attacks through several basic operations such as charge, sideways. But this situation did not last long. The green-footed dragon snake endurance was obviously greater than Gordon had imagined, so that it could still launch attacks that were not much inferior after enduring on the magma for so long. And its speed did not decrease much, even though the snake blood had flowed on it for no less than 10 places. It was all the work of Gordon's claws and fangs. Therefore, the green-footed dragon snake still seized Gordon's negligence. One mistake. It entangled like a maggot on the tarsal bone. The 12 claws grabbed several joints of Gordon, and the upper part was tightly wrapped around Gordon's neck. But the neck of the dragon in front of it was shorter than the green-footed dragon snake imagined. Not as long as other dragons. So that when it was wrapped like this in previous years, other real dragons were already wailing and speechless. And the black dragon in front of it could actually find time to drive it away with its tail. The green-footed dragon snake would naturally not let go. It was like a giant python, tightly wrapped around the black dragon, trying to suffocate it and win the final victory. From time to time, there was still a cunning light in its eyes. After all, when it wrapped around the body of the black dragon, it already knew that it had one. And the size advantage was there. No matter how hot the lava this black dragon spits out, it can't attack behind it. After all, it's not easy to turn its neck. Victory is a matter of time. However, just when the green-footed dragon snake bit the scales of the black dragon tightly with its teeth, it felt a little hot in its mouth. Hot blood. No, it was hot lava. Not only around the mouth, but all over the body. The scorching temperature was like it was holding a leaking sun. Even if the green-footed dragon snake lived in the desert and was not afraid of high temperatures, it could not withstand such a scorching temperature. But the green-footed dragon snake knew that it couldn't let go. Otherwise, all its efforts would be wasted. The green-footed dragon snake tried to make a final struggle. It endured the hot magma and tried to suffocate the black dragon in front of it, whose scales were already red. But it found that its entangled body was expanding uncontrollably, like a bulging bag. The dragon in front of it grew again, although it was not as long as its 15 meters. Its length of more than 10 meters was enough to make its strangulation a joke. Rage. This is rage. The green-footed dragon snake widened its eyes and saw the black dragon in front of it, which was much bigger and had dark gold vertical pupils with red. It reacted subconsciously in its mind. It murmured, "How could a dragon have rage? This is unreasonable." Just when the green-footed dragon snake felt that things were impossible and wanted to get away, it found that its two forelimbs had been caught by the red dragon in front of it with its flaming claws, and then swung hard. The green-footed dragon snake behind it felt that it had turned over and immediately changed its posture. Its back began to touch the hot magma on the ground, and the wound on its back was also burning in the magma, causing it to twist violently in pain. But the red dragon pressed on again, and regardless of how the giant tail behind the green-footed dragon snake was making a fuss, it grabbed the two curved horns of the green-footed dragon snake, just like grabbing a steering wheel. No matter how the green-footed dragon snake twisted, it stood firm like Mount Tai. The green-footed dragon snake had already exhausted its physical strength just now, so it had no strength to resist. However, what made the green-footed dragon snake even more terrifying was that the red dragon in front of it was not enough after grabbing its horns and fixing it on the ground. It also opened its mouth and wanted to bite its neck. It opened its mouth quickly and wanted to fight back. After all, being bitten by those four sharp teeth like scimitars was really a bite of a large artery. But just as it opened its mouth with a hiss and lightning was brewing in its mouth, the red dragon opened its mouth faster than it. It stepped forward and blocked its jaw, and thrust its horned head into its mouth full of pink flesh. Then, the green-footed dragon snake felt a ball of hot, liquid-like substance entering its mouth and burning inside its body. Until the end, fire also came out of its green vertical pupils. And Gordon looked at the green-footed dragon snake burning with flames beside him, and didn't mind. He waited until the ball of light appeared and then buried himself in the flames. Started directly from the middle of the green-footed dragon snake. Feasted heartily. After fighting for so long, it was already starving. So, the red dragon, in the dark cave lit by the fire, leaned against the white bones behind it, devouring the more than 10-meter-long giant snake, and swallowed a large piece of still burning meat into its stomach with every bite. It was originally a bit thin and drained. It also began to gradually recover during this meal. For a while, the only sounds in the cave were chewing and biting. Chapter 161 6th Level Talent Even When Eating. Gordon did not forget to open the personal panel in his retina. After all, he remembered that he had harvested 2 light balls in the altar hall of the cult ritual. 1 platinum and 1 colorful. The analysis progress of these 2 was extremely slow. But if nothing unexpected happens, it should be his highest talent at present. So, Gordon could still accept the slow progress of the detection. After all, high-level talents are naturally complicated, unlike ordinary talents, which can be dealt with a dozen words and a short memory. Panel processing also takes time. However, this is too slow. Looking at the 6th level talent that was almost detected synchronously with the silver talent light ball of the green-footed dragon snake, Gordon could not help but complain. You know, it has almost eaten half of the body of the green-footed dragon snake, which shows how slow its progress is. Moreover, it was even more speechless that the progress of the 7-color light ball was much slower than that of other talents. It had just reached 2 digits. It would probably take at least 10 days or half a month to complete the analysis. However, Gordon was not particularly anxious. He had already obtained the talent. So why should he panic? Although he was indeed interested in the talent in the 7-color light ball. But the problem was that there was no point in being anxious. So Gordon simply put the matter of the 7-color light ball aside. It would be more realistic to focus on the 2 newly activated talents. So, Gordon looked at the 2 lines of data that appeared almost simultaneously on his retina. Detection successful. Detected as a 4th level talent breath conversion lightning. Whether to activate the talent. Detection successful. Detected as a 6th level talent death despair. 2. Whether to activate the talent lightning breath was not a strange term to Gordon. After all, it was not the only time it was electrocuted. The sea dragon beast killed by Godin also had linear lightning breath. However, at that time, it did not drop this kind of talent, but gave Godin a super breath talent. Breath recovery, which was not bad. This time, it was given the talent of being able to convert breath, which made Godin feel a little weird. But no matter how weird it was, Godin still clicked to activate it without hesitation. After all, spewing lightning was a feeling it had never experienced before. Even for the pleasure of spewing electricity, it was worth a try for Godin. Of course, there was also a collection habit of Godin. When it saw this talent, it couldn't help but wonder, what would happen if it collected all the breaths of dragons? This is not impossible. After all, most metal dragons have more than one breath ability. For example, bronze dragons can release gravity breath and lightning breath, while brass dragons can spit out harmless sleep breath and fire breath. If a real dragon is blessed by platinum dragon god Bahamut, it can spit out Bahamut's disintegration breath, which is one of the strongest breath weapons among dragons. Not only can it double the damage of your breath, but it can also cause the creatures you damage to die and suffer an effect similar to dissociation, with their bodies vaporizing directly. 3. It is the nemesis of evil. Immediately, the fragments of the talent breath conversion lightning confirmed by Gordon exploded in Gordon's body, and its internal organs also changed accordingly. This time the change was unprecedentedly large. First, the dragon blood, which originally only had a single element of energy, now had an additional element called electricity. Around the base blood vessels, another elemental energy that could blend with its original fiery element began to spread, with a sharp blue light firmly occupying the base blood vessels. Through the extra information in his brain, Gordon knew very clearly that this blue light belonged to the elemental energy of lightning. After this new elemental energy appeared in the blood, it would become an energy torrent with flashing lightning in the mouth after being transformed by the base blood vessels. Spraying out the dazzling lightning, Gordon closed his vertical pupils and felt the changes in his body. This fresh feeling made him clearly feel that his body was now more complicated than before. After all, there was only one elemental energy in his body before. He opened his mouth somewhat involuntarily, and the new elemental blood from the heart in his body gathered around the base blood vessels, driven by the powerful heart and other organs. The elemental blood from the heart quickly passed through the base blood vessels and became a white, transparent energy torrent under the transformation of the base blood vessels. Then it rushed into Gordon's body, the upper stomach and the stomach. Then this torrent of energy reached Gordon's throat from the upper stomach. The tingling sensation made Gordon feel itchy in his throat, as if something was crawling in his throat. Then, the next moment, the black dragon opened its vertical pupils, and a white lightning that could illuminate the darkness that the flames could not reach gushed out of its mouth. Boom boom. The lightning struck the bell-shoot stone at the top of the cave, and the stone fell, making a heavy sound on the ground. However, Gordon also struck blindly, and it felt that the elemental energy in its body disappeared at a very fast speed as soon as it opened its mouth. It dissipates much faster than the speed of lava breath. However, in terms of speed, it is indeed more than a little stronger than Gordon lava breath, and the power seems to be stronger. It's just that the aim is not easy to control. Gordon has been accustomed to the conical breath method, and the lightning has changed to a linear one. Although it is long and thick, but it has changed from AoE group damage to single attack. However, this kind of thing can be practiced a few more times. But unfortunately, the two breaths cannot be used at the same time. Otherwise, it is still looking forward to the scene when electricity and fire blend. Lightning and thunder. Magma and heat waves. It's beautiful to think about it. Unfortunately, it doesn't have two heads. And the dragon elemental energy cannot be emitted by the tail. Otherwise, like a certain yellow rat creature, using the tail to attack with lightning seems to be a good choice. Thinking about it, Gordon turned his attention to another talent. The content of the 6th level talent Death Despair was already known to him. And without any hesitation, Gordon chose to activate it directly. Similarly, as the talent fragments exploded in its body, the changes brought by the talent Death Despair were just as rapid and violent as before. However, this time, its will also experienced unprecedented changes. Gordon suddenly discovered that its spirit was suddenly able to connect with a desolate, dark space. This was a mysterious sense of connection that made it clearly feel that as long as it wanted, it could bring the present to another space in an instant. Undoubtedly, this was the change brought to it by Death Despair, and Gordon's mood was slightly disturbed. After all, the strength of this talent is obvious to all. Gordon saw with his own eyes that the Abyss Lord suddenly pulled Joey to another dimension. Although he didn't know how he was defeated. This method of pulling people is simply an excellent weapon for those spellcasters who need guards to protect them. Coupled with its ring of silence, it's not too disgusting. Gordon was a little excited when he thought about it. But unfortunately, there was no creature in front of him to experiment with. So Gordon could only regretfully end it. After the talent matter came to an end, Gordon also took out the storage ring that stored Celia's spell invisibility orb and began to prepare to leave the cave. It can't stay here for too long. It is proper to reunite with Nina and the others as soon as possible, and then leave Kalandu after dealing with the spoils. Chapter 162. It seems to be raining in the mountainous area in front of us. Where did we teleport to? It's still sunny in Kalandu. Gordon, who had just come out of the underground cave, thought angrily. It hates gloomy weather the most. It looked up at the dark leaden sky that couldn't tell the time. The smell of moist pine needles made its nose feel a little itchy. This smell was indescribably uncomfortable. It even made it sneeze. Then, 2 streams of burning white air came out of the nostrils of this huge black dragon and slowly dissipated after sneezing. Gordon didn't hesitate. He used the invisibility light ball on the magic storage ring directly in the cave. The next moment, its body was directly covered by a transparent and invisible magic light curtain. And the black dragon, with only half of its head exposed outside the cave, suddenly disappeared into the air. Then, after becoming invisible, Gordon walked out of the cave, stood on the open ground, and slowly spread his wings, which were more than 10 meters long. He flapped his wings vigorously, using the power of the wind. Soon, he was flying freely in the sky above the forest, although he was invisible. But in the gloomy weather, Gordon still didn't dare to fly too high. As a result, the huge wind pressure caused by his low-altitude flight caused the green forest under him to blow an inexplicable ripple under the wind pressure, moving in the direction of Gordon's flight. However, because Gordon was wearing the Ring of Silence, no creature could hear the sound of the real dragon flapping its wings from above. Soon, Gordon discovered this small detail that was the only thing that exposed his position. If it were any other dragon, it might just do as it pleased. But it didn't have the pride of a real dragon that wanted the whole world to know it was flying. So, it quickly improved its flying method. It first slightly raised its altitude, and then slowed down the flapping speed of its wings. In this way, it succeeded in making the ripples in the sea of trees less conspicuous, at most the standard of a breeze. Only then did Gordon feel relieved. He began to recall the map that the tower spirit had given him before, and then flew towards Kalandu. At its speed, it would probably take until tonight or the next morning to reach Kalandu. But that was fine, just in case it wouldn't alert others. But, where exactly is Nina and the others? Under the dark sky, the black dragon in the invisible state looked at the gray hills in the distance and couldn't help daydreaming. According to Liz, they are now living in a hotel in Nahai town. It knows the name of the hotel, but it didn't ask where it is exactly. But it doesn't matter. It will slowly look for it when the time comes. Anyway, The problem is not that big. It has enough time. After all, the Ouroboros cultists' corpses are now as cold as ice. If it guessed correctly, the bronze dragon would definitely tell the city guards about the location. And now the Black Street is probably accepted by the city guards. It is not a small matter to deal with the cult sacrifice. Even if it is just a show, they will do it as they should. But these have nothing to do with Gordon, who is relieved after solving the problem. He just wants to return to Kalandu as soon as possible, and then take Nina back to Rika Island, and then develop steadily, and then start his journey as a planeswalker. It has not forgotten that this era is about to be turbulent, and the catastrophe of the gods is coming. It is the best choice to seek development by hiding, and hiding in a place far away from the main material plane is the best choice. After all, in the ancient dragon heritage, the elves' dragon madness mystery covered the entire continent. It was the first owner of the Io continent, and the era when the dragons were crazy. There is only one race of dragons that is completely unaffected by the dragon madness mystery, and that is the gem dragon species. They are born with psychic powers and have the ability to connect back and forth between the main material plane and the inner plane. Even if the mystery covers the entire continent, for the gem dragon, it is just a matter of sleeping in a different place to avoid this unforeseen disaster. So, in this same turbulent era, what better behavior is there than slowly developing in other planes? Of course, the most important thing is that the plane scale in Gordon hand is not a pure transmission tool, or a job transfer tool. It is a genuine legendary item. The reason why legendary items are called legendary. Naturally, anyone who possesses it, even a mortal, will possess legendary power. This golden pocket watch called plane scale naturally possesses such power. And for a planeswalker, it can be called artifact. Its main effect is very simple and straightforward. That is the monthly 9-ring spell Astral Projection. The effect of astral projection is that it allows adventurers to explore the astral world and other planes without using their original body, but rather an avatar. And it is the kind of avatar whose death will not have any negative impact. This means that this spell is equivalent to giving the caster a second life in the astral world and other planes. This is also why Gordon was willing to travel in the plane when he was a young dragon. Anyway, he is not afraid of death. So why be cowardly? Moreover, in the main material plane, if it wants to obtain a huge amount of talent fragments, it may be able to plunder from low-level monsters in the early stage. But in the middle and late stages, that is, after the 3rd and 4th levels, it is difficult to obtain high-level talent fragments. Even if it beats those gnolls, kobolds, and goblins over and over again, it can't rely on them to become a legend. Going to other planes to harvest is the least noticeable method. After all, if it starts slaughtering a region, even monsters can gain a lot of reputation. And reputation often brings trouble. Countless adventurers will try to hunt this young dragon that has not grown up under the banner of dragon slaying. Gordon was flying at a constant speed while thinking about future plans. The shadows of trees and hills below passed by in the blink of an eye. But with his extraordinary vision, Gordon could still clearly see some traces on the ground. In the village on the edge of the forest, candles in many houses in the village had been lit. The scattered kobolds and goblins in the forest were foraging, and occasionally a few gnoll settlements could be seen. But Gordon forgot all these in the blink of an eye. It flew under the leaden sky. Not long after Gordon flew out of the valley between two high mountains, he not only flew out of this gloomy sky that seemed to be dripping with water. The rugged hilly terrain below also changed accordingly. Instead, there was a golden plain under the setting sun, and a golden coastline bordering it. The blue waves in the distance were endless in Gordon vision. Looking along the forest on the plain, you can see many carriage paths in all directions hidden in the forest or on the side of the forest. And the end of the path, or the source, all point to the end of this plain. The white giant city leaning on the handle of the sword-shaped coast. The direction is correct. Although Gordon already knew it, he was still quite motivated after finding the target. So, its speed increased a bit. Moreover, the sky with flaming clouds allowed it to soar in the sky unscrupulously, accompanied by those seabirds returning to their nests. This kind of flight without suppression made it fall in love with the taste of flying. However, after flying for a long time, it became a little tired, until the night fell. The stars covered the earth, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. It was already late at night. Gordon arrived at his destination, Nenhai Town. At this time, the town was quiet, Only a few buildings were lit with candles. Most people went to rest. And only the tavern that was open all night was still entertaining. Gordon's invisibility had not yet disappeared. So it boldly landed in the town square. Its huge figure made it feel like it was in Lilliput. In order to avoid collisions that would cause the invisibility to fail, Gordon stood upright on his hind legs. In this way, it would not affect the road much. However, there were not many people on the town's main street late at night. Before Gordon landed, he only had a few groaning drunkards and a few wild cats. After Gordon landed, only the murmur drunkards were left. And it was under the lingering murmurs of the drunkards that Gordon found the adventurer's house without much effort. It was not far from the square, and it saw the sign after walking a few steps. Just as it was about to approach and explore, a room on the second floor suddenly lit up with a faint light. Then, in the cold night, the window of the room was pushed open. A little girl with silver hair, rubbing her sleepy eyes, stuck her head out. It was Nina. She dreamed that Mr. Gordon came to the town, but she woke up in a hurry and opened the window. Apart from the cold wind, there was only the silent night to accompany her. Nina was a little discouraged. Just when she wanted to close the window, she found that a huge monster blocked her vision, and all the buildings disappeared. Instead, a huge black dragon head appeared outside the window. But Nina was not afraid at all, because she recognized it. But Nina was afraid that this was a dream. So she asked in disbelief, "Mr. Gordon, is it you?" "It's me, Nina." Gordon looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him, whose joy could no longer be concealed, and replied softly. Its dark golden vertical pupils reflected not only the candlelight in the window, but also Nina's reflection in the dark night. And the warm yellow candlelight in the window also made the face of the ferocious dragon outside the window look a little softer. For a moment, under the starry sky in the middle of the night, the starlight completely froze and recorded the scene of the upright black dragon talking to the human girl lying on the bay window sill. Chapter 163. One night, a small town at night under the starlight. Gordon's sudden appearance did not alarm anyone. Maybe a drunk on the roadside heard the sound, but their heads were already full of dizziness. Even if they saw the molten dragon outside the hotel by candlelight, they would probably just think they were in a dream. And this kind of memory, generally, they would forget it completely the next day. What's more, Nina had turned off the lights after she found out it was Gordon. Anyway, they both had dark vision, so it didn't matter to her whether there was light or not. And this further reduced the risk of Gordon being exposed. It was pitch dark at night, and the color of Gordon's scales was a natural protective color. And the reason why Nina made the move of lighting and opening the window was the habit she cultivated in the orphanage a few years ago. Lighting the lights at night allows Grandma Orin to find the way back. After all, she is a dragonborn, but Grandma is not. After turning off the lights, Nina signaled to Gordon with her eyes whether to wake up Celia, who was sleeping beside her. After receiving a negative answer and a call for her to come out alone, she deftly climbed onto the balcony and walked out of the window carefully. At this time, her clothes were a little thin. Just an ordinary long nightgown that could cover her ankles. But it still couldn't withstand the cold wind in the middle of the night. However, Nina was already a little impatient when she saw Gordon call. She didn't even bother to change her clothes and jumped out of the window directly. Gordon also stretched out his slightly fleshy front paws, just right to catch the dragon girl, who came out in only a nightgown. Then he put her on his chest, walked to the open area of the town square, and spread his black wings that had just been folded not long ago. The strong wind once again merged with the cold wind in the middle of the night, raising waves of air. The water from the fountain in the town square was all over the ground. At this time, Gordon had already taken Nina away from Nanhai town and flew towards the nearest hill that was several dozen meters high. There, Gordon could communicate with Nina very freely, and he did not need to deliberately lower his voice to talk. Moreover, he also wanted to check Nina's body to see if the Ouroboros had any remaining tricks. After all, seeing is believing. Hearing is false. It didn't take much time for Gordon to land on the back of the hill and stay on a rugged natural cliff platform. Before Gordon came down, some beasts with green eyes could be seen shuttling through the forest under the cliff. They were the most common wolves in the forest. However, when the natural pressure of the real dragon it carried enveloped them, these ordinary beasts did not even have the courage to take a look, and fled with their tails between their legs. Gordon naturally put Nina on the middle side of the platform, and then looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him, and said in a muffled voice, "How do you feel?" Nina? I'm fine. Mr. Gordon. Nina nodded quickly, indicating that everything was fine, and rubbed her sleepy eyes to show her sincerity. After all, what Nina said was not wrong. In her feeling, when she was held in Gordon's claws during the flight, the cold wind didn't blow on her. She only knew that the scenery below passed by in a flash. And then it came here. What's more, because of Gordon's just right external temperature, she could enjoy the feeling of warmth all over her body, even if she was only wearing a thin nightgown. It couldn't be better. Gordon looked down at Nina, who looked extremely satisfied in both her eyes and behavior, and cleared his throat. I mean, Liz said you were all healed from the Ouroboros mark. Is that true? Of course it's true. Not long after, I felt the mark disappear. I was still confused at that time. Finally, I learned from Sister Celia that it was you who helped me again. The dragon girl's slightly immature face was flushed on the lace-edged collar of her nightgown. It was not known whether it was blown by the wind or heated by Gordon. However, the smile on her face was sincere and earnest. She said again, Mr. Gordon, you saved me again. Nina will remember what you did. When I grow up, I will repay you well. And Gordon responded by patting her little head with his claws that had put away the sharp blades, and said helplessly, Don't you think everything you have now is mine? What's the repayment? But Nina obviously didn't think so. She raised her head and looked at the dark golden vertical pupils that were almost bigger than her head, and said seriously, I just want to prove, Mr. Gordon, that I didn't save the wrong person. I will definitely be able to help you in the future. The environment she grew up in made her extremely insecure. She would only feel happy and satisfied when she felt needed by someone she cared about. And Gordon looked at Nina, who was like a kitten with its fur standing on end, and didn't know what to say for a moment. It seemed that he really underestimated her. It really saw a unique quality of a mage in Nina. That is, persistence. Nina was able to master zero-ring spells in just a few months. In addition to her talent, this factor also contributed to a certain extent. So, in order to make up for his mistake, Gordon gently nudged Nina again and took the initiative to put the tail that she used to like to play with in front of her. Although the black tail has changed from the thickness of Nina's forearm to the extent that Nina can't hold it with both hands, it does not hinder Gordon's apology. Nina also accepted it happily. She hugged Gordon's tail like a koala, and her delicate little hands stroked the scales on Gordon's tail. This was one of the things she wanted to do most before. This time Gordon took the initiative to deliver it to her door, and she would not miss this opportunity. But playing is playing. Gordon still did not forget one of the purposes of coming to Nanhai Town. Asking Nina about her recent situation before was just one purpose. And another purpose of coming to Nanhai Town. It was to let Celia help it get a transfiguration scroll from the magic shop in the city. The previous 2 scrolls had been used up by it. And by the way, some less conspicuous equipment was dealt with. For example, magic weapons, and some expensive spellcasting materials that it can't use. The main reason for changing the transfiguration scroll is that Gatung thinks it will definitely need it in the future. But it is not a metal dragon that is naturally good at transformation. Its magic talent may only be comparable to that of a black dragon. Not even a green dragon. Not to mention the most difficult school of transformation to learn among mages. If possible, Gatung would like to buy a high-level transfiguration ring directly. But this is often hard to come by. Even though Kalandu is a major trading city, there is no guarantee that there will be transfiguration rings here. So Gatung made a second choice and changed a few transfiguration scrolls first. Of course, it was also for the next plane trip. To prepare for a rainy day. What if it teleports to a certain plane? The heart of the human kingdom. Or the center of enemy monsters. If it doesn't want to be chased, then the transfiguration scroll is very necessary. Otherwise, with its huge body, it is difficult to hide. While listening to the new task assigned to her by Gordon, Nina held her tail and refused to let go. It's obviously a task for Sister Celia. I could have just woken her up. Why did you ask me to pass the message? Nina complained. Of course, those who are familiar with her know that her complaint is that Gordon didn't assign her a task. Obviously, she is also very capable. Gordon shook his tail, watching Nina's tail go up and down, and joked, Then do you have the heart to let your sister Celia blow the cold wind? Of course not. Nina flatly rejected it. Because of the vibration, she held the tail tighter in her hand. Cold wind? She can just blow it by herself. After explaining everything, Gordon began to talk to Nina about the recent situation and her future dreams. Just like chatting with her family. Nina's future is very simple and pure. For example, she will make a small pile of gold coins for Mr. Gordon and grow up quickly to learn magic to help it. However, when Gordon heard about what Nina liked or hoped for, it turned out that she could own a piece of land. Gordon was still a little surprised, but after listening, he understood that this was a kind of obsession, which is commonly known as sentiment, because when Nina was in the orphanage, she envied those who had land, because when she was young, she felt that if she had land, then they would not have to worry about being hungry. However, the fields are often controlled by those small nobles, and it is difficult for common people to divide the farmland. Therefore, Nina attaches great importance to this. In response, Gordon waved his hand and gave the farmland on Rika Island to Nina. Nina was naturally very happy, and began to ask about the types of farmland, and then chattered about some superficial farming knowledge she learned from Grandma Orlan. And Gordon looked at the excited eyes of the dragon girl in front of him, and he felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment, because when he saw Nina happy, sometimes, it would make him feel, at least, it has changed something. It has not been doing nothing in this world for a few months. This night is still very long. The whispers on the rock wall platform are like flowing water, gurgling and flowing, never stopping, until the golden light of the vast coast first appeared. The hazy light illuminated the entire forest with emerald green. Nina stepped on the morning dew on the grass, and said goodbye to the black dragon that sent her back from the forest. Back to Nanhai Town. The temporary hotel. Adventurer's home. Chapter 164 Amulet. When Nina knocked on the door, Celia inside had already woken up. To be precise, she had not slept all night. When Gordon appeared, her magic pet, the pseudo-dragon Liz, noticed the movement of the window and told her. But after seeing what Nina and Gordon did, Celia felt that there was no need to destroy this atmosphere and stop Liz's inappropriate behavior of wanting to greet him. Anyway, Nina was much safer with Gordon than with him. But when Celia opened the door for Nina and saw the guilty expression on her little face, Celia couldn't help but want to tease her. She pretended to be very angry, put her hands on her waist, and asked the dragon girl in front of her, who was only as high as her chest. "How is it, Nina? Is the master embrace warmer than before? At least warmer than my embrace. Otherwise, how could you bear to leave me alone and sneak out? And me? Chio. Liz's voice sounded in Nina's heart just right. When Nina heard this, she naturally knew that her departure last night and the appearance of Gordon had not been hidden from Celia and the others. Nina, who was already a little guilty, was even more embarrassed to look directly into Celia's gray eyes. After all, secretly leaving Celia's arms and spending the night with Gordon, there is always a hidden meaning. So, Nina hurriedly explained, there is really nothing between Mr. Gordon and me. Oh no. It was Mr. Gordon who asked me not to call you last night. You have been very hard these days, and I can't disturb you. Especially the warlocks, who need to meditate to enhance their strength. The latter sentence was added by Nina on her own initiative, trying to make her words more credible. But Celia saw through it at a glance. Only mages rely on meditation. We warlocks don't need to memorize spells at all. The master will not make such a low-level mistake. Nina! You betrayed us. Don't run. You will be punished. She reached forward and grabbed the dragon girl, who wanted to escape to the corner of the room, and then rubbed the girl's cheek, who had just been exposed to the cold morning light. Laughing. Ugh! It hurts. Don't. Nina pouted and struggled with her hands to break free from Celia's restraints. But of course she wouldn't let her do so. In this way, the two of them played around for a while. Then when they rested, they sat on the bed or chair, and the two girls' red faces were breathing slightly. And Nina also told Celia everything that Gordon had told her intermittently. She also handed Celia the dimensional bag that Gordon had placed and the items to be processed. Here, Sister Celia. That's all. Mr. Gordon wants a few more transfiguration scrolls and some more spells for the spell storage ring. Nina lay on the table, using a feather pen dipped in ink to write on the slightly rough and yellowed letter paper in the non-standard common language. She wrote down everything she remembered. She wrote it down just to deepen her memory and avoid omissions. After all, although she was not stupid and had a good memory, she was still a child after all. It was inevitable that she would forget or omit something carelessly. So Nina had to use this method to consolidate her memory. She learned this method from the spell introductory manual in the sewer. Oh, is that all? Celia listened to Nina's story and took the dimensional bag, looking at the sky outside the window. It was still early, although the gate of Kalandu was open. The shops might not be open yet, so she was not in a hurry to leave. Well, that's all. Mr. Nina thought carefully, and then recalled the items on the paper one by one, and then nodded affirmatively, indicating that there was no mistake. Then won't you go with me? The previous incident seems to have calmed down. Oh, no. It has never happened. When Celia set off, she looked at the reluctance in Nina's eyes and couldn't help asking one more question. After all, the limelight is past now, and that incident happened 3 or 4 days ago, and Kalandu city guards didn't even look for 2 days before giving up the search for the Red Dragon. After all, if they found that thing, it would still be a question whether they could beat it or not. Only the Bronze Dragon was tirelessly searching, and most people's choice was to wait for the next appearance of the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon was so unconcerned, let alone the 2 human girls it had captured and taken away. In most rumors, they were already dead, killed by the Red Dragon. After all, it was well known that the Red Dragon liked to eat the flesh of young women. Many remote villages far from the city, unable to offer enough treasures to the Red Dragon, often had only the option of sacrificing the girls in the village. Therefore, Nina and Celia entry at this time, as long as they changed their appearance slightly, covered their beautiful faces, and disguised themselves as ordinary adventurers, would not attract too much attention. After all, she still had the badge issued by the Adventurers Union. With her 3rd-level warlock strength, she could still gain some respect and detection convenience from the Kalandu City Guard. Nina was a little eager to move. It was boring to stay in the hotel alone. But it was daytime, and it was not easy to find Mr. Gordon. Going into the city seemed to be a good choice. But would it cause unnecessary trouble? However, when Nina suddenly thought that she could get a good price from Miss Willow, who bought magic items by selling items, she was immediately tempted. And then she started to dress up from the luggage in the hotel. Not long after, Nina and Celia, who had changed their appearance so much that Gordon could not recognize them from their appearance, left Nanhai Town together. With a few copper coins, they took a flatbed carriage of a Nanhai Town resident who was going to deliver goods to the city. Entering the city was unexpectedly smooth, and there was no inspection. They were allowed to pass after paying an entry fee. From the excited discussions among the guards in the city, Celia and Nina roughly knew that their leader, the fiancé, came to Kalandu yesterday. If it was just a beautiful fiancé, the topic might not be so high. But if the fiancé is given the title of princess, the meaning is different. Moreover, the fiancé of this princess is a commander they know. The heat is naturally very high. You know, not only the guards of Kalandu are discussing, but other nobles and civilians are also chattering about the princess of the AM Empire, Hevalu, entering the city yesterday. Some are envious, some are jealous, and some are slandering. However, these have nothing to do with the 2 people who just got off the carriage and arrived in the civilian area of Kalandu. Nina and Celia watched the carriage go away and drove to the noble area. Then, they set off and walked towards the familiar alchemy shop. Although I am not sure whether Friend Willow can eat all these. As a partner these days, it is necessary to give her any good things as soon as possible. However, when the 2 walked to the door of the alchemy shop, they saw 2 people saying goodbye. It was Love and Friend Willow, who used to wear double ponytails. There was also a middle-aged man beside Love, who seemed to be her father from his appearance. They also saw the 2 people who came to the door, and Love's reaction was faster than Nina. At this time, she had removed the ponytail and turned it into long and smooth hair like Celia. But the forehead was fixed with a wreath of ornaments, and her dress was also like the long dress of the elf court, simple and elegant, with only a golden purple jade belt around her waist as a decoration on her body. When Love saw Nina, her originally bitter face suddenly bloomed. She shouted to Nina with a smile on her mouth. "Sister Nina, are you here to send me off?" Nina sighed as she looked at Love, who she had not seen last time, but who was only greeted by Tovlin Willow. This little girl is still so honest. But Nina still explained that it was just a coincidence. But she was not stingy with her blessings. Love gladly accepted it. In her heart, the young and frail Nina, who had escaped from the quagmire of hardship and came to this point today, was obviously her best role model. She currently admired Nina very much, But her father interrupted their conversation when they were talking. This legend high elemental elf mage, who was the guardian of the Elf King court, the Grand Elemental Mage, and the Duke of Disaster, frowned, looking at the dragon girl in front of him. Although he didn't understand why his daughter could make such a friend after coming to the main material plane. However, he didn't have time to wait for the two to continue talking. As a member of the Elf King Council, he has been overwhelmed by the series of events recently. Whether it is the silence of the elf god Corlon or the fragmentary oracles, it makes this elven mage, who has reached the legend realm, feel a little uneasy. In particular, the things that their elf clan protects have also been in turmoil recently. It is not easy for him to find time to pick up Lover recently. Girls, stop for a while. Life is still long, he persuaded. Lover looked unhappy, but didn't say anything. Nina naturally ended the topic quickly. However, just when the two separated, Lover stuffed something into Nina's hand, and smiled at her lightly. Said, "Sister Nina, this is the blessing my mother prayed for in front of the great world tree when I came to the main material plane. Now I am going back to the fairy forest. I don't need it anymore, so I give it to you." Love's father saw the scene, but he didn't stop it. In his eyes, although this kind of leaf is precious and can improve the intelligence of a wizard or the strength of a warrior when worn, it is not very effective for a legend. Moreover, it is a renewable resource, so he didn't care and gave it to her. Nina declined politely, but Love insisted on giving it to her, and the two were deadlocked for a while. Finally, Love's father, the legendary wizard, couldn't stand the two people push and pull. He planned to make a quick decision and directly use magic to send the leaf into Nina's body, saying softly with elegance, "Take it, little girl. The good luck of the elves will protect you." As he said that, a teleportation halo opened in front of him, and on the other side was a forest garden with green grass. As the halo dissipated, Lovell and his father also disappeared in this alchemy shop. Only Nina felt the baptism of the strange green leaves. A little dazed. Chapter 165 Blessing of the World Tree. The World Tree is the symbol of the will of the elves, the root of nature, and the source of the birth of all elves. So, although it is just a leaf, this blessing, which is praised as the miracle of life, contains magical power that can make the holder reborn, except when it is necessary. It is possible to get a little help from the World Tree. The most important thing is that it can improve the attributes that the holder wants to improve, which belongs to the intelligence of the soul level, or the physical strength. And Nina was in this wonderful feeling. She felt that her mind was suddenly occupied by a green dot the size of an aperture. And then in tens of seconds, it turned from a small sapling into a strange little tree that Nina had never seen before. It is said to be strange because it has a shape that should not be of this size. Twisted and vigorous roots, dense and green leaves, and towering branches. It is like shrinking a towering tree by 100 times and stuffing it into Nina's spiritual space. Maybe this is the world tree that Love mentioned? This thought popped up in Nina's mind, and she also felt the most substantial changes after the world tree took root in her heart. That is, the tricks that she couldn't release 100% successfully before. Now she can probably release them as long as there is no external force to disturb her, and she focuses a little. Also, her perception of the magic web in existence and nothingness has become closer, as if the thread has become thicker and more substantial. The magic web that Nina originally felt might be just spider silk, but now it might be better, becoming a thin thread that can be seen and touched. Well, it's a bad description, but it's true. They don't need to build a model like other wizards. They just need to obtain the authority granted by the magic network to cast the spells allowed by the authority. It is said that many years ago, it was not like this. The magic network was almost unlimited, until a certain man appeared and changed everything with the 12-ring spell he studied. Karsus's god-making spell. The only 12-ring spell. Karsus, the genius wizard, spent 10 years to prepare this spell. In the end, he succeeded, but also failed, because the mortal body could not bear the power of God. But this also led to the death of the incarnation of the magic network at that time, the magic goddess Misreal. But she was not killed by Karsus's spell. Instead, she noticed the loophole in the magic network, and in order to fix the loophole, she chose to commit suicide and restart. This also led to the new magic goddess Mistra restricting the magic network after that, and mortal wizards could no longer use magic above the 9th ring. There are thousands of thoughts in my mind. But the reality is just a blink of an eye. Nina did not forget the reason for coming here. Although she had never thought that she would meet Love's departure when she came here today. Nina took a few steps forward, pulled Celia's sleeve, and walked to the half-elf mage, Friend Willow, who was smiling at her not far away. "Good day, Sister Fran." Nina imitated the knowledge she learned from Celia and greeted the half-elf mage, Friend Willow, who was standing at the front desk. Also returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Good day, little Nina. Why? Do you have something good to give me?" Friend Willow looked at Nina's expression and could guess what Nina wanted to do. After all, according to the old saying, no one would come to the temple for no reason. There is indeed a batch of things to sell, and the scrolls need to be replenished. Nina was quite distressed. Obviously, the cost of the scroll made her grit her teeth, but because it was Gordon's request, she had to do it. Every time she paid, she wished that she was a powerful wizard, so that Mr. Gordon would not have to spend money. Unfortunately, dreams are beautiful, and gold coins must be paid. When Nina and Celia came out of the alchemy shop, the streets were already bustling, and most people had already got up and started a new day. Smelling the fresh air of the unique seed breeze, Nina pace quickened a lot, and she couldn't wait to go out of the city to see Gordon. After all, everything that should be bought has been bought, and it's time to leave here. I really don't know what Mr. Gordon said about Rika Island and the cat-like people. It should be very good. Nina held Celia's sleeve and set off on the journey back to the city. However, after walking a few steps, Nina suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to Celia, "Sister Celia, I forgot to buy something." "What?" Celia thought about it carefully. Didn't she buy everything at the alchemy shop? This time, Gordon sold all the equipment and materials that were not conspicuous, useless, or could not improve combat power, and exchanged them for a lot of gold coins, which was not much less than last time. At least she could pay for the transformation scroll and the core gem inlaid on the ring that summoned the fire element. She didn't remember what else. Besides, they didn't have much money left now. After buying the list that Gordon said, "It's the seeds of crops." Nina's eyebrows curved, and she took out a rusty silver coin from the pocket of her linen dress. Laughing, she didn't forget that there was a piece of farmland that belonged to her on the island. Without seeds, it would be barren. However, the crop seed store was not difficult to find. There was one on another street in the civilian area, near the Iron Forge Tavern where Nina used to go for food. "Okay then, let's go." Celia thought that it was not far from here, so she didn't stop them. After all, life on the island would probably be boring. It would be good to cultivate your sentiments occasionally and add a little fun to life. They quickly took a shortcut from the alley to another street in the civilian area. Due to geographical factors, there were fewer people here than on the previous street, but there were still many people passing by. The crop seed store was in a recessed area in a remote section of this street. Nina took Celia in, and soon, they spent a little more than 1 silver coin and bought a small cloth bag full of crop seeds. Nina put the small cloth bag in her hand as if she had found a treasure, and she began to look forward to the future. "Nina, let's go." Celia looked at Nina standing there and laughed foolishly, and couldn't help but remind her. Nina woke up from her dream, and quickly put the small cloth bag away, and then continued to hold Celia's hand, intending to walk out of this area. But whether it was intentional or not, Nina seemed to hear someone crying and running in the alley. Is there something going on? Nina, who was keeping herself safe, was not so curious. In the black street, curiosity was the worst thing. So, she pulled Celia and wanted to leave. But before they set foot and left, a person had already staggered out of the alley. This was a dragonborn with vertical pupils, obvious dragon horns and scales on his forehead, and obvious dragon claws on his hands. Sharp and ferocious. She looked much older than Nina. A girl with red hair. According to human standards, she certainly didn't look very aesthetic. But among dragonborn, she was pretty. She was dressed like an ordinary adventurer. Leather armor and a long sword. From her panicked look and her unstoppable steps, it was obvious that there were pursuers behind her. She was still shouting for help. "Who can come and save me?" etc. But in this remote place, except for a few nearby shops, there were only 3 or 2 pedestrians. After hearing this, they all stopped and watched indifferently, and did not step forward to help. After all, this was a life-saving call for a dragonborn, and a red dragon. the offspring of a robber. Most people would choose to stay out of it. It was still unknown what happened. Celia and Nina also saw this dragonborn. But they did not go up to help immediately, but stood aside to watch the development of the situation. Just when the red dragonborn was about to continue to escape, but before she walked a few steps out of the alley, a magical light shot out from the alley and froze her directly. And she froze. Humanoid immobilization spell. Caster. This action made many people look away. Although Kalandu forbids mages to cast spells, it is difficult to completely ban such a ban in a large urban settlement. So, as long as you don't use it in front of the city guards, basically no one will bother you. This also made the residents, who were planning to watch the fun, look away. The spellcaster has a strange temper, and God knows whether he will vent his anger on them. Although Nina's face was a little worried, she still pulled Celia's sleeve. Let's go! Sister Celia. It's not that she doesn't want to meddle in other people's business, but she thinks it's unnecessary to make trouble now. Although she sympathizes, it's unwise and irrational to provoke a strong enemy for a strange dragonborn. But Nina's departure did not satisfy the latter, because she seemed to be targeted. Oh, there is actually another dragonborn here? An old man walked out of the alley with a staff in his hand. In his other hand, he also held a special crystal ball. In the transparent light ball, some red dots shone in it. The ones closest to the old man were the brightest, while those farther away were slightly dimmer. The old man quickly looked in the direction of the light. He saw the backs of Nina and Celia leaving. Girl? A dragonborn younger than this age? George Norton's face was filled with joy, and he didn't even care about the red dragonborn in the state of immobilization. He quickly followed. Chapter 166 Basement. When Celia and Nina found themselves blocked by a wall of light, they were both shocked, but they did not panic. Celia turned to look at the old man and asked with caution, "Who are you? Why are you stopping us?" He. The old man did not reply, but stared at Nina, who was bowing her head beside Celia. But no matter how she bowed her head, she could not hide the thin blood in her body, and the light on the light ball was lit. Suitable. Too suitable. George Norton looked at Nina without any scruples, as if he saw a treasure, and made a disgusting sound. As for Celia, a third-level warlock, she was not good enough in front of him. It can even be said that while he was talking, the spell in his hand was already brewing, using the ring-up effect. Sleep spell. Although the magician's spell slots are limited, they will not be wasted. If a fifth ring spell slot is used to memorize a first ring spell, the first ring spell will gain the level up effect and obtain a special sleep spell. That is, the range is larger, the duration is longer, or the sleep intensity is stronger. Therefore, when Celia did not intend to take action, the situation was already clear. In order to capture the experimental dragonborn in the city without being disturbed, George Noda had made a lot of plans the day before. Memorizing sleep spell in the fifth ring spell slot is also a small preparation. This sleep spell that expands the range of the group can make one's action silent and not alarm anyone. Therefore, when he saw Nina, he used this spell without hesitation. Thus, a diffuse magic halo centered on George Norton completely enveloped the scope of this remote neighborhood. Whether it was the residents who secretly observed through the window, the helpless red dragonborn lying on the ground with his eyes open, or Celia, who was watching George Norton vigilantly, they all felt a sense of exhaustion and fatigue from the soul. The fatigue occupied everyone's mind at a very fast speed, including Nina, who was also drowsy. Celia felt something was wrong and tried to shake her head to wake herself up. But she found that the harder she shook, the more the figure of the old man in front of her became overlapping, and finally occupied the entire field of vision vaguely. The wind arrow technique in her hand was also stopped because of her absent-mindedness, and then her eyelids couldn't help but close. No matter how hard she tried, it was in vain. Vaguely, she only remembered that the young figure beside her was taken away. She wanted to reach out, but she couldn't lift it at all. "Nina!" she cried out, and fell into darkness. Her peaceful sleeping face appeared on the face of the warlock girl who had just been alert, and she fell on the bluestone floor of a remote neighborhood. When Celia was awakened by Liz, the first thing she said when she woke up was, "Nina!" However, there was no response. She touched her side out of habit, and only the slightly warm ground under the sun was passed to her fingers. She smelled the sea breeze and looked around the silent area, feeling a little confused. How could it be like this suddenly? However, Celia still cheered up and asked Liz, after she fell asleep, where did Nina go? Liz couldn't tell, because she didn't know, although she happened to be on the top of the nearby bell tower. It was too late when she discovered the sudden situation below. As for Nina's whereabouts, she could only see that Nina and the Red Dragon Dragonborn were taken away by the old wizard and teleported back to an unknown place together. The distance of ordinary teleportation is not too far. Nina must still be in Kalandu. Although Celia is a warlock, she is quite familiar with the magic of the wizard. So after she made a judgment, she already had a plan in mind. The first thing is to tell her master that Nina was kidnapped. The second thing is to start going to the Adventurers Guild and the intelligence dealer in Kalandu to check if there are any Dragonborn missing recently. The wizard needs the Dragonborn, and he must be here for experiments. There is no doubt about this. Although it is unknown what the experiment was, it is believed that such a robbery would certainly yield some information. Otherwise, in such a large city like Kalandu, it would be difficult to find a mage even if one dug deep into the ground. Thinking of these points, Celia did not hesitate too much and immediately added wind swiftness to herself and began to rush towards the gate of Kalandu. Although Liz could do it for her, such an important matter still needed her to say it in person. Fortunately, it seemed that the high-level mage did not like the things on her body, and perhaps because of the tight time, he did not search her body. Anyway, the things she sold in the alchemy shop just now were not lost, and they lay quietly in her arms. Otherwise, the situation would have become worse. Celia's figure gradually disappeared in this remote neighborhood. It was not until a long time later that the people here woke up slightly, and everyone was still in fear. On the other side, Nina and the Red Dragonborn had been locked in 2 iron cages in the basement and had not woken up yet. The fanatical alchemist was methodically mixing the potion to be used for dragon transformation, and only the young dragon was still in the secret glass box. Calling dully, Nina woke up to the gurgling potion boiling bubbles and the call of the young dragon. She did not make any noise, but secretly opened her eyes and looked around. When she found that she was in a cage made of iron and wood, she was stunned. Then she looked at the Red Dragonborn, who was sleeping soundly in the cage next to her, and the aqua-blue young dragon in the glass cabinet, and she was even more terrified. What is he going to do? Why is he arresting me? Also, where is this place? She looked at the smooth stone walls under the magic lights around her. There were no windows. She guessed that it might be a basement or a closed room. As for the location, Nina didn't know, and she couldn't know. Nina's strangeness after waking up naturally couldn't be hidden from George Norton, the alchemist who was mixing potions in front of her. He was now skillfully pouring the liquid in the reagent bottle, stirring and dissolving it. After discovering that Nina woke up so quickly, he was a little surprised, and his hands were half a beat slower. Fortunately, this link had a high tolerance rate, and it was not a big deal. After all, in his estimation, Nina would have to sleep for at least another hour before waking up. Unexpectedly, her soul was stronger than the Red Dragon Dragonborn next to her. However, the stronger Nina was, the more satisfied George Norton was. You know, this body will belong to him from now on. Anyway, no matter how high her intelligence is or how strong her soul is, it can't be higher than his high-level magician. So, George Norton greeted Nina, who woke up but couldn't get up. Hi, little girl. Don't pretend to be asleep when you wake up. Come and witness this great miracle with me. Believe me, you will definitely love this experiment. The fanatical and high-pitched voice echoed in the empty basement, making Nina shrink her body and not speak. In her opinion, the man in front of her was a madman, both in his behavior and expression. She was now thinking about how to escape, and was also worried about how Sister Celia was doing. Would she be killed by the magician in front of her? So, in order to get the news, Nina still talked to the crazy alchemist. Where's my sister? You killed her. Are you talking about the one who's older than you? No. She should still be sunbathing on the bluestone slabs now. Hee hee. If no one else saw it. After all, your sister is not bad looking. Although she covered it up well, I could still tell at a glance. You know, when I was young, George Norton was mixing potions while chatting with Nina. When Nina heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know whether it was true or not. It was much better than hearing the news of death. But when she thought about the fact that Sister Celia would definitely tell Mr. Gordon about her being kidnapped, she couldn't help but feel distressed. Alas, it's going to cause trouble for Mr. Gordon again. Nina's little face was wrinkled, and she was very nervous looking at the busy alchemist in front of her. With her chaotic thoughts in her mind, she was also trying to think of ways to escape. Chapter 167 Newborn in the basement. The silver-haired girl in the cage in the southeast corner frowned, staring blankly at the young dragon in the glass box in the distance, babbling. And the red dragon in another cage was motionless. Only the alchemist with a crazy face, the old man with white hair and beard, was at the central test bench, holding a reagent bottle and sometimes walking around, sometimes stopping to absorb materials and reagents. He was still mumbling some alchemical terms that Nina couldn't understand, such as catalysis, reaction, boiling point of the fusion of soul and blood, and so on. The smell of reagents in the air turned into a heavy haze, which was placed on Nina's head, making her a little breathless. But what was coming still came. I don't know how long the candlelight flickered below, and I don't know how many times the reagents boiled. The time passed long and tormenting, but the old man still walked towards the girl in the cage with his reagents. Nina looked at the white-haired old man approaching her with a look of accomplishment on his face. His face, which was full of wrinkles and could not hide his fanaticism, became clear and hateful, making Nina unable to help but support herself with her hands and take a few steps back. But the cold iron and wooden fence on her back made her realize that she had nowhere to retreat. Click! The lock without a keyhole was opened. It was obvious that the old man had mastered the magic tricks. He looked at Nina, who was hiding behind, smiled, and even without a staff in his hand, he heard a fragmented spell. Nina felt that her body was grabbed by a transparent big hand, forcing her to face the madman who was smiling greedily at her. And with her strength, she could not break free from this bondage at all. No matter how she shook her head, she could only watch her distance from him getting closer and closer. The despair in her heart enveloped her. No one could save her this time. But when she thought of Mr. Gordon, she felt an indescribable force in her heart that supported her from collapsing. At least, she can't let the old man in front of her laugh at her. She didn't even tremble when she saw the dragon. Nina, cheer up. Nina pursed her lips and encouraged herself in her heart. After finding that she couldn't resist, Nina planned to spit out the thick liquid if the man forced her to drink it. Anyway, the worst that could happen was that she would die early. However, things were certainly not as smooth as Nina thought. Under the old man's bewitching words and the blessing of suggestion, Nina easily believed what the old man said. Drink it, and he will let her go. But when Nina gulped down the reagent, she also cooperated to lick the last drop of liquid on the bottle wall. She suddenly woke up, her face pale and horrible. She looked at the smug alchemist in front of her, her teeth clenched in anger, and her body trembled slightly. She was bewitched by magic and couldn't even resist. Success? Ha ha. It's true. No adverse reactions. George Norton looked at Nina, who had no adverse reactions to the special blood of the young dragon, and his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. He couldn't help but move his hands. Don't struggle. Hee hee. Close your eyes and sleep. I come to you later. Very soon. Very soon. Even though his voice and movements were extremely gentle, like touching a work of art, Nina still turned her head away in resistance, unable to bear to look directly at it. Whether it was the rough bark-like hands stroking the messy hair on her head, or the breath from her mouth, it was so disgusting. However, it didn't take long for Nina to be sent to the glass cabinet where the dragon was imprisoned by him using the mage's hand, and the special shackles fixed Nina in place. Then a large barrel of diluted unknown blue liquid submerged the silver-haired girl and the dragon that was still curiously looking at Nina in the glass cabinet. What Nina didn't expect was that the injection of blue liquid did not make her feel suffocated, but an indescribable comfort, like a baby who had not yet been born, absorbing nutrients. A sense of drowsiness came again, more violent than the last sleep spell. Nina almost had no reaction, and in an instant, she fell into a deep sleep, and her consciousness began to rest. But the dragon that was specially cultivated through various reagents encountered this blue liquid. But it was not as comfortable as Nina. It was like a red-hot iron block put into cold water, and it reacted violently with the blue liquid. Fine bubbles instantly filled the entire glass cabinet, and there was the sound of the dragonfly hitting the glass cabinet frantically. But the dragonfly wailed and struggled in the liquid, just like Nina, to no avail. The hardness of the glass cabinet far exceeded the dragonfly's strength. You know, this glass cabinet is mixed with mithril and refined. The hardness is comparable to that of a dragon scale, and it cannot be cut by anything other than a high-level magic weapon. not to mention the dragonfly. Even if a 4th or 5th level barbarian held a giant sword and turned on the rage, it would not be the glass cabinet that would be hurt. This is a magic cage specially used to imprison powerful creatures, and it is also an indispensable item in the research room of the Mage Tower. At this time, George Norton, who was outside the demonized cage, was watching the changes in the cage without blinking. Time passed by minute by minute. The dragonfly could no longer support itself, and it sank to the bottom. The dragonfly body with aqua blue scales also decomposed under the corrosion of the blue liquid. Its bones and blood began to spread in the blue liquid and merged with the liquid, causing the girl to absorb the essence of the blue liquid with every breath. As the pure blue liquid was absorbed by the girl into a translucent blue, George Norton finally saw the artwork he had worked so hard on, which was also the body he would have in the future. The slender blue dragon tail stretched out from the girl's back, forming a semicircular arc, firmly covering part of the body. The fine aqua blue dragon scales were faintly visible under her flesh-colored skin, making people feel at first glance that she was wearing a tight blue full-body armor. The beautiful face like an angel, the small dragon horns growing on the forehead, and the jewel light covering the body, formed a sense of déjà vu that people would definitely think she was a water elf. After absorbing the young dragon, the girl was still sleeping, motionless. George Norton looked at the creation in front of him and was also stunned. He couldn't believe that this treasure was made by himself. But surprise is always a surprise, and the surprise soon disappeared. He also began to prepare for the last link, which is the ceremony of replacement. This ceremony is similar to the ceremony of transformation into a lich. They both drink poison that is enough to kill him, and then the soul breaks out of the body. But unlike the lich, it does not need the so-called soul container. That is, the life box. He only needs to drink another prepared soul potion in advance, and he can easily die. Sense any humanoid creature within 10 meters of him that has no resistance, and then invade her soul world, devour, change, and occupy the nest. Perfect. George Norton drank the 2 prepared potions in one gulp. The poison quickly spread in his body, completely destroying his already aging body. Blood overflowed from his nostrils and eye sockets, and his head tilted, and he died. The transparent and invisible soul with the appearance of George Norton broke out of his body and rushed into the half-dragon girl in the demonized cage. The old and strong soul attached to her body, and his soul face seemed to be laughing wildly when it overlapped. After so many years, he finally succeeded. He spent all his thoughts and exhausted his family wealth, just for this day. After all, in the future, he will have the lifespan and knowledge of a dragon before he reaches the 7th level. There is no need to transform into those corrupt liches, and you can enjoy everything that humans can enjoy. But when George Norton entered the soul body of the half-dragon girl in front of him, he found that this place seemed a little different from what he imagined. Her soul space was actually a forest, a silent forest, full of green. But that's fine. George Norton looked at a huge figure in the distance where the girl's soul was. His originally surprised and enthusiastic face was stunned and stiff. Gods! What is this? George Norton's soul was stunned for a while when he looked at the giant tree in the girl's soul world. How could there be such a tree in the soul world? The wizard's extensive knowledge and strong knowledge made him naturally guess that this tree was most likely the world tree of the elves. But why it was in the chest of an ordinary, thin-blooded dragon girl, he didn't understand. However, he had come to this point, and there was no way to turn back. If the soul space wants to go out again, it must obtain the owner's permission. Otherwise, it can only devour the way. As for this world tree, he will know when he devours her memory fragments. Although George Norton was surprised, his hands were not slow. At this time, he looked and dressed at his peak. This is the embodiment of the soul, which can become his peak. A 6th-level high-level wizard is more than enough to deal with the soul of a dragon girl. George Norton held the staff and began to recite his most powerful spell to attack the sleeping girl. 6th-ring spell Thunderstorm, but at this moment, under the dark clouds, the silver-haired girl sleeping on the grass seemed to sense the ill intentions of the soul visitor and reacted. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and then slowly opened. The vertical pupils remained unchanged, but turned aqua blue. The rest of her appearance did not change as seriously as in the outside world, and she still looked the same as before. Silver hair, vertical pupils, a brand new white dress, young and delicate. When she opened her eyes, she saw George Norton casting a spell on the grass outside the forest, and heard thunder coming from the gloomy sky above. She didn't react for a while. Why did the scene change so quickly? Wasn't she restrained just now? But at this time, a curved electric snake in a thundercloud in the sky struck down fiercely at her. Just when George Norton was expecting the girl's soul to perish in his thunder and lightning. And then her memory was devoured by him. In the forest, something strange happened suddenly. At the moment when the thunder was about to hit Nina, the branches of the world tree beside her blocked it casually. The thunder disappeared without a trace. And the girl was safe and sound, as if nothing had happened. And his attack was like poking a hornet's nest with the changes of the world tree. Or maybe it was the awakening of the girl that made the originally dead forest suddenly come alive. Countless animals in the forest came out from nowhere. First the lowest level, forest wolves, cave bears, night owls, and stags. Then there were centaurs, elves holding bows and arrows, or tree people rising from the ground, unicorns, and forest fairies dancing around Nina. What frightened George Norton the most was the huge figure behind the girl. The mountain-like war tree. The great druid holding a deadwood staff. The huge golden dragon squatting quietly under the shade of the tree with his head held high. Or the dreamlike forest spirit. And the three-headed ferocious monster chimera. And the tree spirit elder, and the mountain giant holding a tree in the back. No matter which one, the whole body exudes strength that is not inferior to him. And the strong one even reaches the legendary aura. This made George Norton sweat coldly, which he didn't even have in his soul state. What the hell is this? And Nina looked at the creatures that emerged around her. And she was also confused. Some are familiar, and some are strange. But very reassuring. However, Nina can't hesitate at all. All the creatures attacked the wizard in the distance at the same time. The fire breath of the golden dragon. The spirit beast summoned by the forest spirits. Or the thunder summoned by the great druid. The boulders thrown by the mountain giants as big as hills. Or the entanglement released by the elder tree spirits. These belonged to her soul space to fight back autonomously. In the first moment, the soul of George Norton not far away was completely turned into nothingness. George Norton, who was tied up and unable to move by the entanglement, did not panic much before his death. He felt that he was dreaming. And this dream was a bit absurd. So much so that he didn't even feel afraid. His soul turned into nothingness in the golden flames. Then, the broken soul turned into pieces of pure and shining fragments under the whispers of nature. The traction in the dark made Nina subconsciously contact this fragment that her subconscious told her was harmless. Then, a stream of majestic spell memories crashed into Nina's soul and merged with it. Tiredness made Nina fall asleep again. And the forest dwellers, who were all over the mountains, just now disappeared as Nina fell asleep. Only the huge ancient trees that were still and motionless gently swayed their branches and leaves in the breeze. A few tiny green leaves fell on Nina's white dress, as if they were afraid that she would catch a cold. The falling leaves also made Nina, who was thinking hard in the mighty torrent of magic, suddenly feel a lot smoother. But it was still difficult to absorb. Since then, the green soul space has returned to silence again, with only the sound of swaying leaves slowly echoing in the space. On the other side, the noble area of Kalandu was brightly lit after nightfall. A group of noble children from the capital of the AM Empire were surrounding a thin red-haired boy and laughing at him. Undoubtedly, this was to vent their anger or to take revenge. After all, their empire's flower, the eldest princess, Hevalu, was going to be engaged to the country noble of Kalandu soon. And at the welcoming banquet last night, they were severely humiliated by the young man named Shios. This made them extremely uncomfortable. So, the little nobles of Kalandu, who were close to Shios and had a handle in their hands, suffered. This thin red-haired boy in noble clothes was one of them. Villain, go to the cemetery quickly and find this stone for me. Otherwise, your father. The blond young man in the lead threw the black stone in his hand into the equally black cemetery beside him, and laughed. And knowing that this was an impossible task, Villain Sishut could only nod in humiliation. Yes, Master Jason. I go find it now, he said word by word, then dragged his heavy body into the dark cemetery. Before looking for the stone, he needed to find the old gatekeeper here and borrow a kerosene lamp. Otherwise, he might not be able to find it tonight. Looking at the pale tombstones all around, Falin shuddered suddenly, and then went to the cemetery with candlelight dimly lit and people. Master, I didn't find it. All the Dragonborn who disappeared recently are on it. In a hotel. The warlock lady took off her hood, revealing her neck bound by a collar, and tremblingly handed the collected information to a black cat. The black cat squatted on the table. His eyes were already red. Its voice was uncontrollably furious. "Look for it again. Send a message once an hour," the black cat ordered. And the warlock girl knew it was urgent. So she hurriedly put on her hood, opened the door, and go downstairs. After reading the information, Black Cat left through the wide-open window not long after she left, walking on the roofs of the long houses that the candlelight could not illuminate, listening to the movements, looking for all possibilities. "Where is it?" Black Cat murmured. Chapter 168 Clues. Banquet. Hero at the entrance of the wooden house in the cemetery. The red-haired boy stamped his feet and looked at the white tombstones around him in fear. It was quiet here at night, and the only sound was the teasing and shouting of the nobles in the distance, as if they were betting on how long he would come out. But this was not what he cared about. He just wanted to take an oil lamp and follow the direction to see if he could find the stone. At the very least, he had to look for it in here for a while to satisfy the noble young masters from the imperial capital. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. "Damn it! It's not me and the princess getting married. You're taking your anger out on me," the red-haired boy cursed inwardly, then knocked hard on the door of the wooden house and shouted, "Come out! I want a kerosene lamp. Hurry up, old man. Damn it! Where are you?" Villain, who was furious, knocked a few times and found that the candlelit hut had no response. He was a little angry. He looked through the window of the wooden house and found that the dull old man in the cemetery was sitting on the desk, motionless. This made Phelan confused for a moment. He was clearly in the room, neither asleep nor sick. So how could he seem to be oblivious? Phelan, who had entered the cemetery with humiliation, suddenly became furious. His face was burning, as if he had been slapped in the face. Those nobles bullied him. But you, a small old man who guards the cemetery, looked down on him and pretended not to hear what he said. How could Phelan tolerate this? He immediately kicked the door with his foot. "Open the door quickly. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. You are rolling in the mud." The mocking laughter from afar made Phelan blush. He couldn't even control an old man in the cemetery. He was so embarrassed. So, he tried to climb in through the window. This time, he got in. But when Phelan wanted to grab the old man's neck and ask him why he dared to ignore the call of a future baron, he found that he touched nothing. His hand passed through the body of the old man in front of him. Phelan's eyes also began to change, from anger at first to fear. This is magic. Although Phelan didn't know how many rings of magic it was, there was no doubt about it. The old man in front of him was very likely a spellcaster. Damn it! The old man guarding the cemetery was actually a spellcaster. How could he not know? Phelan's mind was full of guesses, and he was so scared that he stepped back a few steps. But he quickly calmed down and apologized with standard aristocratic etiquette. Although this was in Kalandu, he was facing an unknown spellcaster. He still had to be careful and not let his family be implicated because of this. Thinking of this, Phelan swallowed his saliva and continued. "Master spellcaster, please don't take what I said just now seriously. Oh, it must be the devil that invaded my mind just now. So I said such stupid things?" His expression was very annoyed. But it was unknown how much was true and how much was false. But the old man in the illusion state was still indifferent, maintaining the posture just now, like a projection that had lost contact. Really unconscious? The projection's posture made Phelan begin to doubt. But he was still careful, asking while looking around the room to see if there was anything unusual. However, it was still quiet. There was no extra furniture in the wooden house, except for a wooden bed and a set of tables and chairs. There were ordinary sundries on the table, which was no different from the house of an ordinary old man. The kerosene lamp that Phelan wanted stood quietly on the table. But the sharp-eyed Phelan also found that there was a lamp lying under the table, which seemed to be not often used. After the observation, "Let's leave." Phelan looked at the small wooden house and felt a little scared. And this thought came up involuntarily. So, he remembered that the purpose of coming here was just to take a kerosene lamp. So, he took action. He did not choose the one placed next to the fantasy old man, but chose the one under the table. After all, if you can take something without seeing it in person, you should do it without seeing it in person, as long as it is useful. But when he squatted down to touch the kerosene lamp while looking at the phantom, He found that the upside-down kerosene lamp on the ground was tightly stuck to the ground. And no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull it out, as if it was naturally connected to the ground. The unbelieving villain chose to change a method, and tried to pick up the kerosene lamp from another angle. During the first attempt to rotate it, villain felt that the kerosene lamp was slightly loose, so he increased his strength. However, the kerosene lamp still could not be picked up. Just as villain was watching the movement of the illusion vigilantly, a clicking sound rang out in the wooden house. The source of the sound was behind him. Villain turned his head suddenly, and found that the originally empty mud ground suddenly appeared a dark and deep downward staircase. At the end of the passage, there was a faint white light. Failing watched this scene, trying to calm down, and then looked at the still motionless illusion behind him, and swallowed his saliva. He raised the kerosene lamp on the table, and walked down the stairs. When Gordon met Celia for the third time, who had nothing to gain, the night in Kalandu had reached its peak. The endless stream of carriages attending the banquet, the crowds of people in the night market in the trade zone, and the singing of the unknown bard in the tavern were all presented in this huge white city under the night sky. But these have nothing to do with Gordon. It is still looking for any clues about Nina and the wizard. It is now in the alley of the trade zone. The male dragonborn who disappeared last time disappeared in the back alley of this tavern. It was reported to the association by the leader of his adventure group. It is said that this is the male dragonborn, and he has agreed with the leader that after this trip, he will return to his hometown to get married. Unfortunately, he disappeared before the adventure started. For this reason, the leader paid to post a bounty in the guild in order to find him. Unfortunately, no one took it. After all, finding someone is a bit difficult for ordinary adventurers. It would be easier to let them find someone, rather than spend more time and kill more monsters. The smell of the alley was a mixture of wine and other unpleasant smells. Gordon stood on the ridge of the alley, watching this with his dark green cat eyes. Just as it glanced around and went to the next destination, it passed by the cemetery in the trade zone. But it found that a group of people came here with a bunch of yellow flowers in their hands. Judging from the emblem, it seemed to be an adventure group, holding flowers in the cemetery at night. This strange sight, Gordon slowed down his pace slightly. But when he heard clearly what the leading woman was saying while holding something in her hand, its 4 black claws could not help but grasp the tiles on the roof, and its soft cat ears stood up. Dear Tryon, I can't accept your death now. But the Adventurers Guild has already sent you the news of your death. And the relics. The chattering words sounded in the silent cemetery. But Gordon didn't dare to listen to a word, and even got closer, jumped off the roof, walked to the cemetery, and watched the ceremony presided over by the priest of the god of death. Because Tryon was one of the people Celia gave him the parchment scroll to investigate. The remains were found? Or has the wizard appeared? Gordon tried hard to listen to the words of the leading woman and filter out relevant information from it. Soon, it found the relevant factors from it. It turned out that they were a group of brave, noble, and humble noble descendants from the imperial capital of the Aemen Empire. On the second day after they arrived at Kalandu, they accidentally discovered the shocking conspiracy of the evil wizard hidden in the noble district and destroyed the evil wizard lair. Moreover, now, the private banquet for the group of heroes is in full swing at the Blue Rose Manor on Queen's Road in the noble district. After hearing this, Gordon could no longer bear it, and ran directly to the noble district. Of course, he did not forget to inform the pseudo-dragon Liz, who was standing on the top of the bell tower not far away, and acting as a messenger between it and Celia, of this news. After Gordon and Celia stepped into the noble district together, the private banquet at the Blue Rose Manor on Queen's Road has begun. And the most eye-catching thing at the banquet was not the initiator of the action, but a vertical demonized cage. It was the demonized cage that was moved out of George Norton's basement and enclosed the dragon girl and those noble children who claimed to be heroes to the outside world. They have begun to quarrel over this sleeping half-dragon girl. Blushing, the fire of desire in their eyes was aroused by the dragon girl they had never seen before. Everyone who had a little bit of power in their family wanted to try to get a share of this spoils. In order to obtain the girl contract rights, an invisible auction was quietly launched with the banquet. Chapter 169. The disappearing man of the magnificent hall was lit with candles, and the nobles from the imperial capital were arguing over the ownership of the girl in the demonized cage. After all, the princess they invited did not come, so they did not have to worry about their face. At least, that was the case now. Bardas, give it to me, and I can withdraw from pursuing the princess. A tall blonde noble youth in cumbersome clothes offered a bargain to the young man opposite, who was equally dressed as him. While Bardas looked at Jason, the second heir of the Duke of the Sword of the Empire, and smiled coldly. Jason, I can also withdraw. So will you let me? Obviously, the two would not give in to each other, and the prices they offered to each other were not worth mentioning. After all, the princess already had a fiancé, and such a top-notch dragon maid, whether given as a gift or collected, is the best treasure in the aristocratic circle, and they will not let go easily. The blonde young man Jason looked at the dragon-like girl in the cage and licked his lips greedily. What do you want me to do? How about this? Auction. The highest bidder wins. This should be reasonable. Then everyone will share the money from the auction equally. Bardas, the second son of the Minister of Finance, obviously has a good business sense. Then it's settled. Jason thought about it carefully, and finally felt that this was more reasonable. After all, it was not easy to divide. So, an auction with only one item started quietly under the candlelight in the banquet hall. When Gordon transformed into a black cat and stepped nimbly, he avoided the not-so-strict guards and came to the second-floor terrace of the manor. He squatted on the terrace and saw through the frosted glass-like colored windows that the banquet below had reached its climax. However, the outside sounds could not disturb it, because its attention was all on the glass cabinet placed on the high platform of the banquet steps. No, to be precise, it was the dragon girl in the glass cabinet, although her body structure and color were somewhat different from the original Nina. Gordon was very sure that it was Nina. After all, even if she turned into a dragon, her original appearance could still be seen, and her overall temperament did not change because of the dragon tail, and she was still delicate and silly. After seeing that Nina was fine, Gordon was relieved. However, when it began to listen to those people who couldn't wait to bid, the highest bidder won. The pupils shrank slightly, and the red that had just dissipated began to fill the eye sockets again. The banquet hall below was still lively. 3,000. 3,001. Such shouts rang out in the hall one after another. However, this price has not ended yet. You know, those people have not made a move yet. I paid 5,500 gold coins. Come join in the fun. A silver-haired young man raised his hand with a smile and raised the price of the goods on the stage. Instantly, the price of the goods temporarily named Angel doubled by 1/3. The Torite family is indeed rich. Even the pocket money of the third heir is richer than us, someone said sourly. But others responded quickly. After all, their family controls a lot of iron ore and transportation. It's normal for them to have money. But he shouldn't be so irrational as to want to rob Jason and others. Right? Before their conversation started, they found something more eye-catching than the price. That is, the dragon girl in the demonized cage has awakened. Screams and whistles of surprise occurred simultaneously in the banquet hall. Nina, who had just awakened, was a little confused. The blue liquid in the glass cabinet had been completely absorbed by her, so that she was now as if she was in water. But Nina did not feel any discomfort. Being in the water was like being in the air. But before Nina had time to carefully feel the changes in her body, she found herself in a luxurious hall, and her position was in the public eye. Nina, who had never experienced this before, curled up subconsciously, using her hands, feet, and the unskilled dragon tail to roll herself into a ball. The voices from the outside world were even louder, almost lifting the roof. But the other manors on Queen's Avenue were the same, and they were also a distance apart, so it did not affect anyone. Nina awakening also made the auction more and more enthusiastic. With the end of the main players, the price of this dragon maid soared to an astonishing price. It can even be exchanged for the price of a magical item. However, what they didn't notice was, at some point, the music from other manors could be heard in their ears. But it disappeared. The blue night outside also turned into a dark night sky, and the dim stars were hidden in the shadows and merged into one. The shadow of the black cat squatting on the terrace, reflected on the wall by the candlelight, also quietly changed in the sound of the price increase. First, the shadow of the cat exploded, and then it became a group of indescribable monster shadows. Then the 4 striking horns and countless spikes on the head appeared in the shadow. And then a pair of dark golden vertical pupils slowly opened and closed below, and the slender dragon tail and wings swung out from the bloated shadow. and finally the huge body wrapped in matte black scales fully stretched out. Gordon showed his original form, and the slightly spacious terrace outside the window was a little overwhelmed and made a tooth-grinding creaking sound. Inside the house, 6007. Jason shouted with enthusiasm, one wave higher than the other. Outside the house, the slender dragon shadow adjusted his appearance in front of the mirror on the terrace, and like a gentleman, jumped off the terrace without making a sound. 7000. Bartis, the second son of the Minister of Finance, said without hesitation. However, as soon as he said it, he was interrupted by an indifferent voice from outside the door. 100 million. I pay. 100 million gold coins. The magnificent voice penetrated the tightly sealed door, causing dozens of nobles and servants in the banquet hall to look outside the door. They all wanted to see who dared to mess up their banquet. 100 million gold coins. This amount can buy the territory of several countries. Even if you want to start a country, it is enough to hire the most greedy real dragons. And Jason shouted angrily, who is it? 100 million gold coins? Can you afford it? It's just a small goal, the visitor said jokingly. You can get it by just putting together. Right? Everyone. As soon as the voice fell, boom boom, outside the manor hall, the heavy and closed door was opened. However, it was not opened in a normal way, but was directly knocked down by a huge force. Along with the collapse of the door, several black shadows were thrown into the hall. Jason and others with sharp eyes naturally saw that these bodies were the guards of the manor guarding outside the door. How could it be? Just when they were about to call out and say something, the collapse of the door had already settled, and a hot wave of fire surged in. They followed the source of the flame temperature and saw what was outside. A fiery red dragon. High temperature emanated from it. It had ferocious horns and walked in with flames flowing all over its body. There is no doubt that the magnificent voice just now came from its mouth. How about it, everyone? My price is reasonable. The flame dragon looked down at all living beings, and the flames of tyranny and anger burned the expensive and gorgeous carpet. Furnace fire and molten core were almost open to the extreme at this moment. Only those who understand the most know. The calmer the words Gordon used to speak, the more it showed that the anger in his heart was raging in his chest. The substantial flames came out of his vertical pupils, which was obvious, and Gordon did not intend to listen to whether they agreed or not. The long brewing scorching breath covered the magnificent hall, the auction venue that was just full of passion. Endless shouting and wailing instantly became the main theme here. It watched these humanoid creatures that might not even be able to provide him with light balls fall down. There was no regret in the vertical pupils. Indeed, it could take Nina away openly without killing anyone. But when he heard the price increase, he could not help but think of Nina's curled up appearance just now, and the killing intent inevitably emerged. Perhaps letting them take a bath can eliminate my anger? The dragon with magma flowing on its wings thought so, and the hot dragon breath from its mouth gushed out again. Killing those lucky ones who escaped the magma the first time. Give them another chance. This time, please don't reject my kindness. The flames coming out of the manor house lit up the sky of this different dimension. Outside, the disappearance of the Blue Rose Manor did not alarm anyone. Celia and Liz cooperated and used wind arrows to saw the guards outside the manor one by one. After covering up the smell of blood, Celia looked at the direction of the disappeared Blue Rose Manor, stunned. The next day, all the residents of Kalanda knew that the imperial noble, who had just become a hero of Kalanda yesterday, there was a fire in the Blue Rose Manor where he was, and no one inside was spared. Some people said it was the red dragon at the port, and they swore it. Some people said it was the great fire magician, and the evil wizard had helpers who came to seek revenge. Some people said that the murderer that night was a giant dragon that could spit magma and cast magic. Most residents still prefer to believe the first two. However, these have nothing to do with Gordon. It has returned to Rika Island with Nina and Celia after the dragonization. The overseas island with volcanoes is its future nest. It is also the first territory that belongs entirely to it. Chapter 170. A short break. It was night. It was the quietest time before sunrise. Gordon, Nina, and the others had already landed on the cliff where they first met the Catman. The huge wind pressure caused by the huge object swept away all the dust on the cliff. Boom! The sound of the heavy object falling to the ground and the subsequent conversation also broke the tranquility of the dawn. How is it? Are you all right? Gordon's unique mellow voice came from behind. I'm fine, Mr. Gordon. I'm fine, Master. Nina and Celia, who got off Gordon's claws, turned around and shook their heads. Under the cover of the molten dragon wings, even if there was no shelter all the way, the hot body temperature was enough to dispel the insignificant cold for them. At this time, Nina's attention was mostly attracted by the forest covered with morning dew and fog. The warlock lady Celia beside her was also curiously looking at this deserted island surrounded by reefs dozens of kilometers away from Kalandu. I don't know how the owner found it. The silver pseudo-dragon has happily entered the forest and rolled around, leaving its scent. Compared to the town, it originally grew in the forest and prefers it here. Of course, there is a prerequisite that someone has to make human food for it. For example, grilled black pine sturgeon. Grilled sea trout is also good. Huh? That's good. Gordon exhaled a slightly tired breath. The long man flight plus the previous battle, as well as the tense mind of always watching for other creatures during the flight, made it a little physically and mentally exhausted. However, it won't say this. Nina, who was careful, noticed this. She came up and raised her head worriedly to ask Gordon if he wanted to rest first. Let's talk about everything after waking up. He looked very considerate. Gordon hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. It was indeed a little tired. So tired that even seeing Nina's current appearance, it couldn't raise any energy. After all, when it freed Nina from the demonized cage, it was still amazing for a long time. Whether it was the soft and slender dragon tail that made it want to touch, or the exquisite little horns that emerged from the long hair that had now turned into blue and silver, and the small aqua blue dragon wings that grew on the back. It felt inexplicably excited, so much so that when it sent those nobles to meet their gods, it was a little heavy, and the wailing and screaming somewhat destroyed the atmosphere. However, before falling asleep, it did not forget to take Nina and the others to the cat-transformed town to familiarize themselves with the environment. Otherwise, it would be bad if there was any misunderstanding between the two sides. He wasn't worried about Nina. After all, Nina's current strength was enough to beat up those cat-like people even without using magic. That's right. The current dragon girl is no longer the little girl whose blood was so thin that she only had the ability of dark vision. Based on its similar template, from Nina's own description, Gordon could fully perceive that her talent was not inferior to her birth state, according to the dragon heritage of the ocean dragon that she inexplicably obtained. Her blood was inherited from a powerful aquatic dragon called the ocean dragon, which lived in the elemental world and waters. That was the type of dragon egg that she and Celia had seen at the auction. Like bronze dragons, they live in the vast ocean, but they spend most of their time underwater, including sleeping, and their caves are also built underwater. Not like bronze dragons, whose nests are built inside islands. They are pure aquatic dragons. Nina naturally inherited the dragon natural armor. That is, hard scales. But because she has not completely transformed into a dragon, she cannot bite and claw like a young dragon. Moreover, she has inherited the ocean dragon unique animal conversation only for fish, which helped Gordon just now, because when it was flying, it found that it could not distinguish the direction of the vast ocean after flying for a long time, and almost got lost. After all, there are reference points underwater, but there are none in the sky. A slight deviation will lead to the opposite direction. At this time, Nina stood up and whispered to ask Gordon to land in the sea. Then Gordon saw Nina asking the passing fish in the ocean, and successfully learned the direction of the island with reefs from the fish. It was really amazing. Although there was such an ability in the previous magic artifact, it was another thing to see others use it with their own eyes. In addition, she also had all the breath abilities of the ocean dragon. As many as Gordon now. She had two kinds of breath. One was strong acid breath, and the other was turbulent breath. The former was a linear breath like the lightning breath, and the latter was a conical diffusion water breath. Not to mention the spell memory she obtained. 10 cat-like people. Nina could easily knock them down in her current state. If you want to divide it according to strength, her strength is probably around the second and third levels, jumping back and forth. After all, besides being a dragon, she is also a spellcaster. A second-ring spellcaster. According to Nina herself, it seems that she has obtained the memory of the evil wizard. But because of the limited soul, she can't digest so many soul fragments. Not to mention the high-level spell memory, which is completely beyond the ability of a newcomer like her to absorb. unless her soul is replaced by someone else. Therefore, the spell she currently masters can only reach the second ring for the time being, and any more can only be digested slowly over time. But this is enough. After all, time is not that important to her. The blessing of the blood of the real dragon makes it easy for her to live for 1,000 years. This is also what George Norton pursues. But now it has been handed over to Nina. Nina and Celia naturally nodded in agreement. After all, they are quite interested in the cat-like race. Especially when they heard that the kind cat-like race was bullied by the sea monster. They couldn't help but feel a little more pity. The good impression naturally increased. They did not choose to fly this time, but walked through the forest, because the cat-like town was not far from here, and Gordon was not particularly big now. Even if he did not have the slender legs of a green dragon, he could easily cross the forest with him. After flying for a long time, it was not bad to walk for a while. Not long after, they saw a miniature town made of wood and mud, which was smaller than any village they had seen. It was called a town, but it was more like a camp. The outer guards of the cat-like people soon discovered Gordon and the two girls following him. At the first moment of discovery, a huge gray cat that was much bigger than Nina had imagined jumped out of the inconspicuous grass. He lowered his head and spoke in a fluent common language from a distance. "Great master, you are back." Cat-like people are similar to werewolves. In most cases, they live in human form during the day and cat form at night. So they rarely accept outsiders to stay in the village. They will drive away strange visitors before nightfall. Gordon nodded slightly and asked, "Did anything happen during my absence?" "A lot, master. The wise patriarch, the prophet of the cat-like people, Zenlita, led us to build your altar and planned to put your statue inside." This gray cat seemed quite talkative. Perhaps this is a major feature of the cat-like race. It was about to talk about what happened when Gordon left in the past few days. "Stop. That's not what I'm talking about." Gordon frowned. It had only been a few days since he left, and these cat-like people were doing all these things, even setting up the altar. Although it is common sense to worship statues of the object of submission in other worlds, it still feels a little uncomfortable with its soul from another world. It always feels like someone is cursing it to death. On the other side, the words of the catman also reached his ears. If the master is talking about the invasion of foreign enemies, the catman, who was interrupted by Gordon, looked up and saw Gordon's expression, and knew that the great real dragon would not care about such a small matter, and shook his head in worship. "No, master, your glory always shines on us, and when you are not here, the remaining power is enough to repel the villains." Gordon nodded. This sentence is also a daily question. After all, there are many reefs here. Even if there is fresh water, most ships will not choose to resupply here, because it is very difficult to get in. God knows which route has reefs. If it hits a reef, let alone fresh water, everyone on the boat will have to drink seawater. Then notify Zenlita to come over. Gordon looked at the sky. Although cat-like people can be considered wild animals, they are still sleeping soundly at this time. It seems a bit disturbing, but I think Zenlita will not mind. Soon, Zenlita, who received the message, met Gordon, and also got to know Nina and Celia under Gordon's introduction, when he knew that they would also live on this small island, and its will could be represented by the girl with the characteristics of a real dragon. Zenlita knew his peaceful life under one dragon and above 100 cats might be coming to an end, and after finishing the explanation, Gordon had returned to the familiar and warm volcanic magma and began a long-lost rest. Now, except for magma, there is no place that can bring Gordon such a sense of security. No wonder those molten dragons like to live in the fire elemental world. This was the last thought of Gordon after he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Not long after, not far from the open space outside the volcano, the cat-like people, led by their new leader Miss Nina, began to make drastic changes. Chapter 171 Fairy Wilds. When Gordon woke up in the fiery red magma lake, he had already heard a sound coming from above. Very subtle, but near the volcanic lake. Any creature's every move cannot be hidden from its ears and eyes. After all, this is its home ground, and some unusual sounds can be easily identified by it. Is this the sound of tiny footsteps? Gordon did not hesitate. After waking up, it was exhausted and hungry, and it was ready to have a big meal. So it immediately got up and floated up from the red, bubbling hot magma like a fish. The nearly 10-meter-long body was extremely agile in the magma. and its agile posture was extremely beautiful. But no one in this lava lake could see the beauty of this molten dragon. It drilled its head out of the lake, and its nostrils suddenly touched the fresh air, and it smelled a meaty aroma that made it salivate. Elk meat. And it was 7/10 cooked. Gordon swallowed his saliva. Although true dragons do not need to eat to survive and grow, each true dragon has its own unique taste. The molten dragon, like its cousin the red dragon, likes fresh blood that is steaming hot. The tenderer the meat, the better. It did not hesitate. It used its tail to lift its huge body upwards. It did not take much effort to climb onto the not-so-high platform and see the source of food clearly. 3 golden elks were roasted on the rack. The tempting fat was falling into the flames as the venison turned, making a buzzing sound. There was also a busy figure next to the roasted venison. It was Celia and Nina, who were surrounded by blue auras. Although Nina was a water dragon, she had the magic endurance environment, so she didn't have high requirements for the environment. She could move freely in the lava cave, but it was still difficult for her to take a bath in the lava. At this time, the two also saw Gordon, who was emerging. Nina put down the barbecue tools in her hand with a look of surprise and said to Gordon excitedly, "Mr. Gordon, you are awake." "Master." Celia's respectful voice was also mixed in. "Well, how long have I slept?" "1 day and 1 night. Plus 3 hours. Nina replied innocently. "Then you know I am going to wake up?" Gordon looked at the venison that was almost roasted on it and asked with surprise. "Yes." Nina smiled. She would not say that she had a sense of intuition, just like last time in Nehai Town. However, it would be too embarrassing to say this, and she felt that she should still keep a sense of mystery. And Gordon didn't care about these things. He had already stepped forward and swallowed several 100 kilograms of roasted venison. As the hot and fragrant tender venison slid into his esophagus, Gordon felt a little better. After all, the real dragon was just to satisfy his appetite. If he wanted pure food, this amount of meat would not be enough. Nina and Celia watched Gordon taste it quietly without saying a word. After finishing the roasted meat, Gordon narrowed his eyes and burped comfortably. Seeing that Nina and Celia were staring at him, Gordon couldn't help but show his white teeth and began to ask them how they felt about life on the island these days. The answer is naturally satisfactory. For Nina, as long as there is Gordon, she is very satisfied. And Celia is a drifter, and can live slowly on a deserted island. Although it is a bit boring, but following a real dragon lord, it should not be too boring. After all, she was also an adventurer. What's more, she is not facing a dragon alone. There are Nina and Liz. And Gordon, after eating and chatting with him for a while, remembered that he should make some preparations before leaving. Its expedition may last for several months, and then it will have to give these cats some tasks. It has not forgotten that it is the beginning of a turbulent year. It is not clear when it will break out, but if it does, it will definitely be a big move. By that time, if it does not have the capital to settle down, even if it has a panel, it is probably just a speck of dust in the era. So, several preparations must be made. For example, in the sea with many reefs, it can find a safe and navigable channel in case of emergency. After all, it now has a ship family and enough manpower, so there is no reason not to start sailing. It also needs someone to get information and exchange materials. The support exchanged in Kalandu before is okay for a while, but it will definitely not work for a long time. What's more, although it has a group of dependents who don't charge money and provide food and accommodation, but if it wants to grow stronger, it will definitely not work if it stands still. So it must make plans early. And all of these must be prepared before it leaves, including the exploration of the surrounding map and the distribution of forces. It needs someone to give it information. You know, it doesn't even have a sea chart, although it had seen a route map when it was planning to leave the port last time. This place, for example, was not on the route at all. How could it know the direction? This world is not just one free city of the Aemen Empire. Kalandu, in the vast ocean. It will definitely not be ordinary, and it will be allowed to dominate here. Moreover, even if it dominates here, it can't change the fact that it is still a minor. In the turbulent years when liches are as numerous as dogs and legends are everywhere, almost any impact between the wars of saints can blow its ashes. Gordon has no shortage of time, but what he lacks most now is time. In order to accept the identity of the molten dragon in this world that has become a little real to it, it feels that it needs to live. in place of the soul that died in the shell. Enjoy this magnificent world to the fullest. So, Gordon took Nina and the others out of the volcanic cave and called Sinrut and the others who were busy. After giving some instructions and arrangements, Gordon handed the bottle ship to him and asked him to train a group of sailors. Then, it did not forget the fishman who was still underwater. The coward, who summoned it on the beach. After learning that there were still no other creatures in the underground sea area, Gordon did not tell it anything. After all, it was just a lonely fish, unable to do anything, and had no strength. So it could rest assured and retire. Gordon had already planned to raise some sea beasts here for defense. Whales or sharks should be a good choice. It has not forgotten that it got the talent of taming from the fish-turned-man spellcaster. Moreover, Nina is also an aquatic ocean dragon, which can be responsible for one aspect of the matter. This will also be of great help to future plans. Well, a cat-turned-man stepping on a shark is a beautiful thing to think about. Gordon shook his head, threw out the imaginary picture, and began to prepare for other things. 2 days later, in the volcanic cave, a black real dragon emerged from the magma lake. Frowning, it looked at the colorful light ball progress bar that only it could see, which was still stuck at 4%, and sighed. It couldn't wait any longer. It seemed that the dream of completing the analysis before entering the plane was in vain. The day before, it was still looking forward to the progress bar jumping dozens of times. But now that the things on Rika Island are done, it can only take the lead. Before opening the door to the plane, Gordon explained the precautions to Nina and Celia, and then asked them to seal the volcanic cave with soil. If it travels through the plains, the 9-ring spell astral projection on the golden pocket watch can allow it to have a perfect copy of its original body to act outside. But this also means that the original body will lose consciousness. At that time, if someone wants to harm it, it will not be able to react in time. Therefore, disguising the island as an ordinary island is the best behavior. Before, the altar dedicated to it had been ordered to be demolished by it, and all information that would expose its identity was also ordered to be sealed. After careful consideration and no mistakes were missed, Gordon carefully sorted out his equipment. The ring that summoned the fire element elder, the staff of withering that stored an unknown number of finger of death, the storage ring that had already stored spells, and the shadow ring that could hide in the shadow plane. There are also some scattered materials and potions. Dragon scales from a dragon scale vest stripped from the dead bones of a noble in Blue Rose Manor. Potions that can enhance the power of its breath. Forgetfulness potions, invisibility potions, etc. It also brought a lot of scrolls, such as the Strong Fireball Scroll and the Stable Transfiguration Scroll, each with its own characteristics. After all, Gordon now understands that its strength may be enough in front of those noble children. But if it is in front of some experienced adventure teams, it is still a child as a young dragon. The reason why Gordon is so concerned about this plane trip is mainly because after reading the Planeswalker notes in the past few days, it found the source of the medium he left for it from clues in Galmadan travel experience. Among them, the most critical thing in the Planeswalker plane travel, the root object Mithril Stone, the location of the Mithril Mine, is mentioned in it. It was just that the words were too vague. But what was certain was that the location of the Mithril Mine he recorded was indeed in the leaf of the fairy forest among the 3 media. As for the whereabouts of the other 2 media, Gordon did not see it in the notebook. However, Gordon's primary goal now was to find the Mithril Vein. In this way, before the Mithril Stone used to activate the plane gate was exhausted, it could travel through the plane without any worries and freely choose the time to return, as long as it did not actively seek death from the gods. Even a high-level legend could not destroy it. Thinking of this, Gordon silently chanted a spell, and a bright and tall closed door that was large enough to pass through it appeared out of thin air at the bottom of the magma. The frame of the gate was carved from blue crystal, and the keystone was a white gem as big as a goblin's head. The gem was engraved with deep runes. The gate itself was made of iron. But even at the bottom of the magma, Gordon could still feel the bone-chilling cold. Thinking of this, Gordon no longer hesitated, and followed the instructions on the notebook to place the medium in the middle of the gate. In the groove of the transparent gem, the fluorescent green leaves were embedded in the gate, and then a number of mithril stones were put in. Under the gate frame, the tiny gears began to rotate as the mithril stones were put in. Gordon pulled the door handle that passed through a gargoyle pattern and opened the door. Gordon's eyes flickered slightly when the gate opened. Behind the door was a universe full of huge rotating discs. As far as the eye could see, these staggered gears were meshing and running, supporting each other. At first glance, there was something glowing on the disc. But Gordon soon realized that the lights were the entire city inhabited by strange creatures. After all, the famous Githyanki city of Tunarath, the city of death, was built on the body of a god. Is this the astral world? Gordon's eyes flickered, and he activated the golden pocket watch without hesitation according to the notebook. 9-ring spell astral projection. The next moment, Gordon was in the vast starry sky, and was pulled by a mysterious force. What is that? Gordon looked at the emerald green world above him. The door in the void behind him had closed, and Gordon could only see a black dragon body wrapped in lava. Staying there safely, Gordon no longer hesitated, and went in the direction indicated by the plane gate. Fairy Wilds. Chapter 172. Elegant Spirit. The Feywild is the mirror plane closest to the prime material plane. Like the shadow plane, they are projections of the prime material plane. All the landforms and objects in the Feywild can be traced in the prime material plane. However, the possible impact is completely opposite. An abandoned city ruins in the Isle Wilderness may be a large fairy king court in the Feywild. Or an active volcano on the continent may be a towering crystal peak with tower-shaped flames burning inside the mountain. But more directly, when a tree is cut down in the prime material plane, or a mine collapses, the same place in the Feywild will also be lost or collapsed. Therefore, this also caused the variability of the Feywild. And danger is everywhere. But the source is the invisible and intangible projection of the scene. Moreover, since the location of the Feywild is almost close to the prime material plane, a large part of it is faintly overlapping. This also led to Gordon not moving much in the astral plane. It was probably less than 10 minutes after he walked behind the emerald curtain above. It was a short journey to the astral world, and it ended in front of a milky white light gate that slowly emerged. On the other side of the light gate, there was a vibrant life. The harsh sounds of unknown insects were everywhere, and the air was filled with vitality. Gordon stepped into the light gate without much hesitation, as its tail tip completely left the astral world. The milky white light gate behind it disappeared into the astral world. If Gordon wanted to return to the main material plane, he only needed to use the plane gate again. On the other side, Gordon felt a little dizzy and found himself in a forest. Giant trees and strange plants were everywhere. Even with the rich knowledge of the dragon heritage, it was impossible to identify them all. The sky was the eternal melody of the fairy wilds. The afterglow of the sunset shone on the horizon, and the fiery red sunset occupied Gordon's entire vision. Gordon was not sure where this was, but with the location of the medium, it must be not far from the mithril mine. The original text on the notebook was that when Galmadon came to the fairy wilds, he had a good relationship with the local elves. The elf. Once, he was commissioned by the elf to control the monsters that polluted the river. Under the waterfall at the source of the river, a cave with mithril ore was found. But because he could not mine all of it by himself, he sealed it up for later use. In other words, Gordon's primary goal was to find the elf city in the forest first, then follow the surrounding rivers to find places similar to waterfalls and conduct surveys. However, it has been hundreds of years since this happened. Who knows if the cave has been discovered or not? It might have been mined out. Therefore, Gordon had a very positive attitude on this trip. It would be best if he found it. But it is also okay if he didn't. He didn't force it. He just wanted to see what plane travel was like for the first time and do some small experiments, such as whether he could obtain talent fragments by killing creatures here and bring them to his body. Of course, it was mainly because Tanina asked the owner of the alchemy shop, the half-elf friend Willow, about the mithril stone. I know that although the price of mithril stone is expensive, it can still be purchased in magic shops in the city. So Gordon doesn't have to worry about not being able to activate the plane gate because of insufficient materials. Collecting materials to make money and improve strength are the fundamental purpose of its coming here. After all, here, it doesn't have to worry about death. There is no place more suitable for it to improve itself than here. Before the catastrophe of the gods comes, it needs enough strength. Of course, this does not mean that Gordon will indiscriminately kill all creatures wherever it sees. Although this is fast, it also means that its appearance will be targeted by some powerful beings in the Fey wilderness. The dragon that slaughters wantonly will soon be destroyed. Therefore, for sustainable development, Gordon will not do such stupid things. It does not think that it is strong enough to be arrogant enough to be an enemy of the world, although it no longer needs to grow. But every death should at least have some meaning. It thinks so. Therefore, The first thing it had to do was to explore the surrounding environment first. And the best place to see the environment was from high altitude. But high altitude often exposes itself. So, standing in the clearing of the forest, the black dragon took the invisibility potion it carried. 5 minutes was enough for it to observe carefully. Gradually, the invisible wings rolled up the wind, carrying the flying fallen leaves, breaking through the sun-blocking forest, and coming to the sky above the forest. Gordon looked at the forest to his heart's content, and then looked for the direction to move forward. But when it flew out, it was a little dumbfounded, because this forest is not located on the plain, but in a huge circular cenote. What made Gordon even more dumbfounded was that at the end of the field of vision, right in front of him, 7 or 8 rivers of milk and honey flowed into the forest from the edge of the cenote, forming at least more than 10 waterfalls. And this was only one side. It was completely different from the description in the notebook. It seemed that the terrain had changed, which meant that the location of the mithril vein in the notebook might also change. A bad start. Gordon thought so. But he was not discouraged. After all, the local natives must know very well that the terrain has changed. Therefore, the most urgent task is to find the Yailing city. The name on the notebook is Vimstein, which corresponds to sweet honey and fine wine in Elvish. It is in Yailing city whose main business is brewing, located on the shore of a lake. The lake is easy to find. From high in the sky, it can see the place where the water converges. However, there are indeed quite a lot of lakes here, with 7 or 8 nearby, not to mention the ones hidden by trees in the distance. After all, the trees here are hundreds of meters high, and it is very easy to hide a city in the forest. Therefore, Gordon gave up the idea of continuing to search in the sky. Staying in the sky for a long time can indeed find it, but it is far less convenient and efficient than asking a local creature for clarification. So, it folded its wings and began to cruise low in the forest while the potion was still there, intending to see if it could meet a half-goat man, tree man, elf or other creature to communicate. And this time, Gordon soon made a discovery. Listening to the hustle and bustle coming from the forest, Gordon knew that its guide should be here. The invisible black dragon approached the source of the sound, and a girl wearing simple elf leather armor, and with light golden long hair, was also moving nimbly in the forest. Her long and pointed ears, purple eyes without pupils, and the dagger tightly grasped in her hand, proved her identity. An Eladrin wanderer. Chapter 173 Tree Spirit Who? As Peria ran, her heavy breathing was like the whisper of the god of death in her ear. If her personality had not been switched to summer before she set out, and her indomitable spirit, her determination to never give up, and her bold and enterprising spirit had kept her going until now, she would have given up long ago. Peria heard the sound of branches and vines being torn apart behind her. She knew that these were Quest's minions, the corrupted Blinkhounds and their new masters, the Harpies. Not far away, and not long ago, several of her companions who had come out of Vimstein together were torn into pieces by the half-human, half-bird monsters. They could not even return to the embrace of nature, and were left to die in the forest. Thinking of this, Peria's mind could not help but recall the horrible scene. Her already pale cheeks were even more bloodless. For a newly adult Elaine, Peria has indeed shouldered a burden that should not be shouldered at this age. But now there is no choice, and no eggs will be left intact when the nest is overturned. The city of Vimstein is in danger, and under the blockade of Quest. Any means of communication has failed, and only manpower can be relied on for communication. And she is one of the many rescue teams sent out. She has just become an adult, and logically, she is still working hard to acquire knowledge in the academy. After all, compared to the Wanderer, Peria still admires the mage more. But it is also the agility and stealth of the Wanderer that makes her the last survivor of this rescue team. However, she was also very fast, listening to the increasingly strong wind behind her, and the whistling sound reaching her ears. Peria tried to squeeze out the last bit of magic in her body. She gritted her teeth. Her green eyes slightly widened, her ears erected, and very reluctantly used the natural ability of the elf. Fairy Step. The next moment, her body flashed to a round wooden stake 50 meters away in the blink of an eye. After the teleportation, Peria stood firm and continued to flee forward without stopping, jumping in the overlapping forests. She would not give up any hope. As long as she was alive, everything was possible in the fairy wilds. After all, with things like the fairy channel, maybe the next moment, she would run to the main material plane. and she would have a chance to escape from the clutches of these evil monsters. This would also make the plots of these evil minions public, allowing those righteous adventurers to fight against them, and the crisis of Bimstein City would be resolved. However, the last fairy step can only allow her to hold on for a few more minutes, which means that if she does not find a way to get rid of the pursuers behind her in these few minutes, that means that she will also return to the forest that nurtured them in a cruel form, like her companions. But just when Periya felt that her short 100 years were about to end, she felt the fine and gentle wind appear out of thin air, and the layers of green leaves were swaying. In addition, there was a strange smell in the wind, an indescribable irritating gas. This made Periya, who was originally on the verge of death, feel a little excited. Could it be that the gods in the dark were watching her, and she encountered the fairy passage unique to the fairy wilderness? After all, in the fairy wilds, the forest shrouded by magic, in addition to the fragrance of grass and trees, even the smell of blood will be suppressed. And there is nothing here. The wind and strange smell that appear out of thin air. It is easy to associate it with something coming from another plane connected to the fairy wilds. What could it be? According to the knowledge taught by the elders, Periya began to look for the source nearby. Is it a tree hole? Or an open space? Listening to the increasingly impatient voices behind her, Periya knew that this was her last chance, and she was trying various methods to enter the fairy passage. However, when 7 or 8 flash dogs with tumors and 3 or 4 half-human, half-bird, harpy banshees with hooked claws surrounded her, she was still trying the last chance. She tried to stick her head into a rabbit hole, and the gray dust choked her mouth. But the passage she imagined did not appear in front of her. Just when she was about to greet her death with despair, she looked up and found that the harpies that had caught up with her did not attack immediately, but surrounded her. It seemed to be in a state of confrontation. She was looking behind her with fear. Behind her? She took a step back in confusion and found that she had hit a wall. It gave her a hard and hot feeling. It was like hitting a red-hot iron plate. However, before she looked back, the confrontation was broken, and the red color occupied all of Periya's vision. The heat wave hit her, making it difficult for her to breathe. The monster on the opposite side was even worse. The flying harpies were caught off guard and sprayed with magma in the face. The corrupted Flash dogs underground found that their proud Flash had nowhere to escape under the close-range breath. They could not escape the attack range of the black dragon in front of them. At this time, Periya discovered what the wall behind her was. A black real dragon standing upright on its legs. Black dragon. It is not common in the forests of the fairy wilderness, and they can only be found in those rotten swamps. But the upright ones are a bit rare. Periya did not recognize that the dragon in front of her was a molten dragon. Perhaps she, who had just grown up, did not learn these things. Therefore, the black dragon ability to spit fire brought a great impact on her worldview. Then, she saw that the huge dragon head protruding from her head was gathering lightning. A lightning bolt fiercely struck the harpy that survived, and Periya was already stunned. On the other side, Gordon had left the elf girl, who was stunned in place, and began to chase the fleeing prey. Whether it was the flash dog that fell under its breath at the beginning, or the harpy that was struck down by a flash of lightning, it felt that there was no challenge at all. Only chasing could arouse the long-lost passion. It rushed forward horizontally, crushing the skull of the flash dog that tried to escape from it by walking in an S position with one claw. Then, without even looking, it chased the harpy that had disappeared in front of it and could only see its back. It was not worried about losing it, because, in its field of vision, blood-red feathers and claw marks appeared in its field of vision. Talent tracking strong enemies as long as it shuttles through the forest. It will inevitably leave traces. It can't run away. 5 or 6 minutes later, the harpy finally saw her immediate superior, who was also a subordinate of Lord Quest and the leader in charge of them. A corrupted tree demon. Wickman. The breath of death and decay permeated its dead wood-like bark. It seemed out of place in the lush forest. When it walked, a large number of trees around it grew together in layers, as if they were deliberately avoiding it. As it moved forward, it formed a perfect boulevard, which was wide enough for 2 horses to run side by side. And Hawkman was a little confused when he saw the harpy coming back alone. The harpy said loudly to Hawkman, "Chief, a black dragon. A black dragon." After listening to the harpy's detailed description. "What? A young black dragon scared you so much?" As a 4th-level tree demon, Hawkman frowned in dissatisfaction, and a few more wrinkles appeared on the dead bark, interrupting the harpy's words. Don't move here. If it dares to chase me again, I will take its head back to ask the master for mercy. Before Hawkman finished speaking, he heard a rustling sound from afar. It immediately disguised itself and planned to attack. It turned into a piece of dead wood that fell to the ground. After the transformation, an 8-meter-long black dragon rushed out of the forest with green leaves. Seeing the motionless harpy, the black dragon did not rush up to kill as Hawkman thought, but stood still, with a cunning look that was different from its age. Before Hawkman could stretch out his vines rooted in the ground, he saw the black dragon chest suddenly burst into flames, and a diffused stream of fire liquid spewed out of its mouth, covering the entire open space of dozens of meters in front of it. The harpy was stagnant in place, still following the leader's arrangement, but seeing the black dragon not playing by the rules, it panicked and flapped its wings to escape. But it found that the black dragon lava breath made it sticky, heavy, and fast, and it couldn't react at all, and was wrapped in thick flames. The brown feathers were burning under the coverage of magma. In an instant, it turned into a human-shaped torch. It greeted death with a withering sound, and the dead tree silently cut off the wooden roots that were burning by the flames. Until 10 minutes after Gordon left, the flames were automatically extinguished by the magical will of the fairy wilds. The dead trees on that section of the road were motionless, like dead things. Chapter 174 Blood Dwarf. Gordon did not notice anything unusual. Dead trees were not uncommon in the forest. So after collecting the silver-colored light ball on the harpy, he did not stay for long and hurried back. As he expected, the elegant girl did not leave. She was cleaning up the battlefield. She was carefully placing a charred body of a flash dog in a pit under a tree. There were also a few leaves and a small piece of vines in the pit. She was praying quietly under the tree. There was also new soil under the trees next to it, which was obviously where the remaining flash dog bodies were placed. The elegant girl who was performing a natural sacrifice found the black dragon who had returned, and her face showed an unnatural behavior. After all, in her opinion, it was very impolite to take other people's spoils without permission. But creatures like flash dogs had a good relationship with elegant spirits before they were corrupted. They didn't want to be corrupted, so they could only blame those ugly giants. If it weren't for them, the blink dog wouldn't be like this, confused by killing. So she apologized and performed a standard elven etiquette, using the terms described in the book to address the black dragon. Great true dragon lord, I'm sorry for taking your spoils without permission, but I can't bear to see the corpse of a kind creature exposed in the wilderness. It used to be our best neighbor. When I was a child, I often raced with its ancestors. As she spoke, Periya's expression revealed a trace of nostalgia. That was a story when she was still a 50-year-old child. In those years, she thought about going to the forest every day, playing hide-and-seek with tree spirits, listening to stories told by centaurs, playing with the mischievous pixies, and racing with blink dogs. At that time, she often secretly used fairy steps to win. It's okay. Well, are you an Elaine? Gordon naturally wanted to find out something about the Elaine city from her, so he didn't care about her little offense. After all, the most valuable gift light ball has been taken by it, and someone helped to clean up the garbage after the war. It didn't have time to thank them, and it didn't blame them. Yes, Lord Black Dragon, I am an Elaine from Vimstein. Periya would not hide lies in front of the life-saving dragon. This is also the nature of Xia Tian's personality. She never lies in front of people she recognizes, and she doesn't know how to beat around the bush. She is very straightforward. When Gordon heard that she was from Vimstein, although he had some guesses in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that it was too coincidental. However, if it knew that in this fairy forest called Eternal Dusk Forest, all the elegant spirits, except wild fairies, came from the city of Vimstein, the wine city of the Ever-Dusk Forest, it would not think it was a coincidence, but a necessity. Gordon's question was also raised in time. Vimstein? It wanted to confirm it again. Yes, that's right. Lord Black Dragon, I am indeed from Vimstein, and I am a sophomore student at the Ayun Mage Academy. Periya saw that the Black Dragon seemed to know something about Vimstein, so she hurriedly introduced herself in an attempt to get closer. Since you are from Vimstein, do you know where the Silver Moon River is? When Gordon heard that she was from Vimstein, he directly asked about the river related to the Mithril Stone vein. Silver Moon River? When Periya heard Gordon question, a trace of doubt appeared on her fair face, as if this term had never occupied her mind. Yes, Silver Moon River. That is the clear river that is so clean that you can directly use the river water to make wine. Gordon picked out some of the features described in the Planeswalker notebook and told the elegant girl in front of him. Sorry, Lord Black Dragon. We haven't used river water to make wine in Vimstein for a long time. We use the God-given spring from the underground. Also, there is no river called Silver Moon River near Vimstein. There are only Golden Lake, Agate River, and Unicorn River. The others are small streams. So, sir, did you remember it wrong? Periya asked carefully. And the black dragon opposite her fell into deep thought. Now even the only clue was broken. But Gordon did not give up. It is very likely that the change of landforms over hundreds of years has caused the river to dry up and become a plain or jungle. So it asked the elegant girl again. However, in response to this, the elegant girl with light golden hair could only say it slightly euphemistically. Sir, I am just a century-old elf. I don't know a lot of things. Perhaps the sirs in the city can tell you the answer. Okay. Gordon was helpless. After the communication failed, he pointed to the black rock formed by the cooling of the magma on the ground. And the outline of the harpy was in it. Then why are they chasing you? Isn't this your territory? Gordon was still quite curious about the changes in this forest. Of course, understanding the situation would also help him in his next exploration. In response, Periya could only make a sad look and told the black dragon, who had just saved her, everything that happened in the past few days. 30 minutes later, Galton, who had barely figured out the whole story, nodded slightly and looked at the elf. You mean? The city of Vimstein is being attacked by a monster army led by Quest, the king of the wasted giants from the Dark Demon region? And your current mission is to go to the Summer Royal Court, the largest elf territory closest to the Everdusk Forest, to ask for help? Yes, Lord Galton. During the chat, the dragon and the elf exchanged names. Galton knew that the elf in front of him was called Periya. Galton did not leave his real name when exploring the other plane. Although he was not a demon, he would be summoned if his real name was known. But it is always better to be careful. What are you going to do now? Galton looked at Periya and asked. He had already obtained the specific location of the city of Vimstein from Periya, so he did not need her to lead the way. Sir, I plan to return to Vimstein City first. My mission failed. Periya sighed. A life and death crisis obviously made her understand a lot. The death of her companions also made her understand that this kind of thing is no joke. She definitely can't finish the next road alone. So she can only return to the city first. Didn't you say that Vimstein City has been surrounded? There is a secret passage. The rabbits in the forest have 3 exits. Let alone Yaling. We came out of the Agate River from the teleportation array under the Golden Lake. Periya replied a little sadly. Oh, what about you, Sir Gallatin? Periya seemed to have thought of something and asked with a little hope. As for me, Gordon hesitated. When I return to the city, my mother will repay me. But this is not a question of money. Gordon seemed even more hesitant. Gold coins were really useless to him. Although he could buy a lot of things, they were not attractive at all. After all, he did not expect a girl he had just saved to repay him. But my mother is a jeweler and has collected a lot of gems, Pelia whispered. But before she finished, she was interrupted by a heavy sigh. Alas, although I am not a bronze dragon, it is also my nature to protect the weak. I agree. I will go back to Vimstein with you. Gordon sighed again, and acted more righteous than a bronze dragon. And he raised his head and said, anyway, he could just take this opportunity to go to Vimstein City and look for records about the Silver Moon River. I believe those old elegant spirits must have heard of this name. At worst, he could ask the longest-lived tree spirit in the forest. Really? Periya was overjoyed. Yes, a true dragon never repeats its promise twice. The righteous black dragon said so. So, 1 dragon and 1 person, in a clearing in the lush forest. With that, they set out on their way home, heading towards the disputed area of the Everdusk Forest. On the way, Gordon also began to summarize, organize, and absorb the talents he had killed before. First, there were the talent fragments of the Flash Dog, a total of 2 types. Source of Corruption. Then, there were the 2 third-level talents of the Harpy, Enchanting Throat and Screaming Sound. First, decompose the duplicates, and then exclude Source of Corruption. It didn't want to become that ugly. and the increase in strength was limited. Flash, enchanting throat, and screaming sound were absorbed by it one by one. The blood that had been calm for a long time in the body once again burst out with a strange charm with the talent. A sense of mastery in the dark gave Gordon a unique understanding of space. But its body was too large and could not be as flexible as the Flash dog. However, for the talent that was completely free, it was enough. And Gordon did not mind. What's more, it can continue to upgrade. As for enchanting throat and screaming sound, they need a target. And yelling is obviously not a good choice. Therefore, Gordon could only suppress the urge to transform into a death chanter and continue to adjust the talent. For example, using the decomposed talent fragments to add points to the third level talent. And just as Gordon and the yelling girl were carefully approaching the city of Vimstein, Hawkman, the corrupted tree spirit that had managed to escape under the lava, was dragging its body. It was trying to walk out of the green border of the ever-twilight forest and came to the semi-corrupted forest. Although the leaves above were still there, the ground was completely withered. The trunks of the trees were the same as it, and the soil on the ground was not green at all, but yellow dead grass and a swamp full of black mud. And here were not only corrupted tree spirits like it, but also many servants of the waste giant, the Cyclops, and those creatures that were also corrupted by the source of corruption, even unicorns. But the silver-white fur had turned into night black, and under the shiny skin, there were small bumps like raised tumors. They were planning intensively to launch the next round of attacks on the city surrounded by the Golden Lake not far away. Hawkman's return did not alarm any monsters. The purpose of his return this time was mainly to tell the undeserved and powerful king of the wasted giants, Quester, about the fire-breathing black dragon. However, when he saw the king of the wasted giants, Quester, who was more than 8 meters tall, and the corrupted elven sage standing beside him, he hesitated and dared not speak. Quester waved his hand impatiently, looking at the trembling corrupted tree spirits below, frowning slightly. Speak. Hawkman stuttered and told the truth about what he saw with his own eyes. A fire-breathing black dragon? Are you sure you didn't see the color wrong? Quester said in a muffled voice. Yes, Master. It is indeed a black dragon. It was it that saved the escaped elf from my subordinates. Seeing the corrupted tree spirit so sure, Quest was also a little confused, and couldn't help asking the elf ranger Insk, who was corrupted by it. Have you heard of it? A black dragon that can breathe fire. No, Master. It may just be a dragon beast. And, even if it is a real dragon, it is only a black dragon of the adolescent level according to its size. It can't influence the situation of the battle, Insk said. I know. But what I am worried about is that it is not a dragon. Although the wasted giant is a kind of giant, its intelligence is still outstanding among giants. Otherwise it can't create so many kinds of servants. And as the king of the wasted giant, it obviously sees further. After all, at a critical moment, there is no room for any changes. It came from the dark demon region not to taste the taste of failure. But there is nothing unusual in the outer defense line and the sentry post. If there are really dragons flying here, there will definitely be movement. Those proud guys want to announce their arrival to the whole world. Insk couldn't help but touch the wound on his back that was scratched by the two-legged dragon when hunting. I hope so. Quest could only nod. And then he and his wise counselor Insk began to plan how to break through the lakeside city as soon as possible. A quick victory is what they pursue. As for the corrupted tree spirit Hawkman, who came to communicate, he was just forgotten there. Just like the tree that was originally rooted there. It was stagnant and motionless. On the other side, Gordon and Periyaw also took a detour and moved forward carefully. In the middle, the dragon and the person did not talk much. However, on the way to Vimstein City, there was movement in the slightly gray bushes. Gordon, who could see the movement far away, naturally made Periyaw stop and wait for it to observe. But when Gordon found that it was a small group of dwarves patrolling in its field of vision, he was relieved. And Periyaw also saw the short bloody figure and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. It's the blood dwarf. Quest's minions. Be careful, Lord Goreton. If you can't kill them, then their sharp alarm sounds can attract a large group of monsters. They are the best scouts and spies. So, Lord Goreton, we might as well wait a while. Before Periyaw finished speaking, he saw the black dragon beside him quietly taking steps, hunching his body, folding his wings, and approaching the blood dwarf in the distance. What surprised Periya even more was that no matter how the black dragon stepped on the dead branches and fallen leaves on the ground, it could not make the slightest sound. When Periya saw the black dragon flash directly into the blood dwarf team of less than 10 people at a certain distance, and sat on 3 or 4 of them to death, she watched the silent battle and could no longer say a word. Chapter 175. Higher from Vimstein City. Gordon took almost no effort to deal with the patrolling blood dwarf team. After absorbing their innate light balls into her body one by one, the elegant girl Periya stepped forward cautiously. She had already noticed the abnormality around Gordon. The land of silence was like a constant silence spell. So, she gestured to Gordon in the direction, and Gordon nodded to indicate that he understood. It casually threw these creatures, which were less than 1 meter tall and shorter than goblins, into the bushes to try to cover their tracks. It continued to move forward silently. Their destination was a section of the Agate River, where there was a secret passage to Vimstein City, from which they could bypass the monster army besieging the city and sneak in without alerting anyone. According to Periya, when they left the river section, they did not see any monsters, and the forest was not corrupted to this state. There are many patrolling blood dwarves now. Obviously, the strength of the monster army has been strengthened, and many creatures in the forest have been corrupted and expanded. Gordon didn't feel anything. At this time, he was looking at the black-feathered crows circling low above through the withered yellow leaves in the forest. They did not find the black dragon hidden in the forest, and the quacking sound gradually faded away in the forest. That is a magic raven, which is extremely sensitive to magic power. It is specially used by quests to prevent those spellcasters. For example, the magic fluctuations caused by spells such as invisibility can be seen clearly in the field of vision of the magic raven. So, we dare not even use the invisibility potion, for fear of alarming these ravens, Periya added, while Gordon looked thoughtfully at the crows that had become black spots in the distance, and nodded to show that he understood. The dragon and the man did not stop, and continued to walk towards the Agate River, where the secret entrance to the city of Vimstein was hidden. Fortunately, it seemed that most monsters were transferred to the front line, and Gordon did not see other types of monsters in the periphery, such as the Cyclops, the corrupted tree spirit, and even the harpy that he had just killed. Only a small group of blood dwarfs were cruising around the periphery, looking around vigilantly. Gordon did not spend much effort to deal with these blood dwarfs on the way, and their proud cries could only be held back in Gordon territory. Therefore, it led to Gordon and Periya arriving at the Agate River, where she said the secret passage was hidden safely without any effort. Listening to the sound of rushing water, Gordon and Periya put aside the vines and dead branches that blocked their vision, and a golden river with the same color as the sky's clouds came into their sight. Is it here? Gordon looked at the river in front of him, lowered his head, and asked Periya, who was standing beside him. Well, it needs to go a little higher. Periya pointed to a river area in the opposite direction of the rushing river. Because of the terrain, there is a relatively flat water surface there, and the rushing water rushes into this pool. The man and the dragon walked another 30 steps and came to the water surface. Periya jumped in without saying a word, and Gordon followed him in. When the river water, which was not cold and even a little warm, passed through the gaps in the scales, Gordon caught the figure of the yailing girl who had just gone down underwater. Her slender figure was like a fish swimming in the water, and she was very agile in digging something under the water. After a while, she waved silently to Gotan, who swung his tail and approached. Then she saw the secret passage that Periya mentioned, a magic circle drawn in the language of the Yailings. It thought it was the same as the underground cave in Kalandu, a long underwater passage connecting the city of Vimstein. But it was also true that the magic attainments of the Yailings were difficult to match even for human wizards, and it was normal for a Yailing city to have a magic circle as an escaped secret passage. And Periya, who dug the underwater teleportation array out of the covered mud, had already begun to recite in her heart the method of activating the teleportation array that the elders in the city told them before leaving. First, it was activated with the unique fairy blood of the Yailings. Then the position of the array plate was rearranged, and then a hymn praising the supreme god of the elves, Karelon. Gordon quietly watched Periya operate underwater. There was nothing to do underwater, and all the fish nearby were scared away by it, as the ethereal voice, which was chanted in the unique Yailing language, spread underwater. The teleportation array with the patterns of mountains, rivers, earth, stars, and unicorns began to rotate slowly. Periyaw also said to Gordon in time. Lord Gorton, please hold on to me. As she spoke, the fair-skinned girl, whose light blonde hair floated up underwater, extended her soft and boneless hands to the black dragon in front of her. Gordon expressed his understanding. So he stretched out his claws, with only one sharp claw, and gently touched the ailing girl. 3 seconds later, Goton, who was teleported with Periyaw, opened his eyes, with a little trance due to the after-effects of teleportation. What caught his eye was a magnificent elven palace. But there were no windows, and torches were lit all around, as if it was underground. There were still many people busy in the palace, coming and going. However, these long-eared elves wearing loose robes of various colors were frightened by the sudden appearance of the ferocious dragon. Periyaw had this doubt when she teleported with Goton, so she spoke earlier than anyone else. She emphasized that Goton was her life-saving dragon and had no hostility. But even so, most people were still skeptical and still looked at Goton with vigilant eyes. Goton did not react at all. It was now more of a mural in the palace, which seemed to depict the history of the city of Yaling, how to drive the monsters occupying here back underground, and how to use magic to build this magnificent city on the bank of the Golden Lake. And there were also deeds of conquering various monsters, from ugly and ferocious old witches to disgusting and ugly giants covered with pus. All of them were included. Gordon even saw them fighting against a dragon that was spitting fire. But Gordon's observation of the murals did not last long. In less than 3 minutes, the person in charge of the hall came here and found Periyaw, who was accompanying the black dragon and explaining the story of Yaling. He was a handsome white-haired young man wearing a white robe and holding a rattan staff. His purple eyes without pupils were like stars. Gordon felt the approach of this breath at the first time. Even though his body was only the size of his palm, Gordon had no doubt that the power bursting out of his body was far inferior to it. Judging from the elf emblem on his chest and the high-level magic staff in his hand, he is undoubtedly a high-level spellcaster. When Periyaw saw the person coming, she immediately stopped explaining, saluted the elf seriously, and whispered, Lord Hilkos. Periyaw, you are back. The elf named Hilkos showed a trace of sadness and said solemnly, Sorry, sir, I couldn't. Periyaw also showed a sad look. Indeed, although she was back, her companions who went out with her were already sleeping in the wilderness. It doesn't matter. We have successfully contacted the Summer King Court an hour before you came back. Hilkos comforted. Your sacrifice is valuable. You saved Vimstein. Really? Periyaw was extremely surprised. She hadn't left the Everdusk Forest yet, and they had already reached the Summer King Court. This was too fast. If it wasn't for Lord Hilkos saying so, she almost couldn't believe it. That's right. The Queen's message has been sent to the Garden Castle, and support will arrive soon. Although Hilkos did not tell the details of how to get to the Summer Royal Court, Gordon still heard another meaning in his words. It seems that this group of elves, including Periyaw, are baits thrown out to attract the attention of those monsters. The real communication team must have already started preparing. No wonder they also told Periyaw how to return. They already knew that this group of elves could not complete the task. In addition, Hilkos' first sentence also shows that Periyaw is not the first to return to Vimstein. However, Periyaw, who had just reached adulthood, did not analyze the hidden meaning. But even if she knew that she was a bait, she would probably choose to do it. After all, Vimstein has reached a critical moment. If all the elves shrink, then their city and home will surely fall. After knowing that the crisis in Vimstein City has been resolved, her original sad look disappeared, and she was happily introducing Gordon to Hilkos. The emotions of the elves are always on the surface and never concealed. After listening to Periyaw's story, Hilkos also expressed enough goodwill to Gordon. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a molten dragon. Hilkos, as a spellcaster, naturally saw the racial origin of Gordon. Any wizard is familiar with the monster encyclopedia. After all, summoning monsters from other worlds for research is a required subject for high-level wizards. That's right. Gordon admitted it generously. And there was nothing wrong with admitting it. Even evil-colored dragons can make friends with most intelligent creatures if they don't do evil. But this is difficult to do. Although I don't know why you, who grew up in the elemental world, came to the fairy wilds. I am still very grateful that you saved this little guy. Hilkos expressed his gratitude. He was a little worried at first. After all, according to the monster encyclopedia, most molten dragons are more like moody lunatics. a mad dragon. But he secretly observed for a few minutes, and found that Gordon was still quite rational. So he decided to release his kindness. After all, Gordon did save Periyaw and escorted it all the way back. It's okay. I came to you with a question. Saving Periyaw is a piece of cake. Gordon waved his paw, agreed modestly, and stated his question directly. Hilkos, who heard about the Silver Moon River, was not as calm as Gordon thought. Silver Moon River. Where did you know it? Some records. Is there anything inconvenient? Gordon looked at the expression of Hilkos, and found that he seemed to know something. Nothing inconvenient. Just curious. This is a story 400 years ago. No. To be precise, it is a story 437 years ago. At that time, it was the 3993rd year of the Yaling calendar. Less than 10 years away from the 4th millennium celebration of Yaling. Hilkos muttered to the black dragon squatting in front of him. And Gordon also learned about the past of the Silver Moon River from Hilkos' ups and downs. 400 years ago, for some unknown reason, the earth cracked and collapsed. The Everdusk forest was the cause. And it sank into a deep pit along with the land beneath our feet. After that great change, the Silver Moon River, which was once more famous than the Agate River, sank deeper into the ground with its source. The remaining river channel of the Everdusk forest was dry because there was no water. So Periyaw was also shocked to hear such a statement for the first time. And Gordon guessed it from a few words. You mean, the current water flow of the Silver Moon River is the well you dug? It is now underground. Yes, the Silver Moon River is now 100 meters underground. And we are estimated to be only more than 70 meters away from it. Seeing that the black dragon was so smart, Hilkos, who didn't need to spend a second word, nodded with satisfaction and agreed. Then is there any way to go down? What? You want to go down? But now is not a good time. Hilkos frowned slightly, and suggested with some dissuasion. It has become a paradise for monsters now. For some reason, someone dug through the dark area below, causing those ugly giants to come up. They not only corrupted Giannis, but also coveted the treasure of our Yaling clan. Power of nature. Those ugly guys tried to use it to eliminate the curse on their bodies. It's really stupid. Although he said so, Hilkos' expression was a little bit gnashing his teeth. It's obvious that these ugly giants have caused them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't call it a crisis. Oh, there's another thing. Just when Gordon was thinking about how to blend in with those monsters and find out, Hilkos invited Gordon. If you really want to go down, you might as well join the army we have formed. When we drive those guys back to the Dark Demon region, you will be able to see the Silver Moon River. If you want to find something, I can send a team of 100 people to help you find it after the war. How is it? Hilkos looked at the molten dragon in front of him. Although this molten dragon named Goriton is not very powerful, the strange talents it has from what Periyaw told it are enough to be a backbone. And Gordon was a little moved after hearing this. It was indeed a good idea to fight with the army. But he was still a little hesitant, and did not speak at the first time. Instead, he looked embarrassed. But, I came here. Hilkos saw the hesitation in the black dragon dark golden vertical pupils, squinted his eyes and smiled, interrupting Gordon's hesitation. Of course, the reward for hiring a real dragon will be paid to you in full. You can choose whether you want or rare items. Believe what the Yaling said. The reward is enough to make you invincible in the dragon molten treasure house of the same age. The real masters of the Fey Wilds, the Yalings, are not short of wealth. And they look down on wealth. Or even indifferent. In fact, many Yalings have appeared. And when they arrived in the main material plane, they did not bring a penny. Yes, the purpose of my coming here is to help you. In the Yaling Hall, Gordon's voice was powerful. I have been unhappy with them for a long time. Chapter 176 Fairy Dragon Gordon was willing to join the Eldragon army to destroy those useless giants and their servants. After all, collective action was much better than fighting alone. And its efficiency in killing monsters would be greatly improved. As for the number of heads, it could be negotiated. Presumably, those Eldragon or their companions would not have the habit of executing their prey by themselves. So it would be fine if this diligent working dragon could do it on their behalf. When Hilkos saw that Gordon agreed to hire him, he also ordered people to come and explain to Gordon about the joining matters. Mostly the division of the Legion and the current battle situation. Hilkos then left. He was very busy, and it was already very urgent to take time out to see Gordon. when the war was about to start. There were many things that needed to be done by him personally, and some tedious little things were better left to other Eldragon to complete. For example, letting Gordon understand Vimstein and understanding the tasks that would be taken care of by him could be done by others. While listening to Yeling's explanation, Gordon walked out of the underground temple. After hundreds of upward stairs, he, Peria, and the temple staff who explained to him came to the ground of Vimstein City. Vimstein City is actually not much different from human cities, except for a few tribes that have world trees. Their city style is mostly the same as that of humans. No, to be precise, the human architectural style comes from the elves. However, compared with humans building cities on plains, elves prefer to build cities in green forests. When Gordon came out of the exit of the underground temple and walked out of the upper hall, the first thing he saw was the bird's-eye view of the magnificent city below. 3 white circular walls also divided the city of Vimstein into 3 parts, with 3 steps, one higher than the other. Gordon was in the most central position. After all, the location of the underground temple was basically impossible to appear in the lower area. You know, there are also classes among the elegant spirits, and they also have a dividing line between nobles and civilians. And outside the city wall, to the east is the golden lake that is as bright as gold and rippling in the twilight. Several rivers around it converge here, and then flow from the golden lake to other places. The Agate River is among them. My home is down there. Lord Gorton, come back with me later. Peria plucked up her courage, raised her head, pointed to an area not far away, and said to Gordon, "And you have no place to live here?" After the staff in the hall finished explaining the matters that Hilkos asked him to tell Gordon, they left. Peria couldn't help but want to take the initiative to invite Gordon, and gave a very good reason. It's good to have no place to live. But is it really okay to invite a dragon of unknown origin into the house? Gordon couldn't help but complain after listening to Peria's words. However, in the end, Gordon still tilted his head and bowed his head to the Yeling girl. Okay, but I have to wait for me to meet someone first. Your family may have to go later. It already knew that it was assigned by Hilkos to the 3rd Squad of the 6th Battalion in the Yeling Legion, and formed a squad with some natives of the Everdusk Forest. Gordon planned to go and see now. First, he wanted to know which creatures were fighting side by side with him, to learn more and communicate with him, so that it would be easier to formulate strategies. Another reason was that he learned from the temple spirit just now that there was not only Gordon in the team, but also other dragons, and they were unique species in the Fey Wilderness. His curiosity was immediately aroused. So, he sent a message to the team members through the spirit, notifying them to meet at an open space in the lower city. Now that he thought about it, the time should be about the same, and the message should have reached the ears of those people. It was time to rush to the place and have a small gathering. Soon, after Gordon learned the location of Peria's home from her, he mercilessly carried Peria on his back and waved his wings to her goodbye. Then, he spread his 8 or 9 meter long black dragon wings and took off from the terrace outside the main hall. The wind pressure caused by the takeoff made the fallen leaves on the ground dance. When the fallen leaves fell to the ground one after another, Gordon had already glided and landed at the best location, under a giant tree that is quite prominent in the lower city. The giant tree is not very tall, compared with other trees. It is only about 100 meters, nearly 200 meters high, but it is much thicker than its peers. The trunk diameter is 30 to 40 meters long, plus those huge branches that are wide enough for carriages to gallop. The whole thing is like a super small world tree. This is the most famous banyan tree tavern in the lower city. Gordon decided to come here for this eye-catching reason. The green shade blocks the twilight in the sky, and the dazzling luminous stones are dotted and hung on the treetops, illuminating the banyan tree. Similarly, outdoor tables and chairs that can accommodate hundreds of people are also placed under this banyan tree. There are already many elves in the banyan tree tavern drinking the unique fruit wine of the Everdusk Forest, and they are all talking happily. I think it is what Hilkos said, that the reinforcements from the Summer King Court are really coming. They are saved. For this reason, the elves in Vimstein City are naturally overjoyed. The half-goat hired by the tavern is plucking the strings of its 3-stringed harp, singing praises to an unknown hero of the Fey Wild. The arrival of Gordon also caused a commotion, but this is normal, as long as any creature that does not belong to the Fey Wild, including humans who mistakenly enter from the main material plane through the Fey Channel, will be treated the same as Gordon. Gordon didn't care about these stares. and his mind was attracted by a figure flying under the tree at this time. A dragon. A dragon slightly larger than Liz. About the size of a dog. It has colorful scales, which reflect rainbow-like light under the white luminous stone. If it is not under the tree, it may blend into the color of the sunset in the sky. Its wings are more like butterfly wings than dragon wings. It is very fast. It flies in the ballads of the bards, like a colorful flash. A fairy dragon that is said to be born at the same time as the fairy wilds in the hands of the gods, and can only be seen in the fairy wilds. And this fairy dragon naturally noticed the landing black dragon. It curiously cast its eyes on the black dragon whose claws are bigger than its own. It did not retreat, but took the initiative to move forward and flew to a position parallel to Goton. It can clearly see the black dragon in front of it, and Goton can also carefully observe the slender real dragon in front of it. At the same time, a delicate female voice came from the fairy dragon. "Are you the one who summoned me? Big guy." Chapter 170. Fairy dragons don't like fighting, but when their homes or allies are threatened, they don't mind contributing their strength. Lisa is such an adult fairy dragon. Although she is different from other adult dragons that are level 6. She has a level 4 warlock, and her strength is still enough in the Fey Wilds. Otherwise, she would not have left the fairy dragon tribe and participated in this kind of external war of resistance alone. Lisa looked at the big guy in front of her, and seeing that it didn't answer, she asked again, "Excuse me, is it Gorton? The elves told me that my new teammate is a teenage molten dragon, and I can't believe it. How did you get here? Shouldn't you stay in the main material plane and the fire elemental world? Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lisa. I don't mind if you call me sister. After all, I am definitely older than you." Lisa's words came one after another like a string of cannonballs, and Gordon also woke up from his dream, looking at the fairy dragon Dilly-Shaw with colorful scales in front of him, and nodded to her. "Yes, I am Gorton. I asked Yelling to call you here. Sorry to bother you, Miss Dilly-Shaw. Please allow me to apologize for my sluggishness just now. After all, your appearance is the most beautiful one among the real dragons I have seen so far." Gordon felt that he should be polite first. After all, these little guys are famous for being soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. Winning over one first will help it have a say in the team next time, or its request will be agreed by them. It wants to get more wool from the waste giant in this war. Therefore, Gordon did not hesitate to praise him, and Dilly-Shaw was also overjoyed by the sudden praise. She shook her tail and made a circle in front of Gordon. She laughed. "Really? This is the first time I have heard other dragons praise me for my beauty. After all, those elegant spirits would only say that we are curious and troublemakers. Yes, real dragons have eyes that are good at discovering beauty. In my opinion, the word beauty is no different from you." Seeing that it was effective, Gordon naturally had to increase the intensity. Sure enough, after such a verbal praise, Dilly-Shaw, the fairy dragon, had a full favorability towards Gordon when she first met him. It waved its butterfly wings, flapped its wings in the air, and said proudly, "Even if you say that, I won't be happy. By the way, everyone else is here. I take you to see them. Right there." Lisa was like a colorful flash, rushing straight to a direction under the giant tree, leading Gordon gaze. There was a table of forest creatures that, like the other tables, cast their gazes at Gordon. However, the composition of this forest creature surprised Gordon a little. Whether it was the forest elf that was half human and half deer, with its proud upper body only covered by simple leaves, or the tree man over 5 meters tall waving branches at Gordon, or the male elf priest with light green long hair holding a dazzling holy emblem, and the fairy dragon dancing in the air like a forest fairy. Lisa, if you want to say the most eye-catching one, it is the half-human, half-deer forest elf. Of course, what attracted his attention more was not the proud figure. It was the huge crossbow on her back that didn't match her delicate figure. If the memory in the dragon heritage of Goton was correct, the profession that could use such a large crossbow as the main weapon was the giant slayer who advanced from the ranger profession. It was not wrong to describe it as the dragon slayer. After all, hunting and slaughtering large creatures was just a common thing for a professional who changed his profession to the giant slayer. Such a small body actually contained such a powerful force. This made Goton look up and down carefully at the forest spirit girl in front of him. In addition to the forest spirit, Gotan also looked at the fluctuations emanating from the other people. It soon discovered a problem. That is, why did it feel that all of its teammates were stronger than itself? Including the fairy dragon Dilisha. They were undoubtedly all above the 4th level. And the elegant priest was even higher, reaching the 5th level. Gotan's combat power was obviously much worse, hovering between the 3rd and 4th levels. Although it is the largest here, size often does not represent strength. However, Gordon still greeted them neither servilely nor arrogantly. Hello. I am very sorry to call you here. My name is Gordon. I accidentally drifted here. The main purpose of calling you here this time is to discuss the tactics in the future and let everyone get familiar with each other. But it seems that there is no need to get familiar with each other. Gordon looked at the happy atmosphere of the team in front of him. Obviously, they who live in the Everdusk Forest have a lot of interactions. It's okay. We just got together to discuss tactics. But we didn't expect a new member to join. Otherwise, if it was earlier, even if you didn't call us, we would call you. The priest of the Elling was the only one sitting on the chairs in the tavern. He stood up and explained to Gordon with a smile. By the way, my name is Ziaster. He added. Hello, traveler. You can call me Andrew. Welcome to join the defense of Vimster. The voice of the tree man was like the rustling of leaves. But Gordon could still feel the male voice from it. Hey, future true dragon lord. My name is Melivia. I heard that there are many true dragons in the main material plane. Is it true? The half-human, half-deer Melivia shook her light chestnut braids behind her head, raised her head, looked at the black dragon that was several times taller than her, and asked curiously, Melivia, don't scare this little guy. If you want to hunt, there are many useless giants outside. But I'm afraid you can't lift your hands. The fairy dragon Dilisha flew to the half-human, half-deer girl angrily and warned. I'm protecting it. No. That's not what I mean. I mean those evil real dragons. The forest elf girl Melivia knew that her words were a bit ambiguous, and she quickly explained. Well, there are indeed quite a few, but most of them are very strong. Gordon didn't mind and said without comment. After all, it was normal for her to ask such a question, given her profession. And as Gordon took the table, the strange team of 2 dragons, 1 forest elf, and 1 tree man was completely formed. A detailed external discussion also quietly began in the tavern. In the fairy wilderness, the sky is always dusk, and there is no sunset. So when Gordon came out of the banyan tree tavern, the sky is still the eternal sunset, and the afterglow of the sunset reflects its black scales. At this time, there is a smile on its mouth, because its proposal has been passed within the team. That is, if possible, the execution will be carried out by it. Although Zuster and the others felt strange, they did not reject Gordon's request. Now, all we have to do is wait patiently. Gordon spread his wings and flew towards the area where Periya's house was located, thinking in his heart. The expectation in his eyes could hardly be suppressed. It, now, was looking forward to the coming of war. Chapter 178 Mirage Dragon. The neighborhoods of Vimstein City are not complicated. They are divided into upper and lower districts. The nobles of the elf live in the upper district, while ordinary residents and forest visitors often live in the lower district. At this time, Gordon landed in the central square of the upper district, where there are also a lot of giant trees standing, like a small forest. This is the location that Periya pointed out to Gordon before she left, the garden square of the upper district. And in it, Gordon actually saw a lot of fairy dragons playing together, judging from the color of their scales. They are relatively young. At this time, they are also hiding shyly behind a tree, looking at the black dragon falling from the sky with curious eyes. Gordon didn't care about these. He glanced around and randomly found a passing elf and asked where number 53 in the garden square was. Periya only told him the address, and he thought it was easy to find. But he didn't expect that it seemed that the house number here was completely different from what he imagined. The Yaling who was suddenly stopped by a black dragon was a little panicked. But after seeing the rationality in the eyes of the real dragon in front of him, he regained his composure and pointed out the direction to Gotan naturally. Under the third giant tree 50 steps to the left, there is a stone owl statue and a small fountain. Gotan thanked the Yaling and went to Periya's house. But before Gotan got close for long, he heard a pleasant female voice from afar. Lord Gallatin. A girl with long light golden hair and wearing a loose white Yaling robe stood on a giant tree not far away and waved to it from a distance. It was Periya, who had said goodbye not long ago. At this time, she had changed her clothes. She was no longer dressed as an adventurer, but as a graceful noble lady. But this also shows the cruelty of war. Even a novice ranger like her, whose family status in Vimstein City should not be low, has to go out to perform tasks. You can imagine how urgent the situation is. But Gordon's idea did not last long. It was rejected by a ladylike Elaine woman with long golden hair, because the name was Gudna. And Periya's mother gave it a very sincere courtesy when she came out of the treehouse, with her left hand around her chest and bowed at a 90-degree angle. This is the highest courtesy of Elaine to guests. Thank you. The real dragon from a distant country. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have lost my disobedient daughter. It's okay. Just a little effort. Gordon looked at his mother, who lowered her head, and her untied golden hair fell in front of her, and said lightly, it was just a matter of getting what they needed. It didn't take the money. It had already received the reward. So there was no need to talk about how kind it was. But the more Gordon acted like this, the stronger Gudna's desire to make amends became. Ella Ling didn't like to owe favors to others. So, after Gordon and she entered the magic tree house that could keep visitors in a constant shape, at the dinner party to welcome Gordon, she took the time when the black dragon in front of her had just finished eating a basket of raspberries of different colors, took out a ring engraved with rainbow gems from her waist, and handed it to it. Garaden, I heard from Periya that you want to buy a transfiguration ring. Here, this is the transfiguration animal companion ring that I just exchanged for a few high elemental gems from Lord Wirt. Unfortunately, it can only transform into creatures in the forest, which is a bit limited. So I hope you don't mind. And Gordon was also confused by this sudden thank you gift. When he came back, he did ask Periya about whether there was a magic shop in Wimster City, and also talked about his desire for a magic item that could transform. After all, only those metal dragons were born with advanced transformation skills. But what he never expected was that this elegant girl even told her mother about this. You know, the price of a transformation ring is at least 2,000 gold coins. But having said that, Gordon still accepted the transformation ring very considerately, because he didn't want to disappoint her. After all, this was prepared by others with great difficulty. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great. Of course, Gordon also hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, madam. I just need this. Haha. That's good. As long as you are satisfied. It's worth my spending a few high-quality gems. After seeing Gordon accept the ring, Gudna also breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. She quickly told Gordon the exact method of using the ring that she had learned from the Yaling Archmage Wirt. However, Gordon did not wait to use it on the spot. But after dinner was over, under the guidance of Periya, it arrived at its guest room and took out the ring from its dimensional bag. This ring of transfiguration animal companion, which it valued as a high-level magic item, can not only freely use animal transformation 3 times a day, but also comes with constant animal communication. As long as you wear this ring, you can communicate with the animals in the forest, just like a druid. Not bad. Gordon sat on a soft plant bed made of unknown material, playing with the transformation ring in his palm, and he was more and more satisfied with it. Then, it swallowed the ring into its stomach and began to try. So, not long after, the black dragon muttered spell sounded. Through the window of the tree house with tender branches, you can see a black dragon as big as a man, sitting on a round wooden bed covered with green leaves. The next second, it turned into a black panther. When Godin woke up from his sleep, he was awakened by the warm atmosphere outside the window, and Periya's voice also sounded in his ears. The black dragon lying on the bed opened his eyes and looked at the sky outside. It was still the same twilight, and he couldn't tell the time. However, judging from his mental state, he should have slept well this time. Lord Gallatin. They are here. They are here. Periya, who poked her head out of the treehouse window, had a flushed face at this time, and was obviously very excited. What's coming? The lazy and curled up black dragon, like a cat, bent over and stretched, half closed his eyes and asked. When it spread its wings, the cheers outside reached their climax. Periya's explanation was also mixed in with the cheers. The reinforcements from the summer court have arrived. They are passing here now, heading to the Yaling Square. Really? Gordon thought that once the reinforcements arrived, the war it was looking forward to should also be on the agenda. Thinking of this, It couldn't help but want to stick its head out to see what kind of reinforcements they were, giving these yearlings so much confidence. Then, it stuck its head out of the window. Following the gaze of the yearling girl Peria standing on the thick branches, it saw the centaur legion that had just passed by below, as well as some yearling rangers riding unicorns. Is this the army of the summer court? Just as Gordon wanted to continue observing if there were any other creatures, a shadow passed through the sky of the forest, covering the two people bathing in the sunset. What else is there above? Gordon looked up and saw a snake-like creature over 30 meters long, floating in the air and heading for the distance. The shadow just now was caused by its body blocking the light above the forest. Gordon's pupils shrank slightly. Is this Mirage Dragon? In the Dragon Heritage, the information about Mirage Dragon also quickly emerged in his mind. Chapter 179 Mission Whether from the length of the body, the aura emanating from the body, or the color of the scales. This Mirage Dragon with dark green scales. There is no doubt that it is definitely not half weaker than the old bronze dragon that Gordon saw in Kalandu. It is very likely a Mirage Dragon that has reached legend. In addition, Gordon vaguely saw that there seemed to be a person on the back of the Mirage Dragon just now. Dragon Rider? The strength of the person who rides a legendary dragon is likely to be a legend. So in this case, the Summer King Court directly sent two legendary strawmen to support? It is indeed worthy of being one of the two major forces of the elf wilderness. And it is so powerful that it is beyond words. Gordon couldn't help sighing in his heart, and Peria beside him couldn't wait to pull Gordon to watch the fun. When Gordon and Peria rushed to the elf square in Vimstein City, there were already a huge crowd of people there. Thousands of forest creatures. And the elegant spirits were listening to the words of the person standing on the platform at the top of the giant tree. The huge Mirage Dragon was also perched on a tree, basking in the sunset light boredly, without even opening its eyes. But the aura it exuded made no creature dare to approach it within 100 meters. But Gordon only dared to take a quick glance, and did not continue to observe. After all, attracting the attention of the Mirage Dragon would not be a good thing. It is said that they have made their home in the fairy wilderness, and are the descendants of the green dragon among the ancient colored dragons. It's just that in the baptism of time, they have been affected by the environment, and have become giant dragons unique to the plane. Just like the shining dragon of Mount Heaven, they are also transformed by the will of the plane. In fact, many five-color dragons or metal dragons settle in other planes. After tens of thousands of years, there is a probability that subspecies that match this plane will be born when hatching. Whether it is the bottomless abyss where demons live, the devil bot or hell, or the heaven mountain where angels live, it is the same. And the Mirage Dragon is a subspecies of green dragons. They also inherit some characteristics of green dragons. They are interesting liars and manipulators who manipulate people's hearts. However, the nature of the Mirage Dragon has long lost the greed of the colored dragons. They only want to enjoy the sunshine in the open space in the forest, whether it is afternoon or sunset. And because of this, they are closer to the elegant spirits, because they think that the souls of the elegant spirits are similar to them, equally independent, and equally unwilling to be involved in the conflict between light and darkness. However, even so, Gordon still doesn't want to cause trouble by looking at it a few more times. It just wants to be more stable now. If it can't participate in this war or leave early because of something, it will lose a lot. So, like other forest creatures, Gordon quietly listened to the speech of the person on the platform above. To be precise, it should be a pre-war mobilization. A male Eladrin who looked like a wizard stood on the top of the giant tree, and the flame-colored staff he held blended with the color of the sky. Brothers and sisters, and friends of the forest, and evil has approached the city of Vimstein. But fortunately, the great Corellon did not abandon us. The Queen of the Summer Court sent their army to Vimstein through teleportation spells. Now, let us welcome these brave warriors, who have come from afar to fight for the city of Vimstein, with applause. Applause rang out in the huge square like a tide, accompanied by cheers. And the well-known Storm Singer, Lady Weisha and Emerald Ring, Lady Jella are here to help us. This time, the sound was even louder than the previous time. And Gordon also discovered from the reactions and awe of the people around him that Emerald Ring should be the Mirage Dragon, and Storm Singer should be the person riding on it that he just saw. A legendary bard? From this title. However, soon, a person named Weisha from the Summer King Court also gave a speech. But her words were short and powerful. She only said one sentence. Evil will retreat, and vitality will return to the earth. The voice was a very charming woman. Calm and powerful. Orderly, but inexplicably with a kind of incitement. Foreign dragons like Goton were moved to tears after hearing this. And they couldn't wait to drive those useless giants back to the dark land. Periyaw and several other centaurs and goats beside him couldn't help but shout with their hands extended as if they were megaphones. For a moment, the enthusiastic atmosphere in Yailing Square reached its peak. Is this the power of the legendary bard? Iron will let Goton quickly get rid of this enthusiasm. And after calming down, he was a little scared. Just one sentence made the creatures in the entire square cheer. Fortunately, after saying this, Storm Singer Weisha stepped back slightly and gave the right to speak to the current Legion commander of Vimstein City. A handsome elf in silver armor stood on a high platform with a double-edged giant sword in one hand, announcing the war time to all creatures in the elf square of Vimstein City. 2 days later, the First Legion of Vimstein City and the elf army from the Summer King Court will go out of the city to fight. After learning the time, Gordon planned to contact the team members after the meeting. But the conscription order came faster than it thought. Not long after it returned to Peria's residence, an elf officer brought it a paper order and a nameplate marking Gordon's identity. Gordon looked at the letter, which gave the location and time. Arrived today. It seems that this day is used to reorganize and explain the orders. Gordon in the treehouse frowned. However, it didn't take long for it to bid farewell to Periyaw and her mother, and flew alone to the outer ring in the northeast corner of Vimstein City, where the conscription order was issued. The Legion camp. At this time, there were already many elves wearing elven armor or leather armor on the road to the camp to register. Gordon didn't need to register, as he was stopped the moment he appeared. Hey! Little brother Layden. Come here. We are all here. A colorful flash lit up somewhere in the camp. It was the fairy dragon, Dilly Shaw. Gordon flew over the heads of the people who were registering below in full view of everyone. With a shadow, entered the noisy camp. It was only after entering the camp and seeing the order assigned by the top, Gordon finally understood what his team was used for. It was a siege team on the battlefield, specialized to deal with those big guys or spellcasters that ordinary elf soldiers could not deal with. This day was used for Gordon and the others to memorize the weaknesses of those creatures. At this time, the black dragon was drooling as he looked at the monster information that Yailing gave them. Cyclops, Misery Dragon, Chimera, Hydra. 2 days later, Vimstein City. The city gates were wide open. Chapter 180. Going out. The dim colors of the sunset glow flickered in the sky of Vimstein City forever. The sun in the fairy wilds never rises or sets. Only the slowly flowing sunset glow proves the passage of time. It was at this time that the reinforcements from the Summer Court, which had rested for a day, joined the original Legion of Vimstein City, slowly walked out of the more than 30-meter-high elf-arched pointed gate. The commander of the merged legion was an elegant warlord from the Summer Court. He was also the leader who led the Unicorn Knights and Centaur Cavalry here, although he was not as good as the Storm Singer and the Mirage Dragon named Emerald Ring. He was also a high-level professional, and his strength should not be underestimated. The warlord profession is an inspiring leader and a master of tactics. The role of commander is really suitable. This male Eladrin named Otaxi was wearing heavy armor that was out of tune with the Eladrin behind him. The snow-white unicorn under him was also covered with a layer of armor, and the spiral horns on his head also flickered with magical light. Obviously ready to go, Otaxi picked up the thorn spear, stood at the door, raised it lightly, and then pulled the flame reins tied to the unicorn. And the advancing mount stopped at the open space at the entrance of Vimstein City. The war army of thousands of people stopped as he stopped, and only the involuntary hooves and breathing of the unicorn slowly fermented. Soon, what Otaxi was waiting for came. In the twilight in the distance, a loud eagle cry came, and a vigorous falcon glided from the high sky of the distant forest like a meteor, and stopped in front of the army in front of the gate of the giant Eladrin city standing by the lake. Then the golden-feathered falcon transformed into a druid wearing a robe and holding a staff made of rattan. Nero, what's the situation? Otaxi raised his eyebrows slightly and asked the druid, who had just returned from the wild transformation. Commander, Quest's army is still dormant in the decaying forest, without any movement. Just like the previous exploration, the druid who turned into a giant eagle told Otaxi what he had seen along the way. No movement. Otaxi frowned slightly. Logically speaking, Their movements could not be concealed from the monster army stationed near the city of Imstein. After all, they were not the only ones with scouts. The other side also had annoying ravens, and those annoying spy spells. And they would definitely keep an eye on the city of Wimster around the clock. Why is there no movement? Didn't they notice them coming? Or are they so arrogant that they don't take the reinforcements from the summer court seriously? Or did they not notice the two storm singers? Emerald rings and feel that there is still a chance? But no matter what, Otaxi listened to the orderly dynamics of the monster camp from the druid. He still felt that he was underestimated. It's just a useless giant king. How can he be so rampant? But Otaxi thought about it. He didn't order the druid in front of him to investigate again, because there was no need. After all, if the strength of the monsters was really far beyond them, then the city of Imstein would never have survived until today. The original intention of sending out the scouts was to see the movements of the monsters, so as to avoid the army being empty-handed. So, after learning that the positions of most monsters had not changed, Otaxi, this Elling warlord, the commander of the legion, raised the spear in his hand, placed it horizontally beside him, turned his head, and shouted to the unicorn knights, the centaur cavalry, and the large group of Elling archers behind him. Soldiers, follow my footsteps. Today, I will lead you on the road to victory. Drive those monsters back to their dirty and stinking underground. Let vitality return to nature. Also let those monsters know that this forest does not belong to them. As he said, the Elling warlord lifted the flame reins, and the unicorn he sat on walked on the thick ground and headed towards the primeval forest not far away. Follow me. Otaxi's voice sounded again. The unicorn cavalry behind him immediately started, and the large group of centaurs followed closely behind. Behind them were a large group of rangers and warriors wearing uniform leather armor. Of course, there were also some spellcasters who summoned phantom horses or rode ordinary horses, including elf, satyr, and tree spirits. Among the spellcasters, there were also various kinds of magical pets: pixies, bats, owls, or venomous snakes, and even the shadow of little devils. And the druid's animal companions were also among them, such as bears, crocodiles, eagles, and even tame dragon beasts. It was as vast as a large zoo gathering people for exhibition. However, judging from the solemnity between their expressions and the eager expressions of the elf residents and elves behind them who were waiting to leave the city, no one could laugh. Going out to fight means that death will follow you like a shadow. Although there is the army of the Summer King Court to assist, it is impossible to face Quest's minions without any casualties. After all, although there is the priest's resurrection spell, ordinary resurrection spells can only revive intact corpses. Those who are missing arms and legs, or even bitten off half of their bodies by monsters, or who are dead without a complete body, want to revive. The price is extremely high, so everyone's mood is very heavy. And the black dragon in the attack team that is mixed in the middle team and next to the spellcasting team is also affected by this emotion. And he is not even interested in praising the fairy dragon. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the outline of the forest not far away that was like the shadow of a giant beast, pursed his lips, and only showed his four fangs, which was extremely grim. The war song in the distance also sounded at the same time, and countless elegant spirits sang the song of victory in unison. The green light will always shine on us. My lord, the great Corellon is also watching us in the kingdom of God in the sky. The land and forest of the Feywild are also our strongest backing. Come on, brothers and sisters. Use the weapons in your hands to drive the ugly monsters back underground. Let the light of my lord Corellon shine on the earth. Today, let the dusk fall. The whisper of the leaves in the forest is their death knell. Under the eternal sunset glow in the sky, the black dragon that followed the army in the forest listened to the war song ringing in its ears. It also slowly recited the last line of their mouths. We will win. Chapter 181 The Tragic Dragon. My mentality has collapsed. I will sort out my thoughts. You don't need to subscribe to this chapter. I can't write it anymore. The mission assigned to the Gordon team by the Legion is to deal with the difficult creatures on the battlefield. That is, they belong to the assault team. They don't need to follow the main force of the Legion, but are located on the flanks and insert into the battlefield for support according to the situation. After all, ordinary monsters such as blood dwarfs, harpies, and ordinary waste giants do not need them to take action at all. The arrows of those elegant professional players, and the elegant swordsmanship in their hands can solve them. As for the scout work, it has long been replaced by the pets of those druids, or themselves, and they have gone there early. So, the Gordon team and several other assault teams scattered in the forest trails of the Everdusk Forest. But they all kept pace with the main force in the middle, and went to the monster nest, which is the direction of the Waste Giant King quest. The speed of advancement was faster than Gordon expected. Even the treeman Andrew, who Gordon thought would slow down the team, was walking at a speed similar to that of a normal person, far from being as slow as Gordon thought. But it was normal to think about it. First of all, the elf and other creatures grew up in the forest since childhood, and their speed in the forest was much faster than that of normal humans. Moreover, this war was right at home, and some necessary baggage could be discarded. The average weight of each person was not high, and the distance was not far, so it was easy to walk. At this time, the army's fighting spirit was extremely high, and they were about to rush straight into the dust clouds above. In particular, the leading commander Otaxi was leading the way, wearing heavy armor, riding a unicorn, crossing the thorny bushes in the forest, and his unicorn cavalry regiment was at the forefront of the large army. Like a sharp arrow shot out, it moves forward without hesitation. At this time, as the scenery in the forests on both sides slowly changed, from lush green to dry and lifeless black land, the sky was already filled with the cries of ravens and eagles from time to time. Obviously, the scouts ahead had already started a close combat with the monster servants of the Wasted Giant King. However, the tall, half-corrupted oak trees and black bushes with dead vines in the forest still blocked the vision of Gordon and his companions. He could only tell from the sound which direction the sound came from, although Gordon could fly up to see. At this critical moment, Gordon still didn't dare to observe it in person. It didn't want to be the first bird to stand out. After all, Gordon's size was still considered a large creature, flying low in the forest, especially in the chaotic scene of war. It was easy to be used as a target, although its defense could be immune to many flying arrows. It couldn't resist the spells that attack from the dark. If you are not careful, you will be hit by a few spells cast by the caster and be sent back to Rika Island. That would be fun. Therefore, Gordon is determined to hold on to this team and not let go. He has never thought about fighting alone. It is not that lone wolves are bad, but in such a large-scale war, the efficiency of a small team is naturally much higher than that of a lone wolf. Damn it! These monsters from the dark region. They turned the peaceful and tranquil Everdusk forest into this. The tree man Onlu looked at the withered trees around him, with anger in his voice. He vaguely remembered that he had lived here for a period of time hundreds of years ago. Although he slept most of the time, it did not affect his nostalgia for it. The forest where the tree man was born his feelings, and any destruction can cause the strongest anger in their hearts. Yes, I came here decades ago and hunted a violent bear as a ranger to prove my apprenticeship. Now those guys have made it like this. The half-human, half-deer forest fairy girl, Malivia, stepped on her little hoof, approached a huge round oak, carefully rubbed the lines on it, and sighed. The fairy dragon Dilly Shaw was also shocked by this decayed forest. Although it had expected it in its heart, it still felt a lingering sadness in its heart after seeing it with its own eyes. Muttering, "It used to be all green here. Those monsters. Damn it!" The yelling priest, Ziaster, who rode on a pony, also frowned as he looked at the half-corrupted forest. Most people were waiting for rescue in Vinstein these days, and did not go out to fight those monsters head-on. So they were not particularly clear about the situation of the forest, and could only get a general idea from gossip. But hearing is one thing, and seeing is another. Well, it will take at least 80 years to recover naturally. If it recovers, after getting off his horse and picking up the black soil from the ground. Ziaster made a judgment after careful observation. But don't worry. After driving away those useless giants and rushing back to the underground, I can contact some druids in other forests to come to this area, and work together to expel the curse brought by quest. In this way, the time may be compressed to within 10 years, so that in less than 100 years, this place will become the original Everdusk forest again. He looked at the team members, who were a little depressed, and comforted them. The other team members looked better. As a priest serving the god of nature, the father of oak, Sylvanus, what Ziaster said was still authoritative. Gordon didn't have such deep feelings. He was now heading to the end of the road, the more decayed and pale black forest. Through the gaps in the forest, He had smelled the smell of blood, and heard the sound of close combat, and the roar and shouting of monsters. So, the ears of the other 14 members heard a thunderous sound. "Everyone! It's time to work. Send those monsters back to where they should be." "How?" The black-scaled dragon turned around, lowered his head, looked at the 14 members, and said grimly, "Okay. The Wind Chaser can't wait." The forest fairy girl, Malivia, adjusted her state quickly, took off the magic longbow Wind Chaser on her back, and said coldly, "When I see the big monster later, I will shoot its eyes. You have ruined my forest like this. Let me add a buff spell to you first." The fairy dragon Dillishaw, who has a warlock level, began to chant a spell on the spot. The branches of the tree man Andrew also began to change slowly, and soon, they formed a huge oak shield. "Dillishaw and Malivia, remember to stay close to me later. Don't stay too far away. Otherwise I can't protect you," Andrew said. The two of them said him in unison. The priest Ziaster also chanted a spell, blessing his teammates one by one. Protection from evil. Tree skin. Such divine arts. Of course, he did not forget to summon some helpers during the period. And the low-pitched spells, like the collision of leaves in the forest sounded. Natural allies. The battlefield ahead in the ever-dusk forest. The elf ranger Saphiro trembled as he looked at the ugly dragon that fell from the sky in the distance. His proud archery skills were completely ineffective on this brown dragon covered with grease and tumors. "Who will deal with it?" Saphiro muttered as he looked at the miserable dragon in front of him, which was more than 10 meters tall, and was breathing fear at the surrounding warriors. At this time, a dazzling arrow light came from the forest behind and shot towards the monster in front of Saphiro. This arrow directly hit the jaw of the miserable dragon, making it scream in pain. And at the same time, a high-pitched command sounded in his ears. "Leave this to us. You retreat." A black dragon with the power of dragon power. Tree skin. Giant transformation. Protection from evil. Magic weapon. Cat agility. Etc. Rushed towards the miserable dragon that was trembling with tumors and pustules all over its body due to the pain of the arrows with the force of thunder. Its huge body also swelled by 1/3 during the charge. Rage activate. Chapter 182 Opportunity Roar. The miserable dragon, in pain, saw the black dragon rushing towards him, and his whole body tensed up, and he immediately roared from the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, as a dragon that was ripened by the waste giant with special food, the miserable dragon roar was not commensurate with its size. What's more, as soon as it roared, it was hit back with a more fierce roar. Fierce momentum. Gordon's second-level talent young dragon roar before setting off. Gordon had already upgraded it with 2 talent fragments given to it by the corrupted Flash Dog, and successfully turned it into a 3rd-level talent, which is the characteristic of young dragons. Fierce momentum. It can also be called the majesty of a real dragon. Every move can deter people. The weak monsters in the wilderness will bow down when they feel it. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as the legendary kingly aura. What would be the effect of this real dragon fierce momentum plus the harpy shrieking sound? Among the people present, only the miserable dragon itself and the surrounding monster servants could feel it. Gordon roar completely overwhelmed the miserable dragon cry, and the invisible sound waves continued to spread outward, raging like a hurricane, until it gradually disappeared hundreds of meters away, and the gray-black branches swayed and trembled until they slowly stopped. On the nearby battlefield, many members of the yailing party heard the dragon roar in their ears, and before they could react to what kind of creature it was, they were surprised to find that their enemies actually appeared sluggish at the critical moment, and they were nailed to the spot like a nail, and did not wave their weapons to fight back. Allow the yailings to attack at will. This roar also allowed many yailings to escape from the monsters, and unexpectedly got a chance to fight back. And how could the Yailing Alliance members miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Rangers shot arrows, swordsmen slashed, and vines entangled. The difficult enemies were like bound beasts, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. When they dealt with their mutual enemies, they heard the sound and went to see who had just reversed the situation. They saw that under the afterglow of the setting sun, on the black soil of the boundless gray-white withered forest, a string of thick, liquid-like flames, the color of the sky's fire clouds, gushed out from the mouth of the hideous black dragon, covering all the miserable dragons, whose limbs were firmly imprisoned under it. The lava fire echoed with the sunset afterglow of the sky. Outside the battlefield, There were more and more discussions about Godin. They were all allied soldiers who had dealt with the outer part. Some from Vimstein City, and some from the Summer Royal Court. This black dragon. Is it the real dragon companion brought back by that little Perial? Some allied who recognized Godin's origin sighed. Of course, it was due to Godin's outstanding appearance compared to other dragons. With thick black scales like armor, for ferocious horns pressed on the thick and short neck, and the terrifying fangs exposed like red dragons, which made people even more suspicious. With one bite, I am afraid that even the tower shield made by the hands of the dwarfs can be bitten through by it. Yes, it is the team of Lady Troublemaker Dilly-Shaw. And Lady Wind Chaser Melidia is also here. Someone also saw the half-human, half-deer forest elf girl shooting arrows from behind, and the active colorful flash. After all, this color of fairy dragon is particularly conspicuous in the corrupted forest with only gray withering. Although Dilly-Shaw and her friends are not high-level professionals, their 4th level strength is enough to be well known in various places, and they are able to be responsible for solving difficult monsters on the battlefield. So they are naturally strong enough. What's more, they are all females, so they are naturally well known, and it is natural that many elegant spirits know them. So beautiful. Mrs. Melidia's smiles, and even her arrow-shooting look are so charming. They are simply the gift of the god of nature. Yes, but I heard that Mr. Melidia only looks for those who are stronger than her. Let's just give up on this idea. The discussion was immediately diverted, so that some elegant spirits wanted to tell the story seriously. The breath of this black dragon seemed to be different from that of other real dragons. They all closed their mouths, silently, and began to pay attention to the battlefield. The miserable dragon was also complaining in his heart at this time. Although it was a waste giant and a mature dragon, it did not mean that its intelligence was low. It also had the inheritance of dragons. It felt that it was in big trouble now. Originally, it was assigned by the waste giant King Quest, its master. As a sentinel, it was naturally responsible for guarding the border of the monster territory, especially patrolling in the direction of Vimstein City, watching to prevent those cunning elegant spirits from escaping here. Therefore, it joined the battle as soon as it discovered the enemy. But it never expected that a black dragon would rush out of the forest and press its bloated and fat body to the ground. Just like Master Quest held it down. It could not move in the face of absolute power. But worse than this was the mucus-like flame that spewed out of the black dragon mouth. Forgive it for describing it this way, because it usually came into contact with these rotten and decaying things the most in the demon dark region. And this is what flowed in its body. The flame directly attached to its oily scales and burned more vigorously. Although it had no hair, its body seemed to be burning, making it feel a big danger hanging on its head. After all, the temperature of this flame alone was much higher than those red dragons they had seen before. In short, it was not something that this age group could spit out. Therefore, the miserable dragon subconsciously called its ally, the waste giant warrior, to come and fight side by side with it. At the same time, the dragon body tormented in the magma also struggled hard, trying to escape from the claws of the black dragon in front of it. And Gordon would naturally not let it go. After the giant dragon was blessed with various enhancement spells, its power was far beyond the miserable dragon in front of it. After all, the miserable dragon was not a creature known for its strength. Therefore, the weak resistance from below would only make it more excited. It tightly wrapped one of the hind legs of the miserable dragon with its tail. And then the whole dragon sat on the slightly bloated and fat belly of the miserable dragon, with the hind legs exerting force. It knelt down to press the forelimbs of the miserable dragon that wanted to strangle its neck. And the 2 front paws firmly pressed the neck of the miserable dragon like a python, pressing the head of the miserable dragon on the still burning hot magma on the ground. It has to be said, this area that once belonged to the Eternal Dusk Forest has been completely infected by the corrupt curse brought by the waste giant King Quest. The will of the fairy wilds was very weak here. So by accident, its magma was still warm. And because the miserable dragon had a faint tumor on its neck, Gordon's touch was quite good and soft. I don't know if it was the structure of the miserable dragon body or a special reason, but under the attack of the Gordon team, the miserable dragon still resisted strongly. Such as the tumors that kept bursting on its body, the flowing necrosis, and the decayed pus that spread all over the earth. And this pus also made the protective evil aura on Gordon's body gradually weaken. And many protective auras and tree skin spells collapsed instantly. And Gordon also faced the damage from the miserable dragon. Filth explosion, fearful breath, followed one after another. A negative energy on its body's surface began to corrode the scales, trying to drill into the flesh and blood to infect the host. The energy of the mind also began to affect its spirit, bewitching it into fear. But iron will. The exemption made the miserable dragon breath useless, and the filth broke out. Although Gordon had no solution, it was not alone, and there was a team behind it. The god of nature, the priest of Sylvanus, Ziaster, was naturally the best choice. He held the vine staff in his hand and began to chant the spell. As the whispering sound of the forest sounded in the battlefield, a long green vine stretched out from under Ziaster's robe and spread to the center of the battlefield. The green vine with emerald light wrapped around the tip of the black dragon tail and disappeared without a trace. Gordon also felt that the negative energy on his body was swept away, and the corroded scales just now gradually recovered. This refreshing feeling was like a person who had not bathed for many years, and the dirt was removed. This is exactly the 5-ring magic spell. Advanced healing mantra. In addition to healing wounds, it also has the effect of removing curses. At the same time, on the other side of the decaying forest, a hunchback giant holding an iron hammer, with purple-gray skin, also rushed over with a large number of monster servants. It actually spoke the same elven language as the elves. Of course, what is more striking is its 2 eyes, one large and one small. The large one has a cat-like iris and constantly changing unnatural colors. It is the unique evil eye of the waste giant, and it is also the source of being cursed and inflicting corruption on others. At this time, its roar also spread from the other end of the forest to this end, and all the elves including Godin heard it clearly. Whims. What's wrong with you? The waste giant in armor opened his evil eye with different changes and colorful colors, looked at the miserable dragon that had no life, and said viciously while his mount was sat under him, "Damn it! Invaders! You are about to die." Then, it raised its mace and smashed it hard, creating a big pit in the sleepy black soil, and said to the monster army behind it, "Go, my warriors. It's time to show me your glory. Dedicate your flesh and blood to our great Lord Quest. Please us with all your strength." The monster army behind it. The Cyclops warrior holding a double-edged giant axe. The blood dwarf warrior. The withered vine tree monster, after hearing the command of the waste giant. They rush to the battlefield in their own way. The whole army attacks. And this is just a small part of the battlefield. The commander of the corps leading the Unicorn Knights and the Centaurs, the Alad warlord Otaxi, was also caught in a fierce battle. He raised his spear high and was attacking his Alad companions around him with all his strength, trying to stab the Cyclops, who wanted to break out of the encirclement of the Unicorn cavalry. The Cyclops holding a double-edged sword was hurt by the lightning-fast stab, and before it could fight back, its huge body was provoked by this small thorn spear with a unique appearance. A huge force came, making it retreat a few steps. Not only that, several Cyclops beside it also retreated. It was the warlord. Stab and strike. The sharp edge of the spear penetrated the enemy and forced it back. And when the counterattack was over, it could also force nearby enemies back together. This is a superb combat skill. All users have been immersed in the way of cavalry for many years, and there are extremely high requirements for the tacit understanding between the master and the mount. At least master-level riding skills. After forcing the enemy back with one blow, the Cyclops in the encirclement was once again baptized by the spear surrounded by the Unicorn Cavalry Regiment, and returned to the original track. It fell into a step-by-step slaughter. At this time, Otax's face under the helmet was extremely cold. His eyes were neither happy nor sad, and he did not have a successful blow, nor was he proud. They are now in the center of the decayed forest, according to the description of the druid who turned into a falcon in the sky. This place is not far from Quest's Nest, only a few hours away. With the full-scale attack of the cavalry, it will arrive in a flash. This is their advantage as cavalry, like the sharpest spear, piercing the enemy. On the way, they also encountered many obstacles and monster minions that attacked them. Either they were corrupted creatures of the Everdusk forest, or they were monsters designated by the Cyclops. A waste giant. However, the commander's talents enhanced morale in various ways, and the shouts of attack helped. All the battles on their way were unstoppable and solved neatly. Neither the evil old hag nor the hideous miserable dragon could stop them. And now it was only a matter of time to solve this team of Cyclops. Things seemed to be going smoothly, but Otaxi always felt something was wrong. It was hard to describe the feeling. If I had to describe it, It was like thunder but little rain. None of the hard battles and bloody battles he had originally imagined happened. The few difficulties and obstacles on the road were easily overcome by them. And even its cavalry regiment had no seriously injured people under the healing aura of the unicorn. And the resurrection scroll in his arms was not used at all. At first glance, it looked perfect. But the more it looked like this, the more Otaxi felt that something was wrong. Especially since the falcon patrolling in the sky had told it before that there was still no movement in Quest's nest. This made Otaxi begin to wonder what the king of the wasted giants was planning. Logically speaking, this time the summer court and the army of Vimstein City jointly attacked. And the noise was so loud that it should have reached Quest's ears a long time ago. This can't be hidden, right? However, even if the king of the wasted giants, no matter how powerful, will fall under the iron hoof of Yaling, they have made sufficient preparations. Just like the wasted giants blocked communications before. The war between the Elling and the waste giants began thousands of years ago. And the two families knew each other's tactics very well. When the reinforcements from the summer court arrived, Quest had no chance to turn the tables. And the plan to seize the power of nature in Vimstein City should have failed. But why was there no movement? Just as Otaxi was thinking hard. In the deepest part of the decaying forest, in the cave where Quest lived, the gorgeous hall was already crowded with monster armies mixed with orcs, blood dwarves, and even grey dwarves, as well as a few drow. They were all corrupted. And these were elites. There were also many huge monsters in front. Whether it was the Cyclops King crawling on the ground, the mutated two-headed giant, or the miserable dragon that was larger than the miserable dragon killed by Godin, with a body more than 20 meters long lying under the high platform. In addition, there were 5 or 6 monsters with hideous snake heads hissing not far away. And the breath they exuded was the lowest level 6 creatures. These monsters were staring at the hunched figure ahead with red eyes, which was taller than the other waste giants. Their master, the waste giant king, Quest Omric Barn, the waste giant king, whose skin had turned blood gray, was holding a golden scepter that did not match his body shape. He looked down at the corrupted Eldrin sage beside him and asked, "Insk, where are they?" "Master, they are less than 300 miles away from here, and the first wave of cavalry is coming. It is the Unicorn Cavalry Regiment of Otaxi." The Eldrin, who had a tumor on his face but still had a handsome face, told the message sent by the raven truthfully. And Quest, the waste giant king, heard what Insk said. First he closed the evil eye that was flashing with gray light, and then opened it slightly. His voice echoed in the cave. Then, wait a little longer. He stroked the teleportation staff in his hand that could teleport all the monsters in the hall to outside the city of Vimstein. Wait a little longer. Wait until they all come in. Then we go over. Power of nature. Power of nature. You are mine. The golden evil eye flickered in the cave. Chapter 183 Urgent summon the battle in the Everdusk Forest, which has been corrupted by the legendary domain of the abandoned giant King Quest, has reached a fever pitch. Team after team of Eldragon soldiers and rangers are fighting against those filthy creatures from underground. Tauren, blood dwarves, drow, grey dwarves, harpies. There are many kinds of them, but the most eye-catching ones are the Cyclops wearing iron armor and holding fine iron weapons. In the battle between the two sides, the Eldragon suffered the most from this race. As giants, they are born with great strength, plus the advantage of size, like a movable, tireless flesh golem. In addition, the Cyclops are good at making weapons and armor, which wrap them tightly. As a result, it often takes the entanglement of several soldiers and the help of spellcasters to solve one with difficulty. And this also means the withdrawal of a spellcaster, plus the lives of several soldiers. After all, the spell slots of spellcasters are also limited. No one can predict how many monster servants a legendary lord has. But at present, monsters definitely have the advantage in number. Although most of them, such as blood dwarves and grey dwarves, are not even professionals. They went to the battlefield with stones, but they could not withstand the ants biting the elephants. However, in general, the elite strength of the well-prepared Yaling is still good. Even the army of Vimstein City did not bring a first-level ranger like Pariah. Almost all of them are veterans, not to mention the army from the Summer King Court. In terms of strength, except for the Cyclops that cannot be dealt with one-on-one, the others can be easily eliminated by the team. Therefore, there were many monsters on the battlefield, and they came in batches and advanced in batches. However, after several hours of fighting and marching in the Everdusk forest, finally, someone found something wrong. That is, they encountered more and more miscellaneous soldiers. There were decent monsters in the front, but in the back, they were just miscellaneous soldiers that dragged them down. There were few second-level soldiers, except for adding another dead soul under their blades. It was useless. Somewhere in the forest, the assault team still did not stop. They were chasing those who escaped the net after the war. Roar! The black dragon roared at the Cyclops in front of it, but faster than it was a stray arrow. Melidia's arrow first shot into the single eye on the head of the Cyclops, whose half-body was already burnt. Ah! The Cyclops, who was shot by an arrow, cried out in pain before it could last long. The next second, he was suppressed by the shocking fierce momentum. The loud dragon roar almost broke his eardrums. The double blow to his body and mind made the body of the Cyclops, who had already suffered a fireball from the wizard, deteriorate. Its vision was damaged. But the Cyclops did not give up. It began to blindly pick up the giant blade in its hand and attack the direction of the hateful elves and dragons just now. The sound of the giant blade dancing in the air was whirring, and it cut the barrel-thick dead tree in half with one blow. Damn it! Face me, you despicable elves! And that flying lizard! The Cyclops spoke with madness. It seemed to feel the shadow of death approaching. The giant blade in its hand was waving like a windmill, destroying the rotten forest around it. The branches and trunks of the dead trees were crooked, but it didn't hurt the three people who were protected by the tree man en route. They were packing their bags. The half-human, half-deer girl, Melivia, also put away her huge longbow. Windchaser and Ziaster also rode his group of short-legged horses. As for the fairy dragon Dilisha, she waved her butterfly-like dragon wings and urged the black dragon Goton, who was suspended in the air in the distance. Gallatin, stop playing, and get rid of it quickly. The allies in the forest still need our help. Fight me head-on. Coward. Hearing that these people ignored it, the Cyclops decided to continue to provoke and provoke, hoping to exchange one for one. But as soon as the voice fell, a steady and powerful magnetic voice sounded in the Cyclops' ears. Got it! The voice was very close, and it seemed to be above. The Cyclops, who was not slow to react, immediately raised the giant blade and chopped it towards the top of his head. However, the strike was in vain. Nothing was hit. Only a sneer in the air mocked how stupid its behavior was just now. I will chop you into meat paste. The Cyclops, with a voice still full of energy, roared as he attacked the surroundings again with the giant blade. Because only the continuous attack can bring a sense of security to it, which is trapped in the hazy gray and red between heaven and earth. But when it looked up with its one eye with an arrow made of night owl feathers, it found that the red suddenly expanded in the gray and red vision. And before it could wonder what had changed in the sky, the nearly white lava breath that Gordon had brewed gushed out of its mouth, and the Mars in the sky lit up the twilight forest under the afterglow of the sunset. The violent element converted through the basal blood vessels was still a red gas in the throat, but once it passed through the throat cavity, it immediately changed from gas to liquid, and the temperature rose several levels and turned into white. The white-hot magma was still a thick water column when it was spewed out of the mouth, but when it was more than 10 meters away, it had spread into a drooping white cloud, still emitting billowing hot steam, completely covering the 3-meter-tall Cyclops in the forest. Gordon looked at the Cyclops, whose body was completely wrapped in white magma, and continued to make moving wails, and finally gradually became silent and turned into iron-blue charcoal in the magma. It looked a little tired. After all, no one could stand vomiting 8 or 10 times a day and squeezing the breath ability infinitely. However, the results were gratifying. In just half a day, the gifted light balls that Gordon harvested on the battlefield were more abundant than the results obtained in the previous months of growth. The 5th level talent of the miserable dragon Aura of Fear, the 5th level talent of the waste giant Evil Eye Curse, and the 4th level talent of the Cyclops Weapon Master, True Vision, as well as the talents of various 2nd and 3rd level monsters, made Gordon personal panel full, like a mouse at a rice warehouse. He was extremely happy. It also made Gordon more and more sure of how correct his decision was. The feeling of hugging the thigh to get points was indescribable. It took the silver-white light ball emerging from the Cyclops' body into its arms, and then slightly swung its tail and head as a rudder to catch up with Ziaster and others. Hey, wait for me. Solved? Melidia looked at the lava-covered forest behind her and asked as usual. Gordon answered confidently. After all, the gifted light balls have come out, so they must be dead. As for the spoils of the Cyclops, there are naturally special people to collect and count them, and they don't need to do it. Then where are we going next? Gordon asked. Let's go. Just as Ziaster was about to say it, he saw a unicorn running wildly at the other end of the battlefield. The horse, which was originally Snow White, but now covered with filth, was carrying an injured elf. Otax's unicorn cavalry? Haven't they already arrived at Quest's lair? Why are they here? The sudden arrival of the unicorn cavalry interrupted what he wanted to say. He quickly chanted a spell, and the emerald green ball of light flew from his staff to the arms of the elf not far away. Heal serious injuries. Let the elf recover from his injuries and relieve his pain. Then, they heard the injured Elaine riding on the back of the unicorn, holding the unicorn's neck and screaming with all her might. Quick! The commander has an order. Everyone retreats. Go back to the city. Go back to the city. Quest. They have reached the city of Vimstein. What? Everyone in the team, including Gordon, was confused. What was going on? Why did they suddenly have to go back? Why are you alone? Where is Lord Otaxi, the captain of the assault team? Ziaster asked immediately after being slightly surprised. Lord Otaxi, the Ellings of the Unicorn Cavalry and the Centaurs have been trapped in Quest's lair. They have raised a fear vine underground. Lord, he took great pains to get a few of us Unicorn Cavalry out first. But please don't worry. Lord, he is safe and sound. But the fear vine is too difficult to deal with, and we need to slowly find its body before we can break through, Elling replied. But he couldn't hide the anxiety on his face. Hurry, Lord Ziaster. Go back quickly, or it will be too late. Please, the Elling knight half lying on the unicorn begged. Chapter 184 Mirage. Emerald Dream at this time. Outside the city of Vimstein, the monster army led by Quest had already swarmed the city, and countless monsters screamed and screamed, making the elves in the city panic. When Peria, who lived in the upper city, learned the news, her first reaction was that it was impossible. The army from the Summer King Court and the local army of Vimstein City, no matter how weak, could not be defeated by monsters in less than a day, and there was not even a message. The last message was brought back by a druid, saying that the coalition forces had already fought with the group of monsters in the Everdusk Forest. It's only been a few hours? The army is at the gates of the city? But when Peria, as a professional, was urgently summoned to the city wall to defend against the monster army ruled by the Waste Giant King, she saw the hideous monsters gathered on the land of the Golden Lake Plain under the city wall, and the smell of corruption that could be smelled hundreds of meters away. Only then did she completely believe it. Fortunately, the Yaelings are not a spoiled race. Although they don't like fighting, they are still good at fighting. Therefore, even though they saw such a ferocious monster and a dangerous situation, Peria didn't feel a bit scared. The Yaeling longbow in her hand was plucked without hesitation, and together with the arrows of other Yaeling rangers on the wall, it turned into a rain-like curtain of arrows, throwing it towards the monster army below that was planning to break the city. Unfortunately, in the monster army composed of elites, ordinary arrow rain, even if dense, has little effect. Many monsters' professional spellcasters chanted Wind Wall to block the flying arrows in the sky. What's more, they couldn't even block them. For example, the miserable dragon, the multi-headed snake lizard, etc., just openly let the arrow rain fall and then bounce off the scales of its body. They were still too weak. After losing most of their core and backbone forces, the city of Vimstein could not even take some measures to prevent the casualties of the monster Zhao Cheng. The monster army below, under the command of the corrupted Yaeling sage, Insk, began to prepare for the siege. Dozens of Cyclops pushed an extremely thick siege hammer chariot towards them. 5 or 6 miserable dragons had begun to spit fearful breath on the city wall, causing the Yaeling soldiers, who originally planned to defend the city wall, to panic and become confused, and even have the possibility of mutiny. Many Yaeling soldiers were so scared that they jumped off the city wall unconsciously, and were bitten and swallowed by the multi-headed snake lizards moving underground. The Waste Giant King Questor stood safely behind the monster army like a stabilizing needle, motionless, as if waiting for something. After a long time, he looked at Quest, who was in full swing of the siege. He looked down at Insk beside him and asked, Insk, how long do you think it will take to break the city? Soon, Master. No more than 10 minutes. The gates of Vimstein's city can't hold out. They are not like the summer royal court located above the Dark Demon region. The doors here are just ordinary oak doors. Insk replied immediately. Then, that's going to be soon. Right, Insk? It asked again. Well, the timeline. The vague prophecy of change tells me that before you get the power of nature, you still need to face 2 enemies. As a dusk sage, he felt the light of the setting sun and had predicted what would happen next. He was very confident in what he said. After all, he specialized in prophecy and had predicted successfully many times. There was only a slight deviation. The reason why the news was not leaked last time was that Vimstein City not only released other people to disrupt the vision, but also gave the members of the Elven team materials that could block the prophecy spell. And this time, the prophecy could not be covered by 1 or 2 materials, as long as the creatures in Vimstein City were from the Fey Wilderness. Their future changes would have been presented in his vision. And no matter how they changed, his conclusion was, they would win this war. However, 2 legends could not stop their monster army at all. Sure enough, before Insk's words fell for a long time, then a green mirage dragon was seen winding from the sky above the forest behind it, dancing with short dragon wings that were disproportionate to its body. It had the fastest flying speed, so it had already brought its dragon knight, Stormsinger, back from the battlefield. This legendary mirage dragon, with the title of Emerald Ring, opened its ferocious mouth and roared at the 4 or 5 miserable dragons flying in the air and breathing on the city wall. You stinking monsters! Get out of here! Its voice was already full of ferocity, which made the miserable dragons in the air pause. And the monster army below was also affected. However, the moment the mirage dragon appeared, the originally motionless waste giant king, Quest, took out his weapon, a blood-red bone hammer inlaid with various sharp teeth, and blood was dripping from the end of the bone hammer. When the blood-red bone hammer was taken out, the peculiar smell of all the monsters in the air disappeared instantly, and only the thick bloody smell was spreading wantonly. War must be carried out with blood. Give me their flesh and blood, and I will reward you with honor, Quest roared, waving his blood hammer. Its roar was equally powerful, directly diluting the fierce momentum of the mirage dragon, and the impact on the monster army was almost zero. Quest, in addition to being the king of the waste giants, was also a legendary commander, and his own combat power and the morale of his servants were easily controlled. Ugly guy. Go back to your demonic dark area. This is not something you can get involved in. After saying that, a thick mist-like thing spurted out of the mirage dragon mouth, directly blocking the entire mid-air of Vimstein City. Countless illusory beast shadows appeared in the mist, biting those miserable dragons. It was the mirage dragon talent, illusory hawk dog, that could make its breath weapon summon illusory beasts. And the mist would also block the enemy's vision, while it and its allies were clearly visible to the mist. That is to say, the mist exhaled is enough to create a similar effect to the maze, which is perfect for dealing with those monsters with low intelligence. But the intelligence of the miserable dragon is not low, so its mist only plays the role of covering the vision, which is not very useful. Instead, the illusory hawks and dogs frustrated the miserable dragons, and they began to fight against these endless and indestructible illusory hawks and dogs. The crisis in the sky was temporarily relieved. Next is the city, the mirage dragon thought, and the storm singer Weisha riding behind her gave advice. Jera, you use that. Delay time first. Okay. Mirage dragon Jera immediately subconsciously obeyed the order and used its signature talent, Mirage. A hazy light covered all the monsters under the city wall, except for Quest, which it could not pull in. The surrounding scenes of the monster army also changed suddenly. They entered a dreamlike forest, with green grass and a blue sky. It was the emerald dream of the mirage dragon. However, the dusk sage Insk, who was dragged in with him, was not panicked at all, and even smiled. The most critical link. It has been successful, he murmured. This mirage dragon finally released the mirage. Then, fall, at Insk's command. All the seeds of decay hidden in the monsters exploded, turning into pools of filthy mucus, which were scattered on the green grass and corroded the forest. You can't run away. Insk looked at the blue sky above his head. The tumor on his face trembled slightly. and a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He whispered. The plan succeeded. All the sieges and attacks were to lure this legendary Mirage Dragon to attack. In this way, he could let the corrupt seeds of these elite monsters take root in this Mirage, thus affecting the Mirage Dragon itself. And according to the prophecy, this dream will be corrupted by them, and this Mirage Dragon will become their most powerful helper. In this way, they have two legends on their side. What can they use to turn the tables? Chapter 185. The favor of the Dryad Queen. The huge army of monsters disappeared in an instant and entered the Mirage Dragon. Mirage. That is, her emerald dream. But just when Weisha, the bard with the title of Storm Singer, wanted to control the Mirage Dragon and attack the useless giant King Quester, who still showed no sign of retreating with 2 against 1. The Mirage Dragon she sat on suddenly twisted wantonly without any warning. Even though she had been a dragon rider of the Mirage Dragon for decades, Weisha still felt out of control. Her hands involuntarily grabbed the emerald hair behind the Mirage Dragon ring-shaped outer ear. But it still didn't work. She could only shout, Jera, what's wrong with you? It hurts. It hurts. It hurts everywhere. They are corroding my emerald dream. The Mirage Dragon curled up in the air, holding its head with its claws, and couldn't stop roaring. The words were heartbreaking. Oops. Visa's heart skipped a beat, and she knew something was wrong. She pursed her lips and looked at Quest, who was holding a bloody hammer and grinning. She knew she had fallen into a trap. Can it be relieved? Yes. But Visa, I can't absorb them into the emerald dream anymore. If I continue like this, my mind will be filled with those dirty things. The legendary Mirage Dragon is not a muddle who knows nothing. It knows what comes out of the emerald dream, which comes from the corrupt seeds of the waste giant king. It's not that it has never thought of the existence of such a thing, but there are too many of them. You know, if a normal waste giant king wants to corrupt his servants, the corruption of the evil eye curse is also limited. And this kind of corruption method is something it has never seen before, and it is actually carried on its body. Well, then, you let them out. Weisha gritted her teeth and said, although this was not particularly friendly to the residents of Vimstein City, she did not want to see her mounts being corrupted by Quest. But when the monster army returned to the open space outside the city from the Emerald Dream again, the Mirage Dragon felt that the corruption in his body had not ended yet, and it was even spreading wildly in the uncontrollable Emerald Forest. If you look from above, the Emerald Dream that the legendary Mirage Dragon carefully took care of now has a small area that shows the same symptoms as the Everdusk Forest outside. Decaying, rotting, giant trees withering, grass and trees withering, and the jungle is filled with gray mist and stinking. Then destroy it. The Mirage Dragon found that, after throwing those monster servants out of the Emerald Dream, the environment inside still could not recover by itself like before after the battle. So he said madly, this time, it directly destroyed the Emerald Dream that it had carefully constructed and dressed up for hundreds of years, along with the illusory spirits it had carefully collected in it. It was like using dozens of tons of TNT to blow up thousands of hours of Minecraft without save files. But as the green fields turned into fragments of nothingness, the lingering gray mist that meant decay, and decay still existed in the body of the Mirage Dragon, lingering in it. When the Mirage Dragon saw this, he couldn't help but blurt out Dragon Clan swear words in his heart. This is divinity. It contains a trace of divinity of decay and death. Has this shabby giant king come to this point? Its vertical pupils looked at the eye-catching shabby giant king and the army of monsters outside the city in horror. This rotten mist lingered in its heart, and it had no idea what it was. The curse that can make its mirage unable to break even by itself is nothing more than having touched a higher realm. And that is God. Otherwise, it cannot be explained. No wonder this quest wants to seize the artifact, nature power, which contains the power of nature and life. That is, the essence of the world of the fairy wilderness, which can better absorb the faith contributed by the servants who believe in it and accelerate the accumulation of divinity. Through this, the Mirage Dragon also quickly thought that this quest did not intend to use the power of nature to restore his appearance, but borrow the essence of the world contained in the power of nature itself to accelerate the process of igniting the divine fire. Is the fairy wilderness facing another disaster? In this year when all gods have lost feedback, its fall has become inevitable without the intervention of other gods. Even if it is teleported back to the Summer King Court now, the artifact cannot be restored by borrowing the remaining divine power of Corellon. Thinking of this, the legendary Mirage Dragon suddenly felt sad. But sadness was futile. The gray mist continued to permeate its mind, and gradually filled up. A roar came from its mind. Destruction. Decay. Destroy everything green in front of it. Only when the world withers can the fairy wilds become better under the leadership of the Waste Giant King. Such information subtly modified its consciousness and its mind, which was a precursor to degeneration. The legendary Mirage Dragon knew that it was powerless to stop the degeneration. But as a legend, it would not let the Waste Giant King get what he wanted. So, all the residents of Vimstein City and the monster army outside saw the following scene. The emerald green Mirage Dragon opened its big mouth with sharp teeth and sharp claws, and attacked its body fiercely. Dragon blood spilled into the air. It turned into pools of bright red blood stains when it landed. There is no doubt that this Mirage Dragon is self-mutilating. This scene caught everyone off guard. Even its partner, Wei Sha, behind it, called out quickly, "Jera, what's wrong with you?" She thought it was in so much pain that it couldn't breathe and wanted to relieve the pain by self-mutilation. But the next words of the Mirage Dragon surprised her. "Weisha, Quest has touched the threshold of divinity. He placed divinity in the seeds of decay. I can't resist. I can only mutilate my body to the favor of the Tree Spirit Queen. I don't want to hurt you after falling. Quick, attack me." The Mirage Dragon words were full of determination and pain. Its claws had already dug deep into its scales, tearing off large pieces of flesh and blood. The favor of the Dryad Queen is one of the legendary magic gifts in the gift ability of fairy magic. It allows the host to transform its body into the trunk of an ancient tree after being injured, and then recover itself. The recovery time depends on the severity of the body. During the recovery period, its ancient tree body, legendary spells and attacks are invalidated. And of course, it cannot attack. This gift of fairy magic was also hired by a legendary Dryad Queen. After the job was done, she gave it as a reward, and the Mirage Dragon wanted to use this to delay the time of its fall. And self-sealing was a good choice. After hearing such words, Wei Sha knew that her companions did not deceive her. So he made a prompt decision and attacked his body together with it. In this way, with the efforts of his partner Wei Sha and himself, the Mirage Dragon finally, before sinking, completely cut off a part of its trunk in the open space of the upper city of Vimstein City. It let the dragon blood flow into the earth, closed its eyes, and a layer of faint green magic aura enveloped it. And its slightly painful expression slowly froze. The wriggling flesh no longer bleeds. The pink flesh begins to change color, and a layer of membrane like bark completely covers its body. The scales on the slender dragon body no longer reflect the golden light under the sunset. It is like a wooden sculpture of a half-dragon. However, this sculpture is particularly distressing. And the legendary bard, Wei Sha, has already walked to the central tower of Vimstein City with her lute. Here you can also see the monster army outside the city wall. Before she wiped the dragon blood off her hands, she began to play a ballad that she rarely played. It was also the song that made Storm Singer famous, Thunder Song. It was a ballad that once raised a city in the dark region to the ground. The souls of the thousands of monsters in the city wailed under the echo of thunder. After avenging her parents, Wei Sha didn't want to use it anymore. But this time, for Jella, she had no choice. Chapter 186 Demigod. The monster army driven out of the Emerald Dream by the Mirage Dragon at this time did not have the ease they imagined, including the other waste giants. They were all suffocated by the ubiquitous legendary pressure, so that the pace of the siege slowed down a lot. They fought the defenders of Vimstein City to a 50-50 draw. However, more sympathetic eyes were given to the corrupted elegant sage, who lowered his head and said nothing, and was also a trusted and beloved general, who was highly valued by Quest. But at this time, he did not feel good. His heart was confused, and Quest's roar kept echoing in his ears. "Insk, where is the dragon? Where is the fallen legendary Mirage Dragon? Where is the fall you promised?" The purple-gray skin on the face of the Waste Giant King was tightly wrinkled, and with the large and small golden eyes, it looked particularly hideous. It opened its mouth and asked frantically. Its patience disappeared after waiting for the corruption time to end. After all, it used bait containing divinity this time. But in the end, it was told that the bait was gone, and the fish didn't come up. No one can stand this, Master. Although I don't know why it turned out like this. But given the current situation, the Mirage Dragon must have used other methods to delay the progress of corruption. Insk replied with sweat on his forehead. This accident also caught him off guard. He also saw the self-mutilation of the Mirage Dragon. He now strongly suspected that the Mirage Dragon felt that it was going to fall. So it asked its companions to kill it in advance. But he certainly didn't dare to say this conjecture in front of the furious and unsuccessful Quest. He could only change his statement to try to make him accept it. Such as, "The result is always good. Master, your divinity has played a role after all. It makes them lose one of their legendary combat forces. Moreover, Master, your followers will soon be able to break open the gate of Vimstein. When the time comes, we can get the power of nature and go to the city to find out. You can't run away. There is only one legend in their Vimstein city. Other professionals are not worth mentioning in front of your power. What's more, even if you are also a legend, you are close to the realm of demigod, so you don't have to worry about the legendary bard. After all, it is well known that the profession of bard can only chant some biographies and heroes. Even if they are legendary, let them fight against the enemy. Please, it's better to trust a dog-headed man. Well, blood dwarves are more reliable." In order to calm Quest's anger, Insk also changed the jokes about bards he heard when he went to the main material plane to Quest. But before he could continue, boom boom, a muffled thunder exploded from the sky. Insk looked up and saw that the afterglow of the setting sun above the forest and the city of Vimstein had been replaced by gloomy gray clouds, and thunder could be heard from inside. Is the weather changing? Is it the spellcasters in Vimstein who are causing trouble? Or is it the legendary bard in the prophecy? Insk looked at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, and this thought suddenly came to his mind. However, the voice of the abandoned giant in his ears made him calm down again. Insk, now, this is the only way. Quest slightly agreed with the words of the Yailing sage. Insk, and nodded slightly in agreement. He did not have any opinion on the gathering of dark clouds in the sky. In his opinion, it was normal for mages to use spells. It is a pipe dream to completely destroy the monster army of Vimstein City, which has lost its core power and is empty. Although there are legendary bards in the city, most of the bards do auxiliary work, boost morale, strengthen allies, and are still a little insufficient for killing. Moreover, the strange color in the sky was only a slight thunder, and it didn't care much. Could it be that a thunder could destroy all its troops? Therefore, Quest's subconscious order was to let the servants increase their efforts and attack the city. Now there is no obstruction from the Mirage Dragon. Several huge miserable dragons have soared under the gray clouds, breathing fear, flying, biting, etc. at the weak recruits. Although they are injured by the attacks of a few spellcasters in the city from time to time, the loss is undoubtedly greater on the side of the elegant spirits. Once the miserable dragon is injured, the tumor in its body will burst open, directly covering a large area, causing all the elegant spirits below to be severely poisoned. Listening to the wailing in the air, the miserable dragon enjoyed it very much, and also let out the same roar. There were also bursts of wooden door banging sounds coming from below, and occasionally cracking sounds. Obviously, the gate of Vimstein City could not hold out for much longer under the battering ram of the Cyclops. There was also a commotion in Vimstein City, and all the people in the lower districts received orders. Retreat to the upper city. Abandon the two city gates directly, and shrink the defense line, so that there is a chance to hold out until the return of reinforcements and buy time for Lady Weisha. On the central tower, Weisha, wearing a silk robe as transparent as fine gauze, gently played the thunder song on the lute with her fingers stained with dragon blood. Prelude. Boom, boom, boom. The clear string sound lingered in the tower. When Quest led the monster army, stepped on the fragments of the oak door, and stepped into the first gate of Vimstein City, the joy on his face could no longer be restrained. The power of nature. I'm coming! It raised its head with its golden single eye, looking at the top of the treetops of the layers of elegant buildings, the magnificent buildings on the two white giant walls, and muttered. But none of the monsters noticed that when they stepped into the city, the strong winds from all directions had already whistled through the forest of tall trees, bringing waves of echoes. But they were all drowned in the excited roars of the monsters, like locusts. When the second gate was also destroyed, the wind became stronger and stronger, and the leaves of the giant trees in the city had rustled. The legendary bard Weisha, who was located on the central tower, had also reached the climax of the first act of Song of Thunder. Her singing was like the whisper of forest spirits. When dark clouds cover the sky, lightning lights up the earth, the storm will begin. Countless wails spread across the battlefield. Their blood and flesh will turn into ashes in the storm, become the nourishment of the earth. The rocks tremble, the sea surges, and prayers echo across the world. The wind rises, the thunder roars, and the storm comes. Its name is Oraker. Its name is First Thunder. Its name is Destroyer of Alhagang. If you have a throat, roar. If you have ears, listen. If you have a heart, pray. Oraker, Lord of the Storm. The world is overturned. Your name runs through the long river of time. The world is overturned. Your name. Your name. So, when Gotten and the team members rushed back to Vimstein City, they saw the sea of thunder. The mountains and rivers shook, and the surface of the golden lake reflected dense, lightning shadows. Countless thunders surged and rumbled in the dark clouds. A statue of the thunder god slowly stood in the air. The aura emanating from the body made Gordon tear up after taking a few glances. The information given in the dragon heritage made it immediately lower its head and pretend nothing happened. There is no doubt that this is a statue from the wind element world. Demigod, the lord of the wind element. The name is Oraker. Chapter 187 Mutation Demigod. Alakir, the most powerful creature in the wind elemental world. It does not need to obey anyone except the goddess of wind. But if mortals want to summon it, as long as they negotiate the conditions, it is still possible. But how can a wind elemental lord be summoned directly? Then why do they need to come back? With just this demigod, the entire Feywilds will be in chaos. Gordon thought secretly in his heart. After all, it was still planning to get some wool here. But it heard that the monster servants teleported by quest were all elite. But the appearance of the demigod Alakir made it play soy sauce directly. It can easily win by waving flags and shouting on the side. And it has nothing to do with it. This made Gordon a little regretful. It would be better to stay on the battlefield over there, and at least harvest some talents. On the other side, a roar louder than thunder also sounded in the area covered by the thunder prison. No! This is impossible. You actually summoned a demigod? This is impossible. It was impossible to tell who the voice belonged to. But with such a powerful shout, Gordon guessed it was the ugly giant king who had never met Quester. But no one responded to it. The statue of Thor was still carrying out the most cruel punishment from heaven. One after another, white lightning with destruction fell from the sky. It fell into the giant city in the distance. But even in the face of a demigod, this legendary lord did not give up resistance. But when it wanted to use its golden evil eye to fix the statue of Thor on it, the demigod named Alakir slowly sighed. Ridiculous. The sound was so loud that the whole city could hear it, directly suppressing Quest's words. The Thor statue opened the purple eyes without pupils that were transformed by lightning, and looked directly at the useless giant King Quest below for the first time. Then, it raised its hand slightly, and a crackling lightning appeared in its palm. With a light throw, the lightning flowed down its vortex-shaped lower body like a snake, turning into a purple lightning, drilling into Quest's monster army, and refracting wildly. 1, 2, 3. All the monsters touched by the purple lightning turned into charcoal, like after being burned by fire. And no creature could resist its power. Even the multi-headed lizard, which had several lives, could only fall down with hatred under the erosion of the purple lightning. And its 6 heads exploded directly, and could not be restored. In a moment, the army collapsed. No! I can't lose. I won't lose. Quest watched his family members fall down one by one. He looked up at the terrace of the high tower in the city, with a venomous look in his golden eye. He looked at the bard who was playing the piano and standing on the high platform, and said bitterly, but the purple lightning didn't give it any chance. Before it finished speaking, it absorbed the purple lightning of the monster vitality and returned to the dark clouds. Then, the next second, a lightning like a pillar of light directly covered its huge body in the dark clouds above. The dirty and hunched body of the waste giant king turned into a pool of black shadow under the white lightning pillar, and then gradually disappeared in the white light and turned into powder. When the thunder dissipated, there was no bone or flesh left on the spot, leaving only the dazzling golden scepter lying quietly on the ground that had turned into white soil. The legend fell, even though Quest had touched the threshold of divinity. But in front of the real demigod, it had almost no power to fight back. Only his unwilling roar marked the end of this. As the light column that could light up the world dissipated, the thunder prison and the wind in the distance did not last long. When the Gordon team and the other Legion soldiers who came back with them gradually approached the city of Vimstein, the thunder in their ears had completely disappeared, and the dark clouds slowly faded away. Everything was like the first clear day after the rain. Gordon looked at the afterglow of the sunset behind the dark clouds, which made him feel like the morning light, and the statue of the god of thunder under the dark clouds just now. The wind elemental Lord Orikar had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the city of Vimstein by the Golden Lake, which was baptized by thunder and lightning. Gordon and his teammates followed the army back to the city of Yaling, whose gate had disappeared. They had just left here in high spirits this morning. Now, this is the result. All you can see is the bumpy ground, the broken buildings, black smoke in the distance, the unpleasant smell of burning in the air, and the pools of blood wherever you can see. There is no doubt that this is an extremely cruel battle. The city was attacked by the monster army led by Quester when the city was weak. If it weren't for the legendary bard, Wei Sha, I'm afraid that when Gordon and his team returned, they would only see the scene of monsters slaughtering the city. The teammates beside Gordon and other Legion members could no longer hold back their emotions. The reinforcements from the Summer King Court were fine, but if they were the natives of Vimstein City, they had already rushed to the city anxiously. They had all lived here before. Whether it was the fairy dragon Dilly Shah, the forest fairy girl Malivia, or the tree man Onlu, they all had familiar people and things here. The city of Vimstein had been breached. Although Gordon could not understand their feelings at this time, he could still understand them. After all, if it returned to Rika Island and found that it had been destroyed and the familiar things and people had long disappeared, it would also be anxious and angry. As they went deeper into the city, the shocking scenes became more and more. Most of them were the corpses of residents. They still had weapons in their hands, but they were useless in the face of cruel monsters. The originally gorgeous magic buildings of the elegant spirits were also destroyed at this time. The giant trees collapsed, and the thick branches seen everywhere lay quietly on the ground. These were the roads that the elegant spirits used to walk on. However, when Gordon and his team came to the second part of the city, outside the wall of the upper city, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the monster corpse lying on the ground and the closed gate of the upper city. The worst situation has not happened yet, and part of Vimstein City has survived after all. In the smoke, Gordon stepped over a humanoid body wearing tattered armor. The reason why it is called humanoid is that Gordon can no longer tell what race it is from the outside. The carbonization after the lightning made it barely maintain a humanoid form. And farther away, Gordon also saw the corpse of a giant dragon lying under a collapsed tree somewhere. It was still roaring before it died. But it was a pity that this could not save its life. Judging from its length, it was bigger than the miserable dragon killed by Gordon team. But now, it is nothing but a pile of charred bones under the Thunder prison. Open the door. We are back. Someone has already stood outside the gate of the upper city and started shouting. After a while, tired and excited voices came from inside. You are back. Wait a minute. I will go down and open the door for you now. The guards on the wall saw the soldiers below who were also covered with frost and blood on their armor. They said repeatedly. Gordon also stepped into the gate. The buildings in the upper city are still well preserved, no longer in the state of destruction outside. It is obvious that Orikar has shown mercy to the area below. Control range for it is very simple. As the Goduin team entered the city, they began to disperse. They all had their own things to do. For example, Dilisha wanted to see her people, and Zyester had to report to the temple first to understand the situation. The tree man Henri did not choose to enter the city. He was outside, silently tidying up the trunks of his kind, tidying them up, and returning to nature as completely as possible. As for Malivia, she was anxious and didn't know what to do. Goduin unconsciously walked to the garden square, which was Peria's home. There was no longer the peaceful atmosphere here. The elves coming and going were either serious or sad. Will it be? As Goduin got closer and closer to Peria's tree house, his mood became a little heavy. Although he had only known Peria for a few days, he still had some good feelings for this warm-hearted elf girl, especially when her mother gave him the transfiguration ring. Goduin's inclination became more and more obvious. However, its heaviness disappeared as Peria hurried out of the tree house and bumped into its arms. Ah! It hurts. Ah! Lord Gorton, you are back. Peria found that she had hit a wall of iron. She looked up and was about to apologize, but she found that it was Gorton and called out in surprise. She looked a little embarrassed at this time. Her face was dirty. Her leather armor was corroded. And her originally white arms were tied with white bandages. Once, the filth of the miserable dragon broke out. And she was also in the range. But she was lucky, and the protective gear her mother gave her before the expedition was of excellent quality. So she only had some stains on her arms and thighs. However, it still left her with some ugly scars. Although it can be repaired with divine arts. The divine arts are currently reserved for seriously injured people. And she can only bandage it simply. What's more, compared to other companions who were directly splashed with the filth of the miserable dragon, Yaeling's beautiful appearance no longer existed. And she was more terrifying than the old hag. Which was good enough. Are you okay? Gordon looked at the injuries on Peria's body, and wanted to take out a healing scroll from the dimension bag, and asked her if she needed it. Peria waved her hand hurriedly. Lord Gorton, I don't need it. You should leave it to others who need it more. I can still hold on. Peria, who screamed in pain because of the impact of the wound, did not take the healing scroll from Gordon, but refused and gave way. Where are you going now in a hurry? To Everdusk Square. I heard that there are volunteers for reconstruction. I rested for a while and planned to help. Then I go with you. Gordon was idle anyway, so he planned to go over and take a look, help out, and then find out where the underground cave was. On the way, he learned from other people that the useless giant King Quest had died at the hands of the demigod, so there was no obstacle to his purpose of this trip. But when Gordon and Peria arrived at the Everdusk Square, the Yaeling there was already busy. It was only with the help of a Yaeling waiter who maintained order that Peria and Gordon successfully found the hall where volunteers were being called. After entering the hall, Gordon found that this was originally a banquet hall for Yaeling to receive external guests. At this time, the people inside were also busy, coming and going in a hurry. Gordon and Peria quickly found the commissioner in charge of the volunteers and unified the actions. From him, they learned that the current volunteer actions are divided into 3 categories. The first is to clean up the garbage, separate the corpses of monsters, the corpses of Yaelings, and the fallen giant trees in the city, and properly place them. The second is to restore the buildings, repair the buildings in Vimstein City, including the broken gates, which need to be remade. The third is to clean up the fish that have slipped through the net. Although few creatures can survive under the thunder prison of the demigod Oricur, it does not rule out that when the thunder came, some creatures that can dig holes hide underground to try to avoid the thunder. In short, they are responsible for vigilance and investigation. The third one requires a little strength. Gordon thought about it and chose the third one, intending to see if he could pick up a few heads. However, when it and Peria, who had accepted the repair task and went to the lower city together, past a main road in the city, they found that there was an open space with a lot of people, and the elves there all bowed their heads to a wooden dragon sculpture. What is this? Gordon had a cat-like curiosity, and he looked at Peria in confusion. Mr. Gallatin, this is Lady Jella. Peria immediately gave an explanation. She naturally knew about the self-sealing incident. After all, this incident had long been spread among the crowd. That legendary mirage dragon? After hearing Peria's story, Gordon planned to go and take a look. On the other side, under the central tower of the upper city, Wei Sha, who had drawn up the second price contract with the demigod wind elemental lord, restrained a trace of heaviness in her expression, and replaced it with a touch of joy. Just now, she and her learned from the demigod Oricur by paying a few precious elves artworks as an extra price. It is very simple to remove the corrupt divinity in her partner Mirage Dragon. She only needs to find a few items rich in Corellon or other positive gods' divine power, and let it take them, so that the corrupt divinity in the body can be neutralized. However, what Wisha didn't expect was that the Mirage Dragon recovery speed was faster than anyone thought. Before she could teleport back to the Summer King Court to borrow the divine power items, in a clearing somewhere in the upper area, the half-Mirage Dragon incarnated as a tree, which was firmly protected by the elegant spirit, had already taken shape after absorbing the vitality of the nearby trees. Only the tail had not been completely recovered. At this time, the Mirage Dragon in the form of a tree had an extremely struggling expression, which was indescribably twisted and weird. Moreover, its appearance began to change. Wood tumors began to grow on its tree-like body, and the eyes that were originally symmetrical on the head began to grow larger and smaller. At this moment, Jella, who was unable to move, was extremely anxious. Only it knew, just a while ago, a trace of spiritual intelligence was born in the corrupted divinity in her body. And that spiritual intelligence was called Quest. It is not dead yet, although its body was shattered in the thunder prison-like column of the demigod Oriker. But its divinity is still in her body. So, at the moment of death, its overflowing soul began to gather and revive in the divinity, trying to revive from the Mirage Dragon. With her current strength, there is no way to drive it away, and she has lost the authority to control her body. And the evil soul in its soul that was contaminated by the corrupt divinity has been used impatiently before the Mirage Dragon body is completely unsealed. Mirage. He wants to kill the surrounding creatures in the Emerald Dream to replenish its strength. The Mirage Dragon has no soul and is very weak. He needs to make up for his strength so that he can be more confident to break through the siege. Then, a hazy mist spread out from the body of the wooden Mirage Dragon, completely covering the surrounding area. All creatures wrapped in the mist completely disappeared on the land of Imstein City. Among the creatures that disappeared was the black dragon that just came to take a look and was named Goriton. Goriton. Chapter 188 Colorful Light Group. What is this? The black dragon slightly opened its wings, protecting the elegant girl under its wings, just like a hen protecting her chicks. Just now, facing the sudden fog field. This was a subconscious move by Gordon. At that time, it wanted to take Perial back half a step, but the fog that emanated from the wooden Mirage Dragon was faster than its movement. It directly wrapped Gordon and Perial in it. Then it felt that there was thick fog in front of it, and when the fog dissipated, they found that they had come to this unfamiliar gray wilderness. As far as the eye can see, the sky in the distance is gloomy, and the gray fog is floating in the air, giving a sense of decay, withering and impending storms. But the nearby area is full of greenery, like a fairyland. This area is not large. Only a small undulating forest is green. Gordon and Perial both looked at this wilderness they had never seen before with doubts, and their expressions were strange. The scenery here is very strange, just like the boundary between life and death, light and darkness. Where is this place? Why am I here? Oh! My God! Huadifan. Where is this place? I don't know. The noises of other creatures also rang out around it, bringing a touch of vitality to the silent wilderness. It was the elegant spirits that were swept into the mist with it. They seemed a little panicked, and they were obviously dragged into this wilderness without any preparation. Gordon took a look at the general attire and found that it looked familiar. These were all seen next to the wooden Mirage Dragon just now. Then, its memory should be correct. It was indeed the work of the Mirage Dragon. In other words, has it awakened? Or has it fallen into a state of depravity? Gordon began to suspect. And at this moment, the first scream came from not far away. Help! This was a slightly sharp cry for help. And even the pronunciation of the elf language was a little distorted. Obviously, the person who shouted was in a terrible state of mind. This cry for help also attracted the attention of many people, and they all turned their eyes to the source of the sound. At that time, it was at the end of the vision of the green wilderness, where vines and thorns intertwined to form a natural wall, and the scenery inside and outside the wall was clearly divided, and the cry for help came from behind the wall. What happened? Are there other elves outside? Damn! What happened? Some elves heard the sound and rushed forward impatiently. They planned to help and see what happened. This wave after wave of weirdness made them a little overwhelmed even if they lived in the elf wilderness with the same disordered rules. But just as they approached the thorny wall, their steps paused slightly. A soft female voice sounded in Yealing's mind. Don't get close. Danger? Who is it? Who is talking? Yealing, who wanted to get close to the thorny wall, questioned the air. I am. Emerald Ring. You are now in my mirage. A mini Mirage Dragon emerged from the green wilderness, appeared directly in front of everyone, and apologized to the Yealings in front of him. I'm sorry to pull you in, but you can see the situation. This is something I can't control. All I can do now is to protect you before your consciousness completely collapses. I hope it's not too late. Lord Emerald Ring. What happened? Someone asked. Quest is not dead yet. It tried to revive in my body. I was infected with its divinity before, causing the source of the entire spiritual space, the Mirage, to be polluted by it. The Mirage Dragon did not hide the truth. They should know what kind of enemy they are facing, and it can't be hidden. The shouts and cries for help outside the high wall continued. But this could not calm the surprise of the crowd. What? Quest is not dead. It is still alive. And in this spiritual space? Where is it? Many elegant spirits looked around in fear, fearing that a giant with evil eyes and hunchbacks would suddenly jump out. And then, they would not be able to run away. Don't worry. It is still outside the high wall. As long as you don't get close. It can't hurt you. The Mirage Dragon smiled and comforted. Help! Help! At this time, a faint female voice came from outside the high wall. At the same time, a beautiful female upper body rose from the 3-meter-high thorn wall. It let its long silver hair fall on its white shoulders without any cover, and looked at everyone with a sad face. Why don't you save me? The female elf crossed her chest and said painfully. Quick! Close your eyes. Don't look at her. She is a minion created by Quest. There is a trace of divinity in her body, which cannot be destroyed at all. The miniature Mirage Dragon saw the appearance of this female elf and said hurriedly. But it was too late to say these words now. The group of elves, who wanted to help near the high wall, saw this beautiful girl. After they met the girl gaze, their surprised expressions turned into enthusiasm, and they all murmured, No! I save you now! I come! I come now! The mini Mirage Dragon wanted to move forward, but didn't dare. It could only watch these elegant spirits, one by one, like monkeys, regardless of the pain of thorns on their hands when climbing, quickly climbed up the wall, and looked at the girl in front of them enthusiastically. And the girl, surrounded by many elegant spirits, did not change at all, but still said pitifully, Thank you for saving me. And as a thank you, I decided. The girl smiled, and her sweet voice echoed in the air. Just eat your legs. Okay. After all, if you give in again, Victor will be angry, seeing that these elegant spirits were still immersed in its violent charm. She said happily again, Since you don't say anything, I take it as your consent. As she spoke, the girl body slowly moved backwards, and a green ferocious dragon head emerged in its place. Its small claws drooped on the high wall of thorns, and saliva kept dripping from its big mouth full of sharp teeth, soaking the elf under its mouth. At the tail of the green dragon, the female elf with half of her body smiled lightly, as if watching a loved one eating. All the survivors, who were not charmed by the female elf, couldn't help but exclaimed, Snake Dragon Girl. This is the Snake Dragon Girl, in the fairy tale of the elf. The appearance frequency of the waste giant and the Snake Dragon Girl is almost the same. The former invades the territory and destroys the home, while the latter transforms into a female to charm the elf playing by the forest lake, lures them into the water, and then eats them. But just when the dragon head of the Snake Dragon Girl was about to eat a big bite, a black shadow flew directly into its arms. Before he could react, a huge force directly collapsed its body that was drooping on the thorn wall. When it raised its head angrily, wanting to see who dared to disturb Lord Victor's meal, a black dragon standing on the thorn wall was looking down at him with its 4 horns raised high. In the dark golden vertical pupils, there was incomparable majesty and greed. Just now, it had seen the colorful innate light ball on this illusory creation. Chapter 189. What did you say? This was the first time that Gordon saw a living creature emitting a ball of light, and it was colorful. Gordon had only obtained this color from the Abyss Lord, and it had not yet been analyzed, and the progress bar was still firmly stuck at the 5% stage. But Gordon never had too much talent. It was just a little strange, but when it thought about it, it was relieved that this was the spiritual space of the Mirage Dragon. The legendary Lord Quest had died long ago, and its soul survived because of its divinity. It was not a living being now. In other words, it could absorb this ball of light by itself? Gordon looked at the colorful ball of light that had shrunk several times, and tried to mobilize his consciousness. Previously, he was afraid that those elegant spirits would get in the way, so he had used his tail to sweep down the elegant spirit that was charmed by the Snake Dragon Girl on the thorn wall, leaving only a back view to those stunned elegant spirits and mini Mirage Dragons. They were all shocked by Gordon's actions, including the mini Mirage Dragon. A black dragon from a foreign land had the courage to risk his life to save Yealing. Thinking of this, it felt a little ashamed. It could have saved those people just now, but it gave up because it was afraid of fighting with the Snake Dragon Girl, which would deepen its corruption and shorten the time it could hold on. It is really a great and noble young molten dragon. It is very rare. Unfortunately, it is still a little small. The knowledge of the legendary Mirage Dragon naturally recognized the identity of Gordon, and also estimated Gordon's age from its body. For some reason, thinking of the age of the Molten Dragon, it actually gave rise to an inexplicable sigh in its heart. However, this did not affect the Mirage Dragon named Jella's dissuasion of the Black Dragon. Come down quickly, little one. You have proved your bravery. You can come back now. Don't fight for nothing. You can't kill her. As long as Questor is not dead, it can revive her infinitely as half the master of this space. But the response was the motionless back of the Black Dragon. As if to prove something to it, the Mirage Dragon was stunned at first, and then reacted. Could it be that it had seen its cowardly behavior just now, and wanted to tell itself in this way? Don't abandon. Don't give up. You must stick to the belief to the end. Pass on the spirit of unyielding to death to it? The mini green Mirage Dragon opened its mouth silently, wanting to say something, but looked up sadly. As a legend, when faced with a life and death crisis, it was actually not as good as a fledgling real dragon who was still in the adolescent stage. It's useless. Gordon frowned relaxed, and as he looked at the snake dragon girl hissing at him, his slightly stiff body relaxed for a moment. Its consciousness was almost bursting, and it didn't even hear the call from outside. Nor could it absorb the colorful light ball on the snake dragon girl with its consciousness. It seems that I can only defeat it, and then absorb it? But Gordon had no experience fighting against such an illusory creature. So, facing the snake dragon girl flying and attacking, it took a deep breath and directly spit out the lava breath that had not yet brewed. The sky-high flames and the scorching heat waves instantly broke out on the high wall of thorns. Even though it was an illusory creation, it also followed the laws of the main material plane. It was created in the spiritual space, and was no different from other creations. So, when the snake dragon girl faced the gushing torrent of hot magma, her subconscious reaction was to flap her short dragon wings and try to turn back from the air. But Gordon's breath began to expand when it was 1 meter away from his mouth. The cone-shaped breath that was enough to cover the ground 30 feet away was completed in an instant. And at the same time, a flickering red light suddenly burst out of Gordon's right eye. Evil Eye Curse Gordon learned and applied it flexibly, directly causing the monster in front of him to fall into a moment of stagnation. Although it successfully passed the exemption, it was still in a trance. And this period of time was enough for the magma to attach to its body surface and burn. Although the hard green scales can resist fire damage to a certain extent better than hair, the tail is also within the range of Gordon's breath. And there is an excellent target. The other main body of the snake dragon girl, that is, the body of the female Yealing, has no protective gear on her body. Although the tail body is not the snake dragon girl weak point, it is enough to cause her serious injury and can affect the situation of the battle. In the Yealing fairy tale, the methods used by Yealing to kill the snake dragon girl basically cannot avoid killing the snake dragon woman with wisdom first, and then use methods such as setting traps or poisoning meat to fool this monster that has lost its wisdom to death. This time, it is also effective. The female Yealing with a beautiful face and fair skin, even though the front part of her body has blocked a lot of damage from the breath of Godin. But there is still a lot of magma that inevitably touches her smooth skin. Therefore, this time, the screams of painful deformation came out from both heads of the snake dragon girl. Although they are not equally prosperous and equally damaged, they are always injured in vulnerable parts. Even the toughest tough guys can hardly bear the pain of lava biting their bodies, let alone the elegant spirits with tender skin. But female elegant spirits not only have to face the fire damage that is hotter than other parts, but also have to endure the pain of suffocation and respiratory burns. That kind of pain made her even more crazy, and her hoarse voice echoed under the gray clouds. And the roar of the giant beast also sounded at the same time. Gordon looked at the snake dragon girl, who regrouped and rushed again. Oh no! The snake dragon, that turned into charcoal, no longer holding a beautiful human form. It has completely lost its wisdom. Only ferocity is left. Facing the snake dragon of Shirligi, Gordon was not under much pressure, because it had flash, and every time it was unavoidable. Gordon could always use flash to distance itself, and then cause a series of attacks on the snake dragon. But injuries were inevitable. Finally, when magma surged under the scales, Gotan, who had fully activated his molten heart, looked at the snake dragon girl, who was already in a state of low health and had many wounds on her body that exuded a burnt smell. And then he opened his big, grim mouth, and a faint white mist filled his mouth. Then, He took a deep breath. Roar! This time, the viscous magma torrent directly wrapped the snake dragon girl into a fire dragon, rolling on the charred land. Then not long after, it was motionless. The overall situation has been decided. It was at this time that the mini mirage dragon swayed her little tail and came forward. He looked at the wounds on Goton's body with heartache. You can't kill it. Are you stupid? And you got yourself injured? And Goton, who had just successfully absorbed the colorful light ball from the snake dragon girl. He looked at the mirage dragon that came forward and lectured it with a concerned tone. He said in confusion, What? On the other side, in the gray wilderness, Quest was trying to break through the last line of defense of the mirage dragon's spiritual space. It frowned slightly, and it felt something was wrong. Is its divinity missing a bit? Chapter 190 Son of the Dragon God What? Looking at Gordon's puzzled face, the mini mirage dragon widened its eyes, and the scene that followed made her completely stunned. She looked at the snake dragon girl who fell down and turned into nothingness, and was somewhat unable to react. It didn't stand up again. What does it mean? Although it and Quest had only been fighting for a few hours, it had already understood the properties of Quest's soul creations. These creations possessed the characteristics of the illusory spirits in its mirage. That is, immortality. Even if it used the 8-ring spell Meteor Shower to wash the ground, it would be difficult to kill the illusory spirits living here, or imprisoned here, in its mirage, unless there is a spell that can damage the origin of the mirage, or a spell targeting the soul. The spirit is invincible in the mirage. The attack of the black dragon just now did not show any signs of soul magic, so it can be inferred that the black dragon in front of him has the power to hurt Quest's origin. What did you do just now? Well, I didn't do anything. Achoo. The black dragon just absorbed the mini colorful talent light ball into his chest, with a satisfied look on his face, looking at the mirage dragon floating on the tip of his nose. He came up to observe it, because he was too close. The bright and soft long mane behind the mirage dragon chin touched Gordon's nose, causing it to feel itchy. So, he snorted and blew the mini mirage dragon body 3 or 4 meters away. The mirage dragon shook for a while, before stabilizing its body suspended in the air. But it didn't care about Gordon's slightly burning hot wind sneeze, but said hurriedly, That's the snake dragon girl you just killed. Did you use soul magic? No. It was a normal, ordinary attack. But then again, where is Quest? How long can you hold on here? After answering the question of the mirage dragon, Gordon threw another question back to it to fish in troubled waters. It can probably hold on for 3 hours. Quest's divinity is too fierce. It is like the humans I hate, spreading madly in my spiritual space. If it didn't take some time for it to digest, I think I might not be able to hold on even if I saw it, and I would be occupied by that ugly thing. Well, in other words, is it full now? Gordon raised his head and thought of an adjective. Well, just now for your safety, I took the initiative to give up part of my spiritual territory and firmly protected the place where you are. The mini mirage dragon did not seem to be pretending, and said frankly, The kind-hearted mirage dragon is always so selfless to any creature it recognizes. When the Eldrin suffered from the ordeal of the wasted giant, it was it and the Bard Weisha who unanimously asked for help from the Summer King Court. No, little one. You haven't told me how you killed the snake dragon girl. The mirage dragon suddenly realized that it seemed to be led by the nose by Gordon, and was a little unhappy about Gordon's left and right look. However, it seemed to realize that there was something wrong with its tone, and it hurriedly said, Sorry, Molten Dragon. Forgive my impoliteness. I'm just a little anxious. Your answer depends on whether we can survive the attack of Quester. Obviously, this mirage dragon still doesn't want to die. Besides, it doesn't want its body to be occupied by the ugly and useless giant King Quest. It would rather be trapped here for the rest of its life than see its body being used by Quest to do whatever it wants. When it thinks about it, its scalp tingles. Gordon didn't feel rude. It just wanted to cover up the existence of the system panel. After all, it couldn't even describe how this thing got into its mind. There was no way to describe it in words. You couldn't tell it that it was the chosen one, a real dragon with a template. But Gordon's silence made the mini mirage dragon on the side have some possible associations, and it automatically filled in the blanks. The mini mirage dragon stepped forward. Its branch-like horn shook slightly, and its little claws were placed on its bristle-covered chin. It supported its head and asked thoughtfully, Is your mother or father a god? with divinity in their bodies? That's why you easily destroyed this snake dragon girl with ordinary attacks? Or, are you the chosen one of the gods? With magical energy in your body that can harm other gods? Or, have you already embarked on the path of becoming a dragon of the gods? No! This is impossible. When the mini mirage dragon said this, he hurriedly shook his head. The bright mane on his chin looked a little messy, and his small green-scaled face was full of something wrong. You only look like a teenager, and you may not even have a warlock blood awakening. So how can you embark on the path of becoming a dragon of the gods? Looking at the confused face of the mirage dragon, Gordon sighed. Alas, I really don't know who my father and mother are. I was abandoned when I was born and was raised by other dragons. As for faith, I am a shallow believer. I only prayed briefly to the platinum dragon god, but I am not its chosen one. When it talked about its origin, it pretended to be surprised, lost, and just found out. But when it talked about raising her, Gordon's mind appeared Nina image. Well, it's better to think of her as a dragon. The issue of faith was vaguely mentioned by Gordon. Bahamut has incarnations in multiple planes, so there is no problem using his name. But, having said that, it really doesn't know who its parents are. Although, the identity of the mother is most likely the fire dragon that destroyed Kalandu. That is, in anger, it is often mistaken for a fire dragon, or a molten dragon of a red dragon because of the red magma on its scales. However, this is not the first time Gordon was mistaken for a red dragon when he was at the dock before. After all, most people in the main material plane, including adventurers, still know most of the true dragons at the native species of the plane. That is, the basic 5-color dragon and metal dragon. There is not much knowledge about the real dragons in other planes. Only adventurers or spellcasters, who often go to different planes, know about them. And the mother dragon may have returned to the nest of the fire elemental world long ago. And Gordon has no intention to continue looking for it. You know, the blood relationship between real dragons is not deep. Even the kind metal dragons do not have a close relationship with their offspring, let alone the chaotic neutral and moody molten dragons. It also doesn't want to have another mother on its head, which is useless. When the mirage dragon on the other side heard what Gordon said, it suddenly realized something and murmured, "Oh, that's right. One of your father or mother must be a god. Oh my god, you are the son of the dragon god. Besides, you were raised by other dragons and believe in the Lord of the North Wind. No wonder your temper is not as irritable and difficult to get along with as described in the tradition." The voice of the mini mirage dragon was not loud, but whether it was the excited expression or the exaggerated posture of shaking its head and tail, it was enough to let other elegant spirits know the origin of Gordon. When they heard that this black dragon had a god parent, they all showed awe. God, this word, no matter in which plane, is always so intimidating, whether it is good or evil. Oh, this honorable son of the dragon god. Please forgive my previous impoliteness. I don't know your name yet. Can you tell me? By the way, my name is Jella. The mini mirage dragon wanted to call, but found that the small one was no longer suitable for it. Moreover, it found that it still didn't know the name of Galton until now. So it asked apologetically, "Just call me Gallatin, Ms. Jella." Gallatin felt that he still had to be a little respectful to the legendary mirage dragon, and said sincerely, "Then your majesty Gallatin, can I ask you to do me a favor?" The mini mirage dragon looked at the black dragon in front of him, a little euphemistically, and said with hesitation on his face, "Well, although I know this is too much, I will definitely compensate you afterwards, and I will ensure that Quest's evil divinity will not contaminate your majesty in the slightest. I will ask the Queen of the Summer Royal Court to use the most precious and pure fairy dew to wash your body and remove the sequelae of divinity. Fairy dew is the most vigorous and vital magic liquid possessed by the elegant spirits. It was born in the world tree worshipped by the Summer King Court. Every year, a certain amount of this milky white sap will flow out from the heart of the world tree, and the elegant spirits will collect it. The elegant spirits generally call it water of the mother goddess, while outsiders mostly claim it to be fairy dew or elegant spirit dew. This is also the most important price that the mirage dragon said in order to show its sincerity. And it also made it feel that it could make Gordon act without any worries. After all, fighting against evil divinity has a certain possibility of pollution. After all, it is just the son of a dragon god, not a real god. And Gordon was a little confused. What pollution? What compensation? However, its expression did not change, and it looked indifferent and out of the matter. Mirage Dragon Jelly continued. Of course, this is only part of the compensation. I will open my private treasury as the price for your saving me. How is it, Your Majesty Gorton? Well, it's a good condition, but I want to hear what it is. Gordon did not agree immediately, but wanted to hear whether its request was what it thought in its heart. Please help us destroy those divine monsters created by Quest, so that my spiritual space can get a short rest, so that there is enough time to wait for rescue. As long as Wei Sha finds the abnormality here, she will definitely find a way to solve it, the Mirage Dragon said directly. At this time, Gordon, who had roughly figured out what the Mirage Dragon wanted to do, agreed without much thought. Anyway, it was also an avatar here, and it would die if it died. As for the danger, the magic of the Planeswalker is something that even the gods cannot fathom, let alone this little legend, who is not even a demigod. It slowly spoke. Then I agree. Then what? What do I need to do now? Please follow me. Jella suppressed her joy and pointed to the foothills not far away with her front paws. There was a large forest covering the area, making it difficult to see the environment inside. When we get there, I will connect my soul with you, so that I can bless you with the spiritual power of my spiritual space. Otherwise, with your current strength, you will not be able to compete with Quest. For some reason, when the Mirage Dragon said this, there was a hint of female shyness in her voice, and she was a little hesitant. However, if Gordon knew about the Mirage Dragon soul connection, it would be clear who it was previously open to. Only the closest people to the Mirage Dragon, such as parents or partners, will be linked to the Mirage Dragon, so that they can meet in the Mirage Dragon Mirage anytime, anywhere. Let's go! Gordon didn't know the reasons, and didn't care. He followed the small mini Mirage Dragon and walked towards the depths of the distant foothills forest. On the other side, Quest, who knew that his divinity was indeed a little less, was furious. Who on earth is it? How dare they steal my divinity? The group of elves I dragged in? Are there priests among them? Damn it! I will tear them into pieces. These damn bugs? Quest still looked the same as in the outside world. A giant more than 8 meters tall, with a hunched back, half sitting on a dragon bone throne carved from the skeleton of an unknown dragon. Its rough roar, shaped by its mind, echoed in the illusory hall that was no different from its favorite gorgeous hall in the dark demon realm. Under the throne, there was a core of monsters that it had also created with its divinity. Hydras, chimeras, multi-headed lizards, and cyclops were all crawling on the ground. At first glance, there were hundreds of them. After Quest roared and cursed for a long time, it closed its big and small eyes and began to feel the degree of digestion of this spiritual realm with its heart. But not long after, it opened its evil eyes, and a look of annoyance appeared on its face, indicating that it was not satisfied with the result this time. So Quest could only say it with hatred. Damn it. Let them go first. And in a few hours, that little dragon and all the creatures here will become sacrifices when I resurrect. Ha ha ha. Muttering to himself, it seemed to think of the powerlessness of the Mirage Dragon under its undead monster core. And it felt funny, and couldn't help laughing. But how did they kill my divinity? Although, the Snake Dragon Girl was the weakest monster it created. But Quest, who was somewhat worried, still smelled the ominous meaning in it. Although the possibility is small, it is better to be cautious. The cunning nature of the waste giant made Quest decide to fight the rabbit with all his strength. So, Quest gave instructions to his divine servants in his heart, not to approach the green field surrounded by the thorny wall, just to keep a close eye on it. When everything is ready, then destroy it with a crushing force, along with those outsiders. Let its great cloud completely fill this space. And it, the great king of the waste giants, the future god of the waste giants, will be reborn. Chapter 191 Firestorm Well. Should we do this? Will it work? In the foothill forest, the black dragon looked at the Mirage Dragon in front of him, who was teaching him to do the soul-linking ritual, and looked hesitant. After all, it sounded a bit shameful. But the Mirage Dragon had a tougher tone, and the two small horns on its head, like branches, swayed when it spoke. I'm not shy. Why are you shy? The green mini Mirage Dragon flew to Galton in a few steps and followed, chattering. Come on, Your Majesty Gallatin. Follow my movements. Let's do it together. Raise your claws first. Then stretch your legs. Half lying. Oh! No. The claws should be higher. And the tail should be raised a little. Just like me. Quick! About half an hour later, the Black Dragon and the Mirage Dragon, who were ready, walked out of the foothill forest together. The Black Dragon's huge body made the coniferous forest rustle. When the elf standing on the green field in the distance came closer and closer, and he heard Periya's greetings and other elf's honorifics, Gordon finally came back to his senses. It turns out that the dragon posture can be done like this. It feels quite comfortable. And is it only the Mirage Dragon that has this talent? Gordon smiled and returned the greeting to Periya, nodding to indicate that he was fine. But his mind was still thinking about matters related to the soul connection. Unfortunately, before it could extend downward, a soft female voice came to its mind, interrupting its reverie. Your Majesty Gordon, you are right. This is a talent unique to the Mirage Dragon, and other dragons, as far as I know, should not have it. As for the posture, you can do whatever you want. Even if I don't help you, you can find another dragon to help you. Doing that posture can indeed relax your soul and let you focus. Otherwise, we can't have a soul connection. This is the voice of Mirage Dragon Jella. But she hesitated a little after the words. Gordon then remembered that he was still in a deep soul connection with Jella. And what he thought in his heart could basically not be hidden from the other party. And the two sides could communicate with each other anytime and anywhere. In fact, he refused at first, worried that the system would be exposed. But after testing it in advance, it found that Jella seemed unable to discover the system. And there were things it deliberately wanted to hide. For example, its soul came from other time and space. After finding that it was safe, it decided to have a deep connection with it. However, many metal dragons also have this ability. But those are basically spells. And the Mirage Dragon mental communication looks more like an additional ability. Therefore, when Godon heard what Jella said, he was not surprised. But he found the shame in Jella's words. But he did not laugh at her. Instead, he thought more deeply about the feasibility. Although the posture was shameful, it really made him feel happy physically and mentally. It made his soul, which had felt heavy in the past, feel relaxed and light. So, he finally laughed. And of course, he did not hesitate to praise her. Well, that's a pity. But Jella, I believe that this must be an unforgettable and wonderful experience in my dragon life. I will remember this moment. After all, with such a beautiful you. Right. Well, all this is to help each other. Help each other. There is no other meaning. The Mirage Dragon had a righteous look on its face. But its eyebrows were slightly open, and the corners of its mouth were slightly raised. It was obvious that it was in a good mood after hearing this. Although the Mirage Dragon had the pride of a dragon, it still liked others to praise it, especially being praised by its own kind. However, it was shouting in its heart, "Oh my God! Corellon, the Molten Dragon can actually say such beautiful words. This is much better than the praise of those elegant spirits. Thank you for the compliment." Godin said something extra in her mind, and then saw the Mirage Dragon in front of her blushing, turning his head, and turning in circles in place without saying a word. After a long while, the Mirage Dragon lowered his head and said, "Well, Gallatin, let's have a shallow communication. This deep communication is really. But it was you who said that the deep level can better let each other understand each other. Shallow level is also okay," Jella emphasized. "Okay then," Gordon replied teasingly. After the two dragons re-established their soul connection, Jella's voice sounded in Gordon's mind again. "By the way, Gordon, have you thought about how to use my spiritual power? Do you want me to come up with a blessing plan for you? I remember that I met a very strong silver dragon before. It was Bahamut's holy guard. That is, his priest. You can bless you with holy shield, aura of courage, and Bahamut's cracking breath. And to deal with these evil enemies. For dragons, nothing is more suitable than the priest of the platinum dragon god. And you can use it to avoid the pollution of your soul caused by the evil deity," Jera added. "No, I've thought about it." Gordon rejected Jera's proposal. Gordon had already considered using its spirit to strengthen himself, or to transform. Do you really want to use that image just now? It feels a bit weird. Is that a powerful molten dragon? Jera was surprised to see that Gordon immediately refused. Because just now in the forest, Gordon had used Jera's spirit to create an illusory image for himself. And Jera had seen it. But Gordon did not declare that he would transform into it. In fact, she still had some complaints about the creatures created by Gordon. Otherwise, she would not have suggested that Gordon use the template power of the Holy Guard of Bahamut. Not sure. I guess so. Gordon was also unable to determine whether the virtual creation, or the effect of blessing, would be as it thought. So, it did not say it for sure, but left a few ways back and replied reluctantly. After all, at worst, it can still transform into the appearance of the legendary dragons in its memory. In this spiritual world, it actually has no pressure to fight against Quest's monster army. After all, according to Jella, it can eliminate the indelible divinity. In this spiritual space, for Quest, it is like holding a deadly poison in the mouth. Dangerous and deadly. It's up to you. And in the end it depends on how much you gain. Because Gordon and Jella wanted to hold on and wait for help. They did not take the initiative to attack, but chose to stay quietly in the green field, waiting for Quest's arrival. Finally, the gray clouds rolled over the horizon. Outside the high wall of thorns, the outline of the wilderness on the horizon became taller and taller. When you walk in, you can see clearly that no matter which one, it is a huge monster described as powerful and dangerous in the fairy wilderness. The footsteps and the roar of the monsters are getting closer and closer. All the elegant spirits on the green field are anxious. Some of them are now standing on the top of the hill, and some are on the branches of giant trees. Some are tiptoeing or squatting to watch the movement outside the high wall of thorns. However, they are seeing a monster army that is more luxurious than the one that attacked Vimstein's city. Although they are afraid in their hearts, they are not discouraged. Instead, they take the initiative to ask Mirage Dragon Jella to fight. They want to fight to protect the weak tribesmen behind them. Until death. But the Mirage Dragon shook his head and refused, saying that His Majesty Gordon can solve all this. At this time, many elegant spirits found that the black dragon that was here just now disappeared. But most of the elves thought it was unrealistic to hear this news. After all, the black dragon named Goriton was only so big. Although he was the son of the dragon god, any multi-headed lizard outside could bite his young body into pieces. How could he save himself? However, since it was said by the Mirage Dragon Jella, most of the elves calmed down and planned to see if what Her Highness Jella said was true or not. They were tense and obviously ready for battle. But the fact is that at the end of the forest behind, a huge figure with a burning red light flapped its wings and rose from the valley, crossing the sky, and came over the green field with a deafening sound and heat waves. No one objected, and there was a silent silence, with only the fire line behind the huge figure stagnating in the sky, including the Mirage Dragon Jella, who opposed Godin at the beginning. They all shut their mouths, and even when a part of the green field was burned by its flames, they did not have time to raise a trace of reprimand. Because it was too big, the Mirage Dragon looked up with surprise, and the figure that the ancient dragon's huge body could not match it, and the voice trembled slightly and trembled. Is this the complete form that His Majesty Galadin said? Which dragon god is this? There seems to be no such dragon god in the records of the dragon inheritance? Jella looked at it carefully for a while. The scales of this dragon had cracks. The chest was surrounded by magma and flames, and the head was covered with an iron chin made of fine iron. In addition, it was also covered with a full set of fine iron armor to suppress the energy that could tear the body apart. After taking a look, the Mirage Dragon could not help but shrink back to avoid the blazing heat wave. An unprecedented idea came to her mind. Could this be His Majesty Galadin's father? What scared Jella even more was the dark shadow brought by the wings that covered the sky and the sun. The death and destruction contained in it. Even the blazing flames under the wings could not dispel the coldness and terror in her heart. She could not help but think of the dragon god, the god of destruction, the lord of fire, the purifier of the world, an incarnation of Carix? Thoughts flew around in the Mirage Dragon little head, but she did not dare to ask these questions, for fear that the black dragon above would blow her away. And it was here that the voice of the black dragon at the top almost rang out in this space at the same time. The rolling gray cloud seemed to disappear because of its voice, and the strong wind also stopped. It was as if, on the earth, except for him, only its voice could issue orders. Are you ready? The huge steel black dragon, which was created by the original spirit of the Mirage Dragon, was imagined to be 100 meters long. Flames flashed in its eyes, It looked down at the army of monsters, like a king looking at his subjects, and said so. The kingly voice resounded through the sky. But the originally violent monster army did not dare to make any sound. Instead, they all looked behind them, where there was a huge throne carried by 8 strong cyclops. On the throne was their creator, the waste giant king, Quest. However, Quest's eyes at this time, like those monster servants, seemed to be in shock. Ugly giant swear words. Where did this black dragon come from? Who on earth pulled this black dragon in? It looked up at the sky, and the huge black dragon with a tail that was 100 meters long, and couldn't help cursing. It obviously forgot that it was pulled in by itself. But it didn't expect to pull in such a monster. However, fortunately, I should be able to solve it by consumption. Just when Quest was about to comfort himself. As long as the huge black dragon in front of him could not destroy the divinity it put into the monster body, it would be like a maggot on the tarsal bone, occupying the spiritual space of the mirage dragon sooner or later. But the previous trace of divinity was annihilated, so it could not use this reason to comfort itself. So, it swallowed its saliva. It couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Excuse me, did you kill the snake dragon girl just now?" "Snake dragon girl? What is that?" The huge black dragon seemed to be quite patient. It didn't even flap its wings. It just hovered quietly 50 meters above the green field. But even if it didn't move, its huge figure made many people suffocate. Quest was somewhat relieved when he heard this, but he didn't believe it completely. However, this finally gave it an excuse to start a war. It seemed to have the upper hand, but in fact it had no way to retreat. However, it still said to the black dragon in front of it with a serious face, "If you don't want to participate in this war, I can let you out now. If you want to take someone out, I have no objection." As he said this, Quest used his authority to control part of the Mirage Dragon's spiritual space to create a dreamlike portal. On the other side of the portal was a corner of the street in Vimstein City. As long as you step in, you can leave this spiritual space. However, the black dragon did not move at all, looking at the useless giant king below, and said with interest, "What if I say no?" And the useless giant king Quest, after carefully examining the black dragon body, found that there was no divinity or other traces of the soul. He then showed a crazy grin. "Then I will accept your illusory spirit with a smile." It leaned on the illusory golden scepter with its hunched body, let go of its hands, and the scepter stood up and floated in front of it. "Come on. Come and welcome the endless tide of monsters. Black dragon, I want to see how many rounds you can hold out." As he spoke, the golden scepter burst out with dazzling rays of light, and all the monsters covered by the red light were affected. Mass bloodthirst, mass flame protection, mass dragon power. Even if you are so big, you can't protect the home behind you. They will be occupied by gray clouds. And finally, this place will become my territory, and your corpse will rest here forever, and your soul will be enslaved by me. Don't worry. Your glory will be placed together with my name in the future, and will be sung forever by the elves in this fairy wilderness. Great quest. Powerful quest. Invincible quest. Ha ha ha. When he was excited, Quest couldn't help laughing. At this time, a huge sigh came from its ears, along with a breath that seemed to suck out the air within hundreds of meters. That's a really good idea. The black dragon sighed, and as it spoke, a pillar of fire gushed out of its mouth, dispersing the gray clouds and lighting up the sky, making the originally dim wilderness the brightest land. And the gray grass and trees seemed to be stained with a hint of life due to the residual light of the flames. At the same time, its huge wings that had been flowing with flames began to flutter. "Burn everything! Tremble under my wings! Roar!" A huge firestorm formed in front of it, and with its breath, it completely covered the monster army outside the thorn wall, washing the weak monster souls. All the elegant spirits in the green wilderness saw it. A firestorm was burning outside the thorn wall, and the screams and howls of the monsters in it were the most beautiful background music. Chapter 192. Welcome to the catastrophe. The hot air dyed the gray clouds around Gordon into the color of fire. The firestorm did not affect the monsters' attack on Gordon. They also relied on their instincts to launch fatal attacks on this huge steel black dragon. Venom, acid water, flames, ice cones, and even sound waves all attacked Gordon's body. This was a multi-headed lizard. Their heads were aimed at the chest, which was not covered by scales and had magma flowing inside. It was obviously a weakness on the surface. But the black dragon did not advance but retreated. It saw its wings slightly folded, and its hundreds of meters long body was like a mountain, rushing towards the tiny thing that was only a dozen meters long in its eyes. The multi-headed lizard hadn't even reacted yet, before it was crushed by the huge black shadow that rushed out of the red-gray cloud. Its several heads and neck were crushed with one foot, and the noise caused by the huge body landing on the ground made the elegant spirits in the thorny wall feel the earth shaking, and they had to hold on to the trees beside them to avoid being shaken down by the noise. Damn it! What is this thing? Looking at the huge black dragon that was rampant in its monster army like a titan, Quest was a little dazed. It was obviously the giant on its side, with the advantage in size. Why were they more like tiny things in front of the black dragon? Just when Quest wanted to order all the monsters to besiege the black dragon, the black dragon opened its steel jaw that turned red due to excitement, and a roar that could shatter the eardrums came out. Roar of terror. All the monsters felt like a nail had been driven into their pain nerves, and they were indescribably uncomfortable. They all retreated in panic. The black dragon had already taken advantage of this gap to fly back to the sky again, continuing to inflict its anger on the creatures on the earth. The firestorm was raging in the gray wilderness like a natural disaster, and no matter how the monsters below cried, the huge steel black dragon still opened its mouth calmly with its dragon eyes burning with flames, adding more firewood to the fire disaster. Burn! Burn more vigorously. The huge black dragon flapped its wings of fire, and at the same time, it also let out a wild laugh that made the monsters in the monster army below feel creepy. The roar just now had cast a thick haze over the hearts of the so-called monster army and all the monsters below. As the voice fell, the firestorm below surged again, even touching the clouds at the edge of the sky. It stretched out its black claws, grasped the irregular red cloud in front of it, and crushed it at will. Only in this way can the filth in this space be burned to ashes. Are you still struggling? Gordon looked at the shabby giant King Quester, who was also swept by the firestorm. Although its expression at this time was not ugly, its face looked a little pale. It stared at the black dragon above its head, and the golden scepter was constantly using spells in an attempt to disperse the firestorm. But whether it was ice cone spell, or rain, snow and hail, or ice shield, these cold area spells or fire protection spells, they could not resist the erosion of the sky-white flames. Almost in an instant, the ice-shielded blast turned into a ball of white gas on the monsters and turned into nothingness. Ordinary spells are powerless against the fire, and the spells that can stop this natural disaster are no longer within Quest's control. After all, it is just a legend. To be honest, most of the spells come from the magic of the Fey Wilds, which are useless here. Even if it is a wizard, it can suppress this kind of limited-range fire. It is definitely a Ten Ring spell, but it has been banned by the goddess of magic a long time ago. Even in the spiritual space, it cannot imagine its appearance. Gordon looked at Quest's inability to do anything about his firestorm, which was within its expectations. Although it didn't know what stage the Deathwing in its memory would be in this world, but it can perceive that the legends of this world can hardly affect a country or a continent. At most, they can only shock a city. And this huge steel black dragon. But the embers and heat waves under its wings once left a long scar of fire on a land that is not inferior to the Io continent, and caused the fission of the earth. Moreover, the flame in its body is not an ordinary flame, but a corrosive flame after being fused with the demon's soul. It can even detonate the blood vessels in any monster servant below, and the burning blood will burn on its body. Of course, what makes Gordon even more satisfied is the almost infinite power in his body. This blessed body is much better than before. According to its dragon heritage, even the legendary dragons in this plane cannot do this. It has already approached the realm of God. The fire breath gushing out of its mouth is endless, and there is no problem in continuing to fight. So far, Gordon has not seen the trend of energy decline in his body, but he feels that his body is about to split because of the vigorous energy in his body. The feeling of being filled with things, swelling, if it were not for the armor on its body as a restraint. Maybe there would be no need for Quest and his monster army to take action. The huge black dragon in front of him would turn into the most dazzling fireworks, blooming on the green wilderness. Of course, if the situation gets out of control, Gordon will definitely remove the blessing state in advance. However, what began to destroy Quest's psychological defense line was that he discovered that the first monster he created in the monster army a Cyclops, died in a firestorm. This death was not as it thought. After death, by absorbing the mist of the gray wilderness, it was reborn again and fought for it. Instead, it slowly disappeared in the air. The divinity that belonged to it suddenly disappeared. No matter how Quest looked, he could not find any trace of divinity in this area. Gone! Where did it go? After discovering the disappearance of the divinity, Quest looked at the calm black dragon in the sky again. He hesitated a little, but in the end, he did not put his suspicion on it. Those who can devour divinity must be stained with the glory of divinity. Although the black dragon in front of him was powerful, no matter how he looked at it, he could not see a trace of divinity in its soul. Well, what is it looking for? Gordon looked at the expression of the abandoned giant king looking around below, and was a little curious. But what it cares more about now is the many-colored light balls on the bodies of those monster servants. One by one, it absorbs them into its strong chest that is occupied by lava and flames, which cannot be covered by its armor. Come! More! The expression on the black dragon face is a little intoxicated, with its fiery red eyes half closed, its steel-like chin slightly opened, and it chuckled like a metal, and its red chest cast by lava rose and fell, as if it was enjoying something. As the firestorm grew bigger and bigger, the monster legions finally couldn't hold on. A round of residual blood harvesting has begun, and they fell like wheat in a wheat field. And the number of standing ones is getting smaller and smaller. The Chimera, the Hydra, the Cyclops, and the miserable dragon, the monster legions that were just so powerful, are getting smaller and smaller. And Quest watched the divinity that belonged to it disappear one by one in front of it. And it didn't know who took them away. The feeling is similar to some kind of witnessing, and it seems to be no different. It's a feeling of powerlessness and not knowing where to start. Finally, the useless giant king suddenly raised his head and questioned the black dragon in the sky. Is it you? You stole my divinity. Who are you? Its hunched giant body stood straight, and the evil eyes that originally shone with golden light were now red. Like a gambler who lost the bet, it was very sure that it was Gordon who stole its divinity. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why it had fought so many times with the original owner of the spiritual space, the Mirage Dragon, and it had no way to deal with its own undead army. Facing the gaze of the owner of the blood-red eyes, the black dragon would not be stupid enough to tell it its name. If it had to take someone with it before dying, it would be a huge loss. So, it said indifferently, my hatred burns in the bottomless abyss. The lowly creature dares not even mention my name. And you? Where do you get the courage to question me? Welcome to the catastrophe of the end. Pathetic mortal. The burning blood was beating in Gordon's chest, and the hot and sticky flames like magma gushed out of his mouth, burning the loser of this war to ashes. As the last slightly larger colorful light ball was taken into his arms, the raging firestorm on the gray wilderness also stopped. Chapter 193 Diary. The body of more than 100 meters long disappeared in the air, replaced by a black dragon about 8 meters long. If it was placed in front of the huge black dragon, it would probably be swallowed by the dragon. However, no one dared to underestimate it. Seeing this black dragon, all the elegant spirits bowed their heads, showing the highest respect of the elegant spirits, and said devoutly, Your Majesty Goriton. Your Majesty Goriton. Gordon nodded slightly, and then the green mini Mirage Dragon rushed to it, and its head almost got stuck in its nostrils. Mirage Dragon Jella said anxiously, I feel it. Gordon. The soft dragon face made of fine scales was full of joy. What do you feel? Gordon asked casually. I feel it. My mastery of this space has returned. The dead life. The territory that I could not reach before. All back. The mini Mirage Dragon did not hide at all. In front of Gordon, it had seen her weakest appearance and had done a kind of shy posture. The two dragons also had a soul connection, and their relationship was already extraordinary. Gordon was not surprised. After all, Quest's colorful light ball had been absorbed into its body. The soul that lost its divinity also lost its last support point, and could only return to the sticks. How long will it take for us to get out? And how long will it take to recover here? Gordon looked at the thorny wall in the distance collapsing under the flames, and the embers were still burning in the endless wilderness, and asked casually. The mini Mirage Dragon closed its eyes, and after a slight sense, it opened its emerald eyes and said to Gordon, It will probably take several years. This time, the divine power of Nakist has taken over this spiritual space. The dead silence and decaying gray fog have spread too much. It will take a long time to recover. But if it's about sending you out, I can do it later. Very soon. When the time comes, please go to the outside world and tell Wei Sha that you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine now. Gordon nodded to show that he knew. And Sue? During this recovery period, the Mirage Dragon and Gordon were inseparable. From time to time, he would throw out questions to tease this black dragon that was much younger than it. For example, Your Majesty Gordon, you are now the savior of Vimstein City. You killed the wasted giant King Quester. Your name will be remembered by the murals of the Elf Wilds. How about it? Are you excited? This should be your first battle since your debut. Well, it's okay. Gordon thought about it, but still didn't tell the Mirage Dragon about his experience of dominating the sewers. Such things have long become a thing of the past, and are not worth mentioning. By the way, don't think that you can deny what you said to me before. Ms. Jella, even if you are a savior, you still have to eat. Gordon added in a businesslike manner. He still remembered what the Mirage Dragon in front of him had promised him. Very due. And opening its treasure house. Well, I know. The mini Mirage Dragon waved its claws in annoyance, indicating that it knew, and a rather distressed expression appeared on its little face. However, Gordon turned a blind eye to it and nodded with satisfaction, and began to sort out his gains, in addition to the reward promised by the city of Vimstein, which was no less than the treasure house of other real dragons, the location of the mithril mine here, and the reward given to him by the Mirage Dragon. Gordon's biggest gain on this trip was the mysterious and unknown colorful light group. Of course, there are some other talents. The only thing that makes Gordon a little regretful is that it has killed so many monsters in this spiritual space. But it didn't give it a talent other than the 7-color light ball. Otherwise, the hundreds of monsters here alone, a fraction of them are comparable to the talents Gordon obtained when hunting with the fairy dragon team before. It's a pity. But this is enough. Gordon looked at the rows of data in the light blue light screen in his field of vision, full of satisfaction. But what surprised Gordon slightly was that the 7-color talent light ball was merged without his consent. It didn't appear as he thought, one by one stuck at 1% progress bar. Instead, there was only one total progress bar for the 7-color talent in the personal panel bar. Analysis progress 35%. It seems that the absorption has also promoted the progress of analyzing this 7-color light ball. This surprised Gordon a little, but it still takes a lot of time. But Gordon has roughly understood what this 7-color light ball is. Divinity. So, it can wait. Although it was already impatient to see what changes would happen to its body after absorbing the divine power, or whether its strength would be further improved. But sweet fruits always need time to brew. It's not good to be too fast. Right. Of course. It can't stand it if it takes too long. Gordon made a careful arrangement in his personal panel. And after a look, the voice of Mirage Dragon Jella reached its ears. Gordon, it's done. You can go out. Gordon's vision condensed slightly, and he moved his eyes from the illusory light curtain to an illusory light gate not far away. The light gate was already full of the elegant spirits that had just dispersed. The elegant girl Perial was also in the crowd, standing on tiptoe, looking in the direction of Gotan. When she saw Gotan looking at her, she waved excitedly. For her, this battle seemed like an extremely real dream. But it was more thrilling than on the walls of Vimstein City, especially when the huge black dragon wings flew into the air. Peria's heart was shaken, and she felt safe. It is estimated that only Lord Gallatin's demeanor is worthy of the title of the son of the dragon god. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy. She was the first to know the name of His Majesty Gallatin. When the time comes, she will tell Femir, Loki and others, and they will definitely be envious. Hey, I don't know if they are still alive? Perial felt an indescribable heavy feeling pressing on her heart. But when she saw the black dragon walking towards the portal step by step, the haze on her face was swept away again, revealing a cheering smile. With His Majesty Gordon's blessing, they will be fine. After all, he is the savior of Vimstein City. He is also from the Emerald Ring. Thinking of this, Perial looked at the green Mirage Dragon following the black dragon with awe and shut her mouth. She didn't dare to make up rumors about His Majesty in her mind space. But all the elves saw their figures entering the grove. But Gorton didn't know so many psychological descriptions of the elves below. He just wanted to get out as soon as possible, take what he should take, and then go to the collapsed underground to find the mithril stone vein. And then, this journey can end perfectly. I don't know how Nina and the others have been doing these days. Outside the wooden window are several well-maintained farmlands. Many green seedlings have grown on the fertile soil. They are growing vigorously on this island. Nina retracted her gaze. This was her rare time to rest in addition to studying magic and studying alchemy potions. So, she sat on the exclusive and comfortable wooden chair made by the cat-like man for her. Although she had long been accustomed to the dragon tail behind her, she was still a little uncomfortable with human actions, such as where to put the slender tail. For this, Nina always scratched the jade-like dragon horn on her head to express confusion. After sitting down, Nina, who was dressed in a comfortable robe and a magician, sat upright on the chair, and the dragon tail curled up quietly on the ground along the hole, and took out a notebook and a feather pen, dipped some ink and opened a blank page. Write on it. It's the 99th day since Mr. Gordon was away. I've grown a lot taller. Sister Celia said that I'd probably be taller than her in a few years. I'm very happy because it means I've grown up. By the way, Mr. Gordon, today Grush became a goblin warrior. He very tall, big and strong. It's worth it for my sister and I to bring him back to Rika Island from Kalandu. Also, the catman asked me to judge a duel today. 2 kids actually quarreled over a fruit. It's really. And this time, the competition was about who lost more hair. It was really boring. In a few days, I heard from the Catman tribe leader that a storm is coming. I'm worried whether the wheat I planted can survive the storm. Well, I asked Sister Celia for help then. Hee hee. Thousands of words in the diary. Bits and pieces of Rika Island were recorded by Nina on white paper. And she smiled knowingly from time to time, as if she was chatting with Gordon in person. Finally, Nina wrote at the end. Nina Gordon stayed on the 99th day. Then, she laughed and hugged the diary, and began to imagine what she would look like when Gordon came back. When she thought of the embarrassing things she had written before, she couldn't help but lie down on the bed next to the desk and roll around with a thin quilt filled with fine wool. Until the end, Nina, who was exhausted, had her aqua blue dragon tail that had been shaking behind her completely droop on the fine wool quilt. And she buried her little head in the pillow. And then she thought shyly, when will Mr. Gordon come back? Nina, I miss you so much. Chapter 194 Power leveling is in place when Gordon set foot on the land of Vimstein again. He had already been noticed by someone. Or rather, this group of people had been noticed by the people arranged by Weisha. Almost as soon as Gordon and his group appeared, a message was transmitted to the central tower. So, before Gordon could even sit down, he saw Weisha, the legendary bard who hurried over. She was taller than other female elves, and with the aura surrounding her body and her outstanding appearance, she stood out from the crowd, making it impossible not to be impressed by her. Why did you suddenly disappear? Did Jella do it? Although Weisha's heart was hanging, she was slightly relieved when she saw the Mirage Dragon still in the petrified state, and asked the elf casually. Although she looked at the Black Dragon a few times, she was more inclined to learn the truth from her own people. The truth was not complicated. When she heard that Quest was not dead, Weisha's heart skipped a beat. Her tall figure was a little unstable. She didn't have the strength to invite the demigod out again. She could be said to be the poorest legend in the Summer King Court. Except for the loot, all her valuable jewelry and previous savings were quietly lying in the wind treasure house of the demigod Oriker. And under this premise, part of the reward was due to Oriker's magnanimity, allowing her to pay it off in installments of 100 years and several times, so that the contract was successfully concluded. If she summoned again, she might have to sell herself, and she didn't know whether she could pay it off. However, after seeing that these elegant spirits came out safely, Weisha didn't rush to ask what the result was, but slowly listened to the development of the situation. Then, after hearing about the son of the dragon god, Weisha's eyes never left the molten dragon that was bored and unusually eye-catching in the crowd in the distance while listening to the story. A few minutes was not long. At least Gordon was still interested in everything around him, and was not impatient at all. At this time, the sweet voice of the legendary bard sounded in front of it. Your Majesty. Gordon? Gordon lowered his head, and looked down at the tall elf standing in his shadow. At this time, the elf raised his head, and looked at Gordon. Gordon clearly saw that the legendary bard's eyes were more not vigilant and awe, or gratitude. Instead, it was a curious look, mixed with a strange look. You are the Stormsinger, Ms. Weisha? Yes, Zella asked me to say hello to you and told you that it will take some time for it to recover. So the Emerald Dream is temporarily closed, so you don't have to worry. Although Gordon was surprised why a legend looked at it like a curious baby, and never mentioned rewards or thanks. It still remembered what Zella told it. But when he said this, Weisha looked at it more deeply. If it wasn't the first time they met, Gordon had no doubt that the pair of slender hands used to play ballads might come up and touch its scales. Feel its heat. Finally, she spoke. Where are you from? How long do you plan to stay in the Feywild? Are you used to the forest environment? Will you be able to adapt to the spring and summer land? Wait. Gordon stopped immediately. What was she asking? Shouldn't it be said that the reward is so and so? Then give it a medal of honor. Did I run into a miser who was going to reward me with a house and permanent residency? Gordon was confused. Why didn't the legendary bard in front of him play by the rules? At this time, the words of the bard Weisha came over, and let Gordon know how distorted this conversation was. I'm investigating Jella's first partner. Aren't you? As Weisha's decisive words came out, Gordon instantly fell into a downtime state, and he was also madly complaining in his heart. You are? I have nothing to do with it, and I haven't done anything well, let alone how to communicate in the spiritual space. Gordon was speechless, but although he roared in his heart, he still showed an awkward but polite smile on the surface, and said to the bard below, Well, maybe Ms. Weisha. You are wrong. I am not Jella's partner. We are just friends. Well, is that so? But those elves just said that you in it. When Gordon heard this, he couldn't help but dig the soil with his claws in a humane way, plowing out new soil to vent his frustration. It turns out that the elves are also such gossipy and imaginative races. It and Jella are just necessary preparations for soul connection in the woods. But the ritual process is a little more comfortable, making it moan. So these elves imagine it like this. But in fact, it's not the fault of those elves for imagining, mainly because of the distance between the two people in space. And the open communication in front of the elves always feels a little wrong. Fortunately, after Gotan spent a lot of time talking and wishing that the wooden mirage dragon could be revived to clear his name, Weisha finally believed Gotan's words. In this way, Gotan nodded with satisfaction. These elegant spirits don't even think about it. It's still a child. Even if it can, it's powerless. Really. Gotan couldn't help but complain about those elegant spirits in his heart. Next, it was the daily welcoming party. Gotan followed Weisha back to the Everdusk Square in the upper area of Vimstein City, where dinner was already being prepared. Countless fruits and raspberries of various colors were placed in baskets, waiting for the guests to enjoy. The banquet started when Weisha arrived and ended with Gotan holding his belly that didn't rise or fall. On its short neck, there was a magic dimensional bag made of vines, which was filled with the rewards given to it by the city of Vimstein. They were all turquoise and other gemstones. Gold coins and silver coins were rare, with a total value of about 10,000 gold coins. If it was placed in Kalandu, where nobles gathered, the price could be increased by 20%. It was not easy for a young dragon to have such a treasure. After all, some legendary real dragons only had tens or millions of gold coins. At Gordon's current age, it was far from the time to accumulate wealth and build a nest. 10,000 gold coins could already make an adult dragon greedy. After that, Gordon returned to the underground hall, where he was teleported when he came to Vimstein City. It was going to find the person in charge, the high-level spellcaster Hilkos, and it wanted to learn from him how to get down to the Silver Moon River. However, when Gordon found the high-level spellcaster Hilkos, it learned from him that the city of Vimstein was breached by the monster army and needed manpower to repair it. Otherwise, some elves would not even have a place to live. So it was a bit unrealistic to expect it to fulfill its original promise to Gordon and send it a team of 100 people. This would take time. He now wanted to use the clone technique to deal with post-war affairs. There was no vacant manpower for Gordon, so he suggested to Gordon that as long as he waited a few more months, he would definitely send hundreds of elite elf soldiers and other corps to accompany it underground. At that time, even if the danger underground was high, there was no need to worry. Now that the Waste Giant King was not there, they were professionals. However, this was actually within Hilkos' plan. How did the Waste Giant King quest appear from underground? The elves must investigate, and taking Gordon down was just a side job. But Gordon couldn't wait any longer. He didn't feel like spending months in this place. However, He also understood the current state of Yaling. After all, they themselves had never thought that the city would be broken so suddenly. And seeing that Gordon was so determined, Hilkos knew it was not good to persuade him too much. But he still mentioned it to Gordon with concern. Quest's death does not mean that the underground is absolutely safe. Quest's minions, those defeated monsters, have already fled back to the underground without Quest's pressure. In addition, there must be many neutral evil creatures living in the dark area of demons. It is too dangerous for a dragon to go there. But Gordon had already made up his mind. Besides, it couldn't give up the fundamental purpose of coming here just because of a small danger. Although this trip was fruitful, no matter how much it gained, it would be better to kill a few more monsters. So, Gordon once again rejected Hilkos' kindness. So, Hilkos, in order to make up for it, gave Gordon something as compensation. Foot oil potion. Vine perception potion. 4th ring spell. Random teleportation scroll. 3rd ring spell. Invisibility scroll. 3rd ring spell. Vine cage scroll. There are all kinds of things. 7 or 8 kinds. A whole survival manual, which greatly enhances Gordon's ability to escape from monsters that he can't defeat. In addition, there is a map. This is a map of the Everdusk Forest. Hilkos asked Gordon to use it for reference. The mark of the Silver Moon River is clearly listed. Seeing this, Gordon nodded slightly and smiled to express his gratitude. And then he took it without hesitation. Anyway, it's better to take it for nothing. And it doesn't have any psychological burden. When Gordon said goodbye to Hilkos, he walked out of the underground hall, stood under the platform, and looked at the city below. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to maximize this wave of gains. So, in the upper area, in the heart of the ancient tree where the fairy dragons live, Dilly Shaw, who was playing with other little fairy dragons, was called out by her fellow tribesmen. Your Majesty Gallatin. Looking for you. Gallatin? Your Majesty? Because Dilly Shaw had just returned from the battlefield. She stayed in the heart of the ancient tree all day and didn't go out. So she didn't pay attention to the changes in the outside world at all. When she heard Gallatin, she instantly sounded familiar. But what was His Majesty? However, it still flapped its colorful wings like a butterfly and flew out, and saw the black dragon squatting outside the heart of the ancient tree. The black dragon smiled and greeted the fairy dragon Dilly Shaw, and then said to the fairy dragon, who came up to ask it what was going on, I have a big business worth 10,000 gold coins, paid with gems. Do you want to do it? Just as he was about to ask why Gallatin became His Majesty Dilly Shaw, his dragon eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. Of course. Do it. Do it. Do it. 10,000 gold coins can add more to its treasure house. Dilly Shaw thought happily, but she showed a hesitant look. But don't you need to collect wealth? Well, I'm still young. Gallatin waved his paw. But you're obviously not young anymore. Dilly Shaw looked puzzled. It was the first time she saw a real dragon who was so unconcerned about wealth. Then I take back what I said just now, Gallatin said unhappily. No. Never. You just promised me. I do it. Is it not okay if I do it? Before she got the money, Dilly Shaw regarded Gordon's wealth as her own. When she was about to lose it, she hurriedly added, who would complain about having too much wealth? Although this sentence came from the mother of dragons, Tiamat, Dilly Shaw still agreed with it. And Gordon looked at Dillish's miserly expression and smiled knowingly. The first person hired was completed. The power leveling is already in place for 1 quarter. And the next Melidia actually didn't take Gordon much effort. When Gordon found Melidia's tree house in the upper area, Melidia learned that Gordon was going to go underground. The half-human, half-deer forest elf girl, who was eager to fight again, didn't waste any words. The huge wind chaser with many monster head specimens hanging on its back walked out of the tree house. He smiled. Let's go! We have only rested for half a day, and my bowstring and arrow are ringing. It is eager for prey. And so am I. In fact, if Gordon had been a little later, this half-human, half-deer forest elf girl might have embarked on the road to hunting in the decaying land of the Everdusk Forest. Of course, the most important thing is that Gordon is quite good in her mind. He dares to fight and rushes faster than her arrows. She still prefers dragons with this kind of personality. As for the tree man Onlu, Gordon found it in the ruins of the lower city. At this time, it was sadly arranging branches and leaves neatly and placing them under the giant branch that had been broken into 2 pieces, as if this would allow it to return to nature. After hearing Gordon's request, Anlu refused. As a tree man, it is not warlike. Unless someone invades its forest, they will attack the invader. Gordon's request was indeed a bit difficult for it. However, when it heard, after Gordon gave it 1/3 of the fairy dew that the Mirage Dragon had promised to give it, Andrew's tree heart was shaken. A little fairy dew was enough to save most of the big trees that died in the war in the city. And it had feelings for every blade of grass and every tree here. So, the tree man Andrew no longer hesitated and joined Gordon's team. As for the priest of Sylvanus, Ziaster, when he saw Gordon for the first time, he slightly performed the highest courtesy of the elegant spirit to it, obviously having heard what Gordon had done. After hearing the purpose of Gordon's visit, he even sang softly, "Your Majesty Gordon, I am happy to serve you. And I also want to see what the underground looks like now. Welcome." Seeing that his honor could still play such a big role, Gordon nodded with satisfaction. With this, the previous team was reorganized again. Gordon and the others only took a short break before leaving Vimstein City and heading for the origin of the Wasted Giants, which was also the place where the Eldrin first discovered the presence of the Wasted Giant monster army. The green path field in the Everdusk Forest, which was once surrounded by elves, has now become the monster nest of the monster army in the decaying forest. It is also the place where the Eldrin Knights riding unicorns took the lead and captured it. Chapter 195 Underground Troll. Level 4 talent. This journey was faster than the last one. Gordon and his party did not even take a rest. They returned to the battlefield as if they were familiar with it. However, the decaying forest was now a decaying forest in the true sense. Withered, as if there was no vitality. This was the performance of the remaining monster army after retreating underground. However, this was inevitable with the defeat of the Waste Giant King Quest, because even the dumbest goblins and dwarves knew to hide back in the Demon Dark area. Without Quest protection, it would be difficult for evil creatures to survive in the Everdusk Forest. Only the Demon Dark area, which the elegant spirits and kind creatures disliked the most, could find their living space. They had no intention of robbing the Demon Dark area. What they liked most was to seal the passage to the surface. And then, there would be no more. So, when Gordon and his party officially stepped into this withered, pale and withered forest from the Everdusk Forest embraced by green, it took about 10 minutes. There were few monsters along the way, but there were many corpses of monsters bathed in the sunset and carnivals of scavengers. Some of the scavengers with red eyes came from hundreds of miles away and saw the arrival of Gordon and others. They all jumped up from the bloody corpses and stood on the high branches of the dead trees, looking at this strange team with bloody eyes. A strange sound was also heard not far away, corresponding to the chirping of the scavengers. Ah! Gulu! Gulu! This was a subtle groan, and the sound came vaguely from the depths of the jungle. It was also the direction that Gordon and his companions were heading. As Gordon and his companions went deeper, they also saw the source of the sound in an open space with rotten black soil and tree roots everywhere. A tall humanoid creature was lying there, with brown-black skin similar to the color of the land. It was lying there like a small hill. The unique pungent smell of blood and burning sorrow filled the forest, and the flames were burning on its body. This was a troll that had not yet died, but it could no longer move. Its powerful limbs, only half of its thighs were still growing safely on its body. Judging from the burning and charred wounds on its lower body and the flames on its body, this was the result of a powerful fireball spell. And its hands with nails, like sickles, were also cut off at the root and abandoned at random. However, its hands seemed to have been specially treated. It could not move on its own like the trolls in Gordon memory, but lay listlessly on the wasteland, motionless. Underground trolls. Milivia also explained when she saw this creature. There are many types of trolls. They can even be said to be similar to those ubiquitous goblins. Whether it is ice fields, swamps, forests, or even underwater, their race can be found. And their brutality will not be reduced by half because of the change of environment. Violence is engraved in their genes. And underground trolls are often mercenaries or guards of the waste giants in the dark area. Of course, they also play the role of hunters or robbers. I'm lucky. I didn't die even though I hit the fireball head on. But it will be soon. The treeman Andrew looked at the beast-like face with disgust. The underground troll with 4 fangs, and said in a muffled voice, "It is them who have caused the eternal dusk forest to be restless. These monsters with chaotic nature. Let's go!" It's still a long way to the green path field. There is no need to delay here. The priest Siester also saw that it was only a matter of time before the troll would die under the burning flames. And he was not interested in spending more time here. Dillashaw took a look and didn't look again. This ugly creature was filthy in the eyes of the fairy dragon. If it was not necessary, they would go around it. Come and kill me! A bunch of stinky, troll swear words. The powerful Zamper is not afraid of you. The underground troll named Zamper also saw a strange team in the decaying forest not far away, including tree men, fairy dragons, forest elves, and the most hated elegant spirits. It knew that it was about to die, so it just wanted to escape from this pain. Get out. But how could the team be provoked by it? They all turned their heads and followed the vaguely visible path on the ground, heading towards the green path field. However, the underground troll's curse stopped abruptly at the second sound. At this time, everyone realized that the molten dragon that had been following the end of the team had disappeared. Dillashaw turned her head and saw a huge black shadow, rushing directly to the wailing underground troll with the force of thunder. First, a claw slapped down heavily, forcing the underground troll to shut its mouth that was about to curse. The long fangs broke into several pieces when they first touched the hard and hot, burning claws. Then, the giant dragon that looked down at it, like a shadow in the sky, enveloped it, making it unable to say the next words. Even though Zamper was ready to die, when he saw the golden magma rolling out of the black dragon mouth, he still wanted to twist his body to avoid it. It was still afraid of death, but a powerful giant claw pressed it down, making it impossible for it to move. Facing the heat of the magma, this time the troll's powerful regeneration was difficult to continue in the hotter magma. This underground troll was silent in the thick but hot magma, as if drowned. At this time, Gordon gently released his claws, turned his head and turned around, and returned to the team in one go, as light as picking a leaf. But the fairy dragon Dillashaw said to Gordon, who was walking forward with a slightly regretful tone, "Gallatin, why don't you let it live a little longer? Its wailing will be its atonement for the Everdusk Forest. If it dies directly, its sins have not been cleared yet. The way a troll should die is to let it die slowly, so that it can regret everything it has done in its struggle." Andrew also echoed, "For the evil creatures that are bound to die, they still prefer them to die in wailing. It is too easy for them to die directly." Although the Yaling won this war, the losses were also heavy, and Gordon disagreed and said earnestly, "Have you ever thought that if this creature lives in the world for one more second, this ugly thing, let it breathe the air of the Everdusk Forest for one more breath, its disgusting bad breath will spread here. Only dead trolls are good trolls. Empty talk of torture has no effect and may even increase the risk." After Gordon's explanation, everyone's eyes were different, including Zuster, who had been silent just now. He looked at the scene of the troll's body melting in the magma and said in agreement, "Yes, Gallatin is right. Only dead trolls are good trolls." The team leader priest said so, and others didn't say anything even if they felt a little sorry. Especially Dillashaw. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. His Majesty Gallatin is indeed not ashamed to be a true dragon who believes in the Platinum Dragon King Bahamut, with such a strong sense of justice. In comparison, my character is not even as good as it. It is even a little ugly. Is this the son of the dragon god? The fairy dragon Dillashaw flapped its wings and looked left and right. It looked at this molten dragon. It found that it could not help but look at this molten dragon with admiration. It was younger than it, but its knowledge and insights were far different from its peers. Gordon took the troll's gifted light ball into his chest without leaving any trace. The color is pretty good. It's actually silver. When Gordon and the others reached the destination, they could see unicorn cavalry and centaur cavalry wandering in the distance. And the Eldrin soldiers were also guarding the green trail field, which could also be said to be Quest's monster nest. The 4th level talent regeneration has been firmly placed in its talent list. And from a distance, the Eldrin scout stationed in the monster nest also saw Gordon and his group approaching. He shouted vigilantly, "Who is it? Chapter 196 Dragon Cult, who is it?" The unicorn riding elf scout shouted loudly, standing far away under a decaying low weeping willow. The weeping willow had lost its green color, leaving only withered yellow leaves, which contrasted with the unicorn's white fur and were extremely conspicuous. From the summer royal court, the unicorn cavalry regiment of Otaxi. Have they not left here yet? With Gordon height, he could see the busy elves and the walls and fences being built in the distance. Over the monster lair, Obviously, they were preparing to stay here for a long time. Gordon had a faint doubt in his heart, but the others were not surprised. Ziaster led his troops forward and made a prayer gesture. He chanted, "The light of life will baptize all living beings." As he spoke, a layer of emerald green light appeared 3 inches outside his body, which vaguely set off the withered yellow leaves with green, although it was only for a moment. Priest of the god of nature. What are you doing here? Don't you know it's dangerous here? The elegant scout was surprised when he saw this. And at the same time, his vigilance also dropped a lot. At least, he put away the arrows in his hand. He still recognized the priest of the god of nature, although he did not recognize Gordon and others, because he belonged to the vanguard and came from the royal court of summer. He was not familiar with the professionals in Vimstein City. Besides, Gordon and others were also acting in a small team and wandering on the edge of the army. There was no guarantee that everyone would recognize it. The reason why he was alert just now was because he saw a huge black dragon coming in the woods from a distance. So he shouted loudly, "We plan to go underground through the passage here. This is the closest place to the underground cave entrance." Obviously, Quest had planned it in advance and caught Yailing off guard. "What? You are going to the Dark Demon region?" The Yailing scout looked at this group of people in disbelief, and said with a distorted voice. His voice also attracted other scouts on duty nearby. Gordon saw that he had equated the underground with the Dark Demon region, and he was too lazy to explain and nodded. "We do want to go underground. Can you let us go? Let's notify Lord Otaxi first." "Wait a moment," an Yailing scout said to Gordon and others. And after that, the unicorn under his crotch turned around and headed towards the monster nest behind him where fortifications were being built without any movement. 5 minutes later, under the order of the commander of the warlord Otaxi, the Yailing scout led Gordon and his party to an open space in the valley where fortifications were being built. Groups of elves were carrying broken stones into the cave, apparently to build fortifications inside. Gordon roughly guessed what it was. They should seal the entrance to the surface with materials and magic. Otaxi was also among the elves. When he saw the arrival of Gordon and his group, he did not put down the stones weighing more than 100 kilograms in his hands. He looked calm at first, as if he was dealing with a small matter. However, when he saw the black dragon in the team from a distance, a hint of doubt appeared in his expression. So he did not immediately go to find the leader of the team, the priest Ziaster, but stood in front of Gordon, raised his head, and smiled at the black dragon and asked, "Excuse me, are you His Majesty Gordon? If you are talking about a molten dragon, then it is indeed me. There should be no other molten dragon in the Fey Wilds." Gordon joked. He did not expect that his name would be spread here. But this is normal. The means of communication of the Yailing are varied. They are not moving fast. Moreover, it took a long time for it to be in the city, and he can build fortifications in this wilderness safely, which means that he must have the means to communicate with the outside world. What it did must not be small. Otaxi knew that it was normal. After hearing what Gordon said, Otaxi immediately put down the stone in his hand and saluted Gordon. "Ah, Your Majesty Gorodon. Thank you for saving Her Highness Jella of the Emerald Ring and thwarting Quest's conspiracy. Here, I, Otaxi Vizis Konfaki, pay my highest respects to you on behalf of the Legion. Legends are vital assets to every royal court. If any Elven general were here, he would also thank it on behalf of the Legion." Gorodon was speechless. He was not used to his influence. After all, he also relied on the power of the Mirage Dragon in the spiritual space. Otherwise, he could not fight against the legend with his strength. But in the end, he nodded slightly. "I just did what every upright and kind creature would do. But you risked your life to fight Quest. You should give my praise." Otaxi was puzzled by the black dragon modesty. This was not a real dragon at all. Shouldn't they be proud to accept their praise? Well, I mean, are you satisfied with verbal honors when facing an upright and kind creature? Gordon looked at Otaxi, the Eldritch Warlord, with a sincere look. This is a real dragon. So after a while, Otaxi, whose savings had been reduced by more than half, asked, "I heard from the soldiers that you plan to go underground." After expressing his gratitude, Otaxi resumed his appearance as a Legion commander, speaking in an imperative manner. The black dragon, with a few more gold coins and gems worth hundreds of gold in a dimensional bag, lowered his head and looked at the Eldritch Warlord, nodding slightly. "Yes, I'm going underground to find an ancient relic. Gordon did not say that he was looking for mineral deposits, but directly used the fact that an ancient relic was somewhere in the Silver Moon River. It needed to find this reason to prevaricate, Otaxi suggested. But Your Majesty Gorodon, it is not peaceful underground now. I spent a lot of effort to lure most of the monsters in the decaying forest back to the underground. Now the underground of the Everdusk Forest and the dark demonic region are indistinguishable from each other. It has been completely assimilated. Moreover, I also found traces of the dragon cult's activities. Dragon cult? Gordon and the others were slightly surprised. Finding traces of the dragon cult here often means that there must be a dragon here. Of course, it is not a dragon born like the tragic dragon, but a real dragon bloodline. Yes, not long ago, a scout of the Eldritch saw people wearing the clothes of the dragon cult. However, they followed the opposite route of the fleeing monster army. They came out from underground and left. I suspect. Otaxi didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. But why is the dragon cult in the fairy wilds? Gordon asked. I don't know either. Maybe they happened to encounter a strange fairy passage and couldn't go back? And then they didn't forget to preach their doctrines here? Otaxi shrugged, indicating that he didn't know much. But the fact is that the Eldritch Scout was not wrong about the dragon pattern symbol. The pattern that was redrawn was indeed the dragon cult. But they have left. I sent scouts to check nearby. There is no trace of the dragon cult base. I think it should be an accident during the handover of the plane. Accidents happen all the time, don't they? So don't worry. Your Majesty Gallatin. Otaxi smiled and comforted. I hope so. Gordon thought for a while, and finally let it go. After all, the activities of the Dragon Witch cult members are indeed in the main material plane, and coming to the fairy wilds is probably an accident. However, having said that, Gordon still said to the forest elf girl, Malivia, who was also in charge of scout work, Malivia, you should pay attention later. Be careful of other underground dragons attacking. Although this possibility is very small, it still needs to be reminded. And Malivia was excited and said happily, if there is a real dragon, how big is it? Is there a tragic dragon like the one before? Will it spit fire like you, Gorodon? If so, that would be great. As she spoke, the half-human, half-deer forest fairy girl pouted her lips and tried to spit fire, her eyes sparkling, obviously imagining what she saw when Gorodon was at her house. She saw her looking at her trophies with the same look. Well, Malivia is too excited. She has long wanted to hunt a truly evil dragon that can spit fire. The fairy dragon Dillishaw added on the side. Don't worry. Leave it to the tree man. As long as the dragon doesn't spit fire, I can still deal with it. The tree man only touched his slightly dense head and promised. Obviously, in terms of strength, it is still very confident. If necessary, I can memorize the magic that restrains dragons. As long as it is not a legendary, it should be no problem. Schuster narrowed his eyes and raised the deadwood staff in his hand. Since his teammate said so, Gordon's doubts were gone. Just lie down and it will be done. With this thought in mind, Gordon and his team walked into the tunnel in the monster lair. At the end of the tunnel that was tall enough to accommodate a giant's body. It was a dark and deep underground world. Chapter 197 Gold. The demonic darkness is a projection of the Underdark on the material plane, so they are similar in many ways. It is also a vast underground world made of rocks, with huge caves. The dull roar of underground rivers can be heard in the caves, and there are also countless creatures that adventurers can hardly identify, hunting and surviving in this dark shadow. And Gordon and his party did the same. Under the gaze of the elegant knight at the entrance of the tunnel, they passed through the tunnel and stepped into the dark and deep underground. The white light behind them was getting farther and farther, and the light of the magic torch could only illuminate a few feet of land. No one could know how far this tunnel was, but it shouldn't be too far. After all, the collapse of the Silver Moon River was only 60 to 70 meters below the city of Vimstein. Of course, the straight-line distance is difficult to compare with the strange environment underground. Therefore, it took Gordon and his party several minutes to vaguely see the bright exit in front of them. Light? Purple light? How can there be such a magnificent light underground? Before Gordon could react, he walked in the front, holding a magic torch, and was not afraid of the tree man Enru who imitated the flame light. He stopped at the entrance of the tunnel. His sturdy tree trunk was also covered with a layer of light. At this time, the old voice from his serious tree face also came over. Everyone be careful. These mushrooms are poisonous. Don't touch them. When his teammates behind him walked out from behind his sturdy body and saw the whole picture of the underground, they understood the meaning of his words and understood where the light came from. The top and walls of the indescribable cave. Countless translucent, glowing purple crystals reflected the underground with strange light. It was neither dark nor bright. Purple stone. It seems that this underground has really been assimilated by the demonic dark area. Standing under the green shade of the tree man Andrew, Schuster looked at the underground rock wall, the wall covered with blue poisonous moss, and the purple crystals that appeared like bamboo shoots, and murmured. And Gordon's eyes were cast on the open space outside the tunnel exit, which was full of mushroom forests as tall as people. They were like giant umbrellas, standing alone on the ground mixed with bones and soil. The mushrooms came in a variety of colors, the most common being purple, red, and blue, and a few were grayish-white. The mushroom forest was densely distributed, and even if humanoid creatures wanted to pass through, some places were so crowded that only one person could pass. The Fey Dark area is different from the Underdark. The bare stones in the Underdark can be seen everywhere, but they are rare here. Wherever Gordon sees, there are either blue poisonous mosses or various strange fungi that are unknown to him, stubbornly taking root on the stones. This is probably affected by the unique wild nature of the Fey wilds. Gordon looked down slightly and scanned the surrounding scene. The mushroom forest is not their only exit. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why this piece of mushrooms was not destroyed by the Quest army. There are many monsters that feed on mushrooms. Their passing will definitely affect this mushroom forest. There is a river on the right side of the open space. However, this river against the rock wall has long been silent, and the water no longer flows. It is covered with blood-red seaweed, which seems to feed on the light emitted by this purple stone. On the surface of the river with more light, the algae are dense. In the darker part, Gordon can even see the white ribs on the mud at the bottom of the river. On the left is a road as wide as a tunnel. There are dense weeds half a person tall on both sides of the road, and all kinds of trampled weeds on the ground. Obviously, this is a trampled road, and the tramplers are undoubtedly the monster army that once came to the underground through the tunnel. At this time, the fairy dragon who was watching all this was also a little surprised and asked, "Gallatin, where is the Silver Moon River you mentioned? Is it far away?" The fairy dragon Dilly Shaw is in a very delicate position now. She is shrinking in the tree hole on the head of the tree man Onlu, and only sticking out her head, looking at Gordon. "Well, it's not far. We just need to go in the direction we came from. We should be able to find it near the city of Vimstein." Although Gordon's ability to identify directions is not very strong, he can still clearly feel the location and direction of Vimstein City after twisting and turning in the tunnel. It is just behind them. If we go in that direction, we can walk to the underground of Vimstein City. However, the fairy dragon looks like a little mole sticking its head out, which makes Gordon unable to help but joke. "What? Delisha, you are not scared?" When the fairy dragon heard that it was teased by a dragon younger than it, it immediately retorted, "I'm not scared. I just. But for a moment, the fairy dragon could not find an excuse, and finally could only hold back one sentence. "I just think about everyone." "What do you mean?" Gordon asked with a smile. Faced with Gordon questioning, Delisha could not find the words to respond for a while. But the fairy dragon always likes to use its brain. Otherwise, it would not be able to play tricks on one person a day. Therefore, it quickly thought of a perfect answer. "Because I am hiding in Uncle Andrew's head. No one can imagine that there is a fairy dragon hidden inside. So they will look down on us. Then, I will secretly cast a sleep spell. They will lie down without any reaction." Right. As soon as this sentence came out, Gordon's desire to tease was put down. His dragon pupils lit up slightly, and he suddenly felt that the fairy dragon in front of him was a promising material. So, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Yes, it makes sense." Just when the fairy dragon wanted to praise itself proudly, he saw that the black dragon in front of him was faster than it, and it didn't say anything. The black dragon used the transfiguration ring obtained from Paraya's mother. It turned into a nightingale commonly seen in the forest. Its feathers were a little purple-black, and its beak was red and white. It was faster than the fairy dragon, and got into the tree hole on the head of the tree man Andrew. "Goo. This way. No one will doubt me." Surrounded by so many spellcasters, Gordon did not skimp on a transfiguration skill. Moreover, The Demon Dark region is ever-changing, so it is necessary to keep a few more cards. Its transformation can also effectively reduce the enemy's vigilance, and it is more suitable to be a nightingale for reconnaissance. So, when Gordon soared at the top of the cave in the form of a nightingale, looking around for which road could bypass the city of Vinstein behind the rock wall behind. But Melidia's exclamation came from behind, and Gordon hurriedly turned back. But he found that Melivia was exclaiming at the wall covered with blue moss. What the hell? Before Gordon's doubts dissipated, a strange creature slowly appeared in his field of vision in the rock wall. Its voice also appeared in a corner of this slightly empty cave. I haven't seen adventurers for a long time. Thor is hungry. I want to eat gold. I want to eat gems. Chapter 198. The end of the X or stone monster on the stone wall. A strange creature swam in the rock wall like a fish out of water, repeating the words it had just said. Exor is hungry. He wants to eat gold. He wants to eat gems. When Gordon landed from the sky on the forked branch of the tree man on his head, the full appearance of this strange creature slowly appeared in front of him. Its body was no different from soil and stone, and it was in the shape of a pottery pot. In order to stabilize this round body, it had 3 legs and hands, in the shape of a tripod. Gordon also observed it for a while. Only then did he discover this feature, and thus recognized what this creature was. But the voice of Dilly Shah in his ear also came to his mind after the dragon heritage just emerged its information. Exor Stone Monster. This is Exor Stone Monster. When the Exor Stone Monster heard that someone recognized it, it said happily and honestly, Yes, I am a Thor. A Thor that eats gold and gems. But why should we give you gold? Wouldn't it be better to give it to me? The fairy dragon Dilly Shah subconsciously retorted that the purpose of coming here was to get the reward from the black dragon. Why did the Thor in front of him want to get it for nothing? And Gordon was still carefully looking at the Thor in front of him, who did not make any attacking movements. Its information also slowly emerged in his mind. To be precise, the Thor is not a creature unique to the Underdark. Its roots come from the Earth Elemental world, and it is an Earth Elemental creature. It's just that because of its habit of staying in natural caves and abandoned mines, it is normal for it to appear in the Underdark, or the Demon Dark Land. There are often Thors that come to the main material plane or other planes from the Earth Elemental plane due to various accidents. It is not uncommon for one to appear in the fairy wilds, which is a projection of the main material plane. After careful consideration, Gordon chose not to attack for the time being. The creature in front of him was a neutral creature, and perhaps he could learn something from its mouth. So, Gordon, the incarnation of the nightingale, chirped and talked to the priest of Sylvanus, Ziaster. Not long after, Ziaster stood in front of the Thor, holding a handful of heavy gold coins, and said to the Thor, Want to eat gold? You have to tell me something. When the 3 yellow eyes of the Thor saw the gold, they lit up slightly, and immediately freed themselves from the repeated words. The huge sharp mouth opened and said in a muffled voice, Give me gold. Thor needs to eat gold. Otherwise he will become weak and then die. As he said that, his huge body emerged from the rock. Not like a mole, but like a fish emerging from water. The 3 sharp claws that emerged from the rock wall steadily supported his round body made of earth and stone. His huge mouth full of sharp teeth slightly opened, and he slowly approached Schuster. As long as any of the Thor's body touches the rock or soil, it can blend into it, so the Thor does not have to worry about the adventurers in front of it daring to attack it. It can run away at any time. Most adventurers are helpless when facing the Thor that can blend into the rock. And obviously, the Thor in front of him is ready to fight if he does not agree. On the other side, at the signal of Gordon, the priest Schuster first showed the brilliance of his unique divine arts. The Thor stone monster in front of him was indeed a little timid. His round eyes looked at the group of adventurers with a little fear, and his muttering voice became quieter. It saw the emerald green light of the magic on Ziaster and was ready to leave. It seemed that it could not provoke this 5th level spellcaster, who was also a believer of the gods. However, before it was about to leave, a yellow gold coin fell on the ground in front of it. Ziaster threw some gold coins in his hand in front of the Thor stone monster. The Thor stone monster was a little unresponsive. Why did the adventurer in front of him give it gold coins without saying a word? However, it did not hesitate at all, and used its sensitive claws to grab the gold coins and stuff them into its mouth. And this carrot and stick operation made the dull mind of this earth element creature slightly relaxed. And it was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, It continued to mutter the words just now. But now its eyes are all on Zioster, or the gold coins that appeared again in its hand. Tell me something. Do you know where the Silver Moon River is? Souse looked at the Thor in front of him and asked. After that, he also told the Thor the characteristics of the Silver Moon River that Gordon told him. As he said that, he threw the gold coin in his hand to the Thor, who was 5 or 6 meters away from him again, and took out a handful of gold coins from his pocket. The Thor caught it and chewed it with satisfaction. But his eyes were always looking at the gold coin that Schuster had just taken out, as the sound of chewing gold coins echoed in the cave, and then disappeared. The unique sound of the Thor also came out. However, its words were quite shameless, in contrast to its simple and honest voice. Silver Moon River? Thor knows. But Thor is very hungry, and can't think of anything. He wants to eat gold and gems. So, Zioster threw the gold coin to it again. And this time, he threw a bag of 100 gold coins to it, heavy like an ark. Thor jumped high with a fat body that didn't match its body, swallowed the gold coin and the bag in one gulp, and ate the soft gold. Thor's appearance began to become more amiable. However, it still didn't tell the information about Silver Moon River, but continued to speak. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Thor will remember it. Maybe a ruby, the kind that weighs 30 grams. Or a yellow sapphire will do. And Thor will remember that the Silver Moon River seems to be right behind. Shining silver. Just like the moon. I have seen that color before when I dug the ground. It is very beautiful. Just like white crystal. The 3 eyes of the Thor stone monster stared at Zioster's waist, and said fearlessly. Zios glanced at the nightingale, and after finding that it nodded slightly with affirmation in its eyes, he once again sent the gold coins and gems that had been prepared long ago to the mouth of the Thor stone monster. And again, the greedy giant mouth swallowed more than 2,000 gold coins. And the Thor stone monster patted its unresponsive belly and said, Thor is full. Brr. Even Zioster, the priest of the god of nature, was angered by this greedy guy. But he still held back and asked again, Do you know where the Silver Moon River is? Hiccup. Go through this underwater. Then stop at the second cave you encounter underwater. Then go out. Cross a valley with 3 peaks. And then stand on the top of the westernmost peak. And you will see the river that looks like a silver moon. This time, the Thor stone monster finally stopped saying that he had forgotten, and instead revealed the address of the Silver Moon River in full, pointing to the dead waterway with red algae flowing. However, Zioster obviously heard that it was a bit evasive, and some of the monster information that had been agreed upon before was not told to him. Sure enough, after honestly telling the address, the honest Thor stone monster said to Zioster again, As long as you give Thor another copy of the same amount of gold coins just now, I will tell you another message. I tell you, you will never think of what Thor will know next. The 3 eyes looked greedily at the bag of gold coins that Zioster took out from his waist. It wanted to squeeze the last drop of wealth from the adventurer through transactions until there was no gold and gems left. But before the Thor stone monster wanted to continue repeating what it had just said, it heard a word in its ear that it would never forget in its life. Is there a dragon lord there? Yes. How do you know? Thor didn't tell anyone. The Thor answered subconsciously. But when it found the voice behind it, a chill suddenly surged up. Just when it wanted to retreat, it found that its whole body was floating in the sky uncontrollably, and a pair of powerful claws grabbed its waist and grabbed it directly from the ground. The yellow eyes of the Thor saw behind it. A huge black dragon standing upright was grinning under its body. Its mouth opened silently, and the Thor could barely make out what it was saying. A bone-chilling chill completely exploded in its rock body. I don't know. The gold coin I just ate. Is it still there? No. Thor tells you. No money. The Thor realized the danger and wanted to speak, but found that he could no longer roar. After his body was lifted up, he couldn't even blend into the rock. It could only helplessly watch the black dragon, which was blessed by various spells, devour its body mouthful by mouthful, chewed it up. At the last moment of its life, it vaguely saw the black dragon taking something out of its body. With joy in its eyes, it opened its mouth slightly towards the fairy dragon next to it, as if to defend itself. Look, there are still a lot on the claws that the black dragon had just opened up its belly. The mixed and undigested gold nuggets lay quietly on it, shining brightly under the light of the purple stone. Chapter 199 Young Dragon Gordon chewed the gold nuggets and gems from the body of the Thor stone monster. And after removing the mucus on the surface with fire, he put them back into his pocket. Although the shape was a bit strange, it did not affect its value. About 60% of the gold coins fed and were returned, causing the fairy dragon Dillashaw to mutter something while looking at the Thor stone monster that had no breath. Such as, how did the stomach of this monster grow? It digested almost half of the gold coins in such a short time. His tone was quite distressed. But Gordon did not think so much. He casually put the bronze light ball that only he could see into his abdomen, and then turned to the teammates behind him and said, since we already know the location of the Silver Moon River, let's go first. However, let's see if what it said is true or not. Although the Thor stone monsters in his memory have no precedent of deceiving people, they are 100% honest in their transactions. But facing a Thor stone monster that is unusually greedy, Gordon feels that it is okay to be careful. Well, Gallatin is right. It's better to be careful. Soust agreed very much, saying that he clenched the wooden staff in his hand and chanted the spell. As the short syllables were recited in his mouth, the staff also changed, exchanging the head and tail, pointing obliquely at the ground. And on the ground, there were already prepared materials. The god of nature, the common divine spell of the priest Sylvanus, the divine spell, summoning natural allies. The strength of the summoning depends on the level of the spell you use. Use the first level self-energy to summon small creatures such as falcons or snakes. By analogy, when it reaches the 5th and 6th rings, violent creatures in the wilderness or forest are also within the summoning range of these priests. It is said that if you use the 9th ring spell slot, you can even summon the legendary brass dragon or other good dragons that have signed a contract with the Temple of Sylvanus to fight together with the priest. And Ziaster used the 2nd ring spell slot. You can summon some medium-sized creatures living in the forest or wilderness. He chose the swamp black snake that can live on land and water, and is common in the wilderness swamp. This creature is like a fish in water in this dead water environment, and it is perfect for exploration. Soon, the spellcasting materials on the ground disappeared in the light of the spell, and were replaced by a black shadow larger than a dinner plate curled up on a rock full of fungi and mosses. This swamp black snake seemed to be still sleeping, and it hadn't even reacted yet. The triangular head was still a little confused. How did he suddenly come out of the swamp underground cave full of soil fragrance and rotten smell? However, this doubt disappeared when he saw the black dragon above, whose feet could easily crush him to death. Instead, it was panicked. It was not until Ziaster gave the swamp black snake an order that the swamp black snake hurriedly swam and crawled with its 4-meter-long body as if a cat was chasing it from behind, and got into the still dead water full of red algae. And Ziaster also closed his eyes, started to share vision with its natural ally. After 5 minutes, Ziaster, who closed his eyes and shared vision with the swamp black snake, slowly opened his eyes and said to the team members who were watching him, "It's okay. There are no dangers below except for some giant swamp monsters that feed on silt, and some underground black catfish that feed on red algae." After sharing vision with snakes, Ziaster can clearly see the whole picture of the bottom of the water. Therefore, he soon discovered the situation of the food chain under the water. This underwater area is the safest safe zone even for those novice adventurers. Let's go! Gordon closed the personal status panel, and the new talent land walk appeared in the talent list. It flashed by. The first one folded its wings and dived into the water full of red algae, heading towards the belly of the mountain. Dense red algae attached to its scales. Branches and roots were everywhere. Damn! This water is sour. As soon as he entered the water, Gordon felt an indescribable sour smell coming from his nose, and he couldn't help but blurt it out. But for a long time, he couldn't tell where it came from. In short, it was weird, like diving into a pool filled with a faint smell of pickled cabbage. Fortunately, the smell was relatively light, and Gordon could still tolerate it. And it has the talent of aquatic, so it can easily move in the water like a fish. The teammates behind it were all a little stunned. It was the first time they saw a dragon that looked like a fish. With a slight flick of the tail and a few movements, it could push its body forward a body-length distance. At the same time, Gordon also removed all the red algae and duckweed like a bulldozer, making a wide road for the team members, who came later to walk together. Even the tree man en route could easily pass through. Soon, after Gordon and his team moved forward in this water for a few minutes, They saw a swamp black snake standing in the river at the place marked by Ziaster, and knew that this underwater journey was over. Gordon couldn't wait to jump out of the water, but as soon as it surfaced, it was hit by the rocks less than half a meter from the water surface, and the 4 sharp dragon horns were slightly sunken into the cave limestone. Gordon shook his head first. The dragon horn on his head loosened in the rock, and then he pulled it out easily, leaving 4 deep dents on the surface of the limestone. At this time, Gordon's eyes were already focused on the top. A cave entrance more than 3 meters high stood quietly above the water, and the translucent purple stone light also slowly rippled in it, like a halo, which was particularly bright in the dark underground cave. Is it here? Gordon swam slightly, and swam to the cave entrance in front that could accommodate him. He first placed his 2 claws on the moss-covered rock and looked at the surrounding environment, which was no different from when he just came in. Huh? I'm finally here. I must take 3 baths when I go back. The half-human, half-deer forest spirit girl also drilled her head out of the water, and her head was more or less stained with some red algae that Gordon dropped. She cleaned the plant roots on her hair while huffing. Yes. Yes. But the water here always tastes weird. The fairy dragon Dilly Shaw was also quite annoyed and expressed her own strangeness. As soon as she entered the water, she also felt the indescribable sour smell, as if some creature had soaked in it. Dead water is like this. The swamp next to the forest where I used to live smelled the smell every day. Much stronger than this. Don't say it. I miss it when I smell it. The tree man Onlu almost followed Gordon tail to the shore. He shook off the dirty water on the leaves on his body, and said with a nostalgic look, "Okay. Let's go. We still have to hurry now. We don't know how far we are from the Silver Moon River now. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well get on the road as soon as possible. I still want to go back and listen to Miss Weishaw's beautiful singing." Ziaster smiled, and used the constant spell on the magic robe to clean the soaked wizard robe. After evaporating, he joked to the teammates who were annoyed. Everyone nodded. Only the molten dragon with steam all over his body, his eyes slightly stern after hearing the words of the fairy dragon. The claws were placed on the mossy boulder and surrounded. The dark golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, as if looking for something. But Gordon and his party did not stay for long and left the cave. Only the purple halo still illuminated the water surface with sparse red algae. I don't know how long it took. The 2 little heads poked out slightly from under the water, carefully looking at the cave illuminated by the purple halo not far away. Judging from the skull-like face, and the 2 tender curved horns parallel to the mouth, these are 2 young black dragons. The slightly larger black dragon first looked at the empty cave, and then scolded the slightly smaller black dragon in dragon language. "Didek. Luckily, I stopped you from hunting that black snake. Otherwise we would be finished today. Didek. My stupid brother. It's time to put away your desire to eat. This is no longer the Black Oak Swamp. But brother, I'm almost hallucinating from eating mushrooms. I just thought this was the Black Oak Swamp." The slightly smaller black dragon looked at his brother, and explained in a low voice. "Then should I thank the mother of evil dragons for not making you think of that black dragon as your mother when you were hallucinating? It's so ugly. It actually has 4 horns. It doesn't look like the mother at all. The mother horns are big and white." But before the smaller black dragon chick could finish his rebuttal, a thunderous sound rang in their ears. "Oh! Gods above! I was wondering why the water here was sour." It turned out to be 2 black dragon chicks. "Come! Let me see how big you are. Cunning little fellows." The 2 black dragon chicks looked up, and found that the source of the sound was half a meter above their heads. And where the gray rock was originally, a black dragon head larger than their bodies emerged. Strong and ferocious, and similar to the red dragon in their memory of the dragon heritage. The dragon chicks could even feel the burning breath coming out of their mouths, even though their lower bodies were soaked in water. The 2 black dragon chicks felt the scorching heat, cooperating with their bodies. It was like an experience of ice and fire. Dragon Mother, how could it appear here? The 2 young dragons looked at the black dragon that had returned. Both of them were extremely shocked, and even rubbed their eyes with their little claws soaked in water, making sure that they were not seeing things because they had eaten mushrooms. They were already cautious enough, but they still did not expect that there was a dragon hidden in the rocks above their heads. But before the 2 young black dragons wanted to dive underwater to escape and get away from the black dragon head that suddenly appeared above their heads, they found that the roots under the water were already growing wildly, and the huge vines were faster than it. quickly climbing onto their bodies, and then firmly binding their limbs under the water, making them unable to move. Even if they used all their strength to break or bite off a vine, new vines would immediately fill in, until the two black dragon chicks were lifted ashore like chickens by the claws of a real dragon that was several body lengths larger than them, also black, but with a completely different appearance. The vine restraints were finally released, and the forest fairy girl, who was waiting for the result at the cave entrance, ran wildly on the ground with her 4 little hooves, followed by the fairy dragon Dillishaw, and behind her was the tree man Onlu. Melidia was surprised when she saw the black dragon chick that had just emerged from the water and was half lying on the ground in the cave. There really is something under the water. His Majesty Gallatin's observation ability can directly serve as a ranger. Even she was ashamed of her attention. However, Gallatin was just trying his luck, and he was not sure. It turned out to be 2 black dragon chicks. Were they abandoned outside or driven out of the nest? The fairy dragon Dillishaw came forward with a little curiosity, looked at the 2 black dragons, and was amazed. Although fairy dragons live in the fairy wilds, many colored dragons also live here. However, there was no trace of them in the Everdusk forest. So Dillishaw was very surprised that there were black dragons hidden in the Everdusk forest. After the 2 young black dragons were caught by Gordon from the water, they sat on the ground in the cave. They no longer had the mind to think about the chattering sounds of female creatures talking from the outside world. Instead, their eyes were filled with shock, and they looked up at their side. This black dragon, which was completely different from their appearance, had 4 horns and fangs, and exuded a sulfur smell, and murmured, "How did you just come from?" As he said this, the slightly smaller real dragon touched the soil on the ground and bumped it with his horn to confirm that there was no problem. Then he looked at the huge black dragon, which was several times larger than them and more than 8 meters long, in confusion, and said to his brother, "How did it come out of the soil?" Gordon did not answer, but scratched his outer ear covered with stone chips and said to Ziaster beside him, "How is it? My plan is good. These 2 fools will definitely be attracted by my roar, so they can't hear your spellcasting at all." Hee. Zias smiled restrainedly and nodded. "Your Majesty's wisdom is indeed the most acute among the real dragons I have seen. You may consider working as a part-time mage. I know a few Yailing great mages. If you are interested, I can introduce them to you." This is a disguised way of praising Gordon's braininess. And Gordon is very useful. After the dragon and the man flatter each other commercially, Gordon looked down at the 2 young black dragons huddled together, staring at the smaller young black dragon, and said, "I seem to hear you saying, 'Who is really ugly?'" When the real dragon spoke, the sharp, white fangs flashed with the brilliance of purple stone. Before the younger black dragon Didik could reply, his brother, Tiramutus, who was quicker than him, blurted out, "Didik just said I was ugly." A powerful real dragon. It always said that my horns were a little different from my mother, and it even doubted whether I was its brother. It fiddled with its horns, even turned them around, and smiled humbly. Gordon looked at the black dragon that answered the question and the other black dragon that was still in a daze, and naturally knew their tricks. But he was not angry. Instead, he gently peeled it off, looked at the thin tender scales of the dragon, and said with a little thought, "You now have 10 minutes to prove your worth. Otherwise, I don't mind. The spoils of this adventure, plus 2 dragons. This may be a good idea." Chapter 200 Purple Dragon 10 minutes to prove your worth. Gordon looked down at the 2 black dragon chicks, who were obviously born only a few years ago, and spoke slowly. Although the black dragons are notorious for their meanness and cruelty among the colored dragons, most of their attacks are not for survival and hunting, but to bring pain to others. They enjoy this process and feel that they can get pure happiness from it. In their words, only violence and cruelty can bring satisfaction, regardless of whether the opponent is strong or not. But it is undeniable that they are the most capable of judging the situation. In the face of an absolute crushing force, their meanness is not worth mentioning. Even a proud red dragon will bow down in front of another dragon that is stronger than it. This is the order of dragons. So in less than 10 minutes, the 2 black dragon chicks in front of them trembled and told Gordon everything they knew, and also told Gordon the location of the treasure stored in their temporary nest as one of the prizes for redeeming themselves. Although the treasure was a little less valuable, only a few silver coins plus some broken agate. But they got all the items by accident when they came to the Feywild, or they got them by robbing a goblin tribe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even got half a copper coin. After all, before coming to the Feywild, they didn't dare to hide any wealth in the Black Oak Swamp, because their biological mother, the Swamp Queen Tina Tinilai, owned all creatures and wealth. Even the offspring she gave birth to had no right to touch them. And for the two of them to feel at ease, Gordon accepted it with a smile. After seeing Gordon accept his wealth, the older black dragon chick also breathed a sigh of relief. According to dragon knowledge, after accepting the wealth of the defeated, he and his brother should be safe. So, the black dragon chick lowered his head and said nervously to show respect, "Powerful real dragon, this is all that Diramutus knows. I hope it will satisfy you." No response. The black dragon in front of him, which was the same color as him but looked completely different, had fallen into a strange state of stagnation. But Diramutus would never gamble on a bit of ethereal luck. And besides, he didn't think he could be safe and sound by running to the underwater nest. So, he held his brother Didik, who wanted to leave secretly, and waited quietly for the dragon to digest the information without showing any impatience. After a while, the black dragon with sharp horns and fangs like a red dragon, its vertical pupils slowly turned to the black dragon chick lying on the mossy stone below, and a dull voice sounded in the cave. "Just now, are you telling the truth?" Gordon's eyes did not move, just looking at the young black dragon quietly. And Tarantus knew that the most difficult hurdle was coming. It needed to prove whether what it said was true. So it patiently filled in the details again. From how it came to this underground from a rotten arch in the Black Oak Swamp. It encountered obstacles everywhere in its search for a suitable place to build a nest. It was chased and intercepted by the native races here, the troglodytes, the Grimlocks, and the Beastmen, until it ran to the other side of the underground. In this way, they settled down in this river filled with red algae, and fed on the underground blind fish and red algae roots in it. "That's not what I want to hear, Dragon Ling." Tiramitz had just talked about how Didik, his stupid brother, was caught by the troglodytes for eating a black eel bait used by the troglodytes to catch the swamp crocodiles, causing their second nest to be scrapped, when a slightly impatient voice came from above. "It happened in the past few days. Tell me more." "Oh, I see. Great true dragon," Tiramitz suddenly realized and said hurriedly. "Just a few days ago, many monsters came back through the tunnel, including multi-headed lizards, underground trolls, goblins, cyclops, and yes, there were also waste giants," it emphasized, obviously remembering the characteristics of the waste giants very well. They seemed to have lost the battle. Anyway, I was annoyed by their noise. Yes. Those fast-running underground blind fish dared not move. So I caught several more to eat. I was really full. Another slightly smaller young black dragon interrupted, with a lingering satisfaction on his face. After all, black dragons are not always accurate in hunting. Fish are not less agile than them underwater, especially blind underground fish without vision, which are more sensitive to water waves. Two black dragons attacking from the front and back may not catch anything. This is why they can only eat algae roots and rhizomes to supplement their nutrition here most of the time. After all, they can't think of making false sounds to lure beasts like a certain young black dragon. The young black dragon kept talking, and Gordon didn't get bored and continued to urge. "Then what?" "Then the troglodyte, the Grimlock, the master of the Beastmen, the lord of the underworld, the Dragon Lord, appeared. It was a purple dragon," it emphasized, and then added, looking at the situation at that time. The purple dragon seemed to want to recruit these monster armies to increase its strength. But some of the monsters, such as the waste giants, disagreed. So they fought. Although far away, the young black dragon still felt that the war still shocked it, and said with some nostalgia, it didn't know how long it would take to have that kind of power. However, the young black dragon did not forget to talk to Gordon about the follow-up. After that, those monsters seemed to be unable to beat this flying purple dragon that could spit out another dragon. So they ran away. I don't know what happened afterwards. This is all I saw. Spit out another dragon? Gordon's eyes lit up. This was what he was thinking about just now. So he wanted to find this young black dragon to ask clearly. Yes, the purple dragon spewed out a purple dragon made of purple mist with the same shape as itself, and used the breath of mine to attack the monsters until they surrendered. The young black dragon explained in detail, and Gordon's mind slowly outlined the information of this purple dragon. A powerful purple dragon that has learned to activate its breath. It may not be as strong as the wasted giant king quest, but its individual strength is definitely not far behind. So, it is the real culprit that connects the dark demon region to the underground? An old purple dragon has been entrenched underground for a long time. Logically speaking, the elegant spirits on land cannot be unaware of it. Not to mention that the wasted giant king quest has only invaded the surface in the past few months. And there is also the Dragon Witch cult. Gordon slowly summarized the information one by one, and the outline of the story appeared in his mind. If it is not a conspiracy theory, then it is the following story. An exploration accident caused by the passion in the blood allowed this purple dragon to dig through the connection between the demonic dark area and the surface. Thus, it released and alarmed the waste giant King Quester who lived inside. And Quester's strength was not far from its own. Therefore, as a perfect hunter, it naturally would not confront Quester head-on. So, the purple dragon chose to wait and see. On the way, it also encountered the Dragon Witch cult, who came here unexpectedly, and finally waited for the defeat of the waste giant king. Then, it was time to reap the fruits of victory. All the monster servants of the waste giant king were collected, and the wealth of the waste giant king in the demonic dark area also belonged to it. Thinking of this, Gordon suppressed his inner astonishment, and his dark golden vertical pupils flickered slightly under the brilliance of the purple stone. So, the final winner of this war turned out to be this purple dragon. Huh? Come with me. After thinking it through, Gordon said to the young black dragon, "You can let your brother go first. You can come with us. We will pay you when the time comes. I remember you said that you once built a nest in the territory of the purple dragon and were chased and intercepted by its men. I need a guide." Gordon said so, and the black dragon lying on the mossy stone. Diramuth looked up and tremblingly looked at the hideous huge reptile face facing him. Feeling the hot breath that almost dried up the moisture on his body, the majesty of the dragon permeated around him, and Diramuth swallowed his saliva quickly. "I am very happy." Chapter 201 Underworld. I'm very happy. The young black dragon made a willing voice, and the huge dragon head that was close at hand also shrank back, retracting the eyes that chose the dragon to devour, and said with a little satisfaction, "A wise choice, young dragon. Thank you for your praise. I am also very happy to be employed by such a powerful real dragon." Although Diramuth hated it in his heart, he still acted willingly on the surface, as if he was driven by Gordon. The two dragons flattered each other, and just after verbally agreeing on a series of things, everyone was about to set off. A low voice sounded behind them, but it stopped as soon as it was uttered, and everyone looked at it together. It was another young black dragon. "Didike, brother." Didike hesitated to speak, and the dark vertical pupils sunken into his eye sockets looked at his brother Tim last, who was about to leave not far away with a little worry. It wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it. As for the young black dragon Tim last, who was about to leave with Gordon, he kept looking back at his brother, worried. The fairy dragon Dilly Shaw, who was observing from the side, was shocked and couldn't help but whisper to Gordon. She also said, such as, "It turns out that even the extremely selfish black dragon will lose those bad qualities that they are proud of in front of blood, and kindness, attachment, and brotherhood will fill the words." But Dillishaw hasn't finished speaking yet, and is still thinking about how to guide these two young black dragons to be good. She also thought that if she succeeded in the future, she might as well plan to submit it to the Elf Council of Vimstein City, and set aside a swamp for these two black dragons to manage. After all, the swamp is occupied by those ghost women and their monster subordinates. This fantasy. The two young black dragons in front of him collided fiercely, and the big one was still pressing the small one. Tim last, who was sitting above Diddick, echoed in the cave with his childish roar. "Damn it! After I leave, Diddick, don't be so hungry that you eat my silver coins. They are mine. But brother, after you leave, I can only eat the bitter rhizomes. Without your help, I can't catch a single blind fish underground. So let me eat 3. No, 2. Okay?" The scales above Diddick's deep eye sockets wrinkled slightly, and he was obviously very worried. I don't know whether it was because the young black dragon pressed under him, and he couldn't breathe, or because he could only eat the rhizomes of red algae in the days when his brother was away. "Get lost. That's mine. You can come up and lick the green moss, or eat the dirt, but you are not allowed to touch my wealth. Not a penny less." "Well, good lord." Diddick tilted his head to get closer to the ground. opened his mouth, stretched out his black slender tongue, rolled up the green moss on the ground, and swallowed it in one gulp. But as soon as the green moss entered his mouth, his face changed, and he spit it out and complained again. Ugh, brother, but this is even more bitter, and the stones here are like eating mud. Then I don't care. When I come back, if I find that my little cutie is a little bit less, I will peel off your scales. As for whether you choose to hunt or eat roots, it's your own choice. Tim last, who did not give up an inch in wealth, pressed his brother Crescent Horn with his claws. Speaking harshly, the quarrel and noise of the two dragons made the dead cave slightly alive. Dillashaw, who had just had the thought of teaching the black dragon to be good, quickly gave up the idea. It seems that in order to teach the black dragon to be good, a real dragon is willing to give up its wealth and power. With the young black dragon leading the way, the tunnel in this cave was unusually calm and comfortable. There are still many forks in the cave. If it weren't for this black dragon, I'm afraid they would have to spend a lot of time here. However, Gordon was a little unhappy as he walked, because it was too narrow here. With its body, even if it folded its wings, it almost got stuck in the cracks of the rocks. Fortunately, he brought a spellcaster with him, a transformation spell, so that Gordon didn't have to worry about the problems caused by his huge body for a few hours. However, the price was that he turned into a black lizard, lying on the crown of the tree man Andrew, quietly spitting out the core. But Gordon was not idle at this time, but quietly thinking about what to do next. If nothing unexpected happens, it will undoubtedly have an intersection with the purple dragon on this journey. After all, the Silver Moon River is there, and for now, it is its territory. Gordon recalled the distribution of monsters that the young black dragon told him. The tribe of beast men in the valley outside the cave is inhabited by werewolves and rat men, and there are a few swamp bear men. They are a mixed tribe, and it is also the valley that the Thor stone monster mentioned. In the west of the valley, there is a river parallel to the Silver Moon River. There is also a tribe of war lizard men with hundreds of people there. It is said that there is also a tribe of water trolls under the water. The young black dragon said that he had seen it from a distance, but he didn't get close, so he didn't know the number. The stone blind barbarians are in the southwest, in a mine not far from the Silver Moon River. There is a pool nearby, and the young black dragon once built a nest there. As for the purple dragon nest, according to the description of the young black dragon, it is located in the upper reaches of the Silver Moon River, in a cliff canyon caused by a landslide. That is, a nest built inside a cliff. When Gordon thought of this, he couldn't help but think of the place described in the Planeswalker notebook of Galmadon. It seemed that the location of the mithril mine was also behind a waterfall. A strong sense of uneasiness filled it. It made Gordon feel that there might be his destination. It won't be so bloody, Gordon thought, and walked out of the winding and complex cave with the team members, and walked out from the foot of a mountain full of mines, through the purple stone glow at the top of the cave and other fluorescent fungi. Gordon, who was already at the top of the tree man canopy, could barely see this underground world that was slightly different from the surface. This cave is about the same size as Kalandu. It is so deep underground that Gordon can look straight at the halfway point of the three mountains in the distance when he walks out of the foot of the mountain. Further down, there is a forest of fir and pine trees, and the peaks in the cave are also covered by these tall and straight trees. The vigorous vitality of the fairy wilds has not been cut off even underground. Let's go! Go to that mountain. Gordon pointed to the westernmost mountain and said to the team members, although it is not certain whether the dragon lair is the location of the mithril stone vein, it will be clear at a glance after looking down and comparing it with the previous map. Therefore, it is most important to find a high ground that can overlook the entire Silver Moon River. However, it seems that we will have to confront those beast men. It seems that for the safety of teammates and not to alarm the purple dragon, we can only kill them all when we see them. Lying on the crown of the mobile tree man, the black lizard spit out the core with an indifferent expression, and the young black dragon Timstra stepped on the pine needle-like grass. And when he saw the outline of the valley in the distance, he stopped and said to the people behind him, the territory of the beast men is ahead. If you get any closer, there will be ratmen scouts patrolling. Chapter 202 Observation. Everyone stopped when they heard the words of the young black dragon. The fairy dragon that had been standing on the treetops also flapped its wings like a butterfly and flew to a higher tree to overlook the underground cave. As expected, They found that in the forest composed of fir and pine trees, not far in front of their location, that is, beside a stream outside the Suifeng Valley, there were houses where several humanoid creatures lived. These were the houses where the rat scouts lived outside the valley. Originally, the patrols of the rat scouts were to guard against the sneak attacks of the war lizards and the stone-blind barbarians. After all, the beast men were no different from food to them. But now they all belonged to the purple dragon, and the patrols of the scouts seem redundant. But there are still people patrolling the border on a daily basis. Once, before the young black dragon fled to the red algae river in the cave, it was attacked by several rat scouts wearing leather armor and holding short swords or crossbows. Therefore, the young black dragon has a particularly deep memory of this. They finally got rid of the group of big rats in the dark last time. Although the taste is good, it doesn't want to play a chase with these things in the forest. So it emphasizes it. They are proficient in hiding. And their sense of smell is also very sensitive. As long as they want, they can smell the smell hundreds of meters away. I was almost bitten by it. The young black dragon raised his head and muttered to the lizard looking down at it. Got it. I go and take a look first. You don't move here. Wait for me to come back. Gordon, who turned into a lizard, nodded slightly, and then jumped down from the crown of the tree man more than 3 meters high in a few jumps. Very agile. It has entered the transformation state, and there is no one more suitable to gather intelligence than it. Hey, wait for me. Golodon, I can help you too. I won't make trouble. The fairy dragon Dillishaw hurriedly followed, flapping her wings and shuttling through the broadleaf forest. Golden had no objection. Fairy dragons are natural darlings in the forest, as long as they don't want to show up. It is difficult for ordinary creatures to spy on them. As for the forest fairy girl, the tree man Andrew, and the priest Ziaster, they were on standby. They were also experienced adventurers. They knew that what they could do now was to restore their own state to the peak, and they didn't have to worry about other things for the time being. However, the forest fairy girl, Malivia, still summoned her animal companion, a dark-feathered hawk, as a warning, and the tree man Andrew also began to transform himself, just like before, and began to change into a battle-suitable appearance. The trunk and branches extended, and the roots at the bottom began to take root in the earth, listening to the structure of the forest, and then performing a summoning ritual on the nearby trees. When necessary, it could summon 7 or 8 tree people to serve it. As for Ziaster, he was already praying for God grace as a preparation before releasing the divine magic. Only the young black dragon looked at this adventurous team, which seemed to it to be daring, in a daze. Although each of them was strong, it was too whimsical to challenge an old purple dragon. But now that it was imprisoned, it had no choice. If time could go back, it would never go to play under the arch of the dead tree with Didic, and came here in a daze. In the black oak swamp, under the protection of their mother, they can eat meat every day. Unlike here, eating a blind fish as long as its tail makes the two brothers worry. But it seems that we can ask them for a way back. The young black dragon suddenly thought that it seemed that it could ask for help from the people here. If it could let them return to the black oak swamp, it would be great. Thinking of it, Tiramutus stood up from his squatting state and began to think about who he should ask for more safely. So, after careful consideration, the young black dragon chose a relatively harmless object, the forest elf girl named Malivia. Although she was holding a huge crossbow, it did not scare Tiramutus. A black dragon, you know. Although the black dragon diet is wide, human creatures are their hobby, especially female meat. So compared with the god priest and a dull tree man, it still prefers the female forest elf girl. After all, as a black dragon, even if it is a young dragon, how could it be afraid of creatures on the menu? So, it plucked up its courage and began to approach Malivia, who was adjusting the bowstring. On the other side, Gordon and Dillishaw had also found their target, the figure of the Ratman Scout. They have gray-blue fur like field mice, which is different from the one Gordon saw in the Kalanda sewer. Well, if you want to describe it, perhaps the Ratmen in this underground cave seem more wild and bigger. They all move in humanoid form. That is, half Ratman form, as tall as humans. The reason for such a big gap, Gordon, who has the inheritance of dragons, naturally knows. Because the two sides are not the same species at all. The Ratmen in the Kalandu sewers are the product of nature, and the ones in this underground cave are beast men Ratmen. Their ancestors were once humans, but they were transformed into beastmen, ratmen, due to the beast curse, which is similar to the catmen on Rika Island. There are 3 ratmen scouts in this group, walking in a triangular shape on the trails in the forest, conducting daily patrols, but Gordon observed and found that their patrol distance never approached the outer edge of the forest, but patrolled around this valley. Gordon did not act immediately, but waited and watched with Dilly Shaw. After an hour, Gordon, who had roughly figured out the outer defense measures, took Dilly Shaw back to the original place, and the half-human, half-deer girl, the priest holding a staff, and the black dragon lying at the feet of the tree man, with his head down, all cast their gazes at Gordon the moment they saw him. "How is it?" Priest Zyester spoke first. "Not bad." The lizard raised its head high, stood on its legs, and looked at the team members. "The outer defense is very simple. Obviously, the lords here do not have high defense measures against foreign creatures. However, judging from the route planning of their actions, the defense was obviously very strong in the past. It's just that the manpower may have been reduced recently. I observed for a while, and found many loopholes. We can sneak in without alarming them." Gordon answered truthfully. "Perhaps it is because the beastmen had many enemies here in the past. Now that they are under the command of Zilong, there is no danger in this underground area." Olivia made a guess. "Well, that's probably it." Gordon nodded in agreement, and then added, "By the way, I already have a preliminary plan. You can listen to it and express your opinions. Our goal this time is very simple. That is, to clear the obstacles in this valley without alerting other monsters. Of course, it's not for other reasons. Even if they have other more convenient ways to observe the situation of the Silver Moon River, such as letting Malivia's animal companion share vision with it, or the fairy dragon helps it to observe and then transmit it to it with a mental link, it can avoid fighting. But Gordon will not do this, because this valley is the only way to return to the surface world. Gordon will never allow it to be attacked from behind. Moreover, it was a siege team on the battlefield before, and because of the mutation, it didn't get a few talents. Here, it will not miss any opportunity to become stronger. Simple, straightforward and rough. Chapter 203. Bright Takasa is proud to be a member of the Green Peak Valley, and is under the rule of the Great Dark King. The reason is naturally the latter, especially after being summoned by the Great Master a few days ago. His pride was beyond words. As the last one to come into contact with the young black dragon, he was able to get a close look at the Master's graceful body. That kind of shock is far from what you can experience from a distance. Moreover, the Master's words and deeds made him, as a male rat man, unable to restrain his love and wanted to mate on the spot. Unfortunately, due to the Majesty, he still didn't dare to do this action, and could only fantasize about it in his heart. Moreover, after this incident, it was still upset about the previous failure. It didn't catch the young black dragon. Damn it. I almost caught up with it. Bit its scales. But it still flew away. Thinking of the scene a few days ago, when the 2 black dragons flapped their wings that had not yet grown and soared in the forest. Brett wanted to bite his 2 front teeth to pieces. If I were a spellcaster, or I brought a casting net when I went out, it would be great. Bright couldn't help but fantasize. Unfortunately, it is difficult for 1 out of 1,000 rat men to have the qualifications of a spellcaster. They are born thieves and rangers, but that doesn't mean they can comprehend spells. What's more, this branch of beast men hid underground to avoid the pursuit of the Moon Saint, and had no chance to learn spells. In addition, few people would carry a casting net with them unless they knew what the target was. Besides, as a ratman scout and part-time thief, it didn't need it. So, everything is just empty talk. It still can't fly. If it can be like Lord Kernock, get the master favor and get the dragon blood, it would be great. Blake thought of the monster with purple scales under its fur and purple dragon wings on its back, the original leader of Suifeng Valley, and now the monster under the command of Zilong, the werewolf King Kernock. If it had the ability of Lord Kernock, it would not let the young black dragon run away. And if I caught those 2 young black dragons last time, no, 1, I might have the opportunity to be blessed by the master like Lord Kernock. Bright began to imagine what it would look like after being given dragon blood by the master. By then, would its lost attraction return? And, maybe after it grows scales, the master will also like it. However, due to Bright's absent-mindedness, it stepped on a pick covered with pine needles on the road, and lost its balance and fell down. The other two rat men who were patrolling the outskirts of the Green Peak Valley burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Bright. You are thinking about the past again. You are so absorbed in thinking. Hasn't Lord Phalid's punishment last time made you sober? A rat man held his stomach and laughed. And his face was even more cunning when he said the last sentence. Which was very funny. Phalid is a powerful creature in the Green Peak Valley, second only to the werewolf King Kernok. It is a swamp bear man. No way. I didn't think about those things. I was just absorbed in observing the scenery just now. Bright replied in shame. It didn't dare to tell these ratmen what it was thinking. And it still remembered that it told its compatriots what it was thinking last time. Unexpectedly, they turned around and told the marsh bear man, Farid, who also showed his love for the master. Farid punished it with its sharp claws and left a scar on its body that was difficult to remove. Not only did it lie in bed for a month, but the female ratmen and other female beastmen who had approached it because of its handsome face left one after another. Moreover, its tail was broken, so that it was a little unstable when walking. Another ratman shouted loudly, I think you must be thinking about being pampered by the master. Wild idea. Nonsense. I didn't think about anything. Brett widened his eyes to hide his inner panic. Nothing? But I heard you crying and pounding the wall in frustration yesterday. And you even broke the wooden board. You were still mumbling about your master. How dare you say you didn't have any random thoughts? After hearing this, Brett was extremely annoyed by the poor soundproofing of the room. And his face turned red, almost turning back into a giant rat. Arguing, rat people fantasies can't be considered whimsical. Then he pointed at other rat people and said something they couldn't understand. Being a rat always has to have a dream. A small dream. A rat who doesn't want to be with a rich woman is not a good rat. Such words. The other two rat people laughed again, and the originally dead environment in the forest suddenly became lively again, full of a happy atmosphere. But before they laughed out loud, they found that their vilified companion, once a strong rat man, now a poor creature, Brett, didn't get up again, but stared blankly at a certain place in the forest. His expression was extremely stiff. What are you thinking about? Bly. The other two ratmen looked at Bright and were about to ridicule him again. But they followed his gaze and saw the following scene. A skull-like head with a pair of crescent-shaped horns stretched out from the lush bushes. A young black dragon. Oh my god! It appeared. The young dragon that the master personally named. The other ratmen were filled with ecstasy and subconsciously wanted to get closer to the young dragon. After much ridicule, they naturally understood that this young black dragon could please the great Queen of Darkness. And Bright's face turned pale. It knew in its heart that it was now seriously injured due to the previous incident, and its strength was only 50%. Even in its peak condition, it could only have the upper hand over the exhausted young black dragon that was being chased and intercepted by the lizard men. Now that the young black dragon has returned from rest and recuperated, it has become more powerful. How can they, the patrolling ratmen scouts, be its opponents? Go! It kindly reminded. Although it was sarcastic, it still didn't want its compatriots to die in vain in the mouth of the young black dragon. However, its kindness was not appreciated by the other two ratmen. Humph! It's our prey. Don't think of monopolizing it, a ratman said disdainfully. I mean, you are not its opponent, Brett said hurriedly. I'm not a waste like you. This stupid black dragon probably can't even touch my shadow, the ratman said self-righteously. In its mind, the young black dragon is no different from a moving treasure. After all, they are real dragons on par with white dragons. Any ratman with a little professional level will not be afraid of a young black dragon. And the young black dragon has been defeated many times in this area before, either fleeing or on the way to escape. Therefore, no matter how Brett persuaded them, they ignored him and said kindly, Don't worry. I will give you a share of the credit. After all, we are all of the same race. Another ratman took out a crossbow, looked back at Brett, and said with a smile, when it saw Brett's shocked expression, it was a little happy. But before it could reply, it heard Brett blurt out, Be careful, Monbatu. Be careful of what? The ratman turned back. He felt a pain in his forehead, as if something had opened a hole. Blood gushed out, soaking all the hair on his face. And he hadn't reacted to what it was. His eyelids closed forever, and his claws were still touching upwards. The last feeling he had was that his companion next to him was pressing on him. So heavy. So accurate. Kill two birds with one stone. Melivia. Gordon's resentful voice quietly echoed in the dead forest. The ratman Brett, who was half lying on the ground, also saw the young dragon, looking behind him with fear, as if there was something behind him that deserved its attention. Brett held his breath. Could it be that the person who said this was very powerful? So, after a while, a palm-sized lizard came out. It walked with its head held high. Chapter 204 Group Suggestion. The ambush of this rat scout team was not a sudden idea of Gordon, but he had already calculated the patrol gap and specially selected this team. It needed them to complete its infiltration plan. Gordon, who turned into a lizard, looked at the rat scouts, who died under Melivia's arrow, with a little regret. 2 gifted light balls? It was a pity. However, when it thought about the gains in this Beastman Valley later, it just let this thing go from its mind. Forbearance. Little intolerance will ruin big plans. Now, as long as it doesn't expose itself, it is the most perfect situation. And it shouldn't show its true body in a place where rat scouts are densely populated for the sake of 2 gifted light balls. Because it is too risky. You guys solve it. Gordon had given up the results of this ambush, so he just let other team members solve it directly. However, just as it made a sound, a swift and huge figure passed by it. It was a young black dragon. After hearing that Gordon let them deal with it, it rushed to the front of the ratman scout like a broken husky, opened its slightly immature black short snout, and bit the head of the ratman who was lying on the ground. The ratman tried to struggle with his claws, but its claws might be useful against other humanoid creatures. But it was a bit of an itch against the black dragon with natural scale armor. It didn't struggle for long before its head was bitten off by the black dragon. The black dragon spit out the ratman head with bad luck and muttered, "Let you bite my scales." It recognized the ratman in front of it. He was the one who had chased it, and its brother, and fled in the forest. The vengeful young black dragon would not miss such a good opportunity for revenge. Gordon did not say anything when he saw it. After hearing the young black dragon explanation, he reminded the other team members, "Let's move quickly. The next wave of ratman patrol is coming soon." They now need to clean up the battlefield, which is not difficult. There are only 3 corpses, and there is not much blood. But before they cleaned up for long, the fairy dragon Dillashaw beside them said to Gordon with some worry, "Gordon, you are alone. Can you do it? Do you want me to help you?" "No. No. Just remember to release a mass suggestion when the time comes." Gordon raised his head and waved his webbed claws, rejecting Dillashaw's kindness and saying that he could do it. Just needed to help gather the monsters. And they just need to do what they should do. Manipulating illusions is the specialty of fairy dragons, and mass suggestion is not difficult for them. "Okay. I use transfiguration on you now." Seeing that Gordon was so stubborn, Dillashaw sighed and didn't insist. After all, being able to make suggestions in front of the son of the dragon god was its greatest effort, and it had already used up all its courage. As the fairy dragon wings flapped, a layer of light magic light pattern emanated from under its wings and immediately enveloped Gordon's body. Originally, its lizard appearance quickly transformed into a ratman that looked exactly like the ratman lying on the ground, except that it had no weapons or equipment. Naked, even that was swaying in the wind in the forest. Gordon didn't hesitate, and directly touched the corpse, stripped off the equipment on the ratman body, and equipped himself with a dagger and a crossbow. Then he clenched his paws again, touched the soft and fluffy gray hair on his body, and the beard on both sides, and sighed slightly to the fairy dragon Dillashaw. "Your transformation is really comparable to those masters of transformation among the wizards. Of course. Otherwise, do you think I gave myself the title of troublemaker in Vinstein City? I can easily become anyone I have seen, and make it look real. Even masterwork can't tell the difference." Dillashaw is also quite satisfied with her transformation skills. After all, the transformation skills of some other dragons can't even cover up their own smell and physical characteristics. For example, when Gordon transformed into a cat before, dark golden vertical pupils would appear from time to time, and some would even have scales or horns. Although the fairy dragon is not strong in combat, its transformation skills are not much worse than the natural shapeshifters among the metal dragons. The silver dragon. "Then you can follow me in stealth." After seeing that everything was ready, Gordon said to the others, and they naturally received Gordon's message. Soon, a magic ripple burst out from the magic storage ring that Gordon took out, covering everyone except Gordon and the young black dragon. from the invisibility orb given to him by Celia. Similar to the group invisibility spell. It cannot make too many creatures invisible at the same time. But it is more than enough to make 3 or 4 creatures invisible. Go in. Tyrantus. You are my prisoner now. And I am the lucky one who caught the young black dragon. Gordon dragged out the rattan cage that had been prepared long ago and opened the cage door to let the young black dragon in. When he heard that the young black dragon was blocked by the monsters here, Gordon knew that the young black dragon seemed to be important to them. It might be that the purple dragon lord gave an order. Otherwise, who would have nothing to do after eating and stare at the 2 young black dragons all day long? Although the young black dragon participated in the whole plan, it still felt a little crazy when it came to the most critical step. This lunatic actually wants to gather all the beastmen together. You still want to not alarm people in other territories. How is it possible? Madman. No wonder they say that molten dragons are all crazy. It's unreasonable. Tiramutus cursed in his heart. But his body still got into the cage of about the same size as his body. The young black dragon got along with Gordon for a while, and knew Gordon race. Although it is also black. It spews not acid, but hot magma. Like the red dragon. Even if there is a difference in age, you have to take a detour when you see it. Therefore, even if Gordon was a mad dragon, for the sake of his life, Tyrantus had to follow his script carefully and complete it meticulously, fearing that a mistake would anger the molten dragon in front of him. It began to take a nap, while Gordon sat there, waiting for the arrival of another patrol team of ratmen. With his current ratman physical fitness, he could not bring the young dragon to the distant valley alone. Soon, another ratman team arrived, as expected 10 minutes later. When they saw the young black dragon in the cage, they were stunned. So much so that even the ratmen next to the cage did not notice it. It was not until their limbs crossed the last bush that the familiar ratman voice came to their ears. Hey, my good brother. Can you help me bring this young black dragon to the valley? After the great master gives me a reward, I will repay you well. How about it? The 3 rat scouts hesitated. And seeing this, Got-un, who had transformed into a rat, could only sigh helplessly. It seems that my acting skills need to be honed. You can only come from Dilly Shaw. After saying that, a magic ripple rose from behind it. It was the fairy dragon spell-like ability. Group suggestion. The rat's scarlet eyes looked even more weird in the dim purple light. And Got-un, who was blessed by suggestion, said to the 3 rats, who had already fallen into the state of will detection without hesitation. I said, help me move it back. There will be a reward. The devil-like voice that bewitched people's hearts echoed in their ears. Before the rats had time to ask what was going on, they only remembered the weird red light in the distance, and followed Got-un foolishly to push the rattan cage into the depths of the forest. That was the direction of Suifeng Valley. Only a large patch of pine needle grass was left, flattened by the cage. Chapter 205. The sun rises. Kernok is the master of the Green Peak Valley, the most loyal lackey of the Dark Queen, and one of the only 6 dragonborn. It was awakened by the noise outside the castle. It looked at the sky outside the castle window. The dim purple light flickered outside the window, like a purple curtain. Kernok couldn't help but pat his furry head and scratch his white belly covered with purple scales. Damn it! I forgot that I'm in the fairy wilds. There's no day or night here, Kernok muttered, opened the quilt casually, got up from the soft rattan bed, walked to the window of the castle on the 3rd floor, and looked down at the gravel square outside the castle with a puzzled and inquiring look. There was a dark crowd there, with ratmen, werewolves, and swamp bears mixed in, surrounding an open space in the square and making a fuss. Why are there so many people gathered together? Is it a festival today? Or did something happen? This kind of noisy noise is rarely seen since we came to this underground place. After all, the beastmen are lonely. They carry a curse and live alone. They are between humans and beasts, and often blur their boundaries, because they don't know whether they are human or beast. There is little communication. According to the past, the last time there was such a big commotion was when the great master came to the valley. But almost all the beastmen crawled under its wide dragon wings, not daring to breathe. So how could they dare to make such a blasphemous noise? Or are the lizardmen here again? Before the beastmen came under the command of the purple dragon, the relationship between them and the lizardmen was like gunpowder, which could be ignited at a touch. Local friction was common, and bloody disputes often occurred. But it shouldn't be such a peaceful scene. Just as Kurnock was thinking, footsteps were heard outside the door of the castle room. Soon, the door, which was originally not covered, was pushed open, and a blood-colored-haired upright werewolf walked in, saying to Kurnock with a smile on his face, "What's the matter? Curies, how many times have I told you to knock before entering?" It looked at the werewolf, and said with a little helplessness, "If it was not its own brother, such a creature that dares to ignore its identity, and has no reverence will be torn to pieces by its claws. Ha ha ha. Brother, I have good news for you." "What other good news?" "The master has gone to the dark demon region. He only brought his 2 most loyal dragonborns." Kurnock frowned slightly. He licked so much, but in the end, there was still no place for him by the master's side. In fact, Kurnock was still a little anxious, so he looked at the bloody werewolf Kulis, intending to listen to what the so-called good news was from his mouth. The young black dragon that the master asked for was caught by a rat man. "It's in the square." Kurnock didn't hide it, and told Kurnock directly. "What?" Kurnock was shocked. And then he showed joy. The young black dragon was found, which was indeed good news. But being caught by a rat man was a bit unbelievable. "Several good hands have been lost. Bright from last time seems to be dead too," Kulis added, which made Kurnock recover slightly. This is more or less the case, even if it is a young dragon. To be honest, it is not something that an ordinary ratman scout can catch alone. And the one who survived won. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He is a fool. Ha ha ha. Brother, do you know? The bloody werewolf showed its fangs, with a grim smile hanging on its mouth, and it was obvious that it was in a very happy mood. "What do you mean?" "It said that it didn't want this credit, and wanted to auction the young black dragon, and it would be held in the square below. And it also wanted to sell the news of another black dragon. Let's bring enough money to the auction." "Ha ha ha. Isn't it funny or not?" Kuri said. His legs couldn't stand straight. He half sat on the ground, laughing. And Kurnock was also slightly surprised. "It actually wants to sell this opportunity to the master to others? Is it crazy?" Even though it was blessed by dragon blood, it was a little difficult to understand the operation of this rat man. It doesn't want the wealth in hand, but actually wants to give it to others? Humph. This is normal. Not to mention me. Even the stupid bear ferret will do it. Now that the master is not here, it can't protect the young black dragon. Kuris opened his mouth and explained with a grin. It still had some praise for the rat man in its heart. There were not many rat men who knew the times in Suifeng Valley, and it was a pity to use him as a scout. Perhaps it could be kept by its side, as a personal guard. It would be nice to listen to its flattery occasionally. When it got tired of it, it could eat it. The wealth would still be its by then. Thinking of this, its mouth cracked wider, and the sticky mucus on its teeth became transparent silk threads, and saliva could not stop flowing from its mouth. "How long will it take to start?" Kurnock asked. "It is said that we have to wait for others to prepare funds." "About an hour later," Kuris said hurriedly. As soon as he heard the news, he came to inform his brother Kurnock, who was a purple dragon. The purpose was obvious. He wanted his brother to help him. After all, there were only a few people in the entire Suifeng Valley who had the strength to buy this young black dragon. Furious War Bear, Phalid, Cave Ghost, Mises, and Scarlet Claw, Lord of Suifeng. Kurnock. It also wanted to become a figure like its brother, and wanted to rely on the blood of the great master, the purple dragon, to enhance its own strength. However, this must please the master, and the young black dragon is obviously a good stepping stone. "Okay, I got it." Kurnock saw Kulis's appearance and understood the general meaning. He waved his paw and signaled him to retreat. Kuris's face lit up, and he quickly retreated. He closed the door, and closed it very gently, because he knew that as long as his brother did not explicitly refuse, it would show that he agreed to help him. Dragon Vein. I can also become a Dragon Vein werewolf. It's really cool. Kuris, who was walking in the corridor of the castle, clenched his fists. His joy was beyond words. He couldn't help but run wildly in the corridor on all fours to vent his inexplicable longing. 337. 338. Gordon, who had transformed into a rat man, rested one hand on the rat cage, his rat eyes rolling around, and began to check how many people came to participate in this Beastman Valley. Through suggestion, It knew that the total number of beast men in Suifeng Valley was about 500. And 3/5 of them had already come here. I believe that as time goes by, more than 80% of the people in Suifeng Valley will come to participate in such an auction. By then, Gordon's eyes lit up slightly, as if he thought of something, and he couldn't hide his joy, so that other beast men couldn't help shaking their heads when they saw it. This rat man was so lucky that he actually caught the young black dragon that his master had specifically asked for. This reward will definitely allow it to live a life of being a rat in Suifeng Valley. And Gordon tiptoed and counted the beast men who continued to approach this square. While counting silently, he spoke in a voice that could not be heard even a few meters away. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. More people. Don't rush. This seems to be said to the beast man. But in fact it is also said to the young black dragon who is hiding near Godin and pretending to be unconscious in the cage. When Tiramutus heard this, he no longer had hope for Godin. He was inclined to think that it was a mad dragon. After all, only a mad dragon would think that it could capture the huge Suifeng Valley without alarming the people nearby. Not to mention the strength. The movement of the lava breath could not be concealed. The flames produced by the burning flames will definitely become the brightest place in the underground world. At that time, no one will not notice it. Therefore, it only hopes that it can escape in the chaos after the fight. At that time, it will meet up with Didac and hide somewhere else. It never wants to meet this crazy dragon again. An hour later, Gordon looked at his personal panel and was ready to launch Death Despair. Standing on the rough platform in the square, he said to the crowd of beastmen, "Auction. Start. But the first item is not the young black dragon behind me, but the news of another black dragon. The starting price is 1 silver coin, or an item of equivalent value." When Gordon said this, the crowd of more than 400 beastmen below were all stunned. It is possible to buy the news of another black dragon with 1 silver coin. Is there such a good thing? For a while, there was a lot of noise, and many comments were mixed in. However, the auction was also going on, and as the auction began, many beastmen who were watching outside began to approach the square, intending to join in the fun. Even the lonely beastmen couldn't help but walk to the edge of the square to watch the auction. At this time, 90% of the beastmen in the Suifeng Valley had already arrived. The price of the news had been called out by a marsh bear holding a giant sword and a dog head gold, which was worth a high price of 15 gold coins, 100 gold coins. However, at this time, a voice came from the castle in the valley square, which directly doubled the value of this news. The wooden door opened wide, and 2 werewolves with completely different styles came out with the werewolf guards behind them. They were the owner of Suifeng Valley, the werewolf King Kernok and his brother, the blood wolf Kuris. Its appearance cast a layer of haze on the hearts of many hopeful beastmen. Lord Kernok took action, and they had nothing to do. It seems that this auction is over. For a moment, some people were discouraged. Some gnashed their teeth. But in the end, no one dared to bid 100 gold coins for the first time. Just as Gordon was about to shout for the second time, he was interrupted by the wolf with blood-red fur. And it opened its mouth and said grimly, "Little mouse, hurry up. In Suifeng Valley, no one dares to defy my brother Will. No one dares to bid for this news. Tell me, if the news is true, I will give you a sum of money. 2 black dragons will undoubtedly have a better effect." But what Kulis didn't expect was that the Ratman ignored him, which was unexpected. Just when it wanted to angrily ask the Ratman why he hadn't announced the ownership of the news, then it saw the Ratman in front of it showing an unexpected smile. That smile was not greed for gold coins. Rather, their greed for it. Kuris was a little confused. But in the next second, he found that the whole world had shifted, and the familiar castle and the ground square covered with pine needles disappeared. But the beastmen in the valley were gone. Where is this? The dragon vein werewolf Kernok was also confused. The previous second, he was still in the square outside the castle. And the next second, he came to a place where the dome was empty. There was nothing here. Not even rocks. All the beastmen were panicked, screaming and noisy in this dim space. Who is doing this? Kuris roared. He hadn't figured out the situation yet. Stand up. I'm going to tear you apart. At this moment, the noisy voices suddenly became much smaller, and many beastmen stopped their noises. Their speech was like a silent pantomime. Silent, and only their mouths were seen moving. Some beastmen stood still, motionless, as if they had stopped breathing, until Kulis followed their gaze and looked forward. On the originally simple platform, the ratmen disappeared. Instead, a heat wave came, and the surrounding light gradually dimmed. Heat wave? Dim? Kulis looked up at the sky almost at the same time as his brother. Then he saw a dragon with an extremely graceful and smooth figure, flapping its wings slowly and evenly. Although there was no sound, the momentum emanating from the real dragon was enough to silence the beastmen collectively. And as the dragon completely covered the light source in the space, darkness fell, and another sun ignited on the dragon chest. The sound that seemed like thunder also buzzed in the ears of all beastmen. I heard that you are looking for a black dragon. Is it me? The black dragon grinned, looking down at the densely packed beastmen, and asked naively. Kurnock was about to shake his head and say no. A surging, hot column of fire gushed out from above the sun, lighting up this dead space. Chapter 206 Facing Death. If the beastmen were at a loss just now, then when the black dragon spewed out a lava flow that could cover dozens of square arrays, they could not help but feel fear in their hearts. The weaker beastmen had already fled with their heads in their hands, and they did not even have the courage to pick up weapons and aim at the dragon. They lay on the ground pretending to be dead, or were half paralyzed on the ground. Gordon was not sure whether his fear aura had worked. Anyway, it was now fully fired. As long as the talent that could enhance strength, Gordon would use it one by one. Rage, fear aura, burn, and the ring of silence was activated again after it finished its opening remarks. No one could make a sound within its range, so the sound of bones changing due to the violent body size did not sound. But the range could not cover the entire death space, so the noise was still endless, especially the loud wolf howl. Almost everyone, including Gordon, understood the meaning. The hunt has begun. The servant of the Dark Queen, the master of the Green Peak Valley, the werewolf King Kurnock. Although he didn't know what the current situation was, the black dragon in front of him was obviously an enemy, not a friend. Admittedly, the appearance of the black dragon shocked him a little, and even panicked. But as a servant of the Dark Queen, he had experienced the pressure of a stronger dragon, so he was relieved from this state almost in an instant. But if he wanted to defeat the black dragon in front of him, it was obviously not enough to rely on his own strength. Therefore, Kurnock began to try to use wolf howls to unite the bewildered beastmen, so that he could make full use of their advantage in the sea of people. If they can be restored to the state they were in when they moved to this underground place and fought against the underground creatures such as the war lizards and the stone grim barbarians, it would be great. Don't worry. Its breath cannot be continuously spewed. Now, warriors of the Green Peak Valley, let this ugly big lizard taste our claws. The brave will definitely get my reward after the battle. And even the reward from the master, Kurnock shouted loudly, half comforting and half encouraging. Gordon's first round of breath cleaned up a group of beastmen under the simple platform. The remains of the beastmen who were the first to bear the brunt were still curled up on the spread of magma ground, and the smell of burning filled the air, somewhat terrifying. So Kurnock's words were like a shot of cardatonic, hitting these weak beastmen hard. After all, the dragon breath cannot be used continuously. It needs recovery time, which is well known. In less than 3 seconds, someone began to put Kurnock's order into practice. Some werewolves had heard it and took out their weapons, spears and short axes to attack Godin. And the ratmen also took out the small crossbows they carried with them. But those werewolves in close combat soon discovered one thing. That is, they could not get too close to Godin. The magma still permeating the ground made it difficult for them to move, and they would be roasted before they even got close. Most flying objects, spears and arrows hit Godin's thick scales, and there was nothing else except a pleasant sound of iron clashing. Not even a trace of white marks was left on Godin, and only a few were embedded in the black scales, and traces of blood flowed from the wounds. Undoubtedly, this is the sign of a young dragon. It means that it can ignore all attacks except for magic weapons, and ordinary weapons cannot penetrate the scales of Godin. And Kurnock was stunned when he saw the dragon, which was nearly 11 meters long from head to tail. Damn it. I knew it. A real dragon in its youth. Not a freak like the miserable dragon. Kurnock cursed inwardly, and gave up the last bit of luck. It had seen that the unenchanted fine iron arrowhead did not even penetrate the scales of the black dragon, and was directly bounced out. Without a special dragon-slaying weapon, it could not hurt it at all. Stop attacking. Later, Kernok was just about to ask a few beastmen holding magic weapons among the beastmen to act with him, and other beastmen not to get close to the black dragon, and not to do useless work. The dragon had already opened its ferocious mouth, and its 4 sharp fangs were terrifying in the firelight. The next moment, it let out a roar louder than its own voice, like thunder that filled the entire space. Roar! All the beastmen had a buzzing ringing in their ears, like a heavy hammer, and could only hear the trembling dragon roar. Those with weak wills had their legs trembling, and even an unknown liquid flowed out from their crotches. Fierce momentum. After discovering that the beastmen had resisted, Gordon had already thought of the tactics for this battle. To knock down the howling one first. That is, to capture the thief first. The backbone of the beastmen is no different from those powerful beastmen with a reputation, as long as they are killed. As for the other beastmen, I dare not say that they will turn into sheep and let it bully them, but there is no doubt that they are much easier to deal with. Therefore, it subconsciously roared with a fierce momentum to make all the beastmen enter a state of shock or panic. Then it aimed at the werewolf, with purple scales at the end of the beastmen, and rushed over. It was the one who kept howling just now, so it was naturally the first on Gordon must-kill list. Charge! The thick scales on Gordon's back opened a little, and the violent wind from his blood instantly gushed out from the gap, making his body as fast as lightning. With the blessing of the strong wind, he rushed towards the dragon-veined werewolf, hiding behind the beastmen. When Gordon was still a young dragon, its charge power was limited, but now that it has gone berserk, its body has grown to nearly 11 meters. Coupled with its violent charge, if it hits, it would be almost like being hit by a truck at a speed of 100 miles per hour. However, Kernok is not a newbie without combat experience. As soon as he heard Gordon roar, his body tensed up, his hair grew wildly, and he began to squeeze his potential with the greatest force. Werewolf fury. His red eyes stared at the giant dragon with red scales, like a moving fire, and he didn't dare to blink. In the highest state of alert, his sharp claws were also ready. But seeing the magma flowing on the black dragon body, it was inevitable that a trace of fear flashed in Kernok's eyes. Although fire is not a nemesis for werewolves, it is also a weakness. So facing this fire-breathing black dragon, Kernok did not dare to take it lightly. After all, this is not a white dragon, and it cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. Other beastmen on the ground have already learned from Mao Duo's fate. So, when the black dragon head turned in its direction, its footsteps had already begun to move and wander, and it did not want to be the first target of this giant dragon. However, after discovering that it was a charging posture, Kernok breathed a sigh of relief. Straight line distance. No problem. Easy to hide. So, Kernok told the beastmen to stay away from the black dragon, so as not to be hurt by the charge. Their lives were not lost in such aftermath. And what happened next was also in Kernok's plan. Its reminder was indeed useful, and the black dragon charge did not crush the other beastmen into meat paste, and they all avoided it nimbly in advance. But when Kernok also successfully followed suit and avoided the black dragon's straight-line charge like other beastmen, and the smile on his mouth was not yet stretched, he was stunned. The black dragon, which had already rushed halfway past him, suddenly stopped, and then, in the next second, it turned its limbs in a way that Kernok could not have imagined. Then, it used its trunk to hit the dragon-veined werewolf, who stood up and was almost as high as the black dragon on all fours. The werewolf was knocked away immediately, which was also a perfect opportunity. So, the black dragon also turned around quickly and waved its claws, trying to take advantage of the situation to chase. But the claws were empty. Kernok, who was knocked into the air, quickly spread the purple wings behind him to stabilize his body. His wolf face was still full of fear. If he had not reacted quickly at the moment of being hit, he might have been pressed under the black dragon. But a thought still popped up in its mind. That is, the charge of this black dragon. How could it turn? Who are you? After keeping a safe distance, Kernok looked at this unique black dragon and couldn't help asking questions. It felt something was wrong, but the answer was that the black dragon took a deep breath again, and there was a dazzling electric light flashing in its short kiss. Lightning breath. The next moment, a bucket of lightning gushed out of the black dragon mouth, and almost without warning, it struck the dragon-veined werewolf, who was waiting for the black dragon to reply. The feeling of paralysis and burning immediately changed Kernok's limbs. It fell into a stage where it could not move. and the paralysis made it lose control. And the black dragon saw that the attack was effective, and hurriedly took extremely fast steps. Along the way, the black giant tail and sharp claws waved one after another, intending to push away or kill all the beastmen who dared to stop it. No one dared to stand up and stop the black dragon. However, the beastmen still did not give up Kernok. They knew that if the Lord of Green Peak fell first, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the morale of the beastmen. Then perhaps today, all the beastmen would fall here. Therefore, Gordon was still attacked to stop. Dozens of black tentacles as thick as buckets suddenly emerged from the ground, firmly grabbing Gordon's limbs and wings, making it unable to get close, let alone move. Roar! Gordon roared, but still couldn't break free. His claws and teeth were useless against the sticky and slippery black tentacles. Obviously, it was the spellcaster among the beast men who took action, and it was more orderly. Gordon also saw who was casting the spell. It was a humanoid creature wearing a black robe, and he couldn't see his face clearly when he looked down at it. However, judging from the thin and smooth tail exposed under the black robe, it should be a Ratman spellcaster. Next to it stood a marsh bearman with animal patterns on his forehead. It was the other monsters of the same level in Suifeng Valley, second only to the Werewolf King and Kernok. Cave Ghost, Mrs. Violent War Bear, Phalid. The former is a Ratman warlock, and the latter is a barbarian. Almost at the moment when the tentacles fixed Gordon, a series of ice cones appeared in the air, with extremely cold intentions, fiercely attacking Gordon's face. Also released by Mrs. In addition to this, there were other sporadic spells, such as magic missiles and tracer bullets, attacking the black dragon fixed by the black tentacles. Obviously, there are other spellcasters, but most of them are not high level, and are far less threatening to Goton than this Ratman. If it is a lone dragon, facing the fourth ring spells, shadow tentacles, and ice cone spell, it must have to bear the loss silently, and maybe the situation will be reversed by this spell. After all, several werewolves in fine leather armor have begun to approach Goton, intending to risk their lives and use the magic weapons in their hands to attack this giant dragon that is like a wooden stake under the spell. But Goton is not alone. It is an adventure team. So, before the extremely cold ice cone with white steam hits Goton's hot body, an emerald green divine spell ripple rises on the surface of Goton, blocking the originally piercing ice cone spells one after another. And a clear and soul-like chanting also makes those black tentacles retract into the ground one after another. 3-ring magic spell. Protection from elemental damage. 4-ring magic spell. Anti-magic force field. The former completely offsets the damage of the ice cone spell, and the latter makes the shadow tentacles disappear. The figure of the priest Ziaster appeared in this void space. He naturally would not watch Gordon being attacked, although Gordon told him not to act rashly and wait for the opportunity. But he had to act just now, because after an ice cone spell, Gordon, who had not yet reached adulthood, was obviously not immune to the damage, and this might greatly reduce Gordon's combat effectiveness in the future. After all, the fire dragon is most afraid of cold, and any cold damage is double damage to red dragons or molten dragons. Leave this to us. You go and deal with the dragonborn first. Ziaster continued to chant the magic spell that he had prepared long ago, while saying to Gordon, the fairy dragon Dilly Shaw and the forest fairy girl hid behind Ziaster, using spells or giant bows to attack other beastmen, while the tree man Onru stood in the front and whipped with branches to firmly protect the team members behind him. And the freed Gordon rushed to the dragon vein werewolf, who had not yet recovered from the paralysis. The bear man with animal patterns wanted to stop him, but was hit by a sudden gray light spell, and his body suddenly slowed down by half. He could only watch the black dragon pass in front of him. 3-ring spell. Slow spell. And Gordon naturally knew that it was Dilish's hand. But he didn't want to thank her now. He quickly jumped up and down and rushed to the werewolf, who was lying on the ground and had not yet recovered. Behind him was a bloody struggle field, and any beastman who blocked him would die under his claws. Gordon did not hesitate. It quickly used its claws to press the werewolf's throat, which had not yet recovered. There was a sound of metal collision under the claws. There were also dragon scales under the werewolf's hair. Through the firelight on the chest, the purple scales could be clearly seen to be shining. But even so, Kernok did not feel the slightest sense of security. It half lying on the hot ground, looking at the black dragon dark red vertical pupils without any emotion. Its body felt slightly cold, and the magma dripping from the black dragon torso was burning on its hair. This was an indescribable double pain that was tormenting it. Its heart was in turmoil. From the initial fighting spirit to the current dying. In less than 10 minutes, it had experienced several ups and downs. Every time it felt that it could survive this period of paralysis, it found that hope was lost again. Faintly, Kurnock seemed to hear the verdict. Face death. Death under my claws will be the glory of your life. Before Kurnock could refute, he felt a pain in his neck. The dragon scales that could block the attack of ordinary weapons were useless in front of that weapon. He only felt as if something bit him. And then his consciousness quickly sank. Chapter 207 Molten Core Lord Kurnock is dead. Lord is dead. Killed by the giant dragon. Most beastmen saw this scene. The giant dragon used its sharp fangs to penetrate directly. And the once feared, or majestic corpse fell at the feet of the giant dragon. This means that the leader of the Tsuifeng Valley, who had the final say, led them to live underground, and had been fighting against the underground creatures. The werewolf Kurnock was indeed dead. Its warm blood spilled on the dark ground, and the firelight was extremely warm. Not so dazzling, but it brought a shock to the beastmen that was enough to make them stunned. The death was too simple, and the death was too light. But the facts were in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Gordon watched with satisfaction as the silver light balls flew into his arms. This time, the harvest was unprecedentedly huge, with so many that it was difficult for him to remember how many gifted light balls he had absorbed. He only knew that the black iron and bronze light balls fell on him like raindrops. The unprecedented sense of fullness made Gordon more eager to fight. He looked down at the beastmen who looked at him vigilantly, and couldn't help but grin. The eyes in his vertical pupils were like a real dragon seeing treasure. We want to avenge Lord Kurnock. We will be killed by this evil dragon sooner or later anyway. We must fight it to the death. Yes. We will die anyway. So we will fight this evil dragon. Kill it. And I will pull a scale off it even if I die. Let me out. Woo woo woo. Powerful black dragon. I am willing to give you all my wealth. Don't kill me. I'm the servant of the Dark Queen. If you kill me, it means plundering the Queen's wealth. And you will anger her. By then, there will be no place for you in the entire underground. The noisy noises sounded again in the illusory space. Some people have realized that this black dragon will never let them go after killing Kurnock. As beastmen, they are brutal and violent by nature, and they dare not surrender willingly. They all clamor to fight this evil dragon to the death. Of course, not all beastmen are so brave. The aura of fear and the fierce momentum have frightened many weaker beastmen. They began to speak incoherently, saying things like wanting to sacrifice treasures to survive under Gordon, or bringing up the name of the purple dragon lord in an attempt to scare off the evil dragon. Song. Dunn ignored this. If the human wave tactics were really that useful, then the Io continent would definitely not be a world where human civilization flourished, but a world of goblins and dog-headed men. Now it only needs to focus on dealing with the more important ones, such as the ratman who just cast a spell on it, and the marsh bearman affected by the slow spell. As long as the strong ones among these beastmen are killed one by one, then these more than 400 beastmen are just ants that can be easily stepped on to death by Gordon. After all, they have lost the call of the powerful, and it is difficult for them to resist Gordon Dragon Roar. Moreover, it is a fantasy for those who fear the dragon power to slay the dragon. I found you, little mouse. Gordon vertical pupils swept slightly, and he found the Ratman Warlock, who was entangled by the priest Ziaster on the battlefield. And around Ziaster, there was a layer of thorny bushes, and no beastman could pass through the bushes. It was a unique domain-type divine spell belonging to the god of nature, Sylvanus. Protect life. It could prevent living creatures from entering within 10 meters. This was why Gordon was relieved to let Ziaster and the others be in the center of the battlefield. This spell could relieve most of the pressure on everyone, and they only had to worry about long-range attacks. Ziaster clenched the staff in his hand, and his whispering chanting did not stop. Although the battle of the caster was not as thrilling as close combat, his spirit still needed to be highly concentrated. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would not be able to deal with the flying spells. At that time, they would most likely be drowned in the tide of monsters, and it would still be difficult to survive. However, just when Ziaster was about to give the Ratman Warlock a hard blow, the black dragon that had just left appeared in his sight in an instant, and was almost a few feet away from the Ratman Warlock. This sudden situation made even Schuster slightly stunned. Flash. Even teammates like Schuster who were used to seeing Gordon use the flash spell were a little dazed. Not to mention those beast men who had never seen Gordon use the flash spell. The Ratman Warlock who had been keeping a safe position looked at the black dragon that suddenly moved. And his hair stood up, and he was terrified. It clearly remembered that the black dragon was still far away just now. How come it was next to it in the blink of an eye? Damn it! It used a spell. Valid. Stop it quickly. Otherwise we will all die. The Ratman Warlock wanted to notify his allies to stop the black dragon. But he found one thing. That is, he could not make a sound. However, the current situation did not require him to remind them. And the Swamp Bear Man took his weapon and rushed towards the black dragon. He also roared. However, in the domain of Gordon, he could not make any sound either, and could only see silent collisions and attacks. Die! This giant bear stood up, and was more than 3 meters tall after being violent. It held a huge heavy sword that was almost as tall as it was, and slashed at the head of the black dragon fiercely, completely ignoring defense, fighting with life for life. After all, the Swamp Bear Man is best at surviving from death. And the best defense is attack. Endless attacks. No matter what damage he suffers, he will not stop waving his weapon. It roared and shouted, although it was silent. But a sense of tragedy and madness was enough to infect the surrounding beastmen. Therefore, all the beastmen who could pick up weapons were affected by this indescribable atmosphere, and began to attack the black dragon in front of them. They came one after another, so that there was basically no movement on the side of Zuster. All the attacks flew towards Godin like raindrops. One after another, not afraid of death, so that Godin Dragon Roar had little effect. These beastmen were all aroused by the anger and revenge in their hearts by Falad's life in exchange for his life. They went berserk and lost their reason. So they didn't care about this kind of fierce momentum that could affect their minds. It's bad. Can His Majesty Galadin hold on? Zuster, help it quickly. When the fairy dragon Dillashaw saw this scene, she panicked and hurriedly urged the priest to help. And she began to chant a spell. But casting spells is not as fast as attacking. After all, they are just powerful mortals. If they want to cast spells, they must use gestures or spells. And the attacks of knives and swords are just a blink of an eye. Therefore, Gordon suffered an unprecedented heavy blow. The heavy sword was embedded in the connection between its back and dragon wings. It avoided the sword that was cut to the head, but other parts could not avoid it. The injury looked a bit serious, and dragon blood kept dripping from the wound. There were 7 or 8 other large and small wounds, and even on the chest, a magic short sword containing ice was half inserted into it. The magma and ice collided, and white mist filled the chest of the black dragon. This was done by a rat assassin. After the successful attack, it retreated into the shadows and could not be found. These injuries, for a real dragon, are not enough to cause death, but there is no doubt that it is seriously injured. However, just when the beastmen were relieved that the real dragon was seriously injured, a ray of emerald holy light from behind them was bestowed on the seriously injured black dragon. Healing mantra. With the baptism of holy light, the black dragon, which was just bleeding, has stopped bleeding. However, this is also enough to arouse the anger of this real dragon. The next second, all the beastmen saw that this black dragon turned into a dragon-shaped sun. There was a hot red light under its scales, and magma flowed on the dragon wings like liquid. Then, the sound of thunder descended on this space again. Many beastmen had covered their ears, but they were still unable to prevent the magnificent and majestic voice from seeping into their minds. You guys, you succeeded in angering me. Are you ready to turn into ashes? Mortal. Molten core. Fully activated. Double the fire damage. Increase the breath range. Chapter 208 Sea of Fire. This was the first time that Gordon had been injured so badly. Although he recovered in just a few breaths with the help of Ziaster's healing mantra and his regenerative power, there was still a strange anger burning in his heart. This was a shame for a real dragon. It pulled out the magic dagger, threw it into its mouth, swallowed it without chewing, and stored it. And now, only by burning all the beastmen in front of it, whose eyes were glowing red and whose appearance had been completely beast-like, without any trace of human features, to ashes, could it calm its anger. But outside, despair had begun to spread. All the beastmen found that they could not enter the range of the black dragon. No, it would be better to say the red dragon. which had become in a high fever state. Because before they approached, their hair could not withstand the flames of the black dragon, so they burned, even if their minds were annihilated by the violence. The pain of burning their bodies could still effectively prevent their suicidal behavior. How could it become like this? Valid held the giant sword with dragon blood in both hands, and looked at the black dragon in front of him in doubt. The ubiquitous heat wave reminded it that it would not be so easy to succeed this time. Quick! Give me the endurance environment and fire barrier. I remember you have it. It roared at the rat warlock. It had already realized that it could not make a sound when it was close to the black dragon, so it could take a few steps back and wait until it was out of the black dragon's silent range before telling the warlock. The rat warlock, who was under heavy protection, was awakened from the surprise of the black dragon change of form when he heard it, and hurriedly took out the ancient scroll from his arms and tore it into pieces. At the same time, other spellcasters also gave group blessings to Farud and other beastmen. Some spells such as Shield and Stone Skin were thrown at them, although the Ratman Warlock did not memorize these two spells. They were very common, and he also collected a lot of them for emergency use. After the fireproof barrier and endurance environment were added, these beastmen felt alive again. After all, the heat was so hot that it almost burned all the hair on their bodies. Without the blessing of spells, I am afraid no one could get close to attack. But spells have limitations after all. They cannot cover everyone. And the number of spellcasters and memorized spells here are obviously not enough to cover everyone. Therefore, in the end, there were less than 100 people who could stand in front of the black dragon safely. They dispersed quickly, standing on the left and right wings of Godin, and in front of it, and there were beastmen who went around its tail, so that Godin's breath would not cover everyone at once. The other beastmen who couldn't stand the environment had already attacked the enemies in another direction. They were responsible for entanglement with Zuster and his men, preventing them from affecting the battlefield. You know, the good situation just now was pulled back by a priest spell. It was impossible for them not to be upset and curse. Therefore, the attack on Zuster's side was more fierce and swift than before. They tried their best and risked their lives to stop this group of teams from supporting the other side of the battlefield. After all, the victory or defeat of this battle is definitely not determined by this. The last hope of Tsuifeng Valley is pinned on that. The bears don't know how to be afraid. Your head will be my trophy. Hang it at the highest point of the valley altar. Valid felt the fireproof barrier on his body, the endurance environment, and other spells, such as wind lightness and bull power. The abundant power and magical spells made it roar. Its fist-sized blood eyes looked at the black dragon fiercely and roared. The success of the previous attack also made it feel that it could defeat this strange black dragon. However, after the black dragon made such a sharp sound, it stopped talking and proved its ignorance with actions, spreading its anger on this blood-stained land. It had already taken action before the marsh bear spoke, and its target was the rat assassin who had just attacked it with an ice dagger. It found the footprints on the ground through the traces left on it, and the talent tracking strong enemies, and successfully found the location of the rat assassin through the footprints. It just ignored those people's spells because of this. Of course, there was also a certain reason that even if it attacked, it could not stop them from casting spells. After all, it had already used up most of its skills, and its breath had not yet cooled down. It was a bit unrealistic to want to stop the casting of spells. Therefore, most of its focus was on finding the assassin's traces. It didn't want to attack again. That feeling was indescribable pain, even if it was regenerated by the underground troll, and the wound was slowly closed. But the biting icy feeling was still on its chest like a maggot on the tarsal bone, lingering on it. However, after finding the traces of the rat assassin, Gordon did not run towards it immediately, but watched the actions of the rat assassin hiding behind several violent werewolves. Its main focus was on fighting the bear man. With full firepower, it almost squeezed some talents to the extreme. Melee mastery allowed it to be at ease in this kind of beating situation. Although it was the one being beaten, blind sense also allowed it to avoid attacks from behind. Therefore, it successfully waited for the attack of the rat assassin, and it finally couldn't hold back. While the upright black dragon was fighting with the violent war bear Phalid, it took its light steps again, holding a magic dagger in its hand, and quietly entered the stealth state to approach the black dragon. However, it did not notice that the dark red vertical pupils of the upright dragon actually glowed with golden light, flickering in its body that was like a torch. In its field of vision, this hidden Ratman assassin had nowhere to hide. After all, in front of the gift true vision from the Cyclops, any ordinary invisibility was like the Emperor's new clothes in front of it, naked, and the length was clear at a glance. Therefore, when the Ratman assassin wanted to insert the poisoned dagger into Gordon's abdomen again like last time, it felt an unknown fear lingering in its heart, and it was stunned. That strong gaze was reminding it, "Run! You've been discovered." But when it realized this, its legs on the ground could no longer move, and the dripping magma burned its fireproof barrier at its feet. The other beastmen also saw this. The black dragon original dark red vertical pupil was now completely filled with golden light. The talent of the waste giant. Evil Eye Curse. It can directly freeze a creature whose will cannot pass, and the effect is equivalent to various immobilization spells. "I caught you, annoying little mouse." Gordon blocked the attack from the swamp bear man with one claw, and held the immobile rat assassin with one claw, although the fireproof barrier can protect it from Gordon flames. But the dragon power easily broke its flexible and agile joints, and with a strong grip, it turned into a pool of bloody mud. Gordon didn't even look at it when he felt the broken bone spurs in the rat assassin's body touching his palm. He had already thrown the shapeless mud to the edge of the space with a muffled sound. After that, the black dragon, who could attack Valid with all his heart and soul, and no longer need to be on guard against assassins' sneak attacks, grinned happily, and a few wisps of fireworks emerged. That expression seemed to say to the marsh bear man in front of him, "It's your turn." The victory ended when Gordon's third breath was restored. But at that time, the number of monsters attacking Gordon had dropped from half 100 at the beginning to less than 20 now, and the loss rate had exceeded 60%, and they still did not retreat. So, Gordon sighed and took another deep breath, feeling the elements gathering in his body. He couldn't help but open his short kiss that had been burning red, and stared sharply at these monsters, who wanted to hold weapons and leave wounds on him. "Get out of the way! It's going to spit!" Valid sensed an ominous omen. Seeing the black dragon brewing, he quickly reminded everyone to disperse. But they were in this flat space, with no cover. There was only one way to avoid the breath, and that was to go around the back of the black dragon. But this trick was not difficult for Gotan. The next moment, the wings of fire spread out in the space. The fiery red dragon flew in the air, and the thick magma spewed from its mouth turned the ground into a sea of fire. Those spellcasters still underestimated the temperature of the black dragon. The fireproof barrier might be able to resist ordinary flames, but the breath in Gotan's molten core state only lasted less than 5 seconds, and the red barrier was shattered. Their hair was burning, and then, in the burning, they turned into ashes. Chapter 209 Ransom. The magma flowed freely, and the heat waves rolled up. In an instant, the entire death space was like hell on earth. The screams of the beastmen were endless. Although this was not the first time that Gordon was in the molten core state and used lava breath, it was the first time to target so many enemies at once. And in terms of power, with a stronger individual to compare, the actual combat effect of the breath surprised it. The temperature of more than 2,000 degrees is almost half the temperature of the sun. Looking at the scene of destruction caused by himself, Gordon was a little shocked. After all, even the breath temperature of most adult red dragons is only a few thousand degrees Celsius, and it's directly doubled to a high temperature of 2,000 degrees Celsius. And you have to know that Gordon is still in his infancy. In other words, he is still a child, and his potential has not yet been fully developed. God knows when he grows up. Isn't the temperature of its breath comparable to the surface temperature of the sun? You know, the last young dragon to reach this temperature was a red dragon with an iron jaw that liked to walk on 2 legs. Thinking of this, Gordon's speed of pulling those light balls increased a bit. Now he was like an old farmer harvesting millet in the rice field in autumn, one crop after another. But what made him a little depressed was that most of the light balls that emerged from the beastman body were first and second level talent balls. For it at present, the gain is not particularly large, but it is not small either. After all, most of its current talents are second level talents. Now it can push several important talents to the third level. Therefore, Gordon's depression did not last long and was filled with satisfaction. After all, among the 500 beastmen, if they want to produce a 4th level professional, it is probably only 1 in 100. And the number of 3rd level professionals is about the same, and their number will not exceed half 100. Most of the others are generally in the 2nd level, or even the 1st level. However, because of the beastman curse, The situation like before in the Blue Rose Manor did not occur. In other words, no one is empty. Although it is only a first-level talent, it is better than nothing. Not to mention that it is not bad to save it, and use it to add points to other things in the future. A variety of light balls came one after another, and Gordon's power became more and more fierce, like a storm, sweeping the entire space. After all, the only ones who can stop Gordon are those beastmen with fireproof barriers. And the collapse of this group of resistance teams means that the war is over. Watching their flesh and blood sinking and floating in the hot magma, Gordon looked at the beastmen who had retreated to the corner of the space and smiled grimly. Among them was the Ratman Warlock, who had just cast a spell. His calmness was gone, replaced by a pale face that even the fire could not save. There was no other reason. His spells were all used up. Although warlocks do not need to prepare spells, they also have a limit on the number of spells they can cast. In the previous battle, he cast several spells, but they all had little effect, because he had used up his strongest spell at the beginning. He now lacked combat power. This is a common problem among spellcasters, and there is nothing they can do about it. Even the Arcanists of Netheril, who claim to have no spell slot limit, also need a kind of energy called arcane energy as a condition for casting spells, which means that there is also an upper limit on the number of spells they can cast. Damn it. If, at that time, the Ratman Warlock looked at the huge fire dragon covered with molten fire, and couldn't help blurting out his regret, if it was given another chance. This war would never end so badly for them. The Beastmen. More than 500 Beastmen were slaughtered by this predator like chickens without any resistance. But in the end, it still recognized the reality, raised his hand, and shouted to the black dragon covered with flames. Powerful real dragon, we admit defeat. I can pay a generous ransom in exchange for our lives. At this point, it didn't care how many allies and clansmen this dragon had killed, and whether it was a disgrace to its master to surrender to another weak real dragon as a servant of the Queen of Darkness. But staying alive was the first goal at the moment. Maybe it's a good thing. Green Peak Valley will be mine in the future. While waiting for Gordon's reply, the Rat Warlock began to have wild thoughts in his mind. He even fantasized that this result seemed acceptable. He didn't think about the reason why Gordon refused. After all, in everyone's opinion, dragons prefer treasures to killing. Even if it is an unreasonable red dragon, if you can prove your own value in front of it, you can be a lucky person who can look directly at the red dragon and survive under its hands. This is even more true for other evil dragons. As long as you can bring wealth to the dragon, killing can be restrained. What the Rat Warlock didn't expect was that when this real dragon heard the extremely tempting word reward, it didn't stop for a moment and ignored his narration, as if it had never heard it. This startled the Ratman Sorcerer. Soon, the thing he feared the most became a reality. The fire dragon bathed in magma. Its huge body blocked all the last beastmen in the corner of the space. Its hideous head lowered slightly, and the cruel smile was still hanging on the corner of its mouth. It turned dark red vertical pupils and looked at the wealth in front of it, full of greed. The hot breath blew ripples on the shallow magma on the ground. Then, the sound of thunder came. No! I refuse. Death is your destination. Resist? Resist as much as you can. You have no way to survive. The indifferent voice shattered the last hope of many beastmen. No! This is impossible. No! I don't want to die. The Rat Warlock in the Beastmen group also sat down on the hot ground after hearing this. It looked no different from other Beastmen now, except that its robes were more exquisite, and it looked ashen. It was full of disbelief after hearing what Gotten said. How could it be that a dragon doesn't like wealth? It's better to say that the dwarves can count. It swallowed the bitter saliva in its throat, and watched the claws from the real dragon harvesting one life after another without hesitation in the last Beastman group. It still couldn't figure out why there would be real dragons in the world who didn't love wealth. Especially young dragons, who were most enthusiastic about building nests and collecting treasures. But in the end, it still closed its eyes and let the flaming claws slash its body. And Gordon also took the silver-white light ball into his arms. In the end, Gordon tore the last blood-red weird werewolf with one claw. In the death space, there was no living creature except Gordon and his team members. Huh? It's over. Gordon canceled the violent state and exhaled deeply. Tiredness, sleepiness, soreness. The sequelae of the battle surged up all at once. After all, even if it has the blessing of high endurance, Its recovery ability is more durable than that of ordinary young dragons. But it can't stand so many people. Who can bear so many at once? However, happiness and pain coexist. When Gordon opened his personal slow board and looked at the dense data information, some mental fatigue disappeared immediately. Instead, it was slowly replaced by motivation. This time, it should be able to advance to the adolescent stage. Right? Gordon thought. And he kept absorbing and decomposing these absorbed talents. Although boring, it is full of motivation. Chapter 210 Three-Digit Harvest Galadin. The Ratman just said that he has paid the ransom. Let's see how much the ransom is before deciding whether to let it go. Otherwise, how long will it take you to save up enough wealth to fill the dragon nest? By then, no mother dragon will like you. After seeing that Gordon had dealt with the last enemy, the fairy dragon Dillashaw dragged her tired body to the head of the real dragon whose scales had returned to a matte black color. She stopped on its bone spurs and muttered to Gordon in the tone of an experienced person. However, Gordon was immersed in the joy of cleaning his talent at this time, so he had no time to take care of it. However, he did not regret the ransom at all. Not to mention that the beastmen present had already dropped a lot of wealth. You know, this was an auction before, and they all brought enough wealth to compete for the young black dragon. What's more, in addition to this, the beastman's residence in the Suifeng Valley can definitely harvest a large amount of wealth. Maybe he could get the wealth that the rat warlock mentioned directly. Why should he let it go in exchange for ransom? Moreover, after opening the death space, he had no intention of letting these beastmen go out. If the purple dragon lord was attracted, it would be more trouble than gain. He would not make such a low-level mistake. So Gordon skillfully decomposed the repeated talent fragments with his consciousness, while speaking to Dillashaw seriously. Although I am a little reluctant to part with those riches, I am more afraid that it will cause unnecessary troubles, which may put us in danger. This is irresponsible to you. Papa. Applause rang out in the space. Well said, Your Highness Gordon. The priest who was resting, Ziaster, naturally heard what Gordon said, and he clapped his hands in agreement. The fairy dragon was so unstable that it almost fell off the bone spur. So, Your Highness Gordon. Dillashaw couldn't finish her words at this time. After hearing Gordon's words, she fell into a state of absent-mindedness, and was obviously moved by Gordon's words. It turned out that His Highness Gordon was so selfless. As a fellow dragon, I can't let it feel disappointed. So, Dillashaw resisted the feeling of being cut in the heart, and said to Gordon seriously, In that case, then I didn't help much this time, and I go back in. My reward will be halved. The words were very simple, but the posture did not stop for a moment, and did not wait for Gordon to answer. The fairy dragon jumped up from the black bone spur, and flew to the other side. Like a hard-working little bee, it began to collect spoils on the battlefield with Milivaya. Only in the air. Its gentle voice remained. It settled. Looking at the back of the adult fairy dragon, Gordon felt a little warm in his heart. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this stingy little guy would be willing to return half of the money to him. The sigh didn't last long, and Gordon's consciousness resumed working again. Ding! Detection successful. Detected as first-level talent Dark Vision. Activate. Ding! Detection successful. Detected as second-level talent Crossbow Mastery. Ding! Persistent success. Second-level talent Blind Sense. Third-level talent Blood of Wild Beasts. Fourth-level talent Mind Shock. Fourth-level talent Wandless Casting, as Gordon decomposed and absorbed them one by one. Gradually, some powerful beast talents from the Suifeng Valley were presented to Gordon one by one, different from the same first and second level talents, such as the Swamp Bear Man Axe Mastery, Hunter's Bond, Taming of Beasts, almost occupied half of what the dead Swamp Bear Man gave it. Among them, Dark Vision, Blind Sense, Advanced Sturdiness, and Endurance, which Gordon had seen before, were even more numerous, and the total was almost over 100. However, there were also talents suitable for Gordon, such as Beastly Body, a talent shared by Beastmen, and Shaper, and the acute 5 senses of the Skaven, or Degeneration, which were also quite good. In addition, other Beastmen also had good talents, such as the body coordination and earth claws of the Swamp Bearman, and the combat reflexes and call of the wild of the werewolf. These were all good talents given to it by ordinary beastmen, and they all appeared one by one in the now slightly long talent list. As for the few more than 50 third-level talents, Half of them are weapon specializations that have reached expert-level proficiency, such as the Dagger Expert, Crossbow Expert of the Skaven, and the Tomahawk Expert, Impecary Expert of the Bearman, and the Spear Expert, Lance Expert, and Scimitar Expert of the Werewolf. Of course, there are still some that are suitable for Gordon, such as the 2 weapon talents that the Werewolf and the Swamp Bearman contributed to it, Claw Expert and Windless Claw. In addition to these, Gordon also obtained some advancements from them that are suspected to be the talents it currently possesses. For example, the advancement of Blind Sense to Blind Combat, the advancement of Tracking Strong Enemies to Bloody Enemy Searching, and the advancement of Mastering Heavy Attack to Mastering Heavy Attack. Gordon did not deal with these immediately, but skimmed through them first and waited until the last minute to do experiments. It is now extremely grateful that this personal panel is relatively intelligent. Otherwise it would have to look at these dazzling talents, feeling dizzy and in the abyss of choice difficulty. After all, the number of talents obtained this time has far exceeded Gordon's imagination. Useful and useless were mixed together, and it was difficult for anyone to make a decision. Fortunately, the system would have talent effect prompts, allowing it to clearly understand these talent effects. It systematically summarized, collected, decomposed, and activated these talents. It was not until half an hour after the sequelae of Gordon Rage had passed, and the battlefield was cleared by the members of the adventure team, that Gordon barely sorted out the more than 400 talent fragments. It finally experienced the trouble of having too many talents, especially the column of free talent fragments, the bright 3-digit free fragments. There was an indescribable sense of abundance, which made it roar involuntarily. So much so that the other members of the adventure team looked at Gordon with some sorrow. After the killing, the black dragon bathed in the blood of the beast looked particularly ferocious. Is it sick? This thought flashed through their minds. After all, dragons, like humans, can also get sick. This disease is not a common disease, but a mental illness. The most famous mental illness among dragons is called magic addiction. True dragons infected with this disease will be extremely addicted to magic and collect all knowledge related to magic. Even extreme magic addicted dragons will engrave magic spells on every scale of their bodies, which is extremely terrifying. And Gordon's unpredictable roaring and shouting characteristics reminded them of another characteristic of dragon mental illness: greed and gluttony. In addition to its huge appetite, its early characteristics also include inexplicable roars from time to time. And most importantly, the dragons who have acquired greed and gluttony have experienced a war that overdrawn their own energy before they got sick. It is very consistent with Gordon's current state. So, when Gordon slightly curbed the urge to hit points immediately, it was afraid of scaring these teammates. And the fairy dragon Dillashaw rushed to Gordon with a worried look and said softly, "Your Majesty Gordon, are you hungry?"